We must win. This was the single thought echoing in the hearts of all the people on the island of life. Likewise, Chen Muyi gazed up at the battle raging in the sky. Outside the barrier, the many Return to Void and Divine Transformation cultivators stared helplessly at the dragon breath, and at Chen Muyi and the others. A sudden idea stirred within his heart. He turned his gaze toward the Xian turtle that was summoning spiritual radiance to shield their ancestral land. At present, there are 7 enemy Return to Void cultivators remaining, he murmured. On our side, only one has fallen. Deep in thought, Chen Muyi broke into a jog, shifting his position like a phantom until he reached the Xian turtle's side, where he voiced the request that had formed in his heart. Then he went before the black dragon, bowed slightly, and pointed at the cultivators in midair. Senior Black Dragon, I must implore you to act and cut down this rabble, so that the Chun clan of the Island of Life may know peace once more. At the same time, he actively drew the various Return to Void and Divine Transformation cultivators to his side. As Li Ming's son-in-law, there was not a single high-status figure present who did not recognize him. Chen Muyi's decision stirred the hearts of those present. 2 battle-loving experts had already activated their spirit treasures, prepared to give the enemies outside the barrier a most devastating surprise at any moment. Do it. We live and die like birds taking to the sky. What is there to fear? The female cultivators nearby stared speechlessly. We finally have a chance to bleed them dry, someone cried. How could we possibly let it slip by? Under the urging of the 2 warlike experts, the many Return to Void cultivators were already swayed. After all, with a pure-blooded dragon sitting in town, their side clearly held the greatest advantage. Honored seniors and Dao friends, Chen Muyi said, if I can invite another spirit beast whose strength rivals that of Senior Black Dragon to join the battle, will you then press the attack, annihilating them in one fell swoop, and afterward seize Shilling City as well? Chen Muyi's words bordered on madness, yet his analysis was meticulous, and the aura he exuded inspired absolute confidence. Suddenly, the Xian turtle struck the heavens, joining forces with the black dragon as a blinding divine light erupted. 2 Return to Void cultivators died on the spot, and dozens of Divine Transformation cultivators fell in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Muyi could no longer restrain himself. He drew his sword and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The 3 armies were roused. After a few initial cries, waves of shouts surged forth one after another. Follow me into the slaughter. Chen Muyi raised his Yin-Yang longsword as the barrier was fully activated, mana pouring out in a frenzy, and his entire figure soared up into the sky. The others, seeing this, immediately followed to the front line. Another chaotic battle erupted, once more utterly one-sided. Qian Wen and the others tried to give support, but were tightly entangled by Chu Chang and his allies, unable to break free. They could only watch as the black dragon rampaged as though in an uninhabited realm, slaughtering wildly. In no time, the men they had brought along with Prince Mekong's personal guards were all slain to the last. Suddenly, Mekong burst out, unable to suppress himself any longer, fighting as though trading life for life. He tried to break through Chu Chang's encirclement, but was utterly powerless, and Chu Chang seized an opening to pierce one of his vital points. Heaven-flipping seal. A massive seal slammed down upon Ming Ying from behind. With a few strands of his consciousness distracted, he failed to sense it in time, and was smashed straight into the seabed, raising towering waves. Immediately after, a great whale of water-attributed chi soared into the sky, its tail lashing toward Li Ming. In an instant, Li Ming was blasted back several li. 9 Heaven's Sacred Fist. A strand of sacred light rose from behind Chen Chu, as the totem of Xuanwu blossomed with radiance. His aura surged by another great margin, his skin turning a golden sacred hue. What? Sensing danger, Ming Ying dispelled his mana-formed construct in advance, and used the rebound to fling himself far away, staring at Chen Chu with heightened vigilance. The domain where he had just been floating along with the seawater below had been blasted into a massive crater, the surrounding waters yet to pour back in. Chen Chu swallowed a pill and continuously drove its medicinal power to restore his strength. Just moments ago, a fist technique had suddenly appeared within his mind. It flowed with perfect ease as though created solely for him. It fit hand in glove, and its might was terrifying. He could even feel that this punch stirred the power hidden deep within his bloodline. Again he roared. The totem on his back churned as sacred light flared. One punch after another, countless fist imprints pounded toward Ming Ying. You are merely at the peak of Return to Void, yet you wield such combat strength. How truly terrifying. Ming Ying muttered, retreating a step, his eyes full of shock. The man before him, his back covered in totems, was nothing short of a monster. The power contained in his blood was like an unparalleled divine medicine. Ming Ying was certain that if he could devour this man, he would surely break through to the late stage of integration with great speed. Kill. Li Ming meanwhile secretly took out a small wine gourd down a fierce gulp and then erupted with full power as he charged forward. The power of his spear was overwhelming, countless spear phantoms manifesting in the void, utterly terrifying. Sever. Chen Chu shifted from fist to blade, a golden blade imprint cleaving across the sky. Together with the massive spear shadow, it formed a pincer sealing off all of Ming Ying's paths forward and back. Boom. Sacred mirror, save me. Ming Ying roared as the exploring spirit mirror descended in an instant, blocking behind him. He then activated his barrier once more to withstand the twin strikes. Before he could exhale in relief, the two men attacked again. His expression changed drastically. These two were far too troublesome. They suppressed him at every turn. If this war of attrition continued, he was certain to die at their hands. That was something he absolutely could not allow. He suddenly turned and sent a voice transmission. Chen Wen frowned slightly and secretly formed a small incantation. The battle grew ever more intense. At the peak of integration, Chen Wen, even under the combined assault of the two latest-stage protectors, did not fall into disadvantage. Thus this battle between integration experts, a clash that would decide the direction of victory and defeat, had fallen into deadlock. Now, however, that deadlock was about to be broken. Mi Kong and Chu Chang had both expended heavily, more than half of their mana already gone. As for the two guardian elders, their mana had been drained by over half as well. Without a turn in the situation, they would be in grave danger. Godslayer. With a cold snort, Chen Wen deliberately took a heavy blow from the two guardians and formed a hand seal. It coalesced into a blood-red character, curse. The moment this character appeared, everyone present felt their scalps go numb. This was a curse art. Whoever was marked by this curse would have their soul shattered at best, or their true spirit annihilated at worst. Chu Chang and Li Ming both turned pale. They had heard of the origin of this curse before. To now see such a forbidden art manifest before their very eyes brought crushing pressure. Chen Wen was not unscathed either. After casting this art, nearly half of his blood essence was drained at once. This gave the two guardians Mu and Yuan a brief chance to catch their breath. Yet the method to break the deadlock lay within this very curse. The surrounding spiritual energy was swept clean by the blood-red character. Then a crimson radiance blossomed like a sun of blood rising into the sky. Naturally, this method of breaking the stalemate belonged to Chen Wen alone. If they still could not shatter the encirclement, their side would be gravely short-handed. The cultivators they had brought were already completely annihilated. If they were besieged once more, they would be forced into a rout. Such an outcome was something they absolutely would not permit. Thus Chen Wen paid an enormous price to condense a god-slaying curse, intending to use it to break the impasse. Of course, this curse could not immediately affect cultivators of higher cultivation. Therefore, he set the curse's target upon Li Ming. At this moment, Li Ming's heart was filled with 10,000 refusals. A flash of blood light shot toward him, and his face changed drastically in fright as he hastily retreated. Ming Ying, hold him back. Chen Wen shouted. Ming Ying understood at once, disregarding Chen Chu's attacks as he madly swept toward Li Ming, blocking off his path of retreat. Damn it! Li Ming's expression changed dramatically, and he could only split his focus to battle Ming Ying. At the same time, Ming Ying was brutally withstanding Chen Chu's assaults. His back was pierced through, leaving a bloody hole through which his internal organs could faintly be seen. With a muffled sound, the objective was achieved as the blood-colored curse seal fell upon his body. In an instant, the clothes touched by the sigil were directly corroded away. Moments later, the curse seal burrowed into his flesh and blood. His blood and flesh were relentlessly corroded black, smoke hissing upward. Drops of putrid blood dripped from the air, falling into the ocean below, and in an instant polluting dozens of kilometers of sea, turning that stretch of water into an absolute dead zone. Living beings were dissolved just like that, and the contamination continued to spread. Li Ming spat a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as though his entire body were being sliced apart bit by sharp blades, his blood and mana within being eroded. Even his very soul was affected, forcing him to marshal all of his mind to resist this power. Otherwise, he feared that before long he would dissolve into nothing more than a puddle of blood and vanish. This scene caused many present to change expressions, staring in terror at the wounds on Li Ming's body that were being steadily corroded. Seeing his goal achieved, a cold smile surfaced on Chen Wen's face. Cease your futile resistance. After taking my soul-devouring curse, even if you stand at the peak of the combination stage, you must die, he said coldly. It is only a matter of how long you can last. Ming Ying, kill him, then kill that returning to Void Brat as well, and lend His Highness a hand. Slaughter this band of rebels. Chen Wen's expression remained indifferent, as under his surging mana countless blood souls howled around him. The soul-devouring curse was a great killing art he had forged by using the resentment of tens of millions of wronged souls combined with his own essence blood. Even a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage would find no advantage under this strike. Let alone Li Ming. Once struck, there was only death awaiting him. Ming Ying obeyed Chen Wen's command without hesitation. Bitterness flooded Li Ming's face, effacing wave after wave of killing blows he no longer intended to endure. He intended to gather all of his essence blood and unleash a desperate strike to grievously wound Ming Ying, thus opening a path for Chen Chu. Brother Chu, I truly like your wine. Remember, when you think of me in the future, bring a bit along for me. Li Ming let go of his regrets, laughing loudly as the bitterness vanished from his face. Since man must die, it was better to die brilliantly. If this could open up the battle situation, then his death would be worth it. With a furious roar, his blood and chi surged violently, the light of his mana shining through his skin, and his pupils were illuminated by a magnificent radiance. I entrust Jiuling to you, he shouted. Fellow Daoists of the Island of Life, I Li Ming will take my leave first. The rest of the path is in your hands. Li Ming threw back his head in wild laughter, the spear in his hand screaming with a metallic cry as his entire figure was shrouded in intense light, his features no longer distinguishable. A vicious glint flickered in Ming Ying's eyes as he brandished his dark blade in a frenzy, transforming it into a dense storm of blade shadows to tear Li Ming apart. In Ming Ying's eyes, the other was merely a man struck by a blood curse from someone like Chen Wen and already heavily injured. What could he possibly do? Besides, his own strength surpassed Li Ming's. Senior Li Ming, the crowd cried in grief. His resolute determination was something none of the people of the Island of Life had anticipated. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Before countless observers could even react, Li Ming had already been gravely wounded. After Li Ming's loud laughter, his entire figure transformed into a streak of radiant light and merged into the spear in his hand. A terrifying aura spread through the sky as a sudden gale swept across. The spear tip blossomed with 10,000 zhang of radiance, a deadly sense of peril enveloping Ming Ying's heart, causing his entire being to tremble. The spear's shadow pierced the heavens like a raging dragon soaring from the abyss. A thunder rolled across the sky as lightning serpents danced wildly. The void let out a low hum. Everyone on the Island of Life, including Chen Wen and his cohort, was captivated by this one strike, momentarily dazed. Suddenly a peal of thunder exploded, and a blinding bolt of lightning flashed. It was as if a war drum had been struck, its reverberations shaking the air. In the sky, dazzling radiance flared, the sea roared in response, and within the void a pattern of Qilin heaven script was outlined. This was the most resplendent firework Li Ming could bloom with his life. In the eyes of others, it was incomparably brilliant, dazzling, and exquisite beyond compare. In Ming Ying's eyes, however, it was nothing less than a death sentence. This radiance could collapse the earth and shatter his soul, even blasting apart the illusory body within him. He spat out a mouthful of old blood like a waterfall. Cracks split open across his body, his figure hunching, his aura withering. In an instant, Ming Ying staggered backward, madly rousing every ounce of his strength just to preserve his life. Having already borne numerous injuries, he completely lost control in that moment. Countless old wounds burst open, essence blood scattering, his condition weakened by more than half. Were he to carefully nurse himself for a few years, he might yet recover, but now he had no such luxury and could only let his injuries worsen. Without the protection of his underlying foundations, that strike would likely have killed him on the spot. I underestimated him, he muttered, spitting another mouthful of blood as he lifted his arm, unleashing a burst of light to block one of Chen Chu's strikes, causing his injuries to worsen once again. At the same time, his heart was filled with lingering dread. If Li Ming had not been struck by the blood curse, then burning his life to unleash such a blow would undoubtedly have killed him outright. Li Ming. With a furious roar, the totem light behind Chen Chu erupted at full force, and a black-armored mysterious tortoise appeared abruptly before Ming Ying, ramming into him. We capsized in a gutter. Chen Wen cursed softly. Ming Ying, kill him. I will personally treat your wounds. He had never expected Li Ming to be so decisive. With his level of strength, though he would indeed die had he merely hidden and refrained from using his mana, he could have clung to life for a few more years. Die for me. Ming Ying was struck from both front and back. First, the mysterious tortoise's collision left him reeling and disoriented, then he was met by a tide of fist imprints crashing upon him, like a raging sea pounding him relentlessly. The injuries he had forcibly suppressed burst open once more. In an instant he became a man drenched in blood, a sight utterly shocking. The sea-overturning seal was unleashed, making the very void hum. Ming Ying could only retreat, avoiding its edge. If he were to engage in direct combat again, his injuries would surely spiral out of control. As for what Qian Wen said, he simply would not believe it. Being of the royal guardian class, he could not be unaware of Qian Wen's temperament. What if he were on the brink of death, and the next moment the other party declared that he was destined to fall, suggesting instead to do one last good deed for the empire? He chose to retreat on the spot, no longer willing to resist. Ming Ying, kill him to assist me. Mi Kong felt a surge of anger, as Ming Ying chose not to fight back. Being chased and beaten by a void-returned cultivator was truly a disgrace. Moreover, he had just lost a bit of his battle strength balance, which would have allowed him to kill Chu Chang. Thus he could support Qian Wen and annihilate their enemies. After all, Chu Chang's foundation was not on par with that of the royal family. If it weren't for the fact that he could not wait much longer, he could certainly force the opponent to either flee or perish. Ming Ying, if you do not kill him, I will report to the emperor upon my return. Remember, your position was granted by our royal family. We can give it to you, and we can just as easily take it back. Mi Kong forcefully repelled Chu Chang and said fiercely to Ming Ying. Chu Chang was also consumed by rage, burning his own lifespan to forcibly increase his battle power for a frenzied attack. This made it difficult for Mi Kong to withstand, and he could only urge Ming Ying. Otherwise, he would have to resort to his trump card. But by doing so, his future path would also be cut off. He would not act unless absolutely necessary. Ming Ying paused, slowly closing his eyes, and could only turn to continue. His choice was to walk a dark path to the end. Ming Ying began counterattacking. Even heavily injured, he was not something Chen Chu could handle. He could not kill him, and had no chance to do so. Likewise, Ming Ying had no way to deal with him. His attacks grew more frantic, but weaker. His injuries worsened, and desperation appeared on his face as he sought to break the deadlock. Chen Chu's momentum surged again, his black hair dancing wildly as a dragon shadow materialized behind him, lifelike. Great might, heavenly dragon. A black dragon surged forth, and simultaneously the black dragon, observing below, moved, sweeping its tail. It slammed into Ming Ying's back, but was caught by the latter, who threw it away. Afterward, his injuries became even graver. Time was running out. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. You have forced my hand. He roared, his aura becoming chaotic as black shadows erupted from his body. Your final blow will strike Chu Chang. Seeing Ming Ying's state, Mi Kong thought he was going to burn his life force like Li Ming did, delivering a final strike. He immediately urged him to attack Chu Chang. This blow would surely severely injure Chu Chang. Then the situation would be reversed. Well done, Ming Ying. After you die, I will ask the emperor to revive your soul and reconstruct your body. Qian Wen also breathed a sigh of relief, and then threw out a temptation. You all will die. A dark shadow enveloped much of the sky, and Chen Chu's expression changed. The Xian turtle even shrank its body while carrying Chen Chu, frantically fleeing. The black dragon sensed something was wrong and spat out a breath of dragon essence before roaring and vanishing without a trace. Ming Ying roared. Amidst the darkness, he thrust his hand through his chest and detonated it. A wisp of smoke instantly vanished. Likewise, his realm instantly regressed, his complexion waning, yet his face displayed a sense of relief. He controlled the shadow blade and fled towards the horizon. This sudden change caused the faces of those present to shift. Qian Wen was the first to react, cursing. Ming Ying destroyed the barrier and fled. Unwilling to face death, his expression changed dramatically. Give me your life. Chen Chu quickly reacted and crazily pursued Ming Ying, determined not to let him escape. Similarly, the battle escalated to a higher realm. Above the Red Earth Empire territory, two figures sped towards the direction of the Island of Life. That was the support summoned by Mi Kong. However, given their distance, it would take at least a day and a half to reach near the Island of Life, the extreme of martial arts, heaven and earth. Chen Chu bit his thumb, turning his essence blood into a divine bow. He bent down to draw the bow, pouring endless martial essence into it, greatly enhancing its power. With a thunderous sound, the divine arrow pierced through the void and pursued fiercely. At the critical moment, Ming Ying could only brace himself to withstand it. His body pierced through and his soul escaped. Resolutely abandoning the chariot to protect the commander, he switched targets, charging towards the chaotic sea. Now there was no place for him in the entire Red Earth province. Seeing Ming Ying's soul escape, Chen Chu shot 2 more arrows. However, the opponent had already disappeared into the distance, and he instructed the Xian turtle to pursue. He returned to the battlefield to assist Chu Chang. Under Chu Chang's frenzied assault along with Chen Shui's support, Mekong could no longer hold back and multiple wounds appeared on his body, making him look extremely miserable. Mekong, your absurd and violent rule is the greatest mistake. Even the 4 great guardians of your empire have defected. You should repent for your actions. Chu Chang shouted angrily, producing a precious bell in his hand. Chen Shu thought the bell was some large killing weapon, but then he directly hurled it forward. Like a projectile, it heavily struck the opponent, creating a bloody hole. This left him momentarily stunned. They deserve to die. You deserve to die too. You all deserve to die. The only one correct in this world is my Mi clan sacrificing the entire dynasty for ascension. He went mad, pulling out his own heart, and in an instant the temperature of the entire world plummeted. He roared fiercely, emitting a series of awkward syllables, as if performing a mysterious ritual. Suddenly the sky darkened and Chen Wen's expression changed. My lord, no. Chen Wen clearly. However, Mekong could no longer care about such matters. A formation pattern appeared in the void and a series of tragic roars and furious howls resounded. A monster with 100 faces emerged, accompanied by piercing cries, as if it descended from the underworld into this realm. Corpse demon. Chu Chang cautiously stepped back, his face changing drastically. Something was wrong. A corpse demon could not possibly look like this. Furthermore, its power would not be so terrifying. Ha ha ha, now that you have seen my treasure you will all die. Mekong laughed maniacally and turned to Chen Wen, saying, Chen Wen, since the emperor has already taken that step, we have nothing to fear. In this world we are the most powerful force. Mekong wore a smug smile, which quickly turned cold. Kill them all for me. These are all your blood food. Roar. Is this a blood evil? Chen Shui's expression changed, realizing the creature before him was something his father had warned them about long ago. In fact, a small blood evil had appeared in the Daoist dynasty back in the day. It was said that even the demon lord and Duga Tian had to intervene to suppress it. Moreover, that blood evil was merely at the void return stage. The one before them was at least at the integration stage. No one present could match its strength. The blood evil let out a furious roar resembling a mountain of flesh floating in midair, immediately setting its eyes on the strongest presence, Chen Wen. This one is not allowed, others are fine. Mekong quickly interjected. Chen Wen visibly trembled when the creature looked at him. The blood evil let out a low growl, its massive hand akin to a mountain of flesh lunged toward Tian Mu and Tian Yuan in front of Chen Wen. It clearly sensed that their bodies contained stronger energy. In its eyes, the stronger the person, the more delicious they were. Something's wrong. Chen Shui's expression darkened. The blood evil before him was far too strange. As far as he knew, such beings were difficult to control, yet this blood evil could obey commands from someone less powerful than itself, which was simply unbelievable. Perhaps the depths of the Hongtu Empire were beyond what he had imagined. On the other side, in the Chaos Sea, finally close by, this place is indeed mysterious. A graceful figure emerged from the Chaos Sea, sensing the information transmitted by the bloodline pearl, gazing toward the direction of the Island of Life. In my era, there wasn't such a chaotic area. Even I could only catch a glimpse back then. Perhaps this so-called Chaos Sea is a method left behind by a true immortal. Or perhaps a true immortal battle once erupted here, disrupting the order of this place. Hua Qingwu shared her speculation. With her current strength, she could only catch a glimpse. It was definitely not a natural formation. Let's go and see your small branch clan. Hua Qingwu said, her curiosity piqued regarding this territory. Has my master ever been here? Shun Roashi asked curiously. It seemed like her master was exceptionally familiar with the entire world. Hua Qingwu fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling and pondering. Ultimately, she provided an answer. Before the spirit realm underwent great changes, before it was shattered into countless Dao states, this should have been the southeastern corner. If I remember correctly, this was once the territory of the Grass Spirit Clan. Grass Spirit Clan. Shun Roashi looked at Hua Qingwu, intrigued by this unfamiliar term. She had never heard of such a race before. That was a magical race that thrived by a lake of life, producing countless plant spirits. Their lifespans were incredibly long. Many grass spirits even had no lifespan limit and were not lacking in powerful cultivators. However, they were not warlike and many were kind spirits. They were once a paradise, but who knows what it is. Hua Qingwu seemed to have visited the Grass Spirit Clan before. Her words reflected a positive impression. However, when Shun Roashi looked toward the sea, she did not notice the complex and lonely expression in Hua Qingwu's eyes. This piqued Shun Roaxi's curiosity, painting a picture of a paradise and kind plant spirits in her mind. Someone is coming. No, it seems to be just a soul. Oh, let's stop and ask for directions. Hua Qingwu keenly sensed a presence rapidly approaching from not far away. Upon hearing this, Chun Ruashi quietly concealed her aura, seemingly blending directly into this expanse of heaven and earth. Within a short time, the residual soul of the shadow of death arrived here. Sensing the increasingly chaotic aura, he glanced back toward the direction he came from. In his eyes, surprise mixed with hatred. Now, even if he found a suitable target to seize, he would lose a considerable amount of cultivation. Just as he was about to enter the chaos, a melodious female voice reached his ears. "Friend, please hold on." Suddenly his soul nearly shattered, terrified beyond measure. He had sensed that there was no one here earlier, and even living beings were scarce. Now suddenly someone was beside him, and he was still in a spiritual form. How could he not be afraid? The soul of someone at the integration stage seems to have been injured. Another voice rang out, and a large hand of condensed magical power instantly grasped him. He attempted to escape, but found it utterly impossible. The opponent had used a technique to restrain souls. Any struggle would cause his soul to sting painfully, filling him with dread. "Which senior, please spare this junior's life." He panicked. If his soul were to be extinguished, he would completely disappear. As he fell, the opponent emerged from the void. It was a stunning face, though frost covered it, wearing an expression that seemed to ward off all living beings. Beside her floated a soul. Just a glance made him feel his own soul crumbling, unable to look direct. Filled with tremendous fear, he knew today was his end. Such a terrifying existence could not even be achieved by an emperor. "I ask you, answer." Chen Ruashi spoke, looking at the shadow of death with distaste. She disliked the aura emanating from him, a strong stench and a foul odor. She could assert that this person's soul was similarly tainted, having absorbed countless auras. Those who died at his hands numbered at least in the hundreds of thousands, if not more, to corrupt the soul to such a degree that it evoked instinctive repulsion. "Who are you? Where are you from?" "This is the territory of the Grass Spirit Clan, right?" Three questions the shadow of death had to answer, because he sensed his soul stinging and dissolving as he pondered. "I am the shadow of death, one of the four guardians of the Hongtu Empire." As for the Grass Spirit Clan, he did not dare to raise his head. The first two questions were manageable, but he could not answer the last one because he had never heard of that unfamiliar term. Hongtu Empire. Elaborate. Who is in charge, and where is it located? Chen Ruaxi's expression remained unchanged as she continued to question. "Senior, are you from the outside world?" "I do not wish to hear answers other than my questions. If there is a next time, you will die immediately." This person was definitely not benevolent. With countless innocent blood on his hands, even killing him would not be excessive, and it could be seen as carrying out justice. The shadow of death trembled all over, feeling an excruciating pain, and immediately began to relay information carefully. Faced with news of the Hongtu Empire, Hua Qingwu sighed. "Indeed, the world is unpredictable. After millions of years, I did not expect even the Grass Spirit Clan to have gone silent. One last question. Answer it correctly, and I will let you go." Chen Ruaxi's face remained impassive, though his tone softened slightly. Ming Ying, hearing this, felt hope for his life, and hastily nodded. He was near tears. Having only just escaped death, he had fallen into the hands of two even more terrifying beings. "Tell me how you were reduced to a spiritual soul. From what you say, your position was not a low one. Was there turmoil in the Hongtu Imperial Court that forced you to abandon your body and flee?" Chen Ruaxi's vision was keen. With a single sweep, he discerned that this man was not a specialist in soul-bodied cultivation, but had been struck until his flesh perished and his life force had not been entirely stripped away. He must have only recently separated from his flesh. "Senior, my story is long." He sighed and adopted a lamenting, indignant expression, preparing to play the victim to win sympathy. "Spare me the theatrics. Be brief." Chen Ruashi would not indulge him. The man's affected pose made him nauseous. Had Chen Ruashi not wanted more information, he would have smashed him then and there. Ming Ying flinched, and shrinking back, began to elaborate with exaggerations. He successfully fashioned a tale of patriotic sacrifice, of resisting traitors, and having his body ruined. A story fit to move any heart. As he bragged and slandered, Chen Ruashi, through the details he provided, had already formed a rough guess. The man he accused was in fact his own third brother. Beside them, Hua Qingwu's expression turned amused. Seeing Chen Ruaxi's half-smile, and the sudden appearance of a pink great hammer at his waist, it was clear that this man's life was about to end. It was like that. Those damned rebels shattered Hongtu Imperial Court's tent, to sandier peace, to seize control of Daozhou. He sighed and continued in a tone of wounded righteousness. He tilted his head toward the sky, forcing a look of wounded appeal. If he were still in flesh, perhaps a few tears would have fallen. As a spiritual soul, he could only feign sorrow. Finished. Chen Ruashi suppressed the urge to crush him and spoke coldly. "I have said everything. Senior, please judge for yourself." Ming Ying shivered. and immediately turned to wear a fawning expression. This only deepened Chun Ruox's disgust. "Be on your way." With the seal lifted, Ming Ying felt his burden lighten. He thanked them profusely and fled toward the chaotic sea, cursing inwardly the whole while. Suddenly a heaviness overtook him, a pink storm struck, and in the next instant his spiritual soul unraveled and dispersed, utterly annihilated from this world. Until his last breath, he never understood why. Chu is in grave danger. Chun Ruoxi fixed a coordinate, mounted his flying sword, and cut through the sky like an otherworldly immortal. He sped toward where the bloodline Jade's reaction was strongest. On the battlefield, a bitter stalemate had taken hold. The appearance of Shui Xie had thrown Chen Chu and his companions decisively onto the back foot. Two great guardians had been wounded, and Xian Wen was now free to strike at Chu Chang. The battle tilted overwhelmingly against them. Everyone move onto the islands. Seeing the situation could not be reversed, Chen Chu glanced at the inhabitants of Life Island. Here there were at least hundreds of millions of mortals and tens of thousands of cultivators, the majority low to mid-rank. They could flee, but only a small portion could be carried away. Without high-rank cultivators to hold the line, Life Island would, in an instant, become a human purgatory. Retreat was not an option in Chen Chu's view. Chu Chang had guarded Life Island for millennia. He would never willingly abandon it. Besides, Li Ming had already fallen defending it. No matter what, they could not withdraw. Retreat. Chu Chang, meeting Chen Chu's resolute gaze, gritted his teeth and ordered the cultivators to fall back. He and the two guardians remained to cover the rear. "I entrust this to you, younger brother Chu." The three fought together, but against the rampaging Shui Xie and the fused peak, Qian Wen, Mi Kong, and the others' relentless bombardment soon wore down their defenses. They feared they could not hold much longer. "Activate the formation. Muyi, go to the southeast corner and bury the array plate I gave you into the ley line." Chen Chu formed seals with one hand, while drawing array sigils in the void with the other. Golden characters shimmered above, radiating divine might. Chen Muyi heard, and sprang up, racing frantically toward the direction Chen Chu had indicated. In his hand, he held a purple array plate glittering like a gem. "Brother Chu Chang, if this array succeeds, it can hold for at least a year. But the array's consumption is severe, it will draw on the ley line. Without a way to mitigate it, the ley line will drop in rank and may even dim because of this. It matters not." Chu Chang set his jaw. A year's grace was worth the cost, even if it meant sacrificing the 1,000-year haven he had nurtured. When Chu Chang agreed, Chen Chu drew a deep breath and produced 4 array plates and 36 array pieces from his bosom. He then addressed the cultivators who had been silently observing his formations. "Lend me your strength. Elder, tell us what to do." They were the elite of Life Island, but facing an enemy far beyond their strength and the death of the second guardian, they were filled with grief and helplessness. They watched the battle from safety, aching to sacrifice themselves if it might tilt the scales even slightly in their favor. As the situation worsened, and they felt useless, impatience grew within them. At Chen Chu's request, they were moved, stepping forward one after another to volunteer. From their posture, it was clear they would even take forbidden implements and fly into the fray to die if it would grievously injure the enemy. Plant these 36 array pieces at the island's designated positions. When you set the flags, you must pour most of your cultivation into them. "I will." An elderly Fanshu cultivator, his left arm already lost, immediately stepped forward. He seized a flag and shot toward the position Chen Chu had commanded. "I will too. So will we." A host of cultivators surged forward, each intent on taking a flag to fulfill the duty. Chen Chu looked upon them first, regarding the Fanshu cultivator. 15 Fangsistich practitioners were each given a flag and instructed on their positions. The remaining flags were distributed. 6 Washinstage cultivators took theirs and went to plant them. Then he placed the 4 array plates so they would resonate with the plate Chen Mui had buried. They were set at the island's corners. Before long, the flags were all in place. The 5 array plates spun wildly, transmitting spiritual radiance. From every corner, a violet light curtain rose, forming a semicircle that slowly closed. It covered Life Island, creating a protective barrier. Chen Chu then ordered that all people be relocated to islands 1 through 10. It is time to readjust the formation, allowing all power to converge in one place. This will greatly reduce consumption. Otherwise, the vast area protected by the formation demands an almost terrifying amount of energy. There is no need for the people of the Red Earth Empire to attack. We simply need to wait for the right moment. In just a year, the energy of the entire Life Island will be drained. By then, it will not merely be the destruction of the island and the extinction of its people. This is also the most challenging situation Chen Chu has encountered since he began his training. The formation has completely protected Life Island. Everyone return. Chen Chu transmitted his voice. Chu Chang and the others in perfect harmony unleashed their power, delivering a tremendous strike. Tian Mu and Tian Yuan joined forces to activate the heavenly sea flow, summoning an ethereal image of the heavenly sea to descend and counterattack like a galaxy, separating them from the blood evil. Go! The three turned and quickly jumped into the crack in the formation opened by Chen Chu. Just a moment later, the sound of heavy objects striking the formation's barrier echoed. The outside world was shaking. Within Life Island, apart from some noise, there were no other repercussions. However, dragging this situation on is not advisable. The Red Earth Empire's forces will only grow stronger, while we will become increasingly weaker. The current situation is already unbearable, and it was indeed their carelessness. If they had been a bit more cautious, or even had one more integrative cultivator, the outcome would not have been this way. But now they have to pay for their mistakes. All the cultivators below the integrative level were annihilated. The shadow of death fled. In contrast, the losses on the side of Life Island were significantly lower. But they cannot withstand the opponent's formidable foundation. If they wait for the enemy's reinforcements to arrive, they will only be passive victims once more. Now they are utterly helpless, leaving the powerful individuals troubled. Wang, if things are truly dire, we should summon the master. Tian Mu and Tian Yuan fell silent for a moment, listening to Chen Chu and Chu Chang's conversation. They couldn't help but offer this suggestion. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu merely shook his head slightly. Father is currently occupied with important matters and cannot be disturbed. Through his conversation with Chen Xingxing, he learned that his father was in Tian Nandao province. It seems he is plotting something significant, even taking several clansmen with him, and has called upon Eho as well. Just when they were at a loss, the bloodline jade suddenly began to tremble. In the sky, a sword light split the heavens. A frosty and piercing cry rang out in the void. Dare to nurture the blood evil. The icy blue sword light sliced open a rift in the void. A figure seemed to flicker in the air, constantly moving back and forth. Elusive and unpredictable, making it hard to pinpoint. 3 beams of sword light struck the blood evil, seemingly bearing some special energy. The blood evil, like a nemesis, was quickly severed, losing several chunks of flesh, dissolving into foul blood. Even more terrifying, a ghostly fire ignited at the blood evil's wounds, resembling rippling water. This prevented it from regenerating, causing it to wail in agony, consumed by fury. The frenzied attacks appeared to be from an incredibly weak figure in the air, yet it was elusive and difficult to grasp. Even Mekong and Qian, when teamed up to seal it with their power, they were unable to intercept the woman's movements. Shimei, upon seeing this familiar secret technique, the familiar attack method, and the unique energy, Chen Chu immediately recognized the newcomer. It was none other than his sister Chun Ruashi, the clan's Phoenix Queen. She was also someone whose strength could rival his own, always in competition with him. Follow me to assist the Phoenix Queen. Chen Chu bellowed, swallowing a spiritual pill. A phantom of a divine dragon surged beneath his feet, propelling him into the void. Chen Chu determined her identity due to the void secret technique. Only Chun Ruashi within the entire family had mastered such a technique, enabling her to teleport through the void. It was terrifying, a significant killing move, allowing her to slay without a trace. Even in retreat, unless the entire world was sealed off, there was no way to counteract it. Tian Mu and Tian Yuan instantly soared into the air, combining their powers to unleash a heavenly sea flow, blocking Qianwen. They became entangled with their old adversary once more, and without a moment's respite, the battle reignited. The Phoenix Queen. Li Juling held Chun Mu-Yi's hand, and asked, her eyes shining as she gazed at the heroic woman in the sky. She is my grandfather's most cherished daughter, whom I refer to as my aunt. Back when I was still within the clan, she had already displayed her unmatched prowess. Even at the Golden Core stage, she contended against nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mu-Yi recalled his distant memories, though he could only remember these bits. Beyond that, he had no way of knowing. After all, at that time his status meant he rarely saw Chen Ruashi except during clan meetings. He could only occasionally hear tales of her legends and marvel at her talents. The Phoenix Queen. This title had already been known to him after Chen Chu informed him about the Heavenly King Hall. He also learned about this unique place. The Sea King. He gradually recalled his past ambitions, his former ideals. To conquer the entire endless sea and to make Life's Path in the Red Earth Dao province his first stop. However, as he delved deeper, he discovered how difficult it was to realize these aspirations. With his current strength, encountering some powerful sea tribes in the endless sea could lead to his immediate demise. Yet he dared to make bold statements fueled by his confidence. If given another 1,000 years, or even less, he was confident he could reach integrative cultivation. With several thousand more years, he could advance to the Great Ascension and eventually become a celestial being. Step by step, starting from the current Dao province, he would conquer all Dao provinces and the endless sea, becoming a true king. Of course, all this would take time. Watching the fierce battle in the sky, he wanted to join in. But with his current cultivation level, joining would be tantamount to seeking death. Even the aftershocks might obliterate him. The extreme pulse of martial arts. Chen Chu roared, his momentum surging violently, the totem on his back seemingly coming to life, roaring fiercely. A diamond-shaped symbol radiated from his forehead, transforming into the character for martial arts. It then morphed into countless patterns spreading through his limbs. His aura intensified wildly, gradually approaching the threshold of integrative cultivation. He halted only when his virtual and true selves were about to converge. The Dao patterns around him shimmered brilliantly. At this moment, Chen Chu resembled a wild beast. "Chu Chang, I can't maintain this state for long. We must take down Mekong first." He shouted, his eyes sparkling with golden light, as the phantom of a mysterious tortoise emerged behind him, roaring upward with terrifying might. Like a mighty deity or demon, his power stirred up fierce winds, and divine light surged upward. Ninthly, a divine map was summoned, and with a punch Chen Chu struck it into the air, urging his divine sense. In an instant, a brilliant radiance cascaded down, illuminating Chen Chu and the others, doubling the speed of their magical recovery and healing. On the other hand, the opposing side continued to erode the soul and consciousness. "Half immortal treasure," Chen Wen exclaimed, gazing greedily at the divine diagram. "Kill him and seize his immortal treasure." Chen Wen instantly abandoned his target and focused on Chen Chu, brandishing his spiritual treasure as he charged forward. Seeking death. Chen Chu roared, a pair of gauntlets appearing as he unleashed another punch. The entire space trembled. Chen Wen was greatly shocked. This person possessed such a secret technique, and his power was indeed terrifying beyond measure. It only solidified his murderous intent. Attempting to instantly slay him, a tidal wave of murderous aura surged forth, akin to countless blades slicing through, aimed at Chen Chu. At that moment, a beam of immortal light descended upon Chen Chu's brow, transforming into a barrier that blocked this seemingly lethal strike. Chen Chu's body swelled, merging with a suit of armor, instantly augmenting his might, resembling a war god. He glared at Chen Wen and unleashed a punch, forcing him to divert his focus to defend. Tian Mu and Tian Yuan executed a celestial sea flow to trap him. Chen Chu soared up, teaming up with Chu Chang to attack Mekong. He could not maintain this state for long and had to seek a swift resolution. First, he aimed to eliminate the weakest Mekong. Chen Chu, fully equipped with top-tier spiritual treasures, cursed inwardly at Mekong's madness before attempting to break free and target Shuexia. Suddenly, a law avatar shrouded in boundless killing intent appeared like a war god, descending protected by the armor of top-tier spiritual treasures as Chen Chu braced against the backlash. His frenzied assaults pushed Mekong into the crossfire of the two. Swift resolution. Chu Chang heard Chen Chu's voice in his ears and immediately reacted. To where the crown, one must bear its weight. The burden of his formidable weapon was substantial for Chen Chu. If it lasted too long, it would surely drain all his martial essence and blood. Chen Wen's eyes were like a venomous snake seeking to break free from their bindings, to kill Chen Chu. "Get out of the way." Boom. How could Tian Mu and Tian Yuan possibly let him pass? He immediately burned his life force, pushing the celestial sea flow to its limits, while Chen Wen could only withstand the draining force. After all, this was an immortal technique. Even with the royal bestowed technique, he could only maintain a stalemate for the moment. Moreover, facing the relentless onslaught of the two, Chen Wen was already wounded in multiple places, having to be extremely cautious in his response. As the foremost individual under the emperor, he felt incredibly frustrated. Encountering two stubborn opponents with the same technique was giving him a tremendous headache. Unable to kill them or escape, he could only be dragged along, constantly consumed. "You think you can kill me?" Mekong summoned the top-tier spiritual treasure granted by the emperor to confront Chen Chu. In his eyes there was an undeniable contempt. After all, the opponent's strength was a whole level beneath his own. Even with such luxurious equipment, he surely could not be his match. "To kill you is enough." Boom. The power of the armor was pushed to its peak, and even a law avatar appeared behind him, illuminating half the sky as the murderous aura in the air was refined. Even for a harmonious cultivator with a solid soul and body, the physique comparable to metal and stone and power akin to a vast ocean, under Chen Chu's assault, they gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. His martial arts and weaponry were both top-notch, but what could be done about the seemingly insurmountable gap in cultivation? Arrogant. Mekong was also enraged. Chen Chui's words were nothing but a slight against him. Simultaneously in his eyes, besides the killing intent, there was more of a greedy desire. He had to admit this reckless individual before him wielded profound techniques and powerful spiritual treasures capable of defeating him across a major realm. How terrifying was that? Cultivators' ranks were like a chasm between heaven and earth. If such gaps could be crossed so easily, then how could they continue to survive? If he could capture him, extract his soul, and uncover his secrets, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary gains. Having contemplated this, he calmed down. Chen Chu did not move either, recognizing that he could not waste his energy and had to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. Neither of them moved. Even Mekong watched as Chen Chu downed a jar of spiritual wine. But they did not understand that Chu Chang was not idle. Chen Chu cast a sidelong glance. Chu Chang also summoned the trump card of the Isle of Life, a shattered top-tier spiritual treasure staff. As the overwhelming attacks descended, Mekong finally moved. At the same time, Chen Chu also made his move. There were no flashy techniques or phenomena, just an unassuming, incredibly slow punch that descended. Suddenly at that moment, golden light erupted from Chen Chui's fist, a powerful aura bursting forth. Mekong sensed the impending danger and could only forcefully retreat against the raging winds, falling back for dozens of miles. He was still afraid that Chen Chu would unleash some devastating move. If he were to capsize in the gutter like this, it would be far too unworthy. And Chen Chu was waiting for him to retreat. Suddenly Mekong heard an ethereal female voice by his ear. A killing sword pierced through his chest. Isle of Life, with the sun and moon rising, a tsunami burning with ghostly flames, crashed down, pushing Mekong into the depths where only heart-wrenching wails echoed. It's up to you now. Chen Chui's body had already developed countless small cracks as he smiled at Chen Ruoshi. He then removed his armor and began inscribing something in the air. Chen Ruoshi, wielding the spiritual sword, entered the depths filled with burning spiritual flames. The waters churned and heaven and earth turned upside down. The tremors continued unabated. It took half a tea's time before it finally ceased. Chen Ruoshi returned holding a soul pill in her hand. With the assistance of Hua Qingwu, Mekong offered little resistance before he was completely vanquished, even his soul being refined. Meanwhile, Shuexia was forcefully suppressed in place by Hua Qingwu. There is the aura of the lake water from the Isle of Life. But why has this aura, which should be sacred, turned into something so filled with evil thoughts? Hua Qingwu furrowed her brow as she sensed the aura on Shuexia. There was a familiar scent, but the elemental nature from millions of years ago in the Isle of Life had already changed. The Isle of Life has not disappeared, or it may have been used by someone to nurture this thing. Her expression darkened as she looked at Shuexia, who was being suppressed, roaring continuously in a bid to escape, yet constantly corroded. Drops of murky blood were being dissolved, and Shuexia's body shrank repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoxi's expression changed, and she bit her silver teeth. Wasting such a treasure. Next, it's up to you. The martial king has already reached his limit. Go and encircle that peak harmonious cultivator. Hua Qingwu returned to the bracelet on Chen Ruoxi's wrist. The situation instantly reversed with the arrival of Chen Ruoxi. In her hands, it seemed she possessed a secret technique specifically designed to counter the blood evil. The situation became clearer. After Mekong's death, the blood evil began to riot due to the lack of a master. Watching the rising black flames enveloping the blood evil, Chen Ruoxi suddenly understood. They had utilized a fragment of the Lake of Lives properties, bestowing a hint of life characteristics to the non-living monstrosity known as blood evil, then controlling it with secret methods. Thinking of this, Chen Ruoxi felt a surge of terror. If that were the case, the Hongtou Empire could easily mass-produce these monsters known as blood evil. Moreover, they could cultivate a blood evil powerful enough to overturn the entire world. If that were true, it would be too horrifying. Hua Qingwu was also startled by this deduction, calming herself to close her eyes and contemplate. If that were the case, what kind of immensely powerful and terrifying monsters would emerge? Does your father mean to develop this place as your second clan territory? Hua Qingwu fell silent for a moment before asking Chen Ruoxi. I suppose so. After all, Brother Chu has come, and I sense that there are over 10,000 descendants here, sharing the same bloodline. Your father too, how many descendants does he have? Is he planning to spread his offspring throughout the entire Xianling continent? Hua Qingwu's tone was somewhat resentful. Enough. Through the Heavenly King Palace, I will pass on the anti-evil technique I taught you to your father. Perhaps it will be needed. In the end, Hua Qingwu made a firm decision. Her inheritance was not meant to be shared. Aside from Chen Ruoxi, no one else knew of it. Master, are you planning to promote the anti-evil technique? Chen Ruoxi was somewhat surprised, Having spent so many years with her master, she understood her character quite well. Other matters could be negotiated, but the inheritance was not to be leaked. Now this precedent had been broken. This decision also signified that Hua Qingwu was willing to contribute the anti-evil technique. This was also the inheritance of the Wuxia Immortal Lord. It is quite fitting to pass on a bit of his legacy. Hua Qingwu waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. You can be as arrogant as you like, you deceased master. Chun Ruashi smirked slightly, connecting her mind to the Heavenly King Palace, and transmitted the anti-evil technique. Along with it came the anti-evil Immortal Sutra, the most exquisite part of the Wuxia Immortal Lord's inheritance, and one of the heaviest inheritances on Hua Qingwu. Chun Ruashi also felt a bit curious about her master. She speculated that her previous life was likely not that simple, as many good things had suddenly emerged in recent years. However, since her master was unwilling to speak, she would not pry. Soon after the assault on Qianwen began, Chu Chang joined the fray, and the situation instantly reversed. With the combined assault of 3 latest-stage integration cultivators, had Qianwen been in peak condition, he could have resisted. But now his foundation was over half depleted and his state had dropped 3 levels. Faced with the onslaught, he was finding it increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, after suppressing his injuries, Chen Chu began to arrange the formation. Brother Chu, can you set up a peak 7th grade formation? Chen Ruashi looked at the formation patterns, somewhat astonished. As those who had been by Chen Feng's side the longest and received the most inheritance, they had a greater understanding of the information. They had dabbled in formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. Chen Ruashi herself was particularly adept at alchemy and talismans. Chen Shu was different. He had dabbled in all 4 and had forged a unique path. It's merely utilizing the formation plate left by my father. Chen Shu appeared unconcerned, using the formation plate's influence to sketch out the formation's rudiment. Then alongside Chen Ruashi, he brought the formation to the battleground of the 4 and began to set it up. Formation rise. Chen Shu commanded in a deep voice, immediately following up with a talisman that landed on the formation plate. Instantly golden light spread like a wall of light, sealing off the surrounding area. This also enveloped Qian when cutting off his escape route. Facing the rising formation, Qian, when having lost his escape route, became indifferent. Looking at the patterns on Chen Shu's body, he couldn't help but exclaim, I hadn't noticed before, only now do I see that you've inscribed so many formations on your body, and even some artifact crafting techniques. In my long life, I've slain countless talents, and you are the most unique one I've ever seen, the most powerful among the returning void cultivators. Is that so? Chen Shu's expression remained unchanged as he coldly gazed at him. What a pity, even though your strength is formidable, surpassing your current cultivation, you are an exceptional talent. However, the time you have is still too short. If I were to crush you in your cradle, what good would your astonishing Qianwen understood, even the 2 strange integration cultivators who had appeared out of nowhere were also Chen Shu's means. You can't do it. Chen Shu's expression did not change as he continued to stabilize the formation. At this moment, he sensed a nearly palpable killing intent, and a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood faintly appeared before him. If nothing unexpected happens, you are not one of my Hongtu Daozhou people. Qianwen sighed. I never expected that I would still see someone from outside the realm at this point in my life. A sinister smile appeared on Qianwen's face as he gazed at the powerful blood energy surging from Chen Shu, licking his lips. Killing him was one thing, but consuming his flesh and blood would undoubtedly be a great supplement, perhaps even allowing him to make up for his deficits and escape safely. His body moved closer, ignoring the attacks from the 3 latest-stage integration cultivators, rapidly closing the distance. Chen Shu was unafraid. The opponent's condition was far from peak, so what was there to fear? Though the saying goes that a dead camel is bigger than a horse, he was no horse, but a fierce tiger. Roar. Enter the formation with your body, be one with the Tao. Chen Shu began to chant, uttering one ancient syllable after another, resonating with the profound sounds of the Tao, shaking the void. 4th secret vault open. His eyes bled, and a few drops of golden blood containing terrifying life force slid down the corner of his mouth, enveloping him in a surge of brilliant light. Senior Martial Brother War on your Tao is correct, but you are merely using the wrong tools. He laughed heartily, smashing a fist into his chest, pulling out his beating heart in front of everyone. Quick, stop that dead eunuch. Tian Mu roared angrily, and Tian Hai Lu struck out. He realized that Chen Chu was currently undergoing a transformation. No one must disturb him, he needed time. Master, lend me a helping hand. Chen Ruashi also wore a serious expression. Reaching the peak of returning void is enough. Chen Ruashi once again drew strength, raising her cultivation to the peak of returning void to join the fray, holding Qian when firmly in place. The mysteries of the human body are boundless. Both cultivation and martial arts stem from the same source, aiming to elevate oneself and transcend the Tao. Martial arts harness the power of heaven and earth to forcibly unlock the deepest energies within the human body, merging with the forces of nature to forge a new path. However, Chen Chu only followed a part of that path. He did not emulate it. He forged a new route for himself. He treated his body as if it were a weapon or a pill, inscribing countless formations and talismans upon his flesh. He aimed to enhance his physical strength, while also elevating his cultivation, utilizing these powers to unlock hidden treasures and strengthen himself. He inscribed numerous life formations upon his still-beating heart, infusing every part of it. He also inscribed countless runes embodying both life and death. In an instant the heart became extraordinary, yet the agony from the etching process was immense. It felt as though something were gnawing at his heart, the intense pain threatening to cause him to faint if his will faltered even slightly. Next he summoned spiritual fire, pouring in numerous materials, refining his heart as if it were a weapon, until this heart became incredibly powerful, each heartbeat resonating like a great bell vibrating through space. Then he jumped into the spiritual fire, beginning the forging process. He treated himself as a large pill, placing his heart before him to enjoy the searing heat. Thus, after enduring for nearly half a day, the heart had transformed into a brilliant gem. A surge of energy buried deep within him erupted, opening a door through which countless life essences flooded into his body. In just a moment, Chen Chu's aura condensed further, gradually escalating at a terrifying speed. The flames also grew larger. Faintly one could see a door opening above his head, through which a river of life essence and energy. This made his body stronger, his life force more potent, and his power greater. The entire person was undergoing a transformation. His aura was steadily rising. Bang! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed as a vast long bridge appeared before Chen Chu. He stepped forward without hesitation, each step causing the long bridge to extend several meters further. The other end of the bridge stretched into the boundless chaos. If he continued walking, he would surely glimpse the scenery beyond the chaos. With each step, Chen Chu's aura grew stronger, until he surpassed the energy of returning void. A shadow appeared behind him. It radiated holy light, as if it were a template of Chen Chu himself. Seeing that shadow, it stepped into his physical body, merging soul and body. On the long bridge, a massive heavenly gate emerged at the bridge's head. His aura surged again, his blood roaring like a raging river. A presence that looked down upon the world, pressed down upon everything, his figure towering like a mountain. After a long while, Chen Chu finally stepped down from the bridge. With each step, the impurities on his body diminished until he completely left the bridge. The totem on his back vanished, the runes disappeared, and the formations faded away. They all merged into his body, completely unified. What do you say? How do you wish to die, eh? Chen Chu suddenly glared at Qian when an invisible pressure emanating, shaking the heavens. How arrogant. Even if you break through to integration, what will it matter? Qian Wen spoke thus, but in his heart a storm was already raging. He had witnessed Chen Chu's breakthrough process with his own eyes. He silently exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" Just the pressure brought by his completion of the breakthrough was not weaker than that of an ordinary late integration stage, perhaps even stronger. In the east, 2 more pests have arrived. Leave him to me. Chen Chu pointed at Qian when, having felt a significant enhancement in his perception after activating the 4th hidden treasure. He could even sense the reinforcements arriving from miles away in an instant. All right, let's intercept the reinforcements. Seeing Chen Chu's state, Chu Chang felt as if a divine presence had descended, and he felt considerably more at ease. He did not waste words. In his heart, he knew that Chen Chu was not one who liked to let things slip. His evaluation of Chen Chu was simply, a tiger lurks within his heart, savoring the roses. Tian Mu and the others nodded as well. Chen Chu's words were those of one of the clan leaders, and as protectors they would absolutely obey. Immediately, they went with Chu Chang to set up an ambush. The divine bridge. He slightly closed his eyes, carefully sensing it. His path forward had become clear. He just needed to step onto the divine bridge and walk straight ahead. I admire your courage. You have given me the chance to kill you. Qian Wen saw that Chu Chang and the others had left, and there was no one left to stop him. He was filled with joy. His gaze turned cold as he scrutinized Chen Chu, as if contemplating where to strike first. He intended to savor the moment. Boom. Chen Chu stepped forward, suddenly opening his eyes to look at Qian Wen. Was there a better whetstone than the peak integration stage? His breakthrough in power needed someone to test it against. Similarly, he planned to take off Qian Wen's head as a tribute to Li Ming. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon arose. The heavenly gate's manifestation descended, pressuring the world and suppressing evil. At the moment the heavenly gate appeared, blood evil trembled all over, as if this phenomenon could threaten it, filling it with fear. Chen Shu glanced at blood evil, intending to experiment with it thoroughly after the battle. Is this the southern heavenly gate? The ethereal figure of Hua Qingwu appeared, gazing at the heavenly gate on Chen Shu's back. However, after a closer examination, she dismissed this notion. It was not so. This heavenly gate was even more marvelous. You will be the most delicious delicacy I have ever tasted. By devouring you, I might advance further. Faced with Chen Shu's increasingly dense vital energy and surging life essence, Chen Wen's greed could no longer be contained, his eyes filled with avarice. He was the most vibrant and formidable person he had ever encountered. Even the black dragon he had seen before, after breaking through to integration, was not even 1/10 of the man before him. Practicing the secret method of devouring evil, consuming Chen Shu would be equivalent to swallowing the vitality of millions of feeble mortals and minor cultivators. You will die, the Red Earth Empire will perish, and your emperor will also die. Chen Shu replied calmly, as each step he took made the heavenly gate behind him more solid. His acupoints radiated light, and his Dharma form reached the heavens and the earth. Boom! He moved, leaping into the air, instantly vanishing from his original spot. In terms of speed, he was not much slower than the Void Secret technique. Puff! A punch landed heavily on Chen Wen's chest, instantly exploding it, and creating a horrifying blood hole. The speed was too fast, so fast that Chen Wen had no time to react. As Chen Shu's second strike was about to descend, he hurriedly activated his spiritual treasure, a green seal that was quite battered. Yet the energy and aura contained within it were entirely contrary to that of a major spirit treasure. Even stronger, endowed with the power of creation. This is the spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by the Emperor. You can die under this great seal, and you can smile even in the underworld. Qianwen chuckled coldly. Under the effect of the green seal, the wounded chest was slowly healing. The seal harbored a tremendous life force. However, its power was somewhat lacking, more like an auxiliary type of treasure. On the green seal, faint traces of red markings could be seen. It seemed somewhat strange. Dog-slaved. The green seal fell upon Chen Shu's nape at an incredible speed, as heavy as a towering mountain. If struck by this seal, not to mention dying on the spot, this body would be left nearly crippled. The closer he got, the more Chen Shu could sense that this great seal was not a killing tool, an auxiliary type of immortal treasure. With an overwhelming life force, Chen Shu's nose twitched, and he crossed his silver-white fists together. He wanted to resist this strike with his physical strength. Boom! The terrifying power shook Chen Shu's entire body. A torrent of energy engulfed his orifices. The might was horrifying. But the killing power was too lacking. As the torrent of mana surged, the formation inscribed within Chen Shu's orifices began to operate. It specifically aimed to disperse, refine, and flow this force into his body. His flesh was akin to a spiritual treasure and also a form of elixir. These energies were differentiated, transforming into countless nutrients. Moreover, Chen Shu even pressed down on the green seal, hoping to glimpse the source of the energy within. This made Qianwen anxious, hastily retracting it. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that this treasure would be drained. What a pity! If it weren't so severely damaged, I might truly die at your hands. Chen Shu shook his head with a smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Within his body lay countless killing formations. If he could be destroyed by the invasion of energy, it would mean that his Tao was flawed. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Qianwen began to employ other killing methods. A torrent of attacks along with a massive hand formed from blood waves came crashing down. Amidst the surging blood waves, a finger was formed, pressing down towards Chen Shu. Not wishing to give him another chance after their initial probing clash, he realized that Qianwen before him was merely a facade. The spiritual treasure he relied upon had no effect on him. The silver-white gauntlets danced, brilliance erupted, scattering a vast array of celestial radiance and killing intent. 3 phantom seals overlapped in the air, nearly becoming solid. He poured all the energy he had absorbed into the great seal, unleashing it completely. With his way, he returned it to him. How is this possible? Qianwen quickly dodged, using great mana to form a barrier in front of him to mitigate the damage. But unexpectedly, this barrier in Chen Shu's hands was as fragile as paper. It failed to provide any defense and was easily shattered. The silver-white fist slammed into his chest. He instinctively raised his arm to block. However, this energy directly crushed his arm bones. He felt pain and anger. With one hand forming a seal, his entire body suddenly expanded, resembling a pufferfish. Another mouthful of old blood spurted out corrosive and filled with incantations. Suddenly the sky was filled with lightning and blood-red bolts struck down. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. I admit you are the most talented person I have ever met. But today this ends here. Qianwen was furious. He had never endured such great harm in his life. He ignited his life force, summoning a forbidden move to attack. He calculated the energy, locking all his attacks onto Chen Chu, aiming to obliterate him. Chen Chu could only be forced to block and endured 3 bolts of thunder before starting to counterattack. Qianwen had already used one of his trump cards. The Blood Thunder was his most powerful killing move, but it had no effect on Chen Chu. After all, Chen Chu had undergone the baptism of the Thunder Pool. This level of thunder damage would be fatal to others, but was merely a slight increase in pain for him. His tolerance was extraordinarily high, frighteningly so. Below the Great Ascension stage, few could defeat him. Even at the pinnacle of the Convergence stage, he was still terrifying despite his flesh being slightly inferior to Chen Chu. However, the depth of his mana was incredibly formidable. Furthermore, he had also undergone a touch of celestial spiritual cleansing, making it not easy to kill him. Chen Chu remained unfazed, his left hand resting behind him as he sketched with a small sword in the void. He aimed to weave a web that would continuously whittle away at Qianwen's mana, trapping him within and slowly wearing him down. As the two were locked in a stalemate miles away, the power of convergence erupted. Another battlefield was opened. They could not delay for too long. Seeing his reinforcements arrive, Qianwen grew anxious. He initiated the attack first, his entire body radiating a blood-red glow, transforming into an overwhelming demonic hand that streaked through the air like lightning. Accompanied by a hint of thunderous power, it pressed down fiercely towards Chen Chu. The mana was incredibly strong. 9 Heaven's Sacred Fist. Radiance erupted as the martial essence within him fused with the heavenly gate, transforming him into a sacred emperor, his black hair billowing his might, overwhelming the heavens. The heavens trembled and starlight flickered. A punch was hurled out, causing the firmament to hum. The power of the fist was nearly unleashed at half, its might possessing the force of the Great Ascension stage. As their palms clashed, Chen Chu nearly expended most of his strength, integrating all his brilliance into the attack, causing him to appear somewhat dim. Moreover, he infused all his essence, spirit, and energy into it, erupting in a brilliant radiance. The holy fist imprint descended, causing even the sky to change color. Boom. In the distance, the 9 Heaven's Sacred Fist struck down, obliterating Qianwen's mana hand. The sea rippled, the space trembled, as if a fist imprint was stamped down. The fist imprint penetrated through Qianwen. He attempted to lift the green seal, to heal himself, only to find he could no longer control his body. He felt somewhat dazed, looking down at his body, only to discover it was reduced to a chunk of flesh, a half hand still gripping the green seal. His blood splattered onto the ground, instantly melting the earth, triggering a restriction, transforming into a lake of blood. He was somewhat incredulous, wanting to use his power. Yet he found he could no longer summon even a shred of energy, unable to draw upon the slightest essence of heaven and earth. Am I dead? He was bewildered as his half hand fell towards the ground, separating from the green seal. The remaining head also began to dissolve, turning into drops of blood falling into the lake below. His soul had long perished within the characteristics of the 9 Heaven's Sacred Fist. Now that the last trace of consciousness had vanished, it signified the death of Qianwen, the infamous official of the Red Earth Empire. In the Red Earth Empire, within the imperial capital, the spiritual tablet belonging to Qian exploded in the center of the hall dedicated to the various guardians. Only 2 luminous spiritual tablets remained in the entire guardian hall. After another half a cup of tea's time, one of the remaining 2 tablets extinguished. Only the soul tablet of Yuying remained on the offering table of the guardian hall. It still emitted a faint glow. To kill or to spare. At the moment Chen Chu picked up the fallen green seal, Chen Ruoshi and the others had already returned. This time the reinforcements came from the North King Mi-In, stationed in the northern part of the Red Earth Empire. As a latest-stage fusion cultivator along with a mid-stage fusion guardian, how could he possibly be a match for 3 latest-stage fusion cultivators? In a matter of moments the guardian fell. Mi-In didn't even have the chance to execute his methods before Hua Qingwu intervened, sealing his divine consciousness and capturing him. Mi-In, who was beaten to a pulp, was thrown at Chen Chu's feet. At this moment he had already regarded Chen Chu as the leader. After all, without him the island of life would have long been overrun. Naturally we should kill him. But we need to extract some information first. Chen Chu looked at Chen Ruoshi, his intention quite clear. He understood his sister well. She had some special methods for dealing with souls. No matter how high the cultivation level of that divine soul had been in life in her hands, it was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. Leave it to me. Chen Ruoshi took over, glancing at the green seal in Chen Shui's hand. This one too, give it to me. Chen Shui was still curiously examining the green seal, which was inscribed with characters not belonging to their human race. It was swiftly snatched away by a delicate jade hand. He felt somewhat helpless. He shrugged. There was nothing he could do after all he indulged her. This is the Qingling seal, a natal treasure of the Qingling, celestial, one of the guardians from the grass spirit race, who transformed from a green pine tree. I didn't expect it to shatter like this. It might not even be as good as a great ascension spiritual treasure. Hua Qingwu examined the broken seal in her wrist space. Seeing something she had once known turn into this state was indeed somewhat regretful. Is this thing of no use now? Chen Ruoshi felt a bit sorry as she took the green seal, sensing the faint but terrifying life force contained within. It's of no use anymore. The power of the Qingling seal is nearly depleted. If we utilize the life force within a few more times, this treasure will simply turn into an ordinary stone. Hua Qingwu shook her head. This was a tricky issue. If she were at her peak, she could reforge it. Now reshaping this treasure was exceedingly difficult. At that moment a figure sprang to mind. Perhaps he has a way. Who? Your father. Hua Qingwu said without hesitation. When you see your father in the future, ask him if he has a way to repair it or to maintain it. This is a good item for preserving life. Chen Ruoshi noted her words, pondering when to inquire with her father. For now what needed to be done was to deal with the pig-headed man before them. A needle emitting a faint divine soul light held in her hand was accurately thrust into Mi-Yin's temple. A muffled groan was heard as Mi-Yin's divine soul ascended. Chen Ruoshi grasped it tightly, compressing it. Then, utilizing illusion techniques with Hua Qingwu's assistance, she began to extract memories. The more information she saw, the more her expression changed. By the end, the spiritual fire on her forehead was almost blazing to the sky, when she suddenly opened her eyes and angrily shouted, "What a bunch of damned beasts!" What happened? Chen Shui looked over, seeing Chen Ruoshi so furious that the ground trembled. Without saying a word, she projected the copied memories. Chen Shui merely glanced through them and fell silent. His expression darkened to the point where it seemed like it could drip water. The nine heavens' sacred shadow behind him involuntarily manifested, causing the atmosphere to tremble. Brother Chu Chong. What was the Red Earth Empire like before? How many human beings are left now? Chen Chu asked Chu Chong, his silence terrifying. Chu Chong had witnessed the changes, leading many to resist. He could be considered a righteous cultivator. Having spent his entire life struggling against the Red Earth Empire, he naturally knew more about what had happened than anyone else present. In the past, although it couldn't be considered a place of peace and prosperity, people could survive. The population of humans in the entire Dao province exceeded 1 billion. Now, Chu Chong frowned, taking a deep breath, clearly agitated. It's hard to say. Excluding my 200 million population here, the entire Dao province probably has no more than 1 billion, perhaps even less. Where did they all go? Chen Ruoshi spoke up, her brow furrowing, causing the temperature around her to suddenly rise, reaching thousands of degrees in an instant. The blood pool beside them boiled violently. If not for the high cultivation levels of those present, many innocent people might have melted in that moment. They were eaten. All of them were taken for blood extraction and soul stripping, becoming nourishment for the imperial family's enhancement. Chu Chong gently calmed his head, his body trembling slightly. This occurred nearly 10,000 years ago when the previous emperor suddenly ascended, sparking a bloody struggle for the throne. Afterward, the current emperor, Mi Qian, seized control, eliminating a batch of dissenting cultivators and families. Following that, a relatively peaceful rule lasting several hundred years began. Strangely, in various places within the Dao province, there were large-scale occurrences of entire cities' populations suddenly disappearing. This led countless prominent families to investigate. Shortly thereafter, a large city with a void-returning cultivator station saw all living beings disappear. All forces of the empire began to panic. At that time, the imperial family even sent people to search for the culprits, causing quite a commotion. Afterward, when the imperial family intervened, incidents occurred in regions without a void-returning cultivator, where only some medium-sized areas quietly vanished. This raised the alarm among all major forces, including Chu Chang's clan. Subsequently, it was discovered that this matter was orchestrated by the imperial family. At that time, the major forces were not weak. Their combined strength even surpassed that of the imperial family. The imperial family did not hide it. Mi Qian directly stepped forward. He disclosed all the information, and the various factions learned about the imperial family's cannibalism. This nearly sparked a war, only quelled when the imperial family shared the secret technique of eating people. The atmosphere began to shift. Numerous factions that had been stuck at a standstill, unable to advance or retreat, along with some seeking breakthroughs, and those with dying ancestors and no heirs started to join in. The royal family is growing increasingly powerful. Some strong figures from other factions believe that this matter disturbs the balance of heaven and earth. Subsequently, the royal family schemed to eliminate a group of these unwilling to be complicit. A great battle broke out. However, how could these righteous factions possibly stand against the Red Earth Empire, which rapidly increased its strength by devouring others? Soon a significant number were slaughtered. Among them, the 4 major non-royal factions willing to be complicit took action. A major cleansing began. As a result, a war lasting 100 years erupted, with the righteous factions dwindling to near extinction. It wasn't until Chu Chang and his group discovered a hidden paradise, the Island of Life. They embarked on a journey of defection. The royal family and other devouring factions regarded the Island of Life, where Chu Chang resided, as a thorn in their flesh. After slaughtering the key figures who set up the array on the Island of Life, the royal family ceased to act directly, allowing other non-royal factions to take the lead and grant them power. This led to the continuous depletion of other factions' foundations, allowing the royal family to expand and dominate all factions in the Red Earth Dao province. After hearing Chu Chang's description, Chen Ruoxi and Chen Chu fell silent for a moment. Hua Qingwu in her anger cursed vehemently. Finally Chen Ruoxi spoke, her voice icy. King Wu, I believe the Red Earth Empire no longer needs to exist. This time she spoke as one of the family leaders conversing with Chen Chu. Fire flashed in her eyes, filled with a murderous intent, so intense it seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Call a conference of nobles. The two nodded in unison. Chu Chang was taken aback, wondering what the two were discussing. What conference of nobles? However, from their tone it seemed they were about to make some significant decision. He glanced at Tian Mu and another who stood beside them like humble servants. Understanding dawned on him, and he quietly withdrew, leaving space for the two. As Chu Chang walked, he felt a moment of confusion. After resisting for thousands of years, his offspring were killed, watching helplessly as his disciples were surrounded and slaughtered, and the old predecessors who led him were dragged to death, while escorting him and the new forces. His family's power was shattered, leaving him the sole survivor. His last friend Li Ming also perished. Now he felt lost. At this moment he did not know where to go. His power was too weak. If it weren't for the Chun family's assistance, the last motivation supporting him would have likely led to the Island of Life's demise. He settled atop the peak of the first Island of Life, retrieving Li Ming's relics. He unearthed half a jar of spiritual wine and placed it beside him. He also planted half a spearhead into the ground before him. Now he had only one goal: to eradicate the root of evil. To destroy the Red Earth Empire, slay all those who devour others, and honor his friends and predecessors. Look, you didn't even get to drink one last cup before leaving so impulsively. Chu Chang forced a smile, taking out 2 wine bowls, filling them, and looking towards the spearhead. If there is reincarnation, I hope you are reborn as my son. That would indeed be an interesting fate. He made a few jokes, and as he spoke 2 drops of clear tears fell to the ground. He raised a bowl of wine and drank it down, pouring the wine before the spearhead. The spearhead, although damaged, was still Li Ming's life treasure, retaining a trace of spirituality that emitted a warm and bright light, as if responding to its master. Chu Chang allowed the rich spiritual energy of the wine to circulate within him and gently smiled at the spearhead. I will take good care of your daughter. From today on, she will be my legitimate daughter. I will not allow her to suffer even a slight harm. Chu Chang stood solemnly, carefully storing the spearhead and nurturing it with his own magic. He hoped that one day Li Ming's spear could once again gain spirituality, becoming a continuation of his life. Meanwhile, in Li Ming's estate, Li Jiuling stared blankly at Li Ming's portrait, her eyes slightly red and swollen with 2 lines of tear stains. It seemed she had just been crying. Chun Mu quietly accompanied her from the side, watching the portrait in his wife's arms, lost in his father-in-law had fallen in this unfamiliar environment, providing him shelter. A respected elder had thus departed. Cultivators are also human, even immortals possess life, and falling is simply falling. At this moment he seemed to understand his grandfather. Holding up an entire family alone must be incredibly lonely. Letting one's descendants live wildly, perhaps out of loneliness, hoping that someone from the next generation could follow in his footsteps. Even if he fell, there were numerous descendants to pass on his will, serving as a continuation of his life. This further solidified his resolve to seek the Tao. He swore in his heart to avenge his father-in-law, fulfilling his life's wish and overthrowing the rule of the Red Earth Empire. Jilling, I am still here. Your father perhaps is still watching us from the beyond. He cared for you the most. Seeing you so sad, he would surely feel sorrow too. Chen Mu Yi embraced Li Jioling from behind, his tone gentle as he comforted her. What we need to do now is live well cultivate diligently, fulfill father-in-law's unfinished wishes, and live out our own brilliance. Li Jioling's eyes brimmed with tears again, and she directly fell into Chen Mu Yi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Mu Yi's heart softened immensely. After an unknown amount of time, the beauty in his arms gradually fell asleep. Even cultivators after great joy and sorrow experience immense exhaustion of spiritual energy. Now being able to sleep is naturally the best. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Chu Chang walked in and saw Li Jioling sleeping in Chen Mu Yi's arms in the center of the hall. Noticing her swollen eyes, Chu Chang felt a pang of heartache. Mu Yi, take good care of Jioling. From now on you will be the closest person to her. I will always be watching over you both, helping you grow. Chu Chang took a deep breath, placing Li Ming's relics in front of Chen Mu Yi and Li Jioling. He then silently turned and walked towards the door, his footsteps light, afraid of waking Li Jioling. Jioling, your father's vengeance, your uncle Chu Chang, will definitely help you take it. As he reached the door, Chu Chang could not help but look back, saying softly. Then resolutely turning, he closed the door and left. At the instant the door closed, Li Jioling had already awakened when Chu Chang pushed open the door. For the closest friend of her father, a predecessor, and her elder, she did not want Chu Chang to see her like this to cause him heartache. At the moment the door closed, Li Jioling shouted, Uncle Chu, I do not want you to avenge my father. I do not wish for any more loved ones to leave. The last sentence was tinged with a sob. If one suffers, how can Chu Chang not feel pain? Chu Chang and Li Ming can be considered both teacher and friend, as well as brothers. Even Li Ming could call Chu Chang master. Moreover, his father was also Chu Chang's last close friend. He regarded Chu Chang as family. If he were to fall, he would have no elders left. Chu Chang's heart tightened as he took a deep breath and closed the door. He found it impossible to answer Li Jioling, who he regarded as a dear nephew. Chu Chang left. Li Jioling, cradled in Chen Yu's arms, fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on Chen Chua's side, the noble assembly convened with only Chen Shihao and Chu Fan missing. The rest had all entered. I never expected there to be such a wicked place in the world. I second the decision of the Tianhuang king and the martial king. The Duke of Yi fell silent for a moment before responding. Although he was not very old, his mindset had undergone a tremendous transformation after countless simulations in the illusionary realm. He also held fast to his original intentions, providing an answer and suggestions at the first opportunity. I agree as well, the Star King said solemnly, as one of the few nobles remaining in the clan, beginning to prepare the clan's forces. At the same time, he saw an opportunity. Besides eradicating such toxic existences in the mortal world, there was something even more crucial. The strategic position of the Hongtu Dao Prefecture was excellent. With a bit of enhancement, it could serve as an exceptional retreat, as well as a prime cultivation ground. I agree. I will personally arrive soon to participate in this expedition. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chuling spoke, both out of sentiment and reason. Everyone must take action. I second this. I haven't participated in clan battles for many years, and I want to stretch my muscles. The speaker was Lei Wang Chen Chu Xiao. At this moment, he was in a corner of the continent, surrounded by thunder, as if in a realm of lightning. Here some beings had come into existence from the consciousness born of thunder. It was also a matter of chance. During his training, he encountered an old man who refused to let go, insisting they were fated to meet. Afterward, he was brought to this thunder-filled world. This troubled him greatly. For 30 years, everything around him was nothing but thunder. He hadn't even seen a living person had it not been for the occasional contact through the Heavenly King's Hall with Qin Xingxing, who was studying within the clan. He might have gone mad. Master, let me out. There's an emergency at home. My third brother and sister Ruashi are in danger. I need to go back to help. I'm not lying this time. Chen Chuxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, enduring the monotony of the surrounding thunder. Suddenly, he cleared his throat and shouted towards the distant thunderclouds. His shout startled the small thunderballs playing around him, making them jump about excitedly. Before long, a stern-faced old man appeared, stepping through the thunder. Damn brat, what are you shouting for? I was just about to charm your purple cloud master. You spoiled my good fortune, you little rascal. The old man was furious, wishing he could slap Chen Chuxiao across the face. What are you being so cocky for? I'm not joking with you today. Quickly let me go to the Hongtu continent. I need to assist my sister and third brother. Chen Chuxiao's rebellious spirit was on the verge of overstepping its bounds. He then joked, you and Master Xian have been together for so many years. Oh, why bring this up now? Besides, if you let me go this time, I'll steal my father's collection of the 36 strategies for pursuing women for you. You little rascal. The old man had no choice but to pat him on the shoulder twice. Is that true? I swear it's no lie. The old man and the boy exchanged a glance and slapped each other's hand as if sealing a pact. Don't blame the old man. You've already broken through to the virtual return stage. I guarantee no one in this world can surpass your cultivation speed. At that time, whatever happens, you bear the responsibility. Even if someone kills you, I won't lift a finger. And remember to come back alive with the books your father collected for me. You know what I mean. Consider it a tribute to your master. The old man counted off several requests on his fingers. Chen Shuxiao nodded repeatedly, patting his chest to assure he would comply. All right then. You should go out and experience the world, otherwise no one can stand your daily shouting. After speaking, the old man gathered a flash of lightning with both hands, instantly opening a colorful portal before him. Remember to protect yourself with the power of extreme thunder. I will send you away. Be careful not to be harmed by those beasts in the thunder pool. Chen Shuxiao nodded repeatedly, following his instructions and leaping into the passage. The old man felt something move at his waist, only to see Chen Chuxiao's magical hand stealthily taking a hammer he had at his waist. You little rascal. The old man did not stop him, only chuckling while cursing. Moments later, the passage closed, and the old man stared at the tightly shut portal, lost in thought. Are you really willing to let Shuxiao go out alone to experience the world? Aren't you afraid he will be killed by others, severing your inheritance? A melodious female voice rang in his ear. An old woman in a purple robe walked swiftly to the old man's side, whispering in his ear, "Isn't your inheritance still here? Besides, he has taken my heavenly thunder hammer. Who can deal with him if I don't show up?" The old man, who was originally somewhat hunched and cunning, now appeared tall and handsome. After a moment, he transformed into a tall and handsome figure, his dark eyes sparkling with stars, and his silver hair looking extraordinarily handsome. The old woman beside him also morphed into a peerless fairy, her flowing purple hair complementing his, as if they were a match made in heaven. Just don't secretly follow him around later. Ziying teased, then vanished from the man's sight. Meanwhile, a mirror passed through the void, crossing over the sea of thunder. It landed in the hands of Chen Shuxiao, who had plunged into the ocean, joyfully stirring the seawater. Ziying mirror. Thank you, Master Ziying. Chen Shuxiao received the mirror, his expression changing slightly as he bowed respectfully towards the distant void, his eyes filled with immense joy. With one hand holding the hammer and the other the mirror, was he not invincible in the world? Home to Dao Prefecture, home to Empire, here I come, young Master Shuxiao. Tremble in fear. The young man, clutching two great treasures, set off towards the indicated coordinates. At this moment, the noble assembly concluded, and everyone present voted unanimously. Meanwhile, the Chen clan was mobilizing. Those over the transformation stage were eager to board the warships heading to Hongtu Dao Prefecture. Some clan members who had not reached the transformation stage could only harbor silent resentment, quietly organizing supplies within the clan or taking over the posts of those who went to battle. In the Hongtu Dao state, after issuing the notice, Chen Ruoshi was unwilling to wait any longer. The longer she waited, the more likely unforeseen events would arise. Seizing the opportunity before the Hongtu Empire could fully respond, she decided to take the initiative. The main strategy was to catch them off guard. Everyone was astonished by this idea. For thousands of years, their actions had always been small-scale harassment followed by a hasty retreat. They had always been at a disadvantage. Now a comprehensive counteroffensive was underway, stirring excitement in many hearts. They had received word that a mysterious external ally, a terrifying force, had arrived. The cultivators who had come to assist all belonged to this one force. Currently on the Island of Life, there were 4 combined stage cultivators. The cultivators of the Island of Life had never fought such a wealthy battle, naturally feeling elated. This time, major naval fleets were dispatched to assault various smaller islands to rescue those who had been captured. The remaining main forces landed from the west, heading straight for Shilling City. The plan was to steadily conquer the entire Shilling region. With a single command, everyone was mobilized. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were brought out to sea to rescue those ordinary people from small towns and islands. On the island, only a small number of cultivators and ordinary people remained active. In the southern Dao state, Chen Feng had also emerged from his seclusion. He sensed that his martial arts cultivation had progressed a little further. He immediately realized that it was Chen Shu who had broken through. For such pioneers, any breakthrough was significant. The feedback he received was not insignificant. In no time, he would also reach the great ascension stage in martial arts cultivation. The increase in the number of cultivators in his clan had already begun to aid his cultivation. However, it was still just a drop in the bucket. Most of his clan members remained at the golden core and nascent soul stages. Yet he was at the forefront, almost at the pinnacle of the continent. As long as the scattered immortals did not emerge, he could claim dominance. The cultivation feedback from his descendants brought little help aside from a few who had returned to the void. Nevertheless, at this speed, even if he were to lie down in a grave for 10,000 years, he would still be able to ascend. However, time was too short, and it seemed that the gains were not as plentiful. Home to Dao State. He had been a constant listener at the Noble Conference, and had naturally learned much information. Just right, to resolve the issues in the southern eastern region. First, then go and take a look at this cannibal nation. Chen Feng made up his mind and stepped out of the cave. Not long after exiting the cave, his good disciple and grandson Ku Feng arrived. Congratulations, Master, on your emergence. I wish you great success in your divine skills. Ku Feng felt that Chen Feng's aura had grown even more terrifying, and he immediately determined that his master must have advanced further. This was indeed great news. Master, I have come to report on what we have done these days as per your instructions. Ku Feng, with a face full of reverence, recounted the establishment of Yicheng and the relocation of the populace. He detailed everything that happened until Yicheng was officially opened. No one caused trouble. Chen Feng nodded lightly, and then asked. He needed a reason. Recently it has been fine. I and junior brother Jean intervened once, and everything quieted down. What about before? Ku Feng raised his head, and after a moment's pause recounted the disturbances caused by some forces. These forces were primarily there to probe the Qin clan. Upon discovering that the strongest within the inner city was merely at the returning void stage, their concerns eased. After a show of intimidation, they ceased their small actions. Before, the other three major forces in the eastern region announced their alliance after I and the junior brothers from Jinha Valley built the city together. They called themselves the Eastern Peace Association and have been sending people to harass Yicheng, even trying to infiltrate the inner city to scout for information. The person who entered the inner city was captured by us and publicly executed. After intimidating the Eastern Peace Association, they ceased any further actions. Ku Feng lowered his head, afraid to look at Chen Feng, fearing he would think he had not handled matters well, and that even the inner city of Yicheng had been infiltrated, incurring Chen Feng's displeasure. Eastern Peace Association. Truly bold. You did very well. Chen Feng noted the name of this alliance, coincidentally wanting a reason to integrate the eastern region. Now it was practically served on a silver platter. Seeing that Chen Feng did not blame him and even praised and recognized him, Ku Feng felt immensely excited. Thus, thinking of the beautiful place he had built with his junior brothers, he continued to report. Master, besides this matter, we have also constructed a tower for you. There is something you would like there. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng immediately became interested. Looking at Ku Feng's proud expression, it seemed to be quite good. Take me to see it. Yes. Ku Feng was overjoyed and quickly led Chen Feng. Their pace was not slow as they arrived at the highest peak of Tianjian Mountain, the former Lord's Hall. Now the Lord's Hall had been demolished and rebuilt into a towering skyscraper reaching directly into the clouds. Upon arriving at this skyscraper, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He could easily see that the construction standard of this building was so high that even its exterior surpassed that of magical treasures. The materials used were vast and numerous. Very thoughtful. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Why did he prefer to be on the mountaintop? Naturally, it was to overlook the world below and display the demeanor of a transcendent being. As long as you like it, Master, that is all that matters. This is what I should do. After receiving affirmation, Ku Feng was even happier. What is the name of this building? Chen Feng inquired with keen interest. Star Plucking Tower. Moi. Chen Feng found the name somewhat familiar. His brows slightly furrowed, but soon relaxed. The world had changed, or what taboos did he still care about? Not bad. This name was naturally excellent. If you were to name it, it would be something similar. Inside we have gathered and collected everything you like since you began your seclusion until now. Is that so? Chen Feng suddenly became interested. What did he like? For a moment, he was not even sure himself. He was curious to see what Ku Feng and the others had prepared. Having said that, he stepped lightly inside. Ku Feng naturally opened the door with care. Upon entering, Chen Feng was stunned. He was somewhat disoriented. Immediately, a melodious and enchanting melody filled the air. Greetings, Elder Chen Feng. Elder, you are so handsome. What greeted his eyes was a countless array of stunning beauties as Chen Feng's spiritual sense swept over. All of them possessed remarkable talents, and many even had special physiques, their appearances all of top quality. All were single spiritual root cultivators numbering in the hundreds. Their cultivation levels varied, with even a few at the transformation stage. Chen Feng was somewhat dazed and turned to ask Ku Feng, "Is this all you found for me?" My favorite things. Absurd. Faced with the enchanting ladies before him, Chen Feng fell silent. Turning back, Feng stood proudly awaiting Chen Feng's praise. What does he take me for? Chen Feng flicked his face, tapping 3 times on Feng's head. With a face full of indignation, he strode towards the upper level of the star-picking tower. He did not spare a glance at the stunningly beautiful and exceptionally gifted women. Upon reaching the corridor of the second level, Chen Feng halted in his tracks. Noticing that Feng was lost in thought, he let out a gentle sigh and surveyed the bewildered, yet curious gazes of the ladies below, who were looking at him. Shallow. Truly shallow. He feigned scolding again. Select 10 female cultivators to send to Yunchang. To Chunan. After saying this, Chen Feng ascended to the second floor. Feng appeared to be in deep thought. Senior, does Chen Feng not like us? Among them, the highest-ranked female cultivator stepped forward hesitantly and asked. Feng finally regained her senses and looked at the crowd of women gazing at her. After a moment of silence, she said, the ancestor must be feeling embarrassed. Someone of his stature cares about propriety. It is my fault, I should not have been so abrupt. What should we do? Most of the female cultivators here had come voluntarily due to attractive conditions. Now they felt somewhat anxious. Wouldn't this mean their effort was in vain? They still hoped to be favored by Chen Feng and become the wife of an immortal. It's fine. Earlier the ancestor tapped my head 3 times and then went up to the second floor. This must be his way of telling me to bring up 300 first. With this thought, Feng's mind gradually became active again. A flash of brilliance lit her eyes as she thought, I shall not let the ancestor down. Selecting the top 300 with the best qualifications, she directed them to ascend to the second level. She took 10 people with her to find Chen Chunan. However, upon reaching the second level, the group of female cultivators did not see Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not come down either. After discussing among themselves, the female cultivators concluded that this was a test bestowed by Chen Feng. They continued searching upwards until they reached the top floor. The star-picking tower was vast and tall. Even with their cultivation, it took considerable time for this group of women. Fortunately, after they climbed the final step, they spotted Chen Feng's figure. He stood at the top, gazing over the entire eastern region. The ladies did not dare to disturb him. Only after a while, when all the female cultivators had arrived, did Chen Feng slowly sigh and turn around. With his sword-like brows and the aura of celestial spirit surrounding him, he resembled an immortal descended from the heavens. Since you are all here, I trust you have contemplated thoroughly along the way. Please have a seat. With a wave of his hand, 301 cushions appeared in the hall along with small tables. Chen Feng then took out corresponding spirit wines according to each person's cultivation level and filled them with a wave of his hand. His movements were fluid and graceful. Especially when he waved his hand, the wine filled the jars effortlessly. Thank you, Senior Chen Feng. The ladies felt a bit shy. Chen Feng's demeanor was extraordinary. He bore no trace of condescension. With an elegant presence and remarkable looks combined with his formidable cultivation and background, he captured the hearts of all. They had come with trepidation, fearing Chen Feng might be an eccentric person. No need for such formalities. After drinking a jar of wine, the ladies gradually relaxed. What is a feast without dishes? Chen Feng chuckled lightly, waving his hand to produce a piece of dragon meat, which he skillfully cooked with spirit fire. In less than half a quarter, it was completely prepared, and the aroma wafted through the air. Chen Feng weakened the spirit energy within, otherwise the energy contained in the meat could potentially overwhelm many of the female cultivators present. Chen Feng shared joyous drinks with the ladies. Among them, many talented singers and dancers rushed forward to showcase their skills, aiming to catch Chen Feng's attention and leave a good impression. Quietly, night fell. Under the potent influence of the spirit wine, several bold female cultivators gradually gathered around Chen Feng, and some even shed their skirts to dance gracefully. Others who were more reserved were also pulled in by the atmosphere, each resembling a mesmerizing beauty with captivating looks. Yet to compete with 300 women, even the mightiest cultivators might find themselves in despair. Senior Chen Feng, whoa. A female cultivator with a water spirit root embodying the water spirit body rushed into Chen Feng's embrace, lamenting her woes. This sparked a chain reaction among the crowd. I did not expect there to be so many pitiable souls in this world of very well. Let me, a humble practitioner, feed the demons and rescue you from peril. Fortunately, Chen Feng had perfected his skills and faced the multitude of demons without showing fear. Riding forth with a spear in hand, he displayed his skills. For a time, the sounds of laughter and fierce battles intertwined, continuing for many days and nights. It has been a month. The master is truly formidable. His skills are unparalleled. The star-picking tower is now sealed off. Downstairs, Feng acted as a guard, fulfilling her duties diligently. During this time, all 470 female cultivators remaining were invited to the highest level. Feng, with admiration, sent several female disciples in to assist. Moreover, throughout this month, Feng could sense the spiritual energy around them stirring, continuously flowing into the star-picking tower. Even a hint of the yin and yang energies from the heavens began to merge within. Chen Feng's strength was also on the rise, with an aura emanating from him that was even more terrifying than before. On this day, Mu Lingwan also emerged from her seclusion. Upon learning that Chen Feng had not emerged for a month, she couldn't help but worry for the group of female cultivators. "I will go check personally." Mu Lingwan contemplated for a moment, deciding it was best to assess Chen Feng's condition herself. However, she held no worries in her heart. What a joke! She had spent a year in seclusion with Chen Feng. No one understood his prowess better than her. At this moment within East City, the Chen clan's commercial association had already made a name for itself, bustling with activity. Even Chen Wuzhai had personally appeared here. They opened several new branches, expanding their reach further. Thanks to Chen Xuanan, several branch clans were obedient and complied with his direction. Continuously branching out, they established new regulations for subclans. Coupled with the insights from her father months ago, Chen Xuanan motivated everyone once more. The subclans that came here were suffering greatly. Many had not even stepped outside their doors for several weeks. They felt utterly dehumanized. Chen Xuanan led by example, while also promoting the establishment of the Chen Clan Academy. After flourishing in East City, they extended their reach to other major cities in the eastern region. In Hongtu Daozhou, above the city of Xiling, a large flag emblazoned with the character Chun in gold trim fluttered in the air, signaling a complete change of ownership. Xiling City was swiftly breached, and the entire western territory fell, alarming the two kings of the southeast, even the emperor in the imperial city far away. However, at this crucial moment, he could not take action, as he had awakened all the resources cultivated by the royal family over the years. Biling City. This area was originally an endless vast plain surrounded by desolation, with the defensive formations in operation. This also marked the highest level of alert for Biling City. Outside the city, numerous flags waved. Chu Chang decisively chose to entrust the Island of Life to the Qin clan. This war had already become dominated by the Qin clan. "You outsiders should retreat quickly and return Xiling City to us. Our emperor is a great ascension cultivator, and our royal family's foundation is extraordinary, something you cannot withstand. Upholding the principle of goodwill, now is the time to withdraw, and all past grievances can be forgiven." On the walls of Biling City, a middle-aged man dressed in royal robes with a blood-red X on his forehead faced the approaching army. Feeling somewhat oppressed, the royal family had already realized that the Island of Life had somehow exited Hongtu Daozhou and sought external assistance. It was no wonder, as Qian Wen and the other 5 combined cultivators had all vanished. This mysterious Chun clan possessed an extraordinary foundation. Until they clarified the situation, the royal family dared not act rashly. Ridiculous. Are you not clear about what you have done? Even if we do not intervene, other external forces will step in and eradicate all of you troublemakers. Your hands are stained with the blood of your own kin, and in your madness to ascend you are unworthy to be called human. The speaker was Chun Xingxing, furious after learning more detailed information. Using the blood and souls of their own kin for cultivation was simply madness, utterly intolerable by the heavens. This news would surely attract many forces from the Xianling continent to unite for a righteous cause and to plunder this hidden paradise. Is there anything wrong with cultivating through blood and souls? It is an act against heaven to cultivate. Mi Wang retorted, holding a gleaming spiritual treasure. If it weren't for his duty to guard the formation, he would have long since taken up arms to slay this returning virtual cultivator who continually insulted him and the imperial family. This time the royal family mobilized all their resources, sending powerful cultivators to guard the regions connecting north and south with the western territory. This was to ensure that the opposing side could not bring their cultivators into the other 2 territories to conquer and plunder. As for the opposing strong cultivators crossing various cities to carry out decapitations, they were not afraid of that. The Hongtu Empire had been established for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they lack any foundational arrangements? Chun Roashi and the others understood this matter and could only advance step by step, gradually encroaching. The 4 major defensive cities were their primary targets. Currently, the Chen clan had brought only 27 returning virtual cultivators, most of whom were guards. Among the Chun clan's cultivators, there were not many who had reached the returning virtual stage. If it were not for Chen Chua's high-level combat capability, He could only defend Shilling City, while his father could not take action. Ruashi Xingxing stopped wasting time with him. Chen Chu clenched his fist, striking the formation with a resounding boom. Even the entire large formation trembled. This caused Mi Wang's expression to change. Chen Chu's strength was terrifyingly excessive. To be able to withstand a defensive formation that had been maintained for over 10,000 years during the strikes, the self-defense mechanism of the formation was triggered, unleashing waves of spiritual fire that turned into fireballs attacking Chen Chu, each comparable to a strike from a returning virtual cultivator. Chen Chu paid no mind, allowing the fireballs to strike him without flinching. He continued to throw punches, channeling his martial essence into relentless assaults. This made Mi Wang's expression change. He hurriedly communicated with the formation to disable the self-defense mechanism. Originally, he wanted to see Chen Chu suffer a loss from the self-defense formation. As a result, nothing happened, and countless spirit stones were consumed. This caused him immense pain, and he had no choice but to leave only a defensive function that continued to consume spirit stones. What does war consume? A vast amount of spirit stones. The formation requires spirit stones, and cultivators need spirit stones for healing and replenishment. There are far too many places that require spirit stones. Over the years, the Emperor unified resources and cultivated extraordinary weapons. Although plundering various factions could yield a significant amount of spirit stones, it was still insufficient to withstand the chaotic bombardment of a peak combined stage cultivator. No matter how strong the formation was, the consumption was still terrifying. This is an 8-tier formation, but it has been overly saturated, and in addition, this person has no foundation in formations, leaving it riddled with flaws. Give me some time, and I will break it. Chen Chu paused, quickly analyzing the flaws and weaknesses of the formation after a brief probing. As he spoke, he sat cross-legged outside the formation barrier, feverishly deducing methods to crack it. Seeing Chen Chu's arrogant actions of studying how to break his formation outside the barrier filled Mi Wang with immense anger. Do you think my royal family has no one? Mi Wang shouted angrily, drawing his weapon, wanting to confront Chen Chu. As he spoke, he sat cross-legged outside the formation barrier, feverishly deducing methods to crack it. Seeing Chen Chu's arrogant actions of he was merely in the midst of the combined phase. How could he possibly be a match for Chen Chu? Thus he had no choice but to abandon his small thoughts. He quietly awaited reinforcements. I will let you off this time, but when my people arrive I will deal with you. Despite feeling intimidated, he still tried to maintain his imposing demeanor. However, Chen Chu ignored him completely. Even if he came out to ambush, what could he do? He was being closely watched by 3 latest-stage combined cultivators. Moreover, the master of Chun Ruashi, a true monster, was also quietly observing. If he dared to step out, he would likely perish in an instant. Once he died, the restrictions in Bailing City would become meaningless, and with the 4 returning virtual cultivators within the city, they would be easily swept away, without Chen Chu needing to act. Time passed quietly. In the imperial capital, amidst a sea of blood, the emperor's blood had yet to dry as he suddenly opened his crimson eyes, awakening from his meditative state. Finally stabilized. Although he had improved his cultivation by absorbing others' blood and souls, there was no concept of a bottleneck. However, he had polished his foundation far too little. Once he broke through a realm, he had to properly refine and adapt within that realm. Otherwise, to exert even 70% of his strength would be considered a great achievement. After waking, a letter was handed to him by a cultivator dressed in royal attire. After invoking a special technique, the letter in hand turned to ashes and vanished. Before his eyes, the scene of Chen Chu violently beating Qianwen unfolded. Can you tell which faction's technique this is? After watching for a while, the emperor turned to look towards the shadow. A hoarse voice replied, his aura is quite unique. Among the information I've gathered, no other major factions on the continent possess this kind of inheritance technique. However, his blood and the aura within him are very enticing. If you were to consume him, you might be able to take the next step and refine your own blood once again. Only the voice was heard, but no one was seen. Mi Qian furrowed his brow. Is his blood special? He grasped the information in the conversation, puzzled. Indeed, he must have undergone a blood exchange. The blood within him has been purified multiple times, even capable of mobilizing some bloodline power. Postnatal against prenatal? Is he also one of your Tongxie clan members? Mi Qian secretly communicated with the ancestral legacy, watching the darkness attentively, hoping for a response. No. The method he uses to purify his blood is different from my clan's, and also unlike that of the creation lineage. I find his method very interesting. It seems to have none of the drawbacks associated with bloodline corruption. After a while, the hoarse voice came again. Mi Qian pondered deeply, gazing at the churning sea of blood and the vengeful souls roaring within it, lost in thought. Soon the darkness receded. Mi Qian swept through with his magical power, but found nothing. Another has left. Evil Lord, should I trust you or not? With such depth in this faction, how could you possibly have no information at all? A murderous intent flickered in Mi Qian's eyes as he stared at the place where the shadow had lingered. For nearly 10,000 years, he had never seen the true face of the evil lord who guided him from behind. At this moment, in a corner of the westernmost part of the continent lay a piece of black land filled with dark energy. Once this had been a thriving Dao state of a cultivation civilization, but now it had turned into wasteland. Surrounding this wasteland were numerous celestial patterns setting up countless prohibitions. It seemed that powerful beings had joined forces to seal this wasteland, attempting to prevent some monstrous being from emerging. However, the age of the celestial patterns was far too ancient. Even within the existence of this wasteland, the barriers had long since been broken, as they had been cracked for countless years. Within the wasteland there lay a royal palace. The aura here was incredibly oppressive, with layers of black mist enveloping the skies above the wasteland, resembling a realm of the dead. However, the stark difference was that near the palace there were countless small hills made from piled bones. Within the palace, a figure on the skull throne awakened. Chen clan. Wasn't the bishop we sent earlier in the territory of the Chen clan? The evil lord asked his various bishops below. Reporting to the true lord. Bishop Longsheng indeed died in the territory of the Chen clan, specifically in the Lingwen Dao state. But he was killed by the demon lord, and I wanted to lead the congregation for revenge, but unexpectedly the demon lord Sheng Che broke through to the Great Ascension. The redrobed bishop lowered his head, conveying all the information he knew. The people of the creation lineage really are like cockroaches that can't be killed. They actually allowed their descendants to produce capable individuals. The evil lord first commented on the demon lord before turning to the redrobed bishop. What about the Chen clan? I sensed previously that there was a bloodline fluctuation in the direction of the Lingwen Dao state. The redrobed bishop's face wore a hint of bitterness as he recalled how hard it was to sneak into the Lingwen Dao state. Guess what happened next? Before he could approach the control range of the Chen clan, the formation detected him. A few combined stage cultivators suddenly appeared, relentlessly chasing him down, not allowing him to stop. So you haven't even come close to the Chen clan. What a waste. Seeing the redrobed bishop nod, the evil lord couldn't help but scold angrily. Years have passed, and his congregation has become increasingly inept. My lord, please don't be angry. The prohibitions set up by that wretched person from Nanli Sanxian are nearly being worn away by us. It won't be long before I and the heavenly demons can go out, and at that time we will capture the entire Chen clan. A middle-aged man exuding demonic energy and clad in ancient battle armor approached the evil lord. He cupped his hands towards the evil lord. Very well. The evil lord closed his eyes, knowing that once the prohibitions were broken, he would no longer be restrained and could finally act. You summon the 8 demons of Hongli. Before completely resting, the evil lord instructed, as he could not neglect the control of his corpse-raising ground. Moreover, Mi Qian, that old fellow, after breaking through, seemed to have a vague intention of breaking free from control. It was necessary to send someone to stabilize him, preventing his plans from being disrupted. Understood. The redrobed bishop, who had just been reprimanded, withdrew. Immediately after, the evil lord closed his eyes, occasionally revealing traces of anger. He couldn't help but curse a few times. The attendants in the great hall did not dare to breathe loudly. 7 days later, outside Bailing City, Chen Chu found the weak point of this formation and arrived at what seemed to be the hardest top. He inserted a small flag in his hand. Boom. Suddenly he struck the flag with his fist, instantly causing a magical explosion. The explosion on the formation barrier triggered a chain reaction. The formation is about to break. The great formation trembled violently with intense vibrations and flickering lights dimming. Many areas even began to appear densely packed with cracks. Chu Chang, who had some understanding of formation, stood up and moved forward. At the end of the formation, another palm was struck out, followed by a furious strike with his sword. Tian Mu and the others did not stand foolishly in place, but each chose a direction and frantically attacked. Within the formation, Mi Wang's eyes revealed a look of fear. As the controller of the formation, he now sensed that its power was far weaker than before. Looking within, numerous spiderweb-like cracks extended densely. They were still spreading wildly. It wouldn't be long before the formation would be shattered. He panicked. He valued his life. Damn it. Where's the support? He had guarded for 7 days and waited for 7 days. Now the formation was about to be broken, yet the promised support had not even shown a shadow. The personal guards beside him revealed expressions of fear. Especially when looking at Chen Chu, he seemed like a true dragon among men. With each strike, the cracks multiplied. If they were hit by a punch, they would likely turn to ashes on the spot. It's about to break. Chen Shu, feeling a surge of energy, activated the killing formation throughout his body, combining it with his martial essence, and unleashed a mighty great divine dragon strike. The silver-white radiance blossomed in the space, resembling a silver divine bird. The formation soon became overwhelmed. Mi Wang appeared anxious as the sound transmission jade talisman in his hand was on the verge of being shattered by his own magical power. Where's the support? In his roar, the formation was breached. Mi Wang's body trembled violently as he exerted himself desperately in hopes of seizing a glimmer of survival. However, he discovered how vastly superior Chen Shu's strength was compared to his own. He was nearly killed in a single strike, staring at the colossal fist that overshadowed the heavens. Mi Wang disregarded the consequences and forcefully crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Bang! The magical light erupted, enveloping the sky with countless killing intentions. Beneath Bailing City, countless spirit stones were detonated, and the spiritual veins were ignited by the talismans. The terrifying destructive power felt like the end of the world, shaking the entire Bailing City and the surrounding 100 kilometers of land. In a moment, Bailing City was illuminated by countless auroras as world-destroying energy poured forth. In the center of the explosion, even a great ascension cultivator would suffer severe injuries. The power unleashed by the detonation of 2 6th-grade spiritual veins was far more terrifying than a single blow from a great ascension cultivator. The energy contained within was utterly fearsome. Had it not been for the dispersal of countless spiritual energies at the moment of the explosion, it would have been even more devastating. However, even so, it could easily obliterate Chen Shu and his companions. Run! In an instant, Mi Wang was consumed by the energy, leaving not even a bone behind. Ruashi summoned the heavenly diagram. Seeing the crowd in utter panic, unable to escape the affected area among all present. Only Chen Ruashi had the ability to utilize the void secret technique to escape. Chen Shu stood firm at the forefront, activating a massive tortoise shell to block the oncoming energy. Yet it was insufficient to withstand the impact. At this moment, Hua Qingwu produced a blank canvas. Understanding the situation, Chen Ruashi decisively infused her magical power into it. The heavenly diagram soared into the sky in an instant, enveloping dozens of miles and pulling everyone inside. At this moment, countless vivid figures appeared within the blank heavenly diagram. As the explosion struck, the terrifying power hammered against the heavenly diagram, yet it could not inflict a single scratch upon it. Waves of residual energy dispersed, annihilating countless territories. Truly ruthless. After an hour had passed, Chen Ruashi noticed that most of the residual waves outside had dissipated before releasing everyone. What lay before them was a scene of devastation. Once the stronghold of Bailing City, there were no remnants left, not even a single brick or tile to be found. All that remained was a deep pit several hundred meters deep. Hua Qingwu's avatar emerged from the space within her bracelet, gazing at the ravaged landscape and speaking softly. It is rare for forces to choose to use secret methods to detonate spiritual veins, leading to mutual destruction. This is due to the extreme value of spiritual veins, and the immense damage from their explosion would prevent even their own from escaping. Moreover, as something meant to be passed down through generations, what forces would possess such audacity to trigger an explosion? Usually in times of defeat, spiritual veins are extracted and taken by the strong to make a comeback. Mi Wang is nothing but a discarded pawn. Chen Xingxing stepped out from the heavenly diagram, surrounded by rampant energy, as cultivators could not draw upon spiritual energy from the outside to recover. Bailing City is destroyed. They wish to extinguish us using the sacrifice of a city, but their schemes have fallen through. Chen Xingxing frowned slightly, feeling a pang of sorrow. In the future, this should have been the territory belonging to the Chen clan's conquest. Now it lay in ruins, transformed into a wasteland. They truly preferred destruction over allowing their enemies to gain anything. Someone is coming. Chen Shu's ears twitched as martial essence poured forth. He sensed the presence of numerous powerful auras approaching not far away. This is likely the second wave. Prepare for battle. Everyone understood in their hearts who the newcomers would be. Bailing City had been detonated, lured by a mid-stage fusion realm cultivator. Even if the Chen clan was on guard, they would still suffer severe casualties, and it would be an opportune moment to reap the benefits. What an excellent scheme they have devised. Those below the void return stage all enter the heavenly diagram. Chen Ruashi unfolded the heavenly diagram once more. This time many personnel were brought along, partly to provide support and partly to ensure that someone would guard the captured territory. The battle flag waved and the battle bell was struck. After a few moments of waiting gazing at the shooting stars across the sky, Chen Xingxing's expression shifted slightly. 9 of them. He rang the battle bell, quietly stepping back a few paces. 9 fusion realm cultivators. As they drew closer, Chen Chu and the others also sensed the power of the incoming individuals. What a grand display. 9 fusion realm cultivators, even among some top continents, would undoubtedly represent a top-tier force. Boom. The ground trembled, countless dust particles rising as 2 red lights erupted in the sky. Bang! A massive whip descended from above, wielded by a giant with 2 red feathers atop his head. His entire aura resembled that of a savage dragon, blood red, and unlike any ordinary person. Chen Clan. As Chen Shu grasped the giant's whip, he discovered its immense strength, realizing he could not seize it. The giant spoke, his other hand gripping one end as the whip was held by both of them from either side. They remained locked in a stalemate in the air. Chen Ruoshi was equally astonished someone could actually contend with Chen Shu in terms of physical strength. However, the disparity was evident as the opponent gripped the whip with both hands, allowing them to match Chen Shu's left hand hold in midair. Jixiao, how's it going? The other 8 descended from the sky, among them a frail-looking man with a pale complexion akin to that of a corpse landing beside the giant, gazing at Chen Shu with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Very strong, my power might not match his. The giant's heavy face bore a look of caution, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. No wonder this is a force personally designated by the true master. It truly possesses remarkable prowess. The corpse-like man displayed a hint of excitement. If we capture him, the true master will surely praise us. The giant was well aware of his own formidable physical strength. Among peers he was unrivaled. Yet now he encountered a worthy opponent. Initially, he thought the true master was overreacting. Now the interest of the 8 men was piqued. The 8 friends are indeed them. Ew, I didn't expect they would survive this explosion. Mi-hun stepped out from the crowd, fixing his gaze on Chu Chang. Uncertain of where the emperor summoned the reinforcements from, he brought them to assault the Chun clan, this foreign force. He even used Mi Wang as bait to expend their strength. But now, gazing at the Chun clan and others, their aura showed no signs of weakness. Even their robes remained intact, which made him suspicious. Enough chit-chat, let's kill them first. Among them, a woman who resembled a viper licked her lips, staring intently at Chen Chu. I sense that his blood is extraordinary, and I can't wait to taste it. Boom. The battle is about to begin. Chen Chu takes the lead, forcefully swinging the giant whip and delivering a punch as his opponent leans forward. The power of the 9 heavens' sacred fist erupts, unleashing a lethal attack. The scene instantly descends into chaos, with 9 formidable fighters, among whom only 2 are in the mid-stage of integration. The rest are in the late stage, with even 1 at the pinnacle. When Chen Chu's fist strikes, the giant eagle is forced back several steps, and one of its arms explodes. The scorpion demonist, the frail man, and the red-clad demon join forces, encircling Chen Chu. Meanwhile, the other 5 engage in battle with the 2 great guardians, Chu Chang and others. You're nothing special. After a round of fighting, the 4 against 1 yielded no advantage, and the giant eagle's other arm was also smashed. Grandpa, you're strong. From afar, Chen Xingxing waves a flag, witnessing Chen Chu hold his ground against 4 opponents, even crippling one of them. He couldn't help but feel invigorated. There's still one here. Suddenly a voice whispered in his ear. A man with a red demonic pattern on his forehead lunged towards him. In the battle against Chu Chang and the 3, one person was missing. What do you want with me? Unfairly bullying the weak. Chen Xingxing retreated in shock. At his previous position, a claw of light tore through the air. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have faced certain death or severe injury. Since you managed to evade my strike, you can afford to be proud. The man with the demonic pattern silently appeared behind him, his hands forming claws with immense magical power. A claw descended from above, aiming to eliminate this insignificant figure before him. Xingxing, let's fight together. Bring out the spiritual treasure granted to you by your ancestor. A burst of pink light erupted, and a Yinyang Bagua appeared in front of Chen Xingxing. The air trembled as the giant claw struck the Bagua, generating a tremendous backlash. Chen Ruoshi intervened to block this attack, her delicate face displaying a serious expression. In mid-stage of integration, she was formidable. In her heart, she communicated with her master for assistance, channeling part of her magical power. She elevated her strength to the merging of the virtual self and true self, achieving a state of pseudo-integration. Only then did Chen Xingxing realize, sensing his little ant's rapidly ascending cultivation, he was also startled. Without wasting time, he quickly summoned the treasure granted to him by Chen Feng, a golden spear. This spear was a replica of the god-slaying spear refined by Chen Feng. half a step into the great vehicle spiritual treasure resonating with those possessing innate human bloodlines enhancing the user's combat power. Chen Xingxing happened to meet this standard wielding the replica of the god-slaying spear sufficient to contend with a peak return to the void and even exchange blows with integration cultivators. Of course the disparity in strength was too great. If he hadn't released his magical power he would have been easily defeated. What a treasure! The man with the demonic patterns eyes lit up with greed. A treasure capable of being wielded by a mere return to the void cultivator to withstand his strike was undoubtedly extraordinary. Now he regarded the treasure in Chen Ruox's possession as his own. Just two return to the void cultivators after all. Something's off. He felt a fragrant breeze approaching, and his expression instantly changed as he retreated. Bang! A hammer missed its target. Chen Ruoxi frowned slightly. If he had been even a moment slower he would have been turned into pulp. What is your realm? The man with the demonic pattern took a deep breath. This was too strange. The strength of this woman before him had inexplicably reached the level of pseudo-integration. What kind of secret technique is this? Capture her and present her to my master. The man with the demonic pattern resolved. This person's identity must be remarkable, possessing both a heaven-defying secret technique and numerous spiritual treasures. If he could capture her and present her to the true master, he would surely be rewarded. Your words are quite arrogant, and you look disgusting. Chen Ruoxi replied, disdainfully swinging the giant hammer fiercely. At the same time her eyes sparkled with illusionary power, intending to drag the enemy into an illusion and strike while they were dazed. Bang! Another strike. The man with the demonic pattern sensed something amiss and retreated from the illusion, but he was grazed by the hammer wind, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time he retracted his previous dismissive attitude. This person was terrifying. The combination of illusion and a ferocious hammer technique along with a magical power and physical strength that felt strange to him. He immediately summoned the spiritual treasure, standing up and advancing using his immense magical power to suppress. The two quickly engaged in battle, creating ripples with each clash. On this side the battle of integration cultivators erupted, the power so vast that almost the entire Hongtu Dao prefecture sensed it. Many cultivators extended their divine senses to investigate. You outsiders have overstepped your bounds by meddling in the internal affairs of my Hongtu empire. Mi-Han, after several rounds with Tian Mu, spoke up. What internal affairs? Did they ever claim to be outsiders? Hey, I am also part of Hongtu Dao prefecture. The Chun clan is on my island of life. The crimes you have committed are too numerous to count. This is merely a reckoning. The crimes of your Mi clan are such that even if a true immortal descended to wipe you out, it would be entirely justified. Chu Chang sarcastically replied, his words being both reasonable and backed by facts. In the 3 against 4, as no abnormal characters appeared, they were evenly matched. Tian Mu and Tian Tung unleashed Tianhai Flow, pummeling 3 of the homely 8 demons who lacked any foundation in immortal arts relentlessly. The 2 of them drew away 3 while the man with the demonic pattern engaged Chen Ruoxi. Chu Chang felt quite at ease. He even borrowed the great vehicle spiritual treasure from Chen Mu Yi. In an instant he began to press the opponent. Tian Mu switch opponents. While Chu Chang was engaged in a fierce battle with one of the homely 8 demons, he was also entangled with Mi-Han, battling fiercely. Immediately Chu Chang couldn't hold back. The great vehicle spiritual treasure in his hand had long been eager to unleash its power. It happened that the demon he was fighting was one of the 8 demons skilled in defense, and he had no way to deal with him for the moment. It was better to let Mi-Han take over. Without hesitation, he acted as Tian Mu nodded lightly. He urged Tianhai Flow to release Mi-Han, while Tian Tung expanded the range of Tianhai Flow, pulling 1 demon into it. The battle continued, even with 3 demons teaming up under the combination of offense and defense from Tianhai Flow and the constraints. They found themselves in great distress. Chu Chang, having achieved his aim, gently stroked the yang sword. His momentum instantly surged to a new level, pure yang flames igniting behind him as he looked at Mi-Han and coldly laughed. Do not waste your breath. I will kill every one of your Mi clan I see. Chu Chang had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Mi royal family. His offspring, disciples, and even friends and seniors had all perished at the hands of the Mi clan. Now he finally had a chance to confront them head-on. Arrogant. How could the Mi royal family be insulted by someone like you, Chu Chang? Mi-Han no longer had to deal with the combination attacks of Tian Mu and Tian Tung, feeling much more relaxed. Upon hearing Chu Chang's words, anger surfaced on his face. The Mi clan must not be humiliated. He instantly drove his bound spirit treasure to its utmost, and without hesitation unleashed it toward Chu Chang. Come taste the power of my cherished treasure. Chu Chang gave a rare laugh, casting a contemptuous glance over the bound spirit treasure. He channeled most of the Yang's sword's might. The spirit of his Deshang's spirit treasure awakened. Pure Yang flames filled the air as if they could burn a hole through the heavens. Presumptuous. Seeing Chu Chang's scorn, Mi Han could no longer restrain himself. He swung his spirit treasure and unleashed a deluge of magic that swept across the sky. Pure Yang flames filled the air as if they could burn a hole through the heavens. Presumptuous. Seeing Chu Chang's scorn, Mi Han could no longer restrain himself. He swung his... Before long his spirit treasure had a corner shattered. His own body was damaged, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sight was terrifying. Today I will kill you. Chu Chang threw caution to the wind. After so many years he finally had a chance to reclaim some dues and enact revenge. He burned his life essence and fueled his magic. His whole body blazed with blood flame, fused with Yang fire. His might surged like a tidal wave. The searing aura could boil rivers and seas as if they were nothing. Hetching stage cultivators stand among the pinnacles of power, and their destructive force is immense. The entire Northlands were scourged by so much Hetching caliber force. Everyone abandoned caution, magic blossomed, energy leaked in all directions, and a frantic barrage of attacks tore through the sky. Floods roared like oceans. Even a single drop of blood could for an instant bring about rampant revival. Your auntie will help you. Chen Xingxing finally fully awakened, the Zhushan spear radiating murderous intent as his martial might soared to the heavens. He built a bridge in midair and unleashed the palm's immortal kingdom strike. Then he activated Chen Feng's imitation of the Zhushan blow, producing a forged pseudo-divine technique. The Zhushan spear was hurled forth. Wherever it passed, light dimmed. What a... The rune-marked man frowned, feeling the chill of a deathly threat. He vaulted upward, and turning his hand brought down a sky-covering palm to intercept the spear. Shun Ruashi activated her art, gripped a jade rui, and unleashed a seven-colored radiance. The glow hovered above the runeman's head, blocking his path. Even though it was only Chen Xingxing's cultivation using a pseudo-divine art, it pierced straight through the runeman's mighty palm and drove toward him, pinning him within this realm. You think this single spear can kill me? Seeing no chance to dodge, the runeman exerted himself. He could hardly believe that someone would think a mere Fanshu cultivator could end him with a single thrust. Between his hands a crimson light congealed. It was a secret art of the Xieju lineage, a sacrificial technique that consumed countless blood. Between his hands a crimson light congealed. It was a secret art of the Xieju lineage, a sacrificial technique that consumed countless blood offerings to unleash a devastating strike. With thunderous momentum, he waved his hands, and the red blood orb smashed toward the Zhushan spear. If Chun Ruashi or Chen Chu had launched the assault, piercing this defense would not have been a problem. But Chen Xingxing had only just entered Fanshu and remained somewhat strained. The Zhushan spear fused with the orb, and after several breaths of collision, a tremendous boom resounded. The Zhushan spear was blasted aside. The blood orb dimmed considerably, yet still bore force, and bore down upon Chen Xingxing. Mere trifles. Do you, a lowly Fanshu cultivator, dare lay hands on me? The runeman's eyes already pictured Chen Xingxing being annihilated by his blow in the next instant. He could not suppress a sneer. Quietly, mists gathered around him. The great explosion he had waited for did not arrive, and he grew puzzled. Suddenly his expression shifted, and he prepared to leave the spot. He knew his strike thoroughly. Such an abnormality meant some change had occurred. Either something had gone wrong in the attack, or something had altered within himself. Below, Chen Xingxing formed a one-handed seal. The martial yuan he had long prepared surged and wove layered nets to slow the runeman's advance. The surrounding cloud dances turned pink, and countless illusions blossomed before his eyes. A prickle ran across his scalp, and he erupted with force to break the bindings. Just as he freed himself, a cold snort came from above. A great hammer descended. A chill struck his crown, and he plummeted. Bang! Rumble! Beneath him, before he knew it, a Bagua array had manifested. Before he could react, his flesh was sundered. The Bagua asserted its power, blooming in ice-blue radiance, and kindling a faint, ghostly flame. In an instant his body was burned to ashes. The runeman's soul left his form. Bewildered and furious, he emitted one piercing scream after another. You're dead, so behave. A hand wrought from magic gripped him tightly, pinching him like a... He had no strength left to resist. When it came to subduing souls, Chun Ruashi was skilled. She compressed the runeman into a sphere and tossed him into a small porcelain vial. Bagua rise. Chun Ruashi secured the jade bottle-formed seals with both hands and invoked the Yin Yang Bagua, hurling it in the direction of Chen Chu. There he was locked in a titanic struggle with 4 opponents evenly matched and unwilling to yield, clashing from ground to sky. The battle threatened even to spill into the Eastern Territory. Yet the enemy relied on numerical superiority and the presence of a Hetching Peak cultivator. Gradually Chen Chu fell into the inferior position. Seeing himself rapidly nearing the Eastern Territory, he thought swiftly seeking to divert the course and pull the battlefield back. But would the 4 demons give him the chance? If he reached the Eastern Territory, they could coordinate with its guardians to encircle and slay him, delivering a fatal strike. A giant rock blocked his retreat. The 4 pressed him relentlessly toward the Eastern Territory. At that moment a bagua will suddenly flew out and smacked the rock on the head, sending it staggering. With the bagua array rising, Chen Chu seized the opening and struck the Hetching Peak, who had blocked him, unleashing a 9 heaven sacred fist. He forced the foe back several li and then slipped into the bagua formation. He recognized the spirit treasure. It shielded him from the rock's counterattack, while he weathered the frenzied onslaught of the other 2. He made for the Northern Territory in swift retreat. Chun Ruashi had summoned her protective spirit treasures, signaling that the battlefield there was secure. Even across thousands of miles, Chen Chu sensed a hutching aura vanish in the north. It seemed likely they had intended to surround and kill someone among their number. The 4 demons understood this and, teeth clenched, aimed to drive Chen Chu into the Eastern Territory. They had no contingency for the spirit treasure protection. With spirit treasures shielding him, Chen Chu would not fall for it. The 4 were forced reluctantly to concede. Lao Bas aura has vanished. The rock shaped a giant fist imprint and turned to his companions. I know. The leader, a Hetching Peak cultivator, showed no concern. He spoke in a calm, detached tone. He requested the evil lord to assign a latest-stage integration cultivator. Big brother, we can't kill him. Zhu Shao inhaled deeply and spoke to the leader of the Red Li 8 demon. He requested the evil lord to assign a latest-stage integration cultivator. Big brother, we can't kill him. Zhu Shao inhaled deeply and spoke to the leader of the Red Li 8 demons. Chen Chu is protected by a spiritual treasure, and they have no means to contend with him. No worries. Reinforcements are on their way. There are plenty of integration cultivators following behind. We won't believe he can escape death. Yet the leader of the 8 demons remained composed. Since he wishes to take us back, let's allow him to do so. He had already received word that help would arrive shortly. At that time, they would capture all of Chen's group in one fell swoop. They only needed to hold them back and keep them in the Northern Territory. The other 3 demons nodded in agreement. They let Chen Chu gradually shift the battlefield back. On another front, Chu Chang shattered Mi Hun's physical form. The blazing fire of the sun sword severed the foundation of his opponent thoroughly. With just a few more heavy strikes, Mi Hun's flesh would surely collapse completely. With the power of the extreme sun, lend me the heavenly fire. Chu Chang snorted, coldly executing the technique that Chen Mu taught him. In an instant, strands of wandering solar essence were drawn forth. They fell onto the sword in Chu Chang's hand like golden paper, igniting in solar flames. The techniques employed by the other 3 demons were suppressed by the nature of the solar fire, and Tian Mu and the others sensed the opportunity and exerted their strength. The 3 demons found themselves in dire straits. Chun Ruoxi seized the opportunity to enter the battlefield, inflicting severe damage on one of the demons. The situation gradually became clearer. Today I shall kill you. I wish to slaughter every last one of the Mi clan. Chu Chang separated his virtual self, forming a massive prison. With the sun sword erupting with true solar fire, Chu Chang unified his spirit and energy, infusing it into the sword, becoming the fuel for the solar essence. As he swung the sword, a colossal fire curtain blazed, dispersing all evil intent. Upon witnessing this, Mi Hun lost all composure and desperately sought to escape. Suddenly he was struck with panic as Chu Chang's virtual self transformed into a shadow, binding him and preventing his escape. In that moment of desperation, he detonated his life-bound spiritual treasure, hoping for a glimmer of survival, but he had underestimated the terrifying might of the sun. Moreover, it contained a large portion of Chu Chang's unleashed spirit and energy. As the sword was unleashed, the sky was dyed a golden hue. Mi Hun was overwhelmed in his unwillingness, and the solar essence, being the best counter to the spirit, obliterated him before he could even exit his body. The royal family of the Red Earth Empire suffered another loss of heritage. In the imperial capital, Mi Qian, who was utilizing the power of endless blood essence to enhance his cultivation in the blood sea, suddenly awoke. His entire being trembled, causing the blood sea to surge with towering waves. The high platform where the ancestral coffin was placed trembled as well, nearly reviving the ancestor of the Mi clan. Hundi. He sighed and emerged from the blood sea, landing atop the high platform, placing a hand on the ancestral coffin. Evil Lord, I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise I will do everything in my power to strike you down once more. A glint of killing intent flashed in Mi Qian's eye. Evil Lord, I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise I will do everything in my power to strike you down once more. A glint of killing intent flashed in Mi Qian's eyes. Ever since he accepted the Evil Lord's techniques and assistance, he had turned the empire built by the Mi clan for generations into a state of disarray. He even had a large number of his own clan members killed, all for the sake of ascending to immortality and reviving the ancestor. In this way, even if it meant sacrificing the entire immortal spirit continent, so be it. Chen clan, you are truly despicable. A wave of killing intent manifested in Mi Qian's eyes, his gaze penetrating through layers of deception. Why had he allowed the Chen clan to run rampant in his territory? To draw out their heritage and then let the Evil Lord's faction intervene on his behalf. From the beginning to end, Mi Qian had harbored distrust towards the Evil Lord's faction. What good could possibly come from someone who could possess and entice him to use such a destructive technique? In plain terms, it was a mutual exploitation. Mi Qian sought power, cultivation, and authority, and the Evil Lord's faction could assist him. The Evil Lord's faction desired resources, population, and blood sacrifices. It was all a form of benefit exchange, yet within this chain of exchange, he was the lowest tier, always being led along, including up to the present. Had it not been for his breakthrough to the great ascension, the other party might have still held some apprehension. Otherwise, he would still be in a puppet position. Now he needed to utilize the Chen clan and the Evil Lord's faction to exhaust the powers of both sides, allowing himself to turn the tables completely. Chen clan, I hope you can force that old Evil Lord out. Mi Qian's hope was naturally to reap the benefits as a bystander. He looked at the ancestral master in the coffin, his thoughts unknown. Tian Huang Wang, let us annihilate these three demons together. Chu Chang took a breath, retracting his virtual self and swallowing several pills given by Chun Chu, eager to join the battlefield, surrounding and killing the three demons. Kill. The chaotic battle erupted, and with Chu Chang's involvement, one of the demons was severely injured shortly after, forcing one of the four demons besieging Chen Chu to split off and assist. Chen Chu, while dragging three opponents, found himself growing increasingly at ease. Here they come. Boom. The leader of the 8 demons felt a surge of joy as a blood thunderclap exploded in the air, striking the 8 trigrams, protecting Chen Chu. The yin-yang 8 trigrams jolted, and the leader of the 8 demons saw his chance, spitting out a blood arrow that pierced through the yin-yang 8 trigrams, hitting Chen Chu. Hiss! This unexpected strike caused Chen Chu to stagger. Immediately after, the killing formation within him activated, expelling the corrosive substance from the blood arrow. Bloodly, can you still manage? 3 figures clad in red, wielding staffs, descended from the sky, seamlessly surrounding Chen Chu. What's the matter? You can't even handle a 3-0. One of the red-clad priests sneered. If you can do it, then go ahead. A cold light flashed in Bloodly's eyes as he discreetly transmitted a message to his 2 companions. Once I kill him, that 8 trigrams is a fine treasure. One of the peak integration priests expressed greed as he gazed at the yin-yang 8 trigrams. Treasure naturally belongs to the one who is fated to have it. Ooh, let's see who strikes first. Then let's give it a try. One of the red-clad priests replied, clearly unhappy. It was evident that the 3 of them regarded the yin-yang 8 trigrams as theirs to claim. One of them sneered coldly. The addition of the 3 peak integration red-clad priests significantly increased the pressure on Chen Chu. With no choice but to summon the Xian Gui shell to protect himself, he placed the yin-yang 8 trigrams within the shell to enhance his defense. Such a rich vitality. This is simply a boon. Oh, no one should compete with me for it. I want his physical form, and the treasure is yours. With no worries behind him, Chen Chu ignited his vast vitality, greatly increasing his combat power. One by one, killing formations manifested in the air as he struck out, causing the heavens to tremble. Seeing Chen Chu prepare to engage 6 opponents alone, a middle-aged man among the red-clad priests laughed. The 6 individuals were discussing how to divide Chen Chu from his flesh and blood to the smallest pieces of his essence. Despicable. Chen Chu sensed something was amiss. The 6 appeared to be chatting, but in reality, they were subtly sketching out a formation. He was meticulous in his actions, employing a strategy to buy time. Without further delay, he chose his old ally, the giant hawk, and activated the 9 heavens sacred fist, launching a powerful strike. The power of the celestial technique was terrifying, and the martial essence exploded in the air. The 3 redrobed bishops joined forces to neutralize the blow, allowing the giant hawk to escape a calamity, albeit with lingering fear. His strength has increased again. In an instant the six abandoned their minor grievances and united. In just a moment countless hidden injuries appeared on Chen Shui's body. Golden blood sprayed into the air, and the killing formation hidden within it detonated under the control of his divine sense, momentarily hindering the six. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu erupted with all his killing intent, unleashing the full power of the formation, while his gauntlets reached their utmost limits. A pervasive aura of slaughter enveloped the world. 9 Heaven's sacred fist. The holy light illuminated the world as a massive fist imprint struck the giant hawk, instantaneously exploding him, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The divine soul was filled with terror as it fled from the reach of the holy light, but was still caught by the residual force. The giant hawk fell. A man resembling a corpse raged in sorrow like a whirlwind charging towards Chen Shu. The middle-aged red-robed bishop restrained him on the right, while the corpse-like man moved too swiftly, employing his life-bound artifact. A sharp blade lunged directly at Chen Shui's head. Chen Shu raised his arm, forcibly blocking the blow. The defensive formations on his forearm activated, yet they could not withstand the strike slicing through flesh. Exposed bones gleamed ominously. Another strike followed, with the palm of the red-robed attacker engulfed in flames, pressing against the yin-yang 8 trigrams. In an instant he was surrounded by enemies and plunged into danger. Facing 6 opponents, all of whom were elite cultivators, Chen Shu could no longer hold on. Martial King. In the distance the black dragon soared into the sky. Witnessing this scene, with a heart full of rage. Was the first king of the Chen family about to fall? At this moment, he envisioned Chen Feng's furious visage. Heaven shaking. A terrifying thunder roared as lightning burst forth in the sky and purple lightning descended. The bolt struck the blood lightning man, aiming for Chen Shui's forehead, nearly electrocuting him instantly. A hammer crackling with electricity struck fiercely at the red-robed individual, forcing both to retreat. They had lost the opportunity to slay Chen Shu. In response, Chen Shu decisively countered, detonating his right arm and blasting the red-robed middle-aged man backward. Fortunately, I was not late. You are truly despicable. Chen Shushao arrived, summoning the thunder god hammer, his face filled with fury. A celestial treasure. You are also of the Chen family. Red Li exclaimed in shock, staring at the great treasure in Chen Chuxiu's hands. This strike had nearly crushed him. I am Chen Shushao. After declaring this, he swung the hammer again. The might of the celestial treasure was terrifying, and Red Li dared not block it, retreating instead. Shushao. Chen Shu endured the excruciating pain, urging the martial essence to seal the wound on his right arm. A blood-colored long knife appeared in his hand, gripped with one hand, its blade crimson, like blood, swirling with a layer of blood flames. With a swift motion, he slashed out, unleashing a blood-red blade, light burning with flames, striking heavily against the red-robed bishop. This individual had attempted a sneak attack to eliminate him. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, he had been forced to detonate his right arm to secure his survival. If he did not kill him, Chen Shu felt he would have no reason to live. Chen Shushao pursued Red Li relentlessly with his strikes, leaving only 4 to besiege Chen Shu. Although he had lost an arm, the pressure had lessened, allowing him room to defend himself. The red-robed bishop, torn apart by a single strike, howled. His body blazed with flames, preventing him from recovering from his injuries and reassembling his shattered form. In excruciating pain, he could only force himself to utilize secret techniques to piece his body back together. Letting the flames burn him, he shouted, "I will kill you." He was infuriated to the extreme. Had it not been for Chen Shui's numerous treasures protecting him, he would have long perished under the siege of the six. Now the situation had taken a turn. He had nearly lost his life. How could he endure this? Moreover, the opponent's cultivation was significantly inferior to his own. The corpse-like man also stealthily distanced himself, hiding in the shadows, searching for the next opportunity to strike. Chen Shui's expression remained unchanged as the blade light flashed, flames engulfing the sky, directly cloaking the 4 enemies. He offered no chance for anyone, including himself, to retreat. The 4 blade lights flew in different directions. Chen Shu soared into the air, the blade light slicing through the void, striking the red-robed bishop he had previously injured once more. Half celestial treasure. Damn it. After being struck again, his own strength significantly diminished while he sensed the power of the knife in Chen Shui's hand. It was clearly a dimensional suppression against his group. Their equipment was vastly inferior. Kill him, seize all his treasures. He dares to draw us into his domain alone. This is a clear provocation, seeking death. The corpse-like man roared, and soon a red-robed bishop launched an attack. Kill. The light behind Chen Shu erupted, the killing formation operating wildly, his vital energy being tempered, and with a single slash he unleashed a wave of murderous intent. The hearts of the evil sect cultivators surged with nameless fury as they attacked furiously. Not far away, after surrounding one of the 8 demon clan members with Tian Mu, they hurriedly rushed to provide support. Upon seeing Chen Shu being attacked by 3, they were also frantically pursuing a severed head, almost obliterating the opponent's divine soul. In an instant they were left dumbfounded. The tortoise shell on their back had developed countless tiny cracks. Through these cracks drops of blood fell exploding in the air. This made Chun Ruoshi feel a sense of urgency. She immediately summoned the sword of Hua Qingwu from her previous life and charged towards the corpse-like man who had been secretly plotting against them. Another celestial treasure. Everyone felt a chilling power descending upon them, instantly retreating. This sense of power was all too familiar. It must be yet another new celestial treasure. This made them doubt why the Chen family possessed so many celestial treasures. Were celestial treasures now being mass-produced? However, the opponent barely exuded the aura of an integrated cultivator, which relieved the corpse-like man. If this person was as monstrous as the one being besieged, then there would be no need to fight. The best option was to flee early. I will grab a weapon and return. The corpse-like man transmitted his thoughts, his figure leaping through the air, creating swirling tornadoes as he charged towards Chun Ruoshi. However, as he approached, he noticed Chun Ruoxi's figure flicker and vanish. Afterwards, he felt a sense of disorientation accompanied by a chilling sensation at his back. Despite his lightning-fast speed, he managed to react, but a massive maw appeared behind him. Blood gushed forth, and the wound was further laced with spiritual flames, preventing him from healing. Pain, unbearable pain. He was furious and charged towards Chun Ruoshi, intent on slaying her. However, with the inheritance of Hua Qingwu and Chen Feng's small sanctuary, how could he possibly catch up to Chun Ruoshi? He was immediately outmaneuvered like a dog, nearly losing his head. Terrified, he resorted to his trump card. The blood essence within him ignited, boosting his power tremendously, and his magical energy surged, nearing the peak of the integration stage. Little lady, watch me kill you. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power for an indiscriminate attack on all surroundings, a cold male voice rang out. A purple mirror floated high in the sky, a scorching aura locking onto him. Boom. A purple lightning bolt descended. He was alarmed and tried to escape, but found himself sealed off. He could only brace himself to endure this lightning strike. In just a few breaths, he was charred inside and out. His magical energy had vanished by more than half. A gust of fresh wind swept in. He felt heavy-headed and weak, as if cut in half. The spiritual fire, sensing blood, instantly attached itself, invading his internal organs and even burning away his magical sea. His soul left his body. Hand it over. Chun Ruoshi formed hand seals, sealing the opponent's soul, as if it were a small wax pellet thrown into a porcelain bottle. Another of the 8 devils fell over, half lost. Thank you, junior brother Chu Xiao. Chun Ruoshi waved at the purple mirror. The purple mirror flashed, and another bolt of lightning struck Hong Li. Chen Shu seized the opportunity, his long knife glimmering as he appeared before Hong Li. With one slash, he split him in half. Chun Ruoshi quickly ran over, pursuing him before he could escape. The leader of the 8 devils, Hong Li, had fallen. Immediately, 2 redrobed priests panicked. With Hong Li dead, Chen Shu, who was chasing them, turned and kicked at the Xian turtle shell. He struck one of them, fiercely wielding his long knife with force, disregarding the other's obstruction. With all his might, his energy coalesced into a single strike, which was eerily silent. Only the crimson light remained shining in this world. The opponent's very soul was annihilated within this strike, utterly terrifying. Bang! After delivering this strike, Chen Shu lost the support of his power source, unable to step in the air, and fell. He crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive pit. His life status was uncertain. Chen Xingxing rushed over, pulling Chen Shu from the pit and retreating to a safer area. Now in Chen Shu's state, even a divine transformation cultivator could break through his physical defenses and kill him. His burden was too severe. The other redrobed priests, seeing this, went mad. He crazily chased after Chen Xingxing, determined to kill Chen Shu. This way is blocked. Chun Ruoshi stood before him with her fairy sword, seemingly deterred by the treasure in her hand. He retreated, a look of regret crossing his face. Little brat, you can run quite well. Chen Xiao appeared, turning the tide of battle, which enraged the redrobed man. He wanted to snatch the treasure from Chun Chuxio's hand. Now it turned into a game of chase. Quite the spectacle. Suddenly Chen Xiao stopped. Feeling that only 2 of them were left, he smiled. Why aren't you running? The redrobed man approached, his eyes filled with greed, fixated on the treasure in Chen Chuxiao's hand. Because I want to kill you, Chen Chuxiao replied nonchalantly, his eyes calm, as if stating a fact. A joke? How could a mere returning void cultivator kill me? Just because you have a treasure, how much power can you summon? You're still just meat on the chopping block. After a while there was silence, only the sound of the sea flowing as the last 2 of the 8 devils from Hong Li were being slaughtered. And Chun Ruashi shouted for mercy, wanting to collect the souls of the 2. Are you deaf? The middle-aged redrobed man showed displeasure. He no longer had the mind of a cat chasing a mouse. He sensed that his companions had fallen with only 3 remaining, and the other 2 were struggling. Another redrobed priest of the same faction was fleeing from the battlefield. Now he needed his treasure quickly. Zixiao. Chen Chuxiao appeared somewhat disdainful, throwing the Thunder God Hammer into the air, a move that left the redrobed man confused. But he still pursued the Thunder God Hammer. After a moment he detected something amiss. In midair a mirror had appeared, though he did not know when. Inside he sensed a deadly aura. It seemed to harbor something terrifying, causing his heart to race. Die. The Zixiao Divine Thunder erupted, the power of the Zixiao mirror being activated, responding to the Thunder God Hammer with enhanced might. In an instant he was reduced to ashes, not even leaving a soul behind. This was the forbidden power that Chen Chuxiao utilized, unlike the treasures in the hands of Chen Chu and Chen Ruashi. The 2 treasures in Chen Chuxiao's hands had masters, and their owners were still alive to provide energy. Even with Chen Chuxiao's current cultivation level under the owner's command, he could slay anyone below the Great Ascension stage using the 2 treasures. On the other side, Tianmu Tianting and Chu Chang captured the 2 blood devils. They were trapped in place. Chen Ruashi personally took action like a female demon, directly extracting their souls and turning them into pellets for storage. Sister Ruashi, what are you storing so many souls for? Chen Chuxiao asked in confusion, having already seen Chen Ruashi storing the souls of 3. He had no idea what for. Chen Ruashi just smiled, without speaking, changing the subject to inquire about where he obtained the 2 treasures. This inevitably led to a round of complaints from Chen Chuxiao. It also made the people present realize that Chen Chuxiao had taken 2 extremely formidable figures as teachers. Everyone felt relieved. Almost the entire force sent by the evil lord's lineage was wiped out. In the imperial capital, Mi Qianla listened to the news, hearing the evil lord's secret methods from a shadowy figure frantically reprimanding the last surviving redrobed priest. 3 treasures and 1 semi-treasure along with numerous great ascension spiritual treasures appeared. The evil lord fell silent upon learning about the battle with the Chen clan. He knew this was the truth spoken by the redrobed priest. Now, upon realizing the opponent possessed such terrifying weapons, unless he deployed all his integration resources, he wouldn't be a match for the Chen clan. If he deployed all, any losses would leave him nearly alone, and all the methods he had laid out would be rendered useless. This was absolutely unacceptable. However, due to the existence of the forbidden power, no one above the Great Ascension could leave, nor could he dispatch Great Ascension cultivators. At the same time, he was also coveting the many treasures. This was the immortal spirit continent. Those who possessed treasures were all major forces with inheritances spanning tens of thousands of years, and they had all birthed extremely powerful immortals. So many immortal treasures, even a being of the level of the evil lord cannot help but covet them. This is your empire after all. The shadow of the evil lord looked over, attempting to persuade Mi Qian to take action. Mi Qian was tempted but hesitant. These treasures were an absolute temptation for him. In the current empire, the artifact to stabilize the empire was merely the innate immortal treasure left behind by the great ancestor. Seeing Mi Qian hesitate, the evil lord pressed on, noticing the glint of red light in his eyes. Like a demon, Mi Qian hesitated. What had he been doing all these years in this dark corner? One reason was to enhance his cultivation, and the second was for the body of the great ancestor. To avoid being interrupted during his transformation, otherwise all his plans over the years would be in vain. The evil lord was untrustworthy. If he left, what would the evil lord do with the great ancestor's corpse? Then there would be no way to know. He pondered for a moment. The evil lord seemed to discern his hesitation, and added, I will go with you. However, we must divide one immortal treasure. Upon hearing this, Mi Qian was intrigued. Looking at the blood mist swirling around, he gestured with his fingers to disperse it. He then forcefully struck the high platform where the coffin was placed, causing blood patterns to emerge and form a protective formation. At the same time, he summoned all the royal family members. Mi Qian sat cross-legged on the high platform, and a glint of red light flashed in the evil lord's eyes as he quietly vanished into the darkness. Time passed quietly. The remaining cities in the north were captured effortlessly. In an instant, the forces of Life Island surged with momentum. All the islands at sea were cleared and numerous naval fleets landed to pacify the captured cities. They rebuilt the cities and healed the wounds caused by the Great Battle. However, the northern city had already been abandoned, becoming a desolate area. Shun Roashi urged her powerful magic to draw countless water sources into the deep pit created by the battle. This formed one lake after another. Perhaps in hundreds of years this place would transform into a different landscape, rather than the current pockmarked and barren state. 3 days passed. As Chun Roashi and the others plotted their next move, they debated whether to strike directly at the imperial city to confront Mi Qian or to proceed cautiously. Within the empire, all royal members were gathered together, a total of 7 combined realm practitioners, all guarding near the blood pool. They watched over the great ancestor's coffin. Even if someone spied, these 7 could delay for a moment until Mi Qian came to their aid. Mi Bei, if there is any situation, you 7 must work together to activate the ancestral seal and wait for me to arrive. You must guard the great ancestor's coffin well, it is of utmost importance. Mi Qian said sternly, handing the only immortal treasure, the ancestral seal, to the strongest royal. Bei, I will not let you down. Mi Bei wore a serious expression, his blood-red hair flowing like a god of slaughter. With him guarding here, Mi Qian felt much more at ease. The 7 of them relied on the royal bloodline to activate the ancestral seal. Even if a golden core practitioner intervened, they could hold out for a long time. That would be enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Just as Mi Qian was handing over responsibilities, in the depths of a bubbling sea of blood, a black thread extended in all directions. Beneath the sea of blood, a shadow swiftly glided by, resembling a giant fish. Of course, all this happened without Mi Qian's notice. The resentful spirits beneath the sea of blood were also indifferent at this moment, even willing to stir the pot if it harmed the Red Earth Empire. After everything was arranged, Mi Qian set another hidden hand near the coffin. Feeling relieved, he walked towards the palace. Mi Qian moved. On the other side, Chen Shud and the others also heard that their family had arrived and were filled with excitement. The news from Hua Qingwu arrived, indicating that a great ascension cultivator was rapidly approaching. Great ascension? This is bad. The expressions of the crowd turned grim, something they should have anticipated. Xu Chang's heart sank as he uttered 2 words, Mi Qian. It's the aura of Mi Qian, the Lord of the Red Earth Empire. In an instant, a blood-red cloud floated over, enveloping the heads of the crowd. A man clad in a blood-red imperial robe stood on the clouds, looking down at the crowd below. You are the Qin clan, aren't you? What audacity! To invade my Red Earth Empire, do you truly believe that I have no one to defend against you? His voice thundered, resonating in the air, and the overwhelming blood aura pervaded the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, the sun was shrouded by blood mist, transforming the entire world into a crimson expanse. It was incredibly oppressive. Lord Shu, I hope you are well. Seeing that 3 half-immortal treasures were present, and that his opponent's cultivation levels were not high, along with one severely injured, Mi Qian felt reassured. Having not emerged for many years, and having had no interaction with the outside world, he did not rush to unleash a killing move, instead watching the crowd with a Catan mouse mentality. Among the crowd, he spotted an old acquaintance, Xu Chang. Mi Qian. Xu Chang's eyes were devoid of fear, filled only with intense killing intent. His city had been ordered to be annihilated by Mi Qian, and his family had been commanded to be slaughtered entirely. The deaths of his offspring and disciples were all related to him. How could he not harbor hatred? It seems you still harbor resentment against me despite my previous trust in you. A traitor must pay the price. Mi Qian's cold gaze fixed on Xu Chang. You are the one who betrayed us all. Xu Chang's eyes widened in rage. He could hardly contain himself. In the face of slaughter, he was left as the sole scapegoat. The fury within him erupted, and the power of his sun sword surged forth. An 80-meter-long blade of flame flashed as it slashed towards Mi Qian. The sword is a fine weapon, but your strength is too weak. Mi Qian wore a playful expression. He pointed a finger at the blade of light, which disintegrated in an instant. Watching Xu Chang's face filled with frustration, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He relished the sight of others hating him, wanting to kill him, yet failing to do so. To him, they were merely ants squirming in despair. A trivial technique. He scoffed, curling his fingers. Xu Chang felt a weighty force strike him, pulling at the sun sword in his grip. The intent was to take his sun sword away. How could he allow that? He unleashed all his strength, gripping the sun sword tightly. Yet he found that the opposing force was like a vast chasm, and he was lifted and hurled towards Mi Qian. The might of the Great Ascension was truly terrifying. Boom. A flash of holy light appeared resembling a golden fist the size of a small mountain shattering the void as it slammed towards him. Trivial techniques. Mi Qian sneered, catching the punch with one hand, his blood-red hair swirling as his robe rustled from the residual force. The gap in power became apparent in an instant. Even a full-strength strike was easily countered by the other. A great ascension cultivator had completely transcended into a realm beyond what could be termed as a cultivator. Blocking Chen Chu, he was like an insurmountable chasm impossible to cross. This was a qualitative change. No matter how strong the power, it would not matter. A simple clash caused the faces of those present to change dramatically. This was their first encounter with a great ascension cultivator. It wasn't even a real confrontation, merely a simple probe. Don't let him take the sun's sword. Chen Shui's voice rang out as Tianmu and Tianting joined forces to unleash the heavenly sea flow, a terrifying pulling force attaching to the sun's sword as the three worked together to pull it back. This caused the sun sword to pause in midair. Immortal technique. You truly surprise me. Mi Qian halted momentarily, sensing the might of the two working together to unleash the heavenly sea flow. This group of cultivators was adorned with treasures. At the same time, he felt fortunate. Together with the evil lord, they had sealed all thoughts in this space, preventing contact with the outside world. Otherwise, he would believe that the Chun clan had summoned scattered immortals. He had already plotted in his mind once this deal was done, he would take the blood sea and the ancestor's coffin and find a hidden corner to resurrect the ancestor. Afterward, he would reclaim the lost ground. Immortal Spirit Wheel. A massive divine wheel appeared in Chun Ruox's hand, yet another piece of immortal treasure. With a powerful swing, it smashed into Mi Qian's magical power, instantly severing the connection with the Sun Sword. The Sun Sword returned to Tu Chang's hand. The group stood together, summoning their spiritual treasures, their might formidable. They resisted Mi Qian, denying him any opportunity to take advantage. Immortal treasure. The greedy light in his eyes was uncontainable as he fixated on the object in the hands of a woman he could see. He could ascertain that it was among the top-ranked immortal treasures. It was an exceptionally powerful immortal treasure. Even a mere returning virtual cultivator could wield it to sever his magical connections. It was simply terrifying, a precious item. This made him resolute. I know you all have extraordinary backgrounds, so how about this? I won't kill you. You hand over the immortal treasure, and I will let you go. What do you say? Mi Qian unleashed all his power, the pressure of the Great Ascension weighing down upon the hearts of the crowd. He then proposed this demand, intending to deceive the threatening treasures from them first. Do you take us for fools? Chen Chuxiao could no longer restrain himself and mocked him. Who would willingly hand over their life-preserving treasures in exchange for mere verbal promises? Anyone with a normal mindset would never do such a thing. Mi Qian was momentarily taken aback. Having been shut away for over 10,000 years, his thinking had indeed regressed. Plus, after breaking through to Great Ascension and possessing unmatched power, he had become even more arrogant. It was as if everything should bend to his will and be done according to his thoughts. Then there's nothing more to— Mi Qian's face twisted in a sinister smile. Since this space was sealed, as long as their elders didn't arrive, killing them and seizing the immortal treasures would be within reach. He no longer wished to wait. Unable to suppress the greed within him, he turned towards Chen Chuxiao, the weakest in cultivation, yet holding the most immortal treasures, and attacked. He gathered the essence of heaven and earth, mobilizing the magical power within him, carrying the might of thunder, and enveloping the boundless blood sea as he charged forward. The winds and clouds stirred, the overwhelming power tore through the sky, pressing down. Chen Shu and the others also ceased waiting, unleashing their full power for a combined strike. The purple cloud realm in Chen Chuxiao's hand shook, colliding with the thunder god hammer, releasing a vast might of thunder as countless bolts of lightning shot out, colliding with the blood sea. Chen Ruoxi also fiercely struck out. After being enhanced to a pseudo-integration state, she drove the divine wheel to rotate rapidly, like a full moon, crashing into the blood sea, frantically devouring the energy within. This delighted Mi Qian immensely. A divine wheel, immortal treasure with the power to devour, caught his attention in an instant. His spiritual sense scattered, and then coalesced into a long arrow piercing into the divine wheel as he sought to forcibly seize it. Moreover, he summoned his magical power to confront the divine thunder heathen. He showed no fear to him. They were merely a group of children wielding kitchen knives. How could they threaten him? Countless auras manifested on his body, and his imperial robe turned out to be a spirit treasure, enhancing the pressure of the blood sea. A fierce red light flashed in his eyes, and he struck down with a palm toward the two figures from Tianmu, who had ambushed him as if a colossal divine mountain was descending upon them. The two from Tianmu were caught off guard and could not block a single strike being sent flying. Mi Qian casually supplemented with a strike from his immortal treasure and then focused all his strength to suppress the divine will, aiming to claim it for himself. The Zixiao mirror and the thunder god's hammer erupted in a frenzy, mercilessly bombarding and crushing the blood sea, gradually moving toward Mi Qian's physical form. The might of the immortal treasures was terrifying beyond measure. Above the absolute thought great array, a shadow watched as a black dragon fled, vanishing toward the direction of the endless sea. A smile crossed his lips as black mist billowed into the air. At this moment within the imperial capital, in the depths of the blood sea, the shadow transformed into a small fish the size of a finger, swiftly swimming past, reaching the high platform beneath the coffin where the Red Earth ancestor was placed. It gazed at the high platform, feeling somewhat excited. My blood servant, nurtured for 10,000 years, is finally ready to be born. The evil master was greatly thrilled, having spent millennia deceiving Mi Qian and mobilizing countless resources. Finally, he had set up this contingency plan. This was also the key to his escape. However, Mi Qian, having fallen for his deception, was indeed guarding the ancestor's physical form closely. This prevented him from placing the final contingency, leading to the potential reincarnation of the corpse, which he did not wish to see. After all, he had painstakingly searched for an immortal corpse. How could he just let it go? This was crucial to his scheme, and he would do everything to avoid any mishaps. Seizing the opportunity while Mi Qian had been deceived into leaving, he finally had a chance to execute his final dark hand. Through the nourishing array, he quietly avoided the protection of the 7 combined entities, slipping past the suppression of the ancestral seal. He calmly entered the inner area of the coffin's outer seal. He looked at the ornate coffin, feeling the aura of life and death transformation within, and sighed with relief. If I had been even 100 years late, perhaps you could have truly come back to life. In doing so, he could obtain a henchman, at least one, with near-immortal strength. Not to say he would be invincible in this world, but he would surely have no trouble walking with confidence. In doing so, he could obtain a henchman, at least one, with near-immortal strength. Not to say he would be invincible in this world, but he would surely have no trouble walking with confidence. The vitality of countless living beings has nourished you. You nearly came to fruition. Entering the coffin, feeling the rich aura of life springing from death, he felt somewhat fortunate. Suddenly, the evil master sensed a chill and the presence of a watchful gaze. He looked at the face of the Mi ancestor and discovered that his previously closed eyes had opened. Instantly, he was startled, frightened enough to try to flee, for otherwise this fragment of his essence would be destroyed. Yet he found he could only open his eyes, glaring angrily at him. The evil master cursed, believing that the Mi ancestor had prematurely returned to life. How could he with such a violent temper endure this fright? He retaliated by manifesting a palm, striking hard against the Mi ancestor's face, turning his head aside. This was the corpse of an immortal. To see it turned like this showed how much force the evil master had used. You scared the hell out of me. Damn it. He cursed again. Suddenly his expression shifted violently, breaking through the coffin lid. Below, a blood arrow shot toward him, piercing through his essence. Mi Qian, you traitor. His expression changed, and the alarm array around him sounded loudly, creating such a commotion. The ancestral seal locked onto him, as well, unable to tolerate the presence of the evil master's essence entering his master's coffin, clearly not for any good purpose. They unleashed a barrage of attacks, and the 7 combined entities reacted. Enemy attack. Someone has breached the restrictions, damn it. They were filled with fear, but fortunately the Emperor had left behind a contingency plan, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The ancestral seal was enraged, chasing after the evil master's essence, while he frantically fled through the blood sea. If his essence was destroyed, his true body would also be affected, which he did not want to see. Mi Qian, you old scoundrel, can't you show a bit of trust? His killing intent surged, and he could only swallow his anger, being outnumbered 8-1 as 7 of them chased him around, stirring the blood sea into chaos. It's starting to get rough. At this moment, 2 sneaky youths peered down from the ceiling. They had been lying in wait here for quite some time. Watching the tightly guarded coffin, they waited for several days. Finally, they awaited the Emperor's departure and the arrival of their opportunity. Shall we act? They exchanged glances, wondering what treasure could possibly be nourished by the essence of countless beings like a vast sea of blood. Or perhaps it was some unparalleled great evil. Regardless, this coffin must not fall into the hands of the shadow. It must remain within the royal family of the Red Earth Empire. After all, their family was currently at war with the Red Earth Empire. Whatever could be destroyed would be destroyed, and any resources that could be taken would be taken. The principle was to leave no trace behind. Let's go. The two nodded in agreement, each pulling out a carefully cherished talisman from their pockets, reluctantly using it. Moments later the two became almost transparent, bouncing through the air and avoiding the killing intent of the killing array. They successfully infiltrated the center of the high platform, staring at the gigantic coffin, unsure of how to proceed. No matter, let's take it all. The two exchanged a glance, and Chen Mu summoned forth his greatest opportunity, a jade fat bottle. Seeing his face filled with pain as he let a few drops of black sludge fall from it, the array quietly collapsed, and he took out countless immortal materials, inscribing one formation after another to dismantle the restrictions. As a team of array-breaking experts, they moved with ease, calm, and collected. After dismantling the restrictions around the coffin, Chen nodded, gritting his teeth. He took out a black jar that erupted with boundless devouring power, instantly sucking the coffin inside. Go. The two had a tacit understanding, as if they had done this countless times before, moving like great thieves. Returning safely to the passage in the ceiling, they used secret methods to repair it, and quickly left through the planned escape route. Their techniques were so skilled that it was clear they were habitual offenders. Everything was meticulously arranged, and they even set countless false formations to mislead their pursuer. Alt. Mi Qian. In the sea of blood, a reluctant roar echoed as the avatar of the evil lord detonated a portion of the energy within the blood sea. The entire imperial palace was sent into the sky. Fortunately, the 7 merged beings under the protection of the ancestral seal were not in danger of losing their lives. Looking at the destroyed blood sea, they grew furious and anxious. The heavy responsibility entrusted to them by the emperor had turned to ashes in an instant. Far away in the northern territory, the emperor's heart trembled, unable to care for seizing the immortal treasure. He slammed his palm down and swiftly retreated. A great explosion occurred in the imperial capital. This sudden change allowed Chun Ruoshi and others to breathe a sigh of relief. They quickly took the 2 heavily injured guardians and left the northern territory. Just a moment longer, and Hua Qingwu would have revealed herself to take action. What happened in the imperial capital? Chen Chu sensed a burst of extremely evil energy. Even the northern territory could distinctly feel the tremors. Forget him, let's go quickly. Chen Xingxing looked at the heavily injured Chen Chu and left in haste. Black Dragon. Once they returned to the endless sea, they saw a black dragon soaring across the sea like a sharp black arrow. As they descended, they learned it was outside the Great Formation, and upon seeing the sky filled with red light, they hurried back to report. Upon reaching the endless sea, they finally contacted the Heavenly King's Hall. Such a great upheaval in the Hongtu Empire, they had already planned to inform Chen Feng. At this moment, far away in Tiannan Daozhou, Chen Feng. What? A streak of light shot out from the star-picking tower, quickly flying towards Hongtu Daozhou. Something had happened. Chen Feng, who had been battling day and night, received a distress signal from his children indicating that a great ascension cultivator had appeared in Hongtu Daozhou. If it weren't for that great ascension cultivator, due to some unforeseen circumstances, having to abandon the attack on them. Otherwise his children might have perished here. At this moment he erupted in anger, moving like the wind, and lightning madly shifting through the void. Tiannan Daozhou was extremely far from Hongtu Daozhou. Even a great ascension cultivator would need half a day to reach it. However, for Chen Feng, who could continuously leap through the void, the time was greatly reduced. Hongtu Imperial Capital. Mi Qian hurried back, looking at the remnants of the Imperial Palace. His brows twitched violently. Feeling an ominous premonition, he used great magical power to unlock the restrictions of the secret land. He saw that the blood sea had diminished by half, and on the high platform the coffin had vanished. The 7 merged cultivators stood on the high platform, spinning around like headless flies. Mi Qian suddenly erupted in rage, realizing that the task he had repeatedly instructed them to do had been botched. In fact, he had been gone for less than half an hour. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. He shouted, slapping his younger brother, leaving him dazed. Your Highness, it was that shadow who attacked, trying to seize the coffin, but was instead harmed by the restrictions you set up. Then the ancestral seal pursued him fiercely, and we could only follow the ancestral seal to provide magical energy for him. But who would have known that the shadow was so cunning, using secret methods to detonate the blood sea? We barely managed to extinguish it. And then we found that the coffin housing the ancestor had disappeared. Mi Pei shrank his neck, afraid of being slain by the enraged Mi Qian. Evil Lord, damn you, you scoundrel. Mi Qian was furious, knowing in his heart that this must be the work of the evil lord. Unexpectedly, he was targeting not only the cultivators within the empire, but also his own ancestor. He had nurtured him for over 10,000 years, and he was about to be resurrected. And just like that, he was stolen away. At this moment, he truly wanted to slap himself twice. If it weren't for his greed insistent on seizing some immortal treasure, he wouldn't have been tricked by the evil lord. He regretted it immensely, but the deed had been done. Damn the Chen family, the Chen clan. He shouted, raising his hands to draw the energy from the blood sea, and flew out from the imperial capital to pursue the Chen clan. Since the deed had been done and his ancestor had been lost, he would at least seize 1 or 2 immortal treasures. The ancestral seal followed the emperor and flew away, leaving the 7 members of the royal family staring at each other. Bei gritted his teeth. Let's go. He also decided to follow his elder brother to rectify his mistakes. The other 6 merged cultivators also gritted their teeth and followed. At this moment, the entire royal family mobilized their resources. After failing to find Chen Shu and others in the northern territory, he quickly locked onto their location. Using great magical power, he located the position of the Island of Life and hurried towards it. At this time, a great formation was erected above the Island of Life. A group of cultivators had gathered to provide energy for the formation. Shin Roashi had already sent out the message. They only needed to hold out for half a day, and they could withstand until their father arrived. Everyone was well aware that once Mi Qian dealt with the affairs of the imperial capital, he would surely come to attack again. Moreover, his methods would be even more brutal. There would be no opportunity to catch their breath. How is Tianmu and Tianting? Chen Shu took a breath, feeling his injuries had improved somewhat. After being besieged by the 6 merged cultivators, they had already sustained heavy injuries. Before recovering, they had to jointly resist Mi Qian's attacks, worsening their injuries. Now their strength was almost diminished. Even a void return cultivator could bully them in front of them. The situation of the 2 guardians is not optimistic, their souls nearly being knocked out of their bodies, and their bodies can no longer move. Chen Xingxing informed Chen Chu of the actual situation, and Chen Chu's expression darkened. If this was the case, then the situation was dangerous. Tianmu and Tianting were both latest-stage merged cultivators. Without the magical power assistance from 2 latest-stage merged cultivators, the formation might not last long. After all, now he was also out of commission. The only ones who could fight were Chen Ruashi and Chu Chong, these 2 with merged combat power. Additionally, only Chen Chuxiao could use 2 immortal treasures. It couldn't be dragged out for too long. A storm was brewing and a layer of gloom hung over the Island of Life. Hearing that a great ascension cultivator was coming to attack, many were filled with anxiety. That represented supreme combat power. Who could block it? If only Chen Chu could have a few hundred or even 1,000 years more time, then it would indeed be no problem. Half an hour later, the sky was filled with red mist. Everyone understood that Mi Qian had arrived. All of them stood ready, pouring their magical energy into the various formation nodes. But this was merely a peak 7th-tier, half-step 8th-tier formation. If a great ascension cultivator activated it, then blocking Mi Qian would not be difficult. However, given the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the formation would be destroyed. Little insects, so you were hiding here. Oh, there's a formation too. What do you think this broken formation can hold me back? A mocking laughter rang out, piercing through the formation's defense, entering everyone's ears. Oh, there's a formation too. What do you think this broken formation can hold me back? Mi Qian. A furious roar resounded. All cultivators, heed my command. Channel your energy, maintain the formation. With a thunderous shout, Chu Chong was the first to inject his magical power, reinforcing the operation of the formation. Boom. Mi Qian did not take action himself, but instead had his royal brothers make amends. In an instant, the formation barrier was subjected to countless attacks. A cacophony of explosions ensued. In a fleeting moment, many could no longer withstand it, their faces turning pale. Even Chu Chong, who was managing the formation, felt a wave of exhaustion. In just a short while, a significant portion of his magical power was drained. If Mi Qian were to strike. Thinking of this, he held his breath. All right. I will no longer play with you. The Island of Life must vanish from this world. Mi Qian said lightly, feeling the auras of several powerful beings below, and he smirked disdainfully. Immediately, he raised his hand, extracting the sea of blood and igniting it. The energy bubbled like a bomb on the verge of explosion. The fusion and explosion of the life essence of over 100 million people would create an awe-inspiring spectacle. Mi Qian was unfazed, intending to hurl this bomb to obliterate the celestial treasure. Boom. The sea of blood with a diameter exceeding 100 miles descended like a crimson star, unleashing a terrifying force, manifesting a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It crashed against the purple barrier, and in an instant countless individuals spat blood, their internal magical power drained. Chu Chong also fell from the sky, as if the world was ending, the entire realm engulfed in blood. The formation was utterly powerless to resist. This strike was executed with Mi Qian's intent to eliminate everyone aiming to destroy the island of life. If you're afraid of death, don't be a ghost. Oh, let's make a final stand. Countless killing arrays surged with blood power stretching hundreds of feet, golden light bursting forth as a golden fist imprint akin to a small mountain slammed into the depths of the sea of blood. Chun Roashi summoned the celestial spirit wheel, unleashing endless divine light, cutting toward the sea of blood. The other cultivators also unleashed their strongest strikes, which were their final blows. Not directed at the massive sea of blood. Trivial skills. Mi Qian snorted coldly, dividing his focus. The ancestral seal erupted, directly suppressing all of their attacks. Despair engulfed everyone as they gazed upon a sea of red light and a shocking aura. The gigantic blood sphere pressed toward the island of life, shattering everything in its path. Is my Chun clan's territory something you can trample on? With a resounding explosion, the statue of Chen Feng from the Chun clan shattered. A phantom darted into the sky, magical power morphing into a colossal palm that obscured the sun, halting the blood sphere and hurling it back. Father! Chen Chu shouted, recognizing that familiar phantom. He knew it was Chen Feng's contingency plan in action. Suddenly the world went dark before him, and he felt relieved as he fell heavily to the ground. Mi Qian was also startled, frantically suppressing the rebound of the blood sphere. Daoist friend. No, you are merely his incarnation. Fear surged within Mi Qian. His full-force strike, carrying the weight of the sea of blood, was easily pushed back. In that moment he ignited thoughts of retreating while he still had a chance. Yet he discovered that the other party's body was ethereal and their aura was waning. Sending out his divine sense to probe, he found it was merely an incarnation, leading him to feel relieved. Below, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was as if they had seen a savior. You are truly audacious. As the saying goes, if a minor character appears, the major one follows. The magical incarnation left by Chen Feng acted, pushing away the fatal blow directed at the island of life. Even as an incarnation, the terrifying magical power and might contained within deeply shocked Mi Qian's heart. This only strengthened his resolve to eliminate all members of the Chun clan on the island of life, and then flee with the celestial treasure. What a formidable figure! Mi Qian wasted no time launching consecutive attacks, unleashing the might of the Great Ascension, stirring up massive waves. The power of the celestial spirits flowed, each strike imbued with lethal intent. The phantom of Chen Feng bore a detached expression as wisps of light twinkled beneath his palm, countering with a formidable strike known as the heaven-toppling seal. He repelled Mi Qian once more, then surged forward. The golden fist imprint resembled a sun, illuminating the void and forcing Mi Qian back dozens of miles. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated. Chen Feng's arrival brought them hope, prompting joyous shouts. You think just being an incarnation will intimidate me? Mi Qian was furious, channeling his essence and spirit, frantically striking down with a large seal. Chen Feng carefully responded and dodged. If struck, his incarnation would surely vanish. He could only proceed cautiously, minimizing consumption while buying more time. The sky crackled, the golden gale spread, swirling around. Ordinary return-to-void cultivators would be sliced to bits beneath this golden gale. The sheer might was breathtaking. The 7 entities in the combine stage were at a loss, staring blankly. They dared not assist Mi Qian, fearing they would be killed. If they attacked the island of life, the phantom emerging from within might return to eliminate them. They hesitated, as surely they couldn't remain idle. Finally, 6 of them looked to Mi Bei, the emperor's most trusted and biologically related younger brother. The decision was left to him. Without hesitation, Mi Bei looked down at the island of life, gritted his teeth. Attack! We will help the emperor seize the celestial treasure. Instantly resolved. That phantom, no matter how fierce, was still just a phantom. Eventually its energy would be fully expended. Why fear it? They began a frenzied assault on the formation. The people within the formation could only endure desperately. After half an hour, the distant battle fluctuations ceased. This meant that Chen Feng's phantom had completely dissipated. At this moment in the shadows, a man and a woman were quietly observing. Our disciple's father is quite formidable. Zishao was somewhat astonished. They had witnessed it firsthand. Chen Feng pressed Mi Qian, who could only resist and flee. The most astonishing part was that it was merely an incarnation, yet it could suppress Mi Qian, who wielded a celestial treasure. It was simply unheard of. So terrifying. It seems we won't need to intervene for a while. At the exit of the chaotic sea, a figure appeared above the vast ocean. He swiftly found his position, lightly treading in the air. In the next moment, he vanished from this realm. The island of life. Mi Qian returned, his imperial robe tattered, a hint of malevolence on his face. He had been pressed by a phantom, nearly losing his life several times. How could he tolerate this? The Mi clan's secret technique Star Path. He immediately unleashed his most profound secret art created from the celestial methods of the Mi clan's ancestors. Channeling the power of the stars, he condensed it with magical power into pseudo-stars, unleashing terrifying might. In the sky, ominous stars descended infused with endless blood energy, crashing down toward the island of life. The might of the great ascension surged like a blood moon crashing down upon the island of life. A chill swept through the hearts of the crowd. The overwhelming force obliterated everything in its path, leaving the weaker cultivators feeling as if they were about to be melted away. They could only wait helplessly for death. In the shifting winds and clouds, a massive golden hand reached out towards Mi Qian. You truly are tired of living. A cold voice rang out, and in that instant Chen Feng arrived. He stepped forth from the void, hands behind his back, advancing towards the heavens, suppressing Mi Qian. The blood moon, however, was struck away by his casual blow, disappearing into the unknown. Father has become so much stronger. Chen Ruoxi gazed at the power emanating from Chen Feng, admiration flooding her eyes. Mi Qian was suppressed by the golden hand, desperately struggling to break free. Yet he soon realized that all his efforts were in vain. It was terrifying. Waves of despair surged within him, his own strength paled in comparison to the phantom that was exponentially more powerful. If the phantom could chase him down, how could he contend with the real figure? At this moment, regret welled up in his heart. He had not expected Chen Feng to arrive so quickly. I warn you, let me go. Mi Qian unleashed his magical power, forcibly breaking free from Chen Feng's suppression, and activated the ancestral seal to strike back. The sun and moon seal shone behind Chen Feng, who calmly raised his hand, capturing the ancestral seal and suppressing it. He then swiftly moved closer to Mi Qian, pinning him down to the ground. Though both were at the early stage of great ascension, Chen Feng's strength was at least tenfold greater than Mi Qian's. Mi Qian had no ability to resist, and was instantly subdued. Once so haughty, he now panicked, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape the suppression. Yet he found all his efforts futile as the power of utmost yang manifested in this realm. Chen Feng's fists fell like falling stars, crashing down fiercely upon Mi Qian. In mere moments, Mi Qian was gravely injured. He grew furious, attempting to turn the tide. But how could Chen Feng grant him that opportunity? With a flick of his hand, he utilized the realm within his palm to bind Mi Qian tightly. Mi Qian swung his fist, using all his might to resist striking against the restrictions of the realm within Chen Feng's palm, but in return he was met with relentless bolts of lightning that bombarded him. In an instant he was subjected to a barrage of blows. The swift attacks left the 7 members of the Mi family unable to react. By the time they regained their senses, they felt as if the sky had turned dark. Afterward, Mi Qian, charred to a crisp, was taken into the realm of the immortals. Father, you have finally come. Chen Ruoxi was finally able to cancel the transition of her magical power, diving into Chen Feng's embrace. All right, you've grown up. Why do you still act like a little girl? Chen Feng, filled with tenderness, placed his hand above his precious daughter's forehead and gently spoke. Father, please go check on Brother Chu's injuries. Chen Ruoxi did not forget the serious matter leading Chen Feng to Chen Chu and the 2 great protectors. Upon seeing Chen Chu, Chen Feng first froze, followed by a surge of anger. This was the first time he had seen Chen Chu so severely injured since the events at the Tianfu sect. His body was shattered internally, his organs damaged, and the blood within him battled against corrosive substances. The situation was dire. Immediately, he channeled true qi of longevity to heal Chen Chu's injuries and fed him a top-tier 7th grade spirit pill. After stabilizing his condition, Chen Feng finally let out a breath of relief. Father, you have come. I am useless. It forced you to take action. Chen Chu felt somewhat ashamed. Too much had happened, and he had originally regarded this as a trial for himself. Yet he sustained such heavy injuries and made his old father clean up the mess for him and others. You have done very well. Feeling the power within Chen Chu, Chen Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It was simply terrifying. His physical form alone was stronger than that of the pure-blood dragon clan. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded beyond the island. The black dragon seemed to have been summoned, soaring into the sky from the ground. Chuling. Chen Chu looked towards the horizon, somewhat surprised. Chen Chuling had also arrived, accompanied by a silver dragon at the integration realm. Greetings, Father, Brother Chu. He descended first, bowing to Chen Feng. Seeing the battle around them had concluded, and that even Chen Feng had intervened, he couldn't help but click his tongue, regretting not having arrived earlier. I was delayed on the way and captured a cultivator from the Evil Lord faction. Xiao Xiao. Saying this, Chen Chuling called out to the silver dragon, which obediently descended from the sky. I was delayed on the way and captured a cultivator from the evil lord faction. Xiao Xiao. Saying this, Chen Chuling called out to the silver. He kicked him, delivering a thorough beating. Xiao Xiao greets Senior Chen Feng. The silver dragon transformed into a human, her silvery white hair, and an adorable appearance that did not match the dragon form, awkwardly bowing to Chen Feng. Chen Chuling quietly stood in front of her. Chen Feng scanned them with profound meaning, noticing Ao Xiao grabbing Chen Chuling's corner, looking somewhat embarrassed. This kid is something else. Seeing this, Chen Feng could not help but understand why his good son had managed to connect with the royal dragon clan. It turned out he had become a dragon knight. Moreover, Chen Feng sensed the purity of Aoxio's bloodline, which was simply horrifying. It could be said to be completely pure blood without a hint of impurity. Such a bloodline and physique were undoubtedly treasures among the dragon clan. With this connection, Chen Chuling must have received no small amount of care. Observing his nearing integration-level cultivation, Chen Feng also understood quite a bit. Chen Chuling, whom he had raised by hand, even personally, washing his marrow to enhance his aptitude. Yet the speed of his advancement could not have been so swift. Breaking through to the void return stage was already the limit. Now he was on the brink of integration, which was hard not to guess the reason. What do you mean by calling me senior? Chen Feng revealed a fatherly smile, taking out 6 dragon flow fruits from his pocket and handing them to Ao Xiao. This is a welcome gift for you. In an instant, Ao Xiao appeared somewhat at a loss upon receiving the dragon flow fruits handed over by Chen Feng. Take it, your father acknowledges you. Chen Chuling had initially harbored anxiety, planning to reveal his relationship with Ao Xiao only after breaking through to integration. However, he had not expected that his father would see through it so easily. This made him praise his father for having such keen insight. If Chen Feng had heard his thoughts, he would have given him a hard knock on the head. The interactions between him and Ao Xiao were noted by everyone present, yet he believed no one was aware. Aoxio's eyes sparkled with excitement as she solemnly bowed. Thank you, father. This. Chen Feng's hand, which was passing the Longyu fruit, froze. Are you changing your words? This made him somewhat admire. Youth truly has its advantages. He immediately responded with a smile. Good, very good. Then Chen Feng sternly looked at Chen Chuling and said in a deep voice, do not slight them. And do not bring shame to the Chen family. Seeing Chen Feng so serious, Chen Chuling solemnly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, father. His back was straight and his expression was serious. When is the wedding? I need to prepare the betrothal gifts. The dragon clan is a great clan and must not lose face. Chen Feng's words were shocking, making a complete 360-degree turn. Upon hearing this, Ao Xiao's face turned red, and she pulled Chen Chuling's hand. At the same time, she was also filled with immense anticipation. Chen Chuling was taken aback for a moment, rubbed Ao Xiao's head, and smiled. Let me break through to the combined body stage. Then it will be father who proposes. All right. Chen Feng nodded, his face full of satisfaction. The child has finally grown up, knowing to find a wife and also finding a partner with strong bloodline talents. This made him very pleased. After feeling pleased, he shot a fierce glare at Chen Chuxiao, who was idly splashing around. This kid still hasn't settled down and is not by his side, making it hard to discipline him. It was a headache. Chen Chuxiao shrugged innocently and started chattering in Chen Ruox's ear. Chen Feng and Chen Chuling thus reached an agreement, essentially finalizing a marriage arrangement. Immediately afterward, they summoned great magic to revive Tian Mu and his companion. I am well aware of the situation in the Hongtu Daozhou, and the culprit has already been captured by me. The next steps will be up to you. Chen Feng's meaning was clear. He wanted Chen Chu and the others to continue and completely rename Hongtu Daozhou. Instantly, they were filled with enthusiasm. Chen Chuxiao was the first to take action, escaping from Chen Feng's grasp. He had a premonition that if he remained on Life Island, he would inevitably be pressured into marriage by Chen Feng. How old is he? Not even 300 years. He is still a child. Why get married? Isn't it better to live freely and happily by oneself? On the summit of the clouds, Chen Chuxio's 2 masters, after sending Chen Feng away, did not linger. With Chen Chuxio's life secured, they no longer kept a close watch on him. The 2 walked through the thunder and vanished from Hongtu Daozhou. Just as Chen Feng was about to search for Chen Mu, he sensed 2 special auras leaving. These were exceedingly powerful thunders. However, he didn't pay much attention. I have met you, Senior Chen Feng. Having just taken a few steps, Chen Feng saw Chu Chang, who respectfully bowed to him, and he nodded. He had learned much about him from the feedback of his magical clone. He was a fine person. You are quite impressive. Seeing his substantial help to Chen Feng decided to bestow upon him a celestial art. Take this jade slip, it is a token of my gratitude for your care of my branch on Life Island. Chen Feng casually fabricated a reason and tossed the jade slip of Tianhaliu to him as they brushed past. Chu Chang carefully accepted the jade slip and was astonished upon sensing its content. He hurriedly bowed in the direction Chen Feng had left, saying, "Thank you, senior, for bestowing this technique." This was a transmission of celestial art. It thrilled him, as only the Mi family and Hongtu Daozhou possessed celestial arts. For him, it was an unexpected joy. Meanwhile, Chen Shud and Chen Mu Li, one plump and one thin, surfaced from the waters near Life Island. After quickly orienting themselves, they rejoiced, sensing Chen Feng's aura. Immediately excited, they rushed toward the direction from which the aura emanated. "Mu, you have suffered these years." In Chen Mu Yi's estate, Chen Feng saw Chen Mu Yi. "It hasn't been hard. I just haven't seen Grandpa for many years and miss him terribly." Upon seeing Chen Feng, Chen Mu Yi trembled with excitement. Oh, after over 100 years, she finally saw her idol again. The one she respected and admired. "Silly child." Chen Feng laughed and gave her a couple of taps on the head, just like when she made mistakes as a child, and he would scold her. "You haven't slacked off in your cultivation over the years, good." Feeling Chen Mu Yi's aura approaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he nodded with satisfaction. Chen Mu Yi's cultivation resources and environment were not as good as those in the clan, and achieving such accomplishments was quite impressive for her. It is not easy to thrive outside. What Grandpa instructed I dare not forget. At this moment, Li Jieling also arrived in the front hall. Upon seeing the familiar figure, she was momentarily stunned. The person in front of her bore a striking resemblance to the Chun clan's ancestor she often paid respects to. "Grandpa, this is your granddaughter-in-law, Li Jieling." Chen Mu Yi was about to call Li Jieling over to let her grandfather see. It should be noted that her grandfather was good at everything, but he had a huge obsession with branching out and having many children. Even when she was governing Wanghai City, she was subtly hinted by Chen Feng. He made it so that as the city lord she had to present herself accordingly. A wife and concubines were essential. He was still waiting to hold great-grandchildren. However, she had always pushed it aside for the sake of cultivation. Looking back now, she felt a bit regretful, but also somewhat fortunate. If she had settled down back then, perhaps she would not have the subsequent life she led. Or perhaps her later life would have undergone earth-shattering changes, turning her into a vengeful madwoman. Not bad, not bad, you young man is quite lucky." Chen Feng silently nodded. Li Jieling's talent was not inferior, and her appearance was exceptional. She was the best candidate for his granddaughter-in-law. Immediately he praised Chen Mu Yi, saying that the boy still had some skills and had not wasted his time under his influence. "You flatter me, Grandpa." Chen Mu Yi was also happy to hear Chen Feng praise her partner, which represented his recognition. "There is nothing much I can give you. Let it be, I will give each of you a protective talisman." Chen Feng thought for a moment as Chen Mu Yi and the others lacked spirit treasures. After pondering, he decided to enhance their means of survival. Suddenly a burst of spiritual fire erupted, and the spiritual light danced. 2 jade talismans, one black and one white, inscribed with the character Chun, appeared in the air, landing in the hands of Chen Mu Yi and Li Jieling. Chen Feng's magical power had decreased by a small half. These items can withstand attacks from Great Ascension cultivators, and can also trigger the prohibitions within them to unleash a lethal strike. Each jade talisman contains 6 of my methods, 3 for defense and 3 for attack. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu Yi was delighted, holding the jade talisman as if it were a treasure. With this item, even the most fearsome demons and monsters would be no match. Li Jieling was also immensely pleased as she had witnessed Chen Feng's strength. Previously, Mi Qian had been invincible, nearly annihilating the entire Life Island with a single strike, but was slapped down by Chen Feng. Now he was captured alive. It was simply terrifying. "Thank you, Grandpa." The two of them happily bowed and began to play with the jade talisman. He rose and left, politely declining the offer of his grandson and granddaughter-in-law to accompany him. Alone, he wandered through the Chun clan's territory, wanting to see how this small branch of his family was faring. On the Hongtu Daozhou continent, the recovery efforts were in full swing as numerous oppressed forces rose up and countless ordinary people emerged from the deep mountains to guide the Qin clan. In a short time, numerous forces of the Hongtu Empire were eradicated, and the loyal hounds were held accountable, even those hidden in the deepest, most secretive areas. "My lord, follow me, I know a shortcut. The lord of Anfen City is hiding right there. We can take the shortcut to catch up to him." Small cultivators from minor forces hid in the deep mountains, guiding the Chun clan as they came to settle accounts. In an instant, the last remnants of the Hongtu Empire had nowhere left to hide. After a month, nearly all forces and their loyal hounds had been accounted for. All major cities and territories had been taken over. Even the imperial capital of the Hongtu Empire was now flying the flag of the Chen clan. Standing on the crumbling city walls of the imperial capital, Chen Feng gazed at the beautiful landscape, filled with deep emotion. Send my orders from today onward. Hongtu Daozhou will be renamed. It shall be called Life Daozhou. This was a decision Chen Feng made after careful consideration, as it began from the island of life, and should also end with life. Thus this name Life became the final word. In no time the news spread through the streets and alleys. Even in the deep mountains many minor forces and ordinary people were brought out. They returned to this Daozhou to live. Chen Feng was committed to a principle to treat the people here as he would in Lingwen Daozhou. In an instant he garnered immense goodwill. Chen Feng, along with the kings of the Chen clan and the martyrs of the Island of Life, were all honored with longevity tablets, receiving offerings from the mortal realm. The imperial capital, now renamed Life City, became the core of Life Daozhou and the political center. Due to its uniqueness, it was also far from the core of the Chen clan. After deep thought, Chen Feng re-established the rulers. He set up two major governing offices: the Life Pavilion, run jointly by the Chen clan and the elders from the Island of Life. They managed all affairs of Life Daozhou, appointed city lords and officials of various cities, and established new systems. Additionally, for the academies, Chen Qian, sent from Chun County, would serve as the chief sacrificial official, establishing Chen academies throughout the Daozhou, seeking out talents among mortals and uncovering forgotten geniuses. At the same time, efforts were made to weaken the influence of various family and sect powers over cultivators, creating a better environment. The academies would also oversee all cultivators in Daozhou. They punished indiscriminate killings and the slaughter of ordinary people by cultivators practicing evil arts. This was a sword hanging over the heads of all cultivators in Daozhou. Qiu Chang was appointed as the vice sacrificial official of the academies to deter any future miscreants. Furthermore, anyone holding an official position would have to enter the academy, increasing their deterrent power. After these two establishments, the recovering cultivation world of Daozhou began to stir. Strict laws and various penalties left them feeling dissatisfied. Among them, in Haipeng City, which had been minimally affected and was closest to the Island of Life, this city became a stronghold for the development of Life City. Here, aside from Dongling City, the majority of cultivators gathered. In a tavern, all were cultivators. The tavern owner was also a survivor from the calamity. He felt immense gratitude towards the Chun clan and the Island of Life. He even named the tavern Respect Life, which won the favor of many cultivators who often came to drink. At this moment, in the upstairs loft, a nascent soul cultivator was drinking heavily, looking at the prohibitions issued by Life City, his brow furrowing. He couldn't help but curse loudly. What kind of rules are these? Aren't they cutting off the future of our sex cultivators? So Life City's rule is to account for all cultivators and control the power to kill. We barely escaped the clutches of the Hongtu Empire, and now we've fallen into another trap, haven't we? This nascent soul man shouted angrily, venting his unwillingness. Their sect had barely survived for over 10,000 years, and now they could finally step out of the deep mountains with their heads held high, only to be told that the glorious era of families and sects was coming to an end. Moreover, there were institutions specifically punishing their cultivators, and they would select outstanding mortals for training. Isn't this a disguised suppression of sects and families? This was simply shattering his ambition to make a grand move. How could he endure it? He cursed on the spot, but no one responded to him. In the tavern, almost everyone was from sects and family forces. Although a small number agreed with him, in the long run this system would only make Life Daozhou stronger. While there was suppression of family and sect forces, the environment had improved, preventing many tragedies of extermination. Moreover, after thousands of years, the bloody slaughter of the Hongtu Empire treated people as blood slaves. Regarding the practice of evil arts, nearly all cultivators opposed and loathed it, wishing to eliminate it completely. The words of the nascent soul man were bound to provoke public anger. Many people glared at him with wide eyes. Is it so uncomfortable to have just gained a new life? I advise you to shut your mouth and think carefully before saying this. Otherwise, I believe everyone here will see you as a remnant. Someone shouted angrily. What does it matter to you? Can't I speak out against injustice? If I may say, Life City is doing this perhaps to emulate the Hongtu Empire and keep us like pigs. Shut your mouth. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back, shooting out like an arrow and striking the nascent soul man in the face. He was immediately knocked from the window down to the street. In an instant, countless people applauded. You're asking for death. The nascent soul man, being a sect leader, was surrounded by numerous cultivators after being thrown down. Feeling humiliated, he summoned his magical treasure and was ready to fight in the street. You dare treat the prohibition as a joke? Stone Tian stepped forward, his face filled with anger. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? The nascent soul man felt some trepidation as the aura emanating from the man before him was a whole minor realm above him. I am Stone Tian. Like everyone else, I am a cultivator who survived the hands of the Mi clan's evil. Upon hearing this, he felt relieved knowing the other party did not belong to the forces of Life Island. He believed that Tian would not do anything to him, and sarcastically remarked, "So you want to be a dog for Life City, huh?" The nascent soul man decided to defend his own interests and sought to rally others to join him in causing trouble. He demanded a revision of the rules at least to allow them greater freedom as cultivators. This statement enraged all the cultivators present, as they never expected such a treacherous wolf to exist in this world. Tian was also amused with anger and was about to retort. But suddenly a figure charged out, launching a punch. Damn it, just as good days are coming, you want to rebel and dare insult Life City. Watch me beat you to death. The one who attacked was the cultivator who had previously smashed him out of the window. Seeing his furious rage, he cared little for the cultivator's demeanor. Although he was only at the early stage of nascent soul, he was one small realm lower than the nascent soul man. However, the astonishing killing intent he exuded was enough to intimidate him. After a round of fighting, the nascent soul man could no longer hold back and began to resist, ready to erupt into a battle of nascent souls. At that time, this entire block would be destroyed. In my opinion, you are nothing but a lapdog for Life City. The nascent soul man ruthlessly struck, unleashing his magic, intending to obliterate the man who had attacked him multiple times. Stop right there. Tian could no longer hold back and joined the fray, quickly suppressing the nascent soul man. The surrounding cultivators also unleashed their magic, isolating the area to minimize damage. Meanwhile, those who saw the nascent soul man being beaten to a pulp could not help but applaud. What is going on? Why can't one live peacefully? Some were so enraged that they quietly approached the nascent soul man and kicked him. I am a wanderer from the academy, you will come with me. Tian surveyed the surroundings, and seeing that no one was willing to help, immediately produced a token. On the front was inscribed the words Academy, and on the back Wanderer. This token was specifically for wandering through various Dao states, punishing injustices, and even had the authority to investigate the major city lords. Wanderer from the academy. Everyone was astonished, realizing that there was someone from the academy among them. Now that the token had been revealed, the nascent soul man dared not move, and his hatred was almost palpable. He glared fiercely at the man who had attacked him earlier. If it weren't for him, how could he have attracted the attention of the academy? Come with me, let's go. Tian employed a secret technique to seal him, carving a magic seal on his forehead to suppress his cultivation. This was a secret method created by Chen Feng specifically for the Academy's forces, inspired by the sealing power of Tianhai. Still, a great-level secret technique, Tian found it effortless to seal someone who was one realm lower than himself. The nascent soul man looked ashen, suppressed by Tian. They had heard of the Wanderer from the Academy. This rank was higher than that of the lords of non-major cities, and was reserved for individuals rigorously trained by the Academy. What was even more terrifying was that wanderers from the Academy were usually part of the preparatory management. No matter how he resisted, he could not escape. The surrounding crowd cheered in approval. Just as things had stabilized for a month, trouble began. Who will die if not you? This friend, may I ask for your name? Tian turned his gaze toward the man who had joined him in the fray, his eyes filled with admiration. I am Wang Chong, nice to meet you, fellow daoist. I was once captured by Dongling City along with my entire family, imprisoned in the blood prison. Fortunately, I was rescued by two elders who called themselves the Dragon and Tiger Immortals, thus escaping disaster. If the Wanderer has any orders, or if there is anything I can assist with, I would not hesitate. Wang Chong said earnestly, cupping his hands. Tian paused for a moment and glanced at Wang Chong. The Dragon and Tiger Immortals, he seemed to have heard of them somewhere. Upon careful recollection, he had seen these two while following Chen Mu Li, as they were also direct descendants of the Chen family. He never expected they had done so many good deeds. He felt a sense of familiarity with Wang Chong, since he had a clean background. Are the Dragon and Tiger Immortals one fat and one thin with quite a celestial demeanor? One wields a whisk, and the other throws flying knives? He pondered carefully, recalling the appearances of Chen Mu Li and the two. Do you know them? Wang Chong's eyes widened with excitement as he looked at Tian. He had once vowed to repay their kindness, but now he knew nothing beyond the names of his two saviors. Now hearing it from someone else's mouth, how could he not be thrilled? I know them, Tian nodded. Come on. Tian waved at Wang Chong. The academy still lacked sufficient foundation and needed someone to establish its reputation and intimidate the various forces in the Dao state. Wang Chong was the perfect choice, filled with a sense of justice, a sense of belonging to Life City, and the connection to the dragon and tiger immortals. He was simply the ideal candidate. Wang Chong had no idea that his small action would completely change his life. My dear father, I finally found you. Finally, after a month, Chen Chud and the others finally met the busy man Chen Feng. In the depths of Life City, Chen Feng looked at the two lively treasures rushing towards him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Seeing their excited expressions, it was clear they had no good intentions. Perhaps they had come just to show off their archaeological achievements. Father, guess what we brought back? The two of them looked excited, casting mysterious glances at Chen Feng, rubbing their fists together. The implication was so obvious, it could not be missed. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng walked over and kicked the two of them in the rear. Stop with the suspense, and just say it. The two exchanged glances, hoping to use their archaeological finds to gain some rewards. They occasionally eyed the celestial sword hanging at Chen Feng's waist. The two exchanged glances, hoping to use their archaeological finds to gain some rewards. They occasionally eyed the celestial sword hanging at Chen Feng's waist, causing his face to darken. He was still alive, yet his dutiful sons and grandsons were already trying to scheme for his celestial sword. Anger welled up within him. Show me first, then I will decide what to give you. And also, I am not dead yet. Don't even think about getting your hands on my sword. This wasn't the first or second time these two had tried to steal his celestial sword before. The two exchanged glances before shifting their gaze away from the celestial sword. Then, grandfather, just watch closely. This thing is definitely worth a celestial weapon. I am not dead. Not yet, and yet you've already prepared my coffin. What sinister intent lies behind this? Chen Feng's face darkened. These two incorrigible troublemakers never failed to produce something utterly unexpected. Father, you misunderstand. Both youths trembled instinctively. How could they not grasp Chen Feng's meaning? Whatever lay within had barely manifested before he sensed it. He was merely bluffing, trying to claim it for free. And this is outrageous. Confiscated. Chen Feng shot them a fierce glare, snatched the sarcophagus, and sealed it into his omnipotent storage ring. Seeing Chen Feng ignore their subtle hints, Chen Chud grew frantic. This treasure had cost them 9 lives, and nearly claimed a 10th when the malevolent aura within the sarcophagus nearly shattered their souls. Even a great ascension cultivator stood guard over it. Inside must surely lie something extraordinary. At this, the two could only feign pitifulness. Father, we endured unimaginable hardship to retrieve this precious artifact for you. We nearly perished in the attempt. 9 lives lost, and only by sheer fortune did we survive. As their embellishments spiraled further out of control, Chen Feng finally snapped, raising a hand with a sharp gesture. Speak plainly. What exactly do you covet from me? And instantly both youths' eyes darted toward the Xian sword, sheathed at his waist, gleaming with naked longing. With this blade in hand, even the tomb of an immortal would hold no terror for us. And they exchanged silent calculations, unaware that Chen Feng's expression grew steadily darker. Silence, now. Chen Feng nearly threw a punch, then paused in thought. Following their known predilections, he summoned spiritual flame on the spot and began forging. Father intends to forge immortal artifacts for us, and I am moved beyond words. I Chen Muley swear lifelong filial devotion, and tears welled in their eyes. But Chen Feng could bear it no longer. With a subtle curl of his little finger, he sent them flying. At last, with the two banished, Chen Feng regained blessed silence. And had they remained nearby, their incessant theatrics would almost certainly have caused his crucible to explode mid-forging. Chen Feng would not allow such disgrace, failing to forge great ascension artifacts only to suffer crucible explosion. It took 3 full days before the 2 unique great ascension artifacts were complete. Countless immortal-grade materials were consumed. Chen Feng personally inscribed intricate formation arrays upon each artifact. And then, retrieving several crimson talisman papers, he proceeded to refine 8th-grade talismanic treasures, artifacts potent enough to challenge great ascension cultivators. True lifelines. Those Singlus Chen Feng infused each with abundant spiritual energy to maximize their resilience. Only then did he summon the 2 who stood guard outside, Chen Muley and the other, into his chamber. "In here, take them." 2 artifacts landed in their palms, one a spirit treasure spade, the other a spirit treasure drill. The first would swiftly convey them to their destination while enhancing earth-diving capabilities and granting numerous additional functions. The second could bypass formations without damaging their core, allowing silent infiltration, or dismantle countless prohibitions. Truly divine tools, for archaeology, assassination, or arson alike. Great ascension artifacts more than suffice in exchange for what you brought me. Were you not my dutiful son and worthy grandson, and I would never have forged them, lest you perish en route to your excavation site. As for their functions, you shall discover those yourselves." In so saying, Chen Feng produced 6 talismanic treasures, handing 3 to each. These are 8th grade talismanic treasures. 1 ensures escape, 1 channels my full force thunder art, and the 3rd provides defense, capable of withstanding a great ascension assault for a full moment. The moment the talismans touched their hands, joy lit their faces, and they carefully stowed them away. In their thoughts had already soared far beyond the heavens. Now even a great ascension cultivator's ill fortune may be dared. In ecstatic, their imaginations soared into the stratosphere. They even contemplated challenging an immortal himself. Chen Feng remained blissfully unaware. If he knew, he would imprison them for a millennium. We take our leave, wishing father, grandfather, swift ascension to immortality. In having received such supreme treasures, they bubbled with delight, and could hardly wait to test their new artifacts. Chen Feng let them go. In this time the 2 young men had delivered treasures far exceeding all expectations. An immortal's corpse, still undergoing the delicate transition from death to rebirth. In this granted Chen Feng boundless latitude for manipulation. Simultaneously, he deduced much from the corpse's attire, and traces of Mi Qian's residual techniques embedded within. Most likely this was the ancestral patriarch of the Mi clan, never imagining his own loyal descendants would unearth this ancient mummified sovereign. Chen Feng probed the corpse's state, and sensed the faintest stirrings of nascent consciousness. Given proper cultivation, this immortal corpse would fully resurrect within a century. And whether its reborn form would retain memories of its prior existence, however, remained uncertain. Yet Chen Feng now intended a grand undertaking. And he temporarily shelved thoughts of converting Mi Qian and others into clan protectors, simply sat beside the sarcophagus motionless. Once he confirmed the precise energy requirements for resurrection, and verified that eternal life, qi, could not only substitute, but enhance the process, he exhaled in relief and began laying his grand design. "Hey, Mi Qian, and look what I've brought." In first, Chen Feng entered the sealed corner of his omnipotent storage ring. There Mi Qian labored diligently to unravel the celestial laws embedded within the palm clutch immortal fruit. Chen Feng clicked his tongue, then descended behind him, and kicked him squarely in the rear. Mi Qian erupted in fury. Hearing that familiar voice, he whirled around, claws bared, only to behold the unmistakable sarcophagus and feel the irresistible pull of bloodline resonance. Ignoring the backlash, he abruptly severed his cultivation and glared at Chen Feng with burning eyes. "And so, it was you who stole my dynasty's founding sovereign." Ni's rage knew no bounds. He'd assumed the evil sovereign was responsible, and had nearly sought him out for vengeance. Instead, his ancestral sovereign stood right before him. The very thread of causality led inexorably back to Chen Feng. In that instant, revelation struck, and his mind raced through endless conjectures. He cried out in, "I understand now. All of this was orchestrated by you. Even the evil sovereign was but a pawn in your game. Your true objective, the founding sovereign's corpse and the entire Hongtu Dao prefecture. You are ruthless beyond measure." And he grasped the truth. Chen Feng had arrived long ago, and masterfully manipulated every step. Step by step, he had guided Mi Qian, terrifying in its precision. Chen Feng, however, had no idea what fantasies swirled in Mi Qian's head, only saw the raw terror and fury contorting his features. He knew, whatever Mi Qian imagined, it was certainly not benign. Yet his purpose here had been fulfilled. The corpse's identity was now irrefutably confirmed. Chen Feng ignored the Mi family's people wanting to consume their expressions. He took the coffin away. Soon after, he appeared again in the City of Life, arranging everything before delegating power back to the various kings. Chun Mu-yi was appointed as the acting lord of the City of Life and the master of the Life Pavilion. He also left the 2 protectors of Tianmu here to serve as the foundation and guard of the City of Life, deterring any potential threats. At the same time, he assisted both Chun Mu-yi and Chen Chuyun. He also informed Chun Mu-yi about the Heavenly King Hall, stating that it would soon reopen. After arranging matters, Chen Feng left the Dao province of life. In the 53rd year of the Immortal Saint calendar, in the southern Dao province, inside the South Ming Immortal Cave, a middle-aged man dressed in the robes of the Red Earth Empire lay at the intersection of various array formations. Surrounding him were countless immortal materials and pills, with a drawn immortal sword poised directly above his forehead. Should the immortal corpse awaken the surrounding restrictions, and the immortal sword would certainly deliver a fatal blow. After everything was prepared, Chen Feng's figure appeared beside the immortal corpse. Holding a bundle of talismans, he stuck them on the immortal corpse one by one. For a corpse that was about to be revived, one must be on high alert even if the other party showed no signs of movement. If during his ritual the corpse suddenly erupted, wouldn't that be a most unjust death? With his current cultivation, facing an immortal would be akin to seeking death. He activated the South Ming Great Formation to its utmost, channeling the spiritual power of the entire 7th grade spiritual vein into the immortal corpse. At the same time, the power of the demonic seed began to seep into the immortal corpse, intending to reverse its transformation. He aimed to turn the immortal corpse into his demonic servant, or rather his holy servant. At the same time, the power of the demonic seed began to seep into the immortal corpse, intending to reverse its transformation. He aimed to turn the immortal corpse into his demonic servant, or rather his holy servant. Countless spiritual energies were ignited, and immortal materials were offered. Without such extensive means to assist with the cultivation of the Great Ascension, attempting to transform the immortal corpse would likely result in over half of his lifespan being devoured by backlash, and perhaps even a regression in cultivation. Numerous spiritual lights, talisman lights, and holy lights intertwined, dyeing the entire South Ming cave into a pure and transparent realm of light. This was the first time since his Dao heart was corrupted that he initiated such a grand action. Under this radiant invasion, the immortal corpse began to show signs of reaction. Talismans fell to the ground, and the immortal corpse seemed to be on the verge of awakening, resisting. It did not wish to become a pawn of another, even if it was only a flicker of consciousness struggling frantically. Fortunately, with many arrangements in place, the cave's restrictions were activated sufficient to suppress the restrictions that could easily contain a 9 transformations loose immortal, effortlessly subduing the immortal corpse without a guiding consciousness. However, this also led to a stalemate with the immortal corpse. The holy light could not invade, alter, or occupy its consciousness. Just when he was at a loss, the immortal sword moved its tip, piercing the center of the immortal corpse's brow. The immortal corpse ceased to move. The holy light and incantations easily entered, beginning to alter its will. However, his Dao heart's corrupted seed could only transform entities weaker than himself. Even transforming beings of the same rank was extremely difficult, let alone an immortal corpse. It had now turned into a prolonged stalemate, grinding away bit by bit. Erasing and altering will. Chen Feng summoned his great magical power, utilizing all his resources as pills exploded into countless pure energies surging into Chen Feng's body. At that moment, the holy light surged. Additionally, Chen Feng activated the holy method, drawing the scattered solar essence from the heavens, causing a small sun to appear above the cave. The suppression of the immortal corpse grew heavier. Now consuming vast amounts of resources, the holy light penetrated its flesh. Time passed little by little, and even the sheath of the immortal sword was summoned by Chen Feng to press down on the immortal corpse. This was a long-term war with the entire South Ming cave sealed. In the 54th year of the immortal Saint calendar, the immortal corpse's defenses were finally breached, the holy light cleansing each inch of flesh, replacing it with a consciousness born from the demonic seed. Its spirituality was replaced and cleansed. Every corner bore imprints fully transformed. Now what Chen Feng needed to do was to revise its will completely. The violent aura of the immortal corpse also grew peaceful, no longer revealing its fierce nature. Chen Feng lifted the suppression of the immortal sword, using his great magical power to purify the body, expelling all the corpse chi within. He also utilized the true chi of longevity to enhance its vitality, reducing the time needed for revival. At the same time, he significantly boosted its innate talents and eliminated its blood chi. He swept away the resentment to prevent it from affecting his transformation. After all, this immortal corpse was nurtured by countless living beings. If he was not careful, it could turn into a bloodthirsty evil, wreaking havoc in the world, and that would be disastrous. Following that, he injected various scriptures, replacing the immortal corpse's primary cultivation with the pure yang immortal technique and bestowing it with the 9 heavens sacred fist. He also infused numerous thoughts of the saints and the thoughts of the killing god within. Chen Feng aimed to create a formidable weapon that was half immortal, half demon, and half divine, polishing every detail meticulously. This process consumed another 6 months. Finally resolving everything, Chen Feng looked at the peaceful immortal corpse lying at the array's center, absorbing spiritual energy, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved the immortal sword. From now on you shall be called Deming Shun. Chen Feng solemnly named it. The immortal corpse seemed to sense this and made a faint response. After everything was arranged, Chen Feng felt relieved and left the cave he hadn't exited for a year and a half. He returned to the star-picking tower, beginning his layout for the entire southern Dao province. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the edge of breaking through, and he was about to step into the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. At that time, he would be able to commence actions targeting the southern Dao province. He would grasp the southern Dao in his hands. Demonic women, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. It must be said that ruling the 3,000 women provided a rapid improvement in cultivation when countless highly talented dual cultivation partners were found. Both parties benefited. In this year and a half, Feng had scouted many from various places, and now the number of people in the star-picking tower exceeded 1,000. Among them, there were many top-tier women from various major forces. In the southern Dao province, a wave of tension arose as many top-tier women and major sects disappeared mysteriously. This led to many Void Return cultivators taking action to investigate, yet all were left empty-handed. In the 56th year of the Immortal Saint calendar, Chen Feng broke through to the mid-stage of Void Return, carving an unparalleled sword manual at the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Mountain's forbidden area. Afterward, he began to integrate the eastern region. That night within the Universal Storage Ring. Miqian, are you still comfortable staying with me? Chen Feng descended once more, having already broken into the mid-stage of Great Ascension. His cultivation was terrifying, pressuring the 8 individuals to remain immobile. Chen Feng. He was about to open his mouth to reprimand a few words, but found himself unable to move. The immortal sword was drawn, suppressing everyone in place. Then a surge of holy light poured in, enveloping the entire space. The 8 individuals were filled with dread, feeling their consciousness undergoing a transformation. Unable to resist, they turned to worship Chen Feng. Miqian also sensed something was amiss, as countless pieces of information were forcefully injected into his mind, while many memories were forcibly erased. The blood energy within him was being purged, which instilled a sense of panic. The Dao Heart's demonic seed activated, delivering a fatal blow to those whose cultivation was beneath his own. Moreover, there was the immortal sword suppressing them, rendering them unable to resist, and leaving them at the mercy of others. In just a few breaths, the 7 combined spirits had their divine defense shattered, their bodies cleansed, and their souls altered. Every inch of their minds was branded with a mark inscribing Chen Feng's essence within their souls, elevating him to the status of a deity, a holy ancestor. We bow to you, Master. The 7 combined spirits all knelt in fervent reverence. This scene caused Miqian's Dao heart to begin to panic, providing an opportunity for the holy light. In an instant, their souls were altered, the blood energy within them washed away, as they were forcefully transitioned to the pure yang immortal technique. Moments later, his mind was breached and his consciousness was altered. Miqian also became a believer, fully controlled as a holy servant. We bow to you, Master. With a wave of Chen Feng's hand, this signified their rebirth, gloriously becoming the guardians of the Chen clan. They were renamed Tianqian Tian-Yi to Tianqi. The names had become code names, and after Chen Feng meticulously assigned them, he released the 8 individuals. At this time, the 5 from Jinhe Valley and the 3 from Tianjin Mountain all received the message sent by Chen Feng. They were to converge on the first floor of the star-picking tower. I have met the ancestor. Jin Kong, I have met the ancestor. The 3 from the Ku family arrived first, followed closely by the 5 from the Jin family. First they bowed to the ancestor, then exchanged greetings. Sit. Upon seeing the 8 individuals who followed Chen Feng like guards, the 8 disciples were momentarily stunned. However, after sensing the aura of the Mi family's guardian team, they were all taken aback. Thinking of Chen Feng's plan, it was likely that they had come to discuss this matter tonight. You should all be clear about my previous arrangements. First, take control of the entire eastern region before splitting forces to attack the other 3 regions, encircling the central area. This was the general arrangement, step by step. Everyone nodded. Chen Feng then summoned Tianqian and the others to Ku Feng's side. This operation will be led by you and Jin Kong. The 8 guardians will also follow your commands. Hearing this, both Ku Feng and Jin Kong were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with excitement. These 8 individuals were all great cultivators. The one leading them possessed a level of cultivation that left them in awe. Such formidable allies could easily crush the entire eastern region. Looking at Tianqian, Ku Feng uncertainly asked, "Are you a great ascendant cultivator?" Ku Feng finally voiced the question, and Jin Kong and the others looked over, their hearts surging with waves of shock. Yes. After being transformed, Tianqian's speech was noticeably more coherent as he nodded affirmatively. This revelation shook both sides. It was an utterly terrifying matter. Their own ancestor had summoned a great ascendant cultivator to participate in this operation. Furthermore, he was obedient to them. With such a powerful weapon, they even dared to confront the imperial dynasty in the central region. How to distribute the remaining forces is up to you. Assign 4 guardians to each team. Also, when facing combined cultivators, try to capture them alive. Chen Feng reminded them, as the guardian forces were still somewhat insufficient, needing another batch to be converted for his use. Yes, we will not disappoint the ancestor. Jin Kong and Ku Feng nodded excitedly. With 7 combined spirits and a great ascendant cultivator as such powerful support, what was there to fear? As long as they did not encounter 2 great ascendant cultivators, they could easily proceed. After Chen Feng left, discussions began. Ultimately, Ku Feng took Tianxian along with 3 combined cultivators. Meanwhile, Jin Kong took 4 combined cultivators, and the 2 groups split to attack the Eastern Association. That night the atmosphere was tense. Countless forces in the Eastern region were awakened, and the Eastern Association was destroyed overnight. The 3 major forces backing the Eastern Association were uprooted. Even the entire mountain peak was leveled, leaving no trace behind. Even the forces that came to investigate, hoping to pick up some scraps, were left in silence at the sight of the barren ground where the 3 combined forces once stood. In the eastern region for several days there was an uproar, with the 3 major forces quietly annihilated, and all suspicions pointed towards the 2 dominant powers resisting them, Jinhe Valley and Tianjin Mountain. The entire eastern region was in a state of fear, with countless forces announcing closure of their mountains, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Even external forces came to investigate the ruins and reached a shocking conclusion. A mysterious great ascendant cultivator had made a move. This even prompted the Southern Kong Imperial Dynasty and Xianling Mountain to intervene personally to investigate. The result was the confirmation that a great ascendant cultivator had indeed acted. Now it was not just the forces in the eastern region that were terrified, even those in other regions began to panic. Unknown forces, unknown powerful beings, no one knew what they were planning. Even the 2 great ascendant forces sought out Tianjin Mountain and Jinhe Valley, who had enmity with the Eastern Association, for inquiries. However, upon arriving at the gates of the 2 combined forces, they found that Tianjin Mountain and Jinhe Valley had activated their grand formations, declaring closure, though they were willing to receive the visitors from the 2 great ascendant forces. Tianjin Mountain and Jinhe Valley still risked receiving them, successfully deceiving the 2 great ascendant forces and significantly reducing their suspicions. Afterward, when the turmoil subsided, Tianjin Mountain and Jinhe Valley moved to swallow the remnants of the Eastern and Association's forces, drawing dissatisfaction from various large and small factions in the eastern region. This also made Tianjin Mountain and Jinhe Valley displeased, as they returned all the seized territory to Yicheng. Yicheng then rose to become a giant in the eastern region. This operation left countless individuals dumbfounded. Before they could even react, both the northern region and the western region fell into calamity, with all 6 combined forces being exterminated. The same methods of operation were employed, even the ground was stripped away. This raised the alertness of the entire Tianan province, prompting the Southern Kong Imperial Dynasty and the ancient beings from Xianling Mountain to take action. They personally went to the 2 locations. They concluded that the somewhat weaker western region had only 2 combined forces and showed no signs of great ascendant cultivators having acted. However, there were traces of multiple combined cultivators auras left behind, indicating that at least a dozen combined cultivators had joined forces to strike. Who could withstand such an assault? Even the 2 major forces failed to send out distress signals in time. They couldn't even mount a resistance. The northern region was different. They had symbolically resisted a few times, but were ultimately annihilated. This put the entire Dao province on high alert. The 2 major friction-ridden great ascendant forces, the Southern Kong Imperial Dynasty and Xianling Mountain, announced an alliance for self-preservation, intending to deter the mysterious forces. Now many forces were still suspicious of the seemingly ordinary Jinhe Valley and Tianjin Mountain. The 2 major Mahayana forces dispatched spies to monitor the eastern region. Their vigilance towards the Golden River Valley and the Tianjin Mountain has yet to be lifted. After the Imperial Court and the Xianling Mountain announced their alliance, the audacious, mysterious Mahayana cultivator did not make any more moves. Thus, tranquility persisted until the year's end. The second year was on the verge of being ushered in. Outside Xianling Mountain, a group of uninvited guests arrived. A golden formation enveloped the entirety of Tianling Mountain, severing all connection with the outside world. Enemy attack. The ringing of bells echoed, shaking Tianling Mountain. The protective formation of the sect activated, shrouding Tianling Mountain. An elderly Mahayana cultivator hovered in midair, quietly observing the area outside the formation. Faced with an unknown enemy, an indescribable tension gripped their hearts, and they approached the situation with utmost caution. The sect master of Xianling Mountain and all the elders mobilized, awaiting the arrival of the enemy. After a long while, the golden light in the sky remained, yet no enemy appeared to attack. Nevertheless, everyone remained vigilant, their spirits highly tense. The more they could not see the enemy, the more suppressed their hearts felt. The unknown was the most terrifying. "Ancestor, what should we do?" A woman spoke, dressed in white as snow, her long hair billowing in the wind, her exquisite beauty marred by a hint of worry. He was the sect master of Xianling Mountain, having recently assumed the position when a matter of life and death struck the sect. "Do not be afraid. The protective formation of Xianling Mountain was left by our founding ancestor at the time of ascension. Even a scattered immortal can be thwarted." The ancestor of Xianling Mountain, seeing his juniors in a state of panic, spoke up to stabilize everyone's hearts. Otherwise, if the mindset of the Xianling Mountain disciples faltered, they would collapse without a fight. What a brilliant psychological tactic. The ancestor of Xianling Mountain praised encircling without attacking, combined with the mysterious means developed over the past few days. Sudden mysterious disappearances, the entire sect slaughtered. This placed immense pressure and suggestions on countless hearts. However, they had already allied with the imperial court, and this disturbance would likely soon echo throughout the entire Dao prefecture. By then the imperial court would come to their aid, and the siege on Xianling Mountain would surely resolve itself. They just needed to hold on. Just as he thought this, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Boom! It sounded like thunder. The protective formation of Xianling Mountain shook violently, and purple lightning struck from the sky. In an instant, the formation of Xianling Mountain began to flicker erratically. The ancestor of Xianling was alarmed. "Quick, go check the formation, its foundation is under attack." At his words, everyone was filled with dread. Before they could react, the formation shattered and dissipated. In an instant, the faces of everyone turned ashen. It was terrifying. Without seeing any flesh, the protective formation was breached. The ancestor of Xianling immediately concluded that there must be a formation master among the intruders. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions. "May I ask which daoist friend has come? Why do you attack Xianling Mountain?" The ancestor of Xianling raised his voice in urgency, filled with tension. "I believe our Xianling Mountain has not committed any heinous acts. Why do you assault us?" Simultaneously, he released his divine sense to survey the surroundings. Moments later, he noticed a change in the expression of the ancestor of Xianling. A man dressed in blue with flowing black hair and a celestial sword at his waist descended, resembling a true immortal. "I am Chen Feng, pleased to meet you, daoist friend." Chen Feng personally intervened. After breaching the formation, he decided to greet this equal in status first. Following him closely were 16 figures clad in armor, standing like a guard, firmly protecting Chen Feng's side. The ancestor of Xianling took a deep breath. He had previously sensed the aura emanating from Tian Qian, standing behind Chen Feng during his reconnaissance. Now he finally saw the real person. However, he never expected another Mahayana cultivator to be present, and the cultivation level of this individual was even beyond his comprehension. Moreover, the cultivator, who had obliterated numerous powers, seemed to be Chen Feng's guardian or servant. This stirred up tumultuous waves in his heart, and he continuously recalled simultaneously communicating with the surrounding elders and the sect master to inquire if they had offended anyone recently. However, he received a unanimous response that no one had descended the mountain recently. How could they have offended anyone? This left him in a dilemma, cautiously looking to Chen Feng and asking, "Daoist friend, what is your intention?" "I remember that Xianling Mountain has not offended you." He lowered his posture significantly. After all, he could not win. He was merely in the midstage of Mahayana and had 12 integrated cultivators. Facing one Mahayana, an unknown cultivator plus 15 integrated cultivators, and with their protective formation quietly breached, should a fight ensue, Xianling Mountain might follow in the footsteps of Donghan society. "You have not offended me. However, I must take the entire southern Dao prefecture, thus I have no choice but to come and offend you," Chen Feng said with a faint smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. This left the ancestor of Xianling in a predicament. It seemed he indeed had a conflict with Chen Feng. There was a certain degree of truth in that. A disaster without reason. Inwardly, he felt distressed. Where did this dragon crossing the river come from? After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously looked at Chen Feng and said, "I see that you have a kind demeanor gathering great merit. You do not seem like a bloodthirsty person. How about this? We guarantee not to obstruct you. Can we resolve this peacefully?" He retreated, pondering how to engage in battle. If they fought, none would escape Xianling Mountain, and he would become a sinner. However, if they did not fight, there might still be a glimmer of hope. He decided to take a gamble. After all, there was no enmity or grudge. With his cultivation, he could still slay a number of Chen Feng's subordinates. This appeared to be an unprofitable deal. Of course that is possible. I came here for peace. Chen Feng replied with a smile. System exchanged the contract. Ding 1000 inheritance points, deducted successfully. Chen Feng walked over with a smile, causing the crowd from Xianling Mountain to retreat several steps in fear. Do not be afraid. Once you sign this contract, I will not harm you. He had not planned to slaughter his way through what would be left to enjoy if he killed everyone in the end. Moreover, as Chen Feng surveyed Xianling Mountain, he discovered that most of the cultivators were female and sword cultivators, all possessing decent talents. What a great talent cultivation base. In the future, he would have to send some of his unfilial children over to exchange sword techniques properly, or perhaps compel them to cultivate quietly here. Chen Feng did not believe that with this they would not get into any trouble, providing him with more virtuous descendants. The people of Xianling Mountain had no idea what Chen Feng was thinking, but seeing him declare war did not cause them to panic too much. Among them there were also many female elders and disciples below, secretly sizing up Chen Feng. This scene caught the attention of the first disciple, Feng, who noticed Xianling Mountain meticulously reviewing the contract. He could not sit still and decided to take action. He jumped out immediately. Ancestor, I believe we should not act so hastily. In an instant, countless gazes turned to him. Chen Feng was also quite curious about what this young man had to say. Seeing him with a smile scanning the crowd of Xianling Mountain, he suddenly noticed the sect master of. After a careful examination, he became utterly excited. This woman possessed extraordinary talent, and her beauty overshadowed all the female cultivators of the star-picking pavilion. Most importantly, after working for his ancestor for so long, he could identify some special physiques. To him, the person before him resembled a celestial sword waiting to be drawn, now at the integration stage, already emanating strands of celestial spiritual energy. She was simply the perfect candidate. Moreover, his ancestor wished to resolve matters peacefully, allowing the celestial spirit mountain to be bypassed. However, a force guarded by a Mahayana cultivator could only verbally agree and sign a contract. But what if in the future their strength increased significantly? Would they not tear up the agreement and take action against the forces that had once pressured them? This posed a potential risk. Furthermore, the master of the celestial spirit mountain exuded a powerful aura, and with such a special physique, he wouldn't believe that he wouldn't advance to Mahayana in the future. To prevent danger and stabilize the position of his ancestor, he pointed at the master of the celestial spirit mountain and said, Ancestor, let's add one more clause. The master of your sect shall marry my ancestor, both sharing the profound mysteries of ascending to immortality, thereby establishing a close kinship between our two families. As soon as Feng uttered these words, everyone was stunned. The people from the Golden River Valley were shocked, and Chen Feng was equally astonished. Even the ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain, who was about to sign the contract, halted his actions, his expression fluctuating. The people from the celestial spirit mountain were filled with rage, and the master of the celestial spirit mountain had frost on his face. He glared at Feng, his long sword trembling slightly in his hand. What do you mean? Are you trying to deceive us? The ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain stepped protectively in front of the master, his eyes wide with anger. Their master was the future of the celestial spirit mountain, which was why he had readily agreed to the humiliating terms of the contract. Was it not for the master? With her talent, she would at least become a Mahayana cultivator in the future, and she bore the demeanor of a sword immortal. Moreover, she possessed a physique far superior to that of the founding ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain. Perhaps she could even break the trend of no successors ascending since the creation of the celestial spirit mountain aside from the ancestor. How could he willingly hand over the hope of the sect to a bandit? What's going on? Chen Feng immediately turned his head to glance at Feng, surprised by this unexpected. However, since Feng was his baptized disciple, he couldn't be reckless without reason. His motives must surely be to consider his own side. At the very least, he was someone who had risen from humble beginnings to establish a great enterprise. However, since Feng was his baptized disciple, he couldn't be reckless without reason. His motives must surely be to consider his own side. At the very least, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled some encyclopedic knowledge he had seen in the Southern Ming Loose Immortals cave, along with records of the feats collected by the Southern Ming Loose Immortal. Among them was a description of the characteristics of physiques like that of the master of the celestial spirit mountain. The sword immortal physique in ancient times was a naturally born sword immortal capable of attracting celestial spiritual energy to cleanse oneself during the integration stage. After reaching Mahayana, one would soar into the skies impervious to all evils. More importantly, if a sword immortal physique belonged to a female cultivator, she could enter the Kuan Dao balancing yin and yang. If she found a suitable partner, or one who cultivated yang, it would be a match made in heaven. Should they engage in mutual cultivation, both parties' cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, he transmitted a sound to Chen Feng. Ancestor, do not miss out on this woman. He then conveyed his memories regarding the sword immortal physique to Chen Feng. In just a moment, Chen Feng felt a sudden clarity and understood the earnest intentions of his beloved disciple. At the same time, he glanced at the master of the celestial spirit mountain. This woman was completely different from Xia Jiao and Sheng Linmei. Her cultivation had already reached the integration stage. Moreover, her physique was immensely attractive to him. What was the primary cultivation method he practiced? The pure yang, immortal scripture. In terms of the path of yang, he could definitely be considered a top-tier figure in the celestial spirit continent. She was indeed the best candidate for his partner. However, he disliked strong-arming. If he were to abduct the master of the opposing sect through coercion and inducement, surely the entirety of the celestial spirit mountain would not agree. After all, what kind of status and identity did a sect master hold? If she were forcibly taken away by Chen Feng, how would the world view the celestial spirit mountain? For a group of sword-wielding cultivators, they cherished swift resolution of grievances. A confrontation would undoubtedly erupt on the spot. Moreover, mutual cultivation must be consensual. If one party refused, it would not be mutual cultivation, but rather a one-sided siphoning. What he prioritized was mutual willingness. Since he desired her body, he had to take responsibility. Thus Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. He made a stunning decision. I apologize for this matter, my friend. It is my failure in disciplining my disciple that has led to this. Chen Feng bowed with sincere regret, which calmed the anger of the people from the celestial spirit mountain somewhat. After all, it was unprecedented for a senior like Chen Feng to lower himself to apologize to them. Even the ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain couldn't help but admire Chen Feng's magnanimity. To express my apology, I have decided to retract this contract. Chen Feng cupped his hands, and the contract flew into his grasp. In front of everyone, he tore it apart. This action left the attendees momentarily stunned. Even Ku Feng was bewildered by Chen Feng's intentions. I did not expect my friend to be such a principled gentleman. I admire you. The ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain bowed, respectfully, feeling a hint of respect. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng would revoke the contract after having such a lucrative deal. All of this was due to the reckless words of his disciple. Although his methods were ruthless, his character was quite admirable. From now on, my friend Chen Feng shall be a guest of our celestial spirit mountain. After unifying the southern heaven Dao prefecture, the disciples of our celestial spirit mountain must adhere to the laws set forth by my friend Chen Feng. Otherwise, I shall personally cleanse the door. The ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain issued commands to the elders behind him, clarifying his stance. Even though Chen Feng had retracted the contract, it did not mean he did not desire the entire southern heaven Dao prefecture. Seeing the celestial spirit mountain ancestor show such insight, Chen Feng nodded and smiled good. To accomplish a task thoroughly, Chen Feng did not forget his objective. He gazed at the master of the celestial spirit mountain and walked towards her with every step, causing a blue lotus to rise from the void beneath his feet. Each blue lotus contained Chen Feng's understanding of the sword path, the essence of sword cultivation. This made the ancestor of the celestial spirit mountain's eyes light up as he felt the sword intent and rhythm within the blue lotuses, which inevitably filled him with admiration. He could manifest sword intent, but he could not create living entities from sword intent. This encompassed Chen Feng's comprehension of the sword path. As he reached the quarter mark, suddenly the green lotus transformed into a black lotus, eerie and imbued with a sense of destruction. It stood in stark contrast to the vitality of the green lotus, harboring an essence of tearing apart the heavens. This was yet another sword path. The moment the second lotus appeared, even the ancient ancestor of the Xianling sect narrowed his eyes in surprise. To bear two opposing sword paths was something even their forefathers could not achieve. In the beautiful eyes of the Xianling sect leader, twinkling starlight danced. As a body of a sword immortal, she could perceive a deeper understanding of sword intent. From the black lotus, she glimpsed endless annihilation. From the green lotus, however, she saw boundless creation. Before she could fully comprehend the nuances of the two green lotuses, a golden lotus emerged. The third sword path contained endless dominance. If heaven obstructed one sword would break it akin to an emperor among swords, the pure yang power resounding. A look of astonishment flashed through the beautiful eyes of the Xianling sect leader, her gaze fixed on Chen Feng. Every move he made was accompanied by an endless resonance of Tao. Admiration sparkled in her eyes, even though just a moment ago they were both on the brink of death. Now with Chen Feng revealing this prowess, she was utterly captivated. But it wasn't over. As he approached, the golden lotus beneath his feet transformed into a white lotus. Pure and innocent, it purified all things. As Chen Feng neared her, she felt a soothing relief, her thoughts becoming clear and untainted. All the karmic obstacles and chaotic energies surrounding her were swept away. The admiration in her beautiful eyes could no longer be suppressed. The four sword paths profoundly moved her. I am the junior epochs. I greet you, esteemed Chen Feng. She sincerely bowed to Chen Feng, who had approached her. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, using his power to help her up. Not good. The ancient ancestor of the Xianling sect panicked, realizing that Chen Feng was nearing her future sect leader, and upon seeing epochs' gaze, he understood it was bad. He never expected Chen Feng to possess such means. Displaying this skill, he admired him greatly. Let alone epochs, the four great sword paths were an immense allure even for him. In an instant, he found himself uncertain whether to intervene. Just as he hesitated, Chen Feng had already helped her up. Without a trace of frivolity, wearing a subtle smile, he spoke. Miss Jin's, I apologize for my disciple's reckless words. Please do not hold it against me. Epochs' gaze remained fixed on Chen Feng, momentarily stunned before realizing. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Feng was quicker, his eyes resting on her sword. A combined spirit treasure, likely her own life spirit treasure, bore a delicate inscription on the hilt. Jin's, the name of the person and the name of the sword. This confirmed Chen Feng's speculation. As a sect leader with a legacy spanning countless years, how could she not be equipped with a grand spirit treasure? Then Chen Feng continued, Jin's is an unadorned string of 50, each line and column reflecting upon the years of splendor. Then Chen Feng continued, Jin's is an unadorned string of 50, each line and column reflecting upon the years of splendor. Epochs paused, suddenly looking up only to see Chen Feng's gentle smile, like a warm sun in winter. Having devoted herself entirely to the sword, surrounded by fools who clutched swords day in and day out, and busy elders, Epochs, being less than 1,000 years old, had an incomparable gap with her peers. How could she have interacted with a man like Chen Feng? Just a few words, a few actions, and a few subtle techniques had drawn her heart away from the sword. Moreover, the white lotus was transformed from holy light. If she continuously received purification, it wouldn't take long before she was completely bound to Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng looked down upon employing such tactics. For a partner, if it was merely brainwashing control, what kind of affair was that? Using the white lotus was simply to show off, merging the divine transformation sacred decision with holy light. Besides dispelling her troubles, it also alleviated her defenses against Chen Feng. Noticing her flushed face, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the group of elders, understanding in his heart. Indeed, the higher-ups of the Xianling Mountain were mostly ancient beings with only a few middle-aged integrated cultivators. They all bore a demeanor of celestial elegance, while Epochs was considered an anomaly among them. As he drew closer, Chen Feng sensed her roots. She hadn't even reached a millennium yet. Having accomplished her current level of cultivation in less than a millennium, she must have never been distracted by love. This indeed aligned with Chen Feng's thoughts. Since Epochs entered the Xianling Mountain, she had been diligently practicing sword training and honing her skills. Due to her exceptional talent, the gap with her peers had widened early on. Many had pursued her, but she looked down upon all of them. The strength of those pursuing her was not far from his, yet their ages were vastly greater. Those of comparable age, yet unworthy of her attention, she regarded none. Gradually, she became the cold eldest sister in the sect, the elder, and now the sect leader. At present, no one dared to harbor any thoughts about her. Now the iceberg meeting the scorching sun, how could it possibly melt? This is bad, this is bad. Seeing that his sect leader was about to be undermined, the ancient ancestor of the Xianling sect panicked. Chen Feng's exquisite methods had deeply grasped the opponent. With formidable strength, striking demeanor, and a resounding pure yang power, his sword path cultivation was even more terrifying. For one like Jin's, who was solely focused on the sword, how could she not be drawn in? Seeing her bashful, Chen Feng also decided to withdraw, slightly moving closer as he said, to express my apologies, Miss Jin's. My. In response to Chen Feng's call, Epochs finally lifted her head, meeting his sincere and earnest gaze. I happen to be a 9th-tier master craftsman capable of refining your sword. This was an enormous good fortune, and Mo was taken aback by this news. A 9th-tier master craftsman could forge celestial artifacts, a peak craftsman on the continent. In terms of status, it surpassed that of ordinary loose immortals. A 9th-tier craftsman could also be referred to as a celestial-grade craftsman. At that moment, the ancient ancestor of the Xianling sect could no longer sit still. This was a monumental opportunity. For those sword cultivators yet to enter the immortal path, the power of their sword was directly related to their strength. If they could elevate the sword in Mo's hand by a level, her combat power could easily be claimed to double. The ancient ancestor of the Xianling sect grew anxious and quickly agreed to him. Mo was somewhat dazed. This gift of apology was too grand for her. No free lunch. She hesitated. Yet Chen Feng did not give her the chance. His fingers curled slightly, and her sword unsheathed uncontrollably. It flew in the air, emitting a series of soft chimes, the sword like frost and snow extraordinarily. Chen Feng did not hesitate. He immediately took action, summoning his spiritual fire to toss in countless celestial materials. I beg you, Miss Jinsei, to provide me with a drop of your essence blood. Jinsei was somewhat taken aback, but with matters having progressed this far, she could only silently remember Chen Feng's kindness. Hearing his request, she did not hesitate to extract a small amount of her life essence blood and handed it to Chen Feng. If this drop of essence blood fell into the hands of those skilled in curses, Mo Jinsei would be in grave danger. Yet facing Chen Feng, who just a moment ago sought to annihilate Xianling Mountain and unify the southern dojo, she still chose to trust him. The ancestor of Xianling observed Chen Feng with a lingering gaze, secretly sighing. At this moment, how could he not see what Chen Feng was contemplating? Among the cultivators present, aside from a few sword enthusiasts who were fixated on the sword, everyone understood Chen Feng's intentions. The elders from several major factions looked towards the ancestor of Xianling, their eyes filled with inquiry. The ancestor of Xianling hesitated slightly, his gaze resting on the backs of Mo Jinsei and Chen Feng, feeling that they were a perfect match. Forget it, he sighed, accepting the situation. Chen Feng's conditions were simply too favorable. He was an unparalleled cultivator possessed of extraordinary swordsmanship, had a formidable force under his command, and Mo Jinsei did not harbor any dislike for him. In the eyes of the entire continent, Chen Feng, who combined numerous strengths, was incomparable even to those ancient loose immortals. He gradually accepted the situation, shifting his focus to Kufang. Earlier it was he who proposed this matter, and only after that did Chen Feng notice Mo Jinsei. He extended his divine sense and began conversing with Kufang on equal terms. This young brother, let us discuss the matter you mentioned earlier regarding my sect master and your ancestor. Kufang was delighted, thinking, at least you're not a fool. The two sides engaged in a heated discussion, with Kufang extolling Chen Feng's virtues to the skies. In his eyes, Chen Feng was nothing short of a divine being. Upon learning that Chen Feng had 2 daozhou and an 8th-grade alchemist, as well as a half-step 9th-grade formation master among his ranks, the ancestor of Xianling became increasingly excited, even severing connections with the imperial court on the spot. This was no longer coercion or temptation, but rather a matter of clinging to a great benefactor. Forgive me, Sect Master Jinsei, I do this for your own good, for the sake of our Xianling Mountain's legacy. Unbeknownst to him, while he was seriously watching Chen Feng refine her life sword, he had already been sold out by his own ancestor. Li Qing summoned everyone from the smallest steward to the highest-ranking elders. The ancestor of Xianling transmitted his voice to the Grand Elder, instructing him to gather all the senior members. Thus time passed moment by moment. While Jin Kong stayed behind to manage the place, Ku Feng and others went to discuss matters with the high-ranking members of Xianling Mountain. The two parties discussed various details in the main hall of the sect master. Chen Feng observed it all silently, praising their efforts. Ku Feng was truly a good disciple. He knew how to handle matters. Chen Feng quietly divided a strand of his divine sense, attaching it to Ku Feng to convey his opinions. Thus Xianling Mountain began to celebrate. Meanwhile, Jinsei focused solely on Chen Feng, and her sword failed to notice any of it. When 3 days had passed, and Jin's sword was upgraded to a half-step celestial weapon, the ancestor of Xianling came to fetch her, utterly bewildered. She was immediately taken to the sect master's hall, and was stunned by the grand arrangements. She sat alongside Chen Feng in a daze. However, she was not herself. Glancing around at the festive decorations, she probed the entire Xianling Mountain with her divine sense. Without exception, she realized many things, and secretly cast a glance at Chen Feng's profile, feeling her cheeks flush slightly. Finally, the main hall of the sect opened. Master Chen, today Chen Feng proposes to your sect's Xianling Master Imo say, wishing to forge a bond of immortal paths. A grand speech filled with thousands of words detailed their backgrounds and the proposal. At this moment, Imo say received a transmission from the ancestor of Xianling revealing that she had been betrothed 3 days prior. The betrothal gift, of course, was the Jinsei sword refined and enhanced by Chen Feng. Now was the official proposal day. Box after box of treasures were brought up by Ku Feng and others, having subdued various forces across southern Daozhou these past few days. The wealth and resources at hand were simply overwhelming. The ancestor of Xianling was naturally overjoyed. Soon after, with an oath, the witnesses from both sides consented. Imo say nodded, and both sides finalized the marriage arrangement. Although it came as a surprise, she felt a surge of excitement aside from watching Chen Feng refine swords over these 3 days. They had communicated quite a bit, their paths aligned. Under the sweet words of Chen Feng, this young girl found it impossible to resist. Thus, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the wedding shall take place. They quickly set the date, which was just over a month away. Now it was the year 57 of the Immortal Saint calendar. I will marry you. After the betrothal, Chen Feng and Imo say spent another private night together enjoying their conversation. When it was time to leave, Chen Feng solemnly promised Imo say. Her eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched his figure gradually fade from view. She held the Jinsei sword tightly, reminiscing about their time together over the past few days, feeling somewhat entranced. This was a sensation no one had ever given her before. Moreover, she learned Chen Feng was not much older than herself. This tugged at her heartstrings. He was the ideal partner she had only dreamed of. 2 hours after Chen Feng's departure, in the central domain, the capital of the Southern Kang Empire, an unexpected group arrived, among them the ancestor of Xianling Xia Yijian. Originally, Chen Feng did not need to summon Xia Yijian, but the latter insisted, stating that they were already family and it was only natural to help each other. This also indicated that Xia Yijian's allegiance was a declaration of farewell to the previous situation in southern Daozhou, fully joining Chen Feng's camp. Thus Chen Feng could neither refuse nor reject. Kangdi, let us meet. Arriving above the imperial capital, it took only a moment. Chen Feng quickly located the protective array of the southern Kang Empire. If he chose to, he could shatter it in an instant. Xia Yijian's voice echoed throughout the imperial capital. Inside the palace, the emperor was still communicating with various generals, investigating the downfall of major forces across the regions. Suddenly, he heard this voice and felt the overwhelming might of the Great Ascension. His expression changed dramatically. Xia Yijian. So it's you. Clearly his greatest suspicion lay with Xianling Mountain, which had been in constant conflict with the imperial court. He had previously communicated with the emperor and the ancestors of the court, stating that Xianling Mountain aimed to unify the southern region, causing such a commotion. Moments later, a figure soared from deep within the palace. It was an elderly man dressed in fine robes, looking like an ordinary merchant. Emperor Kong, great-grand sovereign of the southern Kang imperial dynasty, the dynasty's most formidable cultivator. Mid-stage grand ascension, he served as the unshakable pillar anchoring the entire dynasty. Senior fellow Xia Yijian, what brings you here? Have you found the culprit? Emperor Kong offered a smile devoid of warmth, his gaze sweeping cautiously over Xia Yijian and those beside him. 15 integration body experts had arrived, and one unfamiliar grand ascension expert seemingly only at the early stage. Then his eyes shifted toward Chen Feng. His brows furrowed slightly. Chen Feng smiled faintly and nodded in greeting, leaving him utterly unable to gauge the young man's true cultivation level. Given Xia Yijian's overwhelming display of force, Emperor Kong had no choice but to brace himself fully. Soon after, an elder emerged from the imperial forbidden grounds, soaring into the skies above the capital. 2 grand ascension experts, truly befitting the dynasty's profound legacy. Ku Feng's expression grew solemn upon seeing the 2 elders. He had long heard rumors that the Southern Kang imperial dynasty harbored more than 1 grand ascension expert. Yet this claim had never been verified. Now at last he had his answer. Kong and I knew it was you who stirred the heavens last time. You've indeed broken through to grand ascension. Xia Yijian's expression darkened as his gaze locked onto Kong and I. This man was Emperor Kang's younger brother, and Xia Yijian's peer from the same generation. The grimness on Xia Yijian's face betrayed the bitter history between them. A stroke of luck, mere luck, Kong and I replied, pointedly ignoring Xia Yijian's earlier remark. Kong and I appeared markedly older than his brother, his head completely bald. Oomph. Xia Yijian flicked his robe sharply, the air turned icy. Emperor Kang's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Yijian and the entourage behind him. Xia Yijian, Were you responsible for slaughtering the major sects across the land these past days, eh? Emperor Kong now suspected Xia Yijian had cried thief while committing the crime himself. He had sensed Tianxian's aura identical in every way to the residual traces left behind at the massacred sects. Yet this very man now stood shoulder to shoulder with Xia Yijian, making suspicion all but inevitable. What business is it of yours? So what if I did, or didn't? Xia Yijian laughed, a cold mocking laugh. Seeing Emperor Kong and Kong Ni's faces darken further, he continued, I have come today not to destroy, but because I cannot bear to see such a magnificent land teeming with life reduced to ruin. Spit it out, quickly. Kong Ni snapped, his voice laced with hostility. The deep-seated enmity between them was palpable, and Xia Yijian's bold conduct only confirmed his worst suspicions. Since you seek confrontation with my dynasty, why should I treat you with courtesy? Xia Yijian sneered. I offer you two choices: surrender, and your imperial bloodline may yet survive. Second, annihilation, just like those integration body sects leveled to dust. Xia Yijian stepped forward, unleashing his full grand ascension might, an overwhelming godlike presence descending upon the mortal realm. It reverberated across the entire capital and throughout the central realm, its sheer magnitude unmistakable. Chen Feng murmured softly, half amazed. Truly, it's a pity you never pursued villainy as a vocation. He had never imagined Xia Yijian possessed such natural aptitude for antagonism. His words, his bearing resonated perfectly with Chen Feng's own sensibilities. Clearly, he had staked everything on this declaration of loyalty. And indeed, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. These two great powers bore a grudge against each other, deep and ancient. Xia Yijian intended to settle old scores while the moment was ripe. Chen Feng silently acquiesced, so long as the outcome aligned with his will. Brother, no more talk. Let me crush him where he stands. Kong Ni, hot-tempered by nature, bellowed fiercely, yet remained sheltered behind the protective formation, glaring with burning fury. His expression screamed murderous intent, as if he would devour them whole, yet he took no action whatsoever. That unexpected restraint left even Chen Feng momentarily stunned. He had already braced himself to tear apart a grand ascension expert with his bare hands, only to find his opponent content with bluster, cowering behind barriers. Do you truly intend to wage war upon my dynasty? We have been neighbors for tens of thousands of years. Must we sever ties irrevocably? Emperor Kong cast a wary glance toward Tianxian and his companions. Open combat would clearly leave his side at a severe disadvantage. Better to avoid battle altogether. If Grand Ascension experts clashed, the central realm itself would be shattered beyond repair. What say you, O? I have already said it. Surrender now, and allow the Chun clan to unify the southern heavens, sparing countless lives. Alas, you refuse to listen. Xia Yijian feigned regret, all the while observing the subtle shifts in Emperor Kang's expression. The emperor's face twitched faintly as his gaze swept over Chen Feng's party, particularly Ku Feng and the Jin clan delegation. Recognition flickered. Then came the connection. Qin clan. He city. In that instant, clarity struck. Everything fell into place. Every thread, every motive now coherent. You dared summon forces from beyond the southern Heaven-Dao prefecture. Emperor Kong roared, directing his fury squarely at Xia Yijian. That explained it. Why would the Golden River Valley and the Heavenly Sword Mountain willingly sacrifice their own interests to build East City, a seemingly insignificant project propping up a mere reverted emptiness clan? There was another layer. Southern Heaven-Dao Prefecture had welcomed a dragon crossing the river, and the Immortal Spirit Mountain had already surrendered. What business is it of yours? The Immortal Spirit Mountain has sworn eternal alliance with Lord Chun and sealed our bond in sacred matrimony. Xia Yijian reaffirmed his stance, gazing coldly upon Emperor Kong and Kong and I. You wretched old ghost. You refused my proposal for Mo Jinshi, yet now you hand her to an outsider. From the imperial palace below, a figure shot skyward, the sovereign of the Southern Kong imperial dynasty. He had once petitioned the Immortal Spirit Mountain for marriage, only to be callously rebuffed by Xia Yijian. Later disputes further poisoned relations, until the recent massacre of sects forced a reluctant reunion. How dare the Southern Kong imperial dynasty lay claim to my venerable ancestral matriarch? You court death. Before Xia Yijian could speak, Ku Feng leapt forward, pointing furiously at the three imperial figures. Master, there is no further need for discourse. The Southern Kong imperial dynasty's royal house has displayed unforgivable arrogance. They must be punished. Granted, Chen Feng had long ceased entertaining negotiation, especially upon beholding the sovereign's repulsive peak integration body visage. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Emperor Kang's expression hardened, and he shot a furious glare toward the sovereign. What little time they bought was now lost. This reckless old fool had muddied the waters beyond recovery. They roughly gauged the enemy's strength, 3 grand ascension experts, and one whose cultivation level remained unknown. Emperor Kang felt immense pressure, but at least the capital's formation held firm. Tian Xian, I command you to slay the southern Kang sovereign, extract his soul, and forge it into a soul-devouring lamp, mounted proudly above Yi City's main gate, illuminating the entire city. Upon completing this task, assist Kufang in seizing complete control of the capital. No one is to escape. Tian Xian pledges unwavering obedience to his supreme will. Tian Xian bowed deeply in solemn reverence. Then Chen Feng turned his indifferent gaze upon the formation shielding the capital, and flexed his palms ever so slightly. Boom! The array patterns spread out like a tidal wave engulfing the surroundings. They clung to the formation barrier, absorbing energy from above and corroding the entire array. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the formation was already on the verge of collapse. Quick, Connie, evacuate everyone from the royal family and escape from Tiannan. It was terrifying. The ancestral formation was about to be breached in just a few breaths by the unknown man. He knew he was in trouble and had no means to resist. Unable to resist, he sought a way out to preserve the legacy of the Kang family. Connie also realized the seriousness of the situation, taking a deep look at his elder brother before lifting the entire palace. At that moment, the formation collapsed completely under Chen Feng's final palm strike, like the last straw breaking the camel's back. Boom! Emperor Kang struck fiercely, showing no fear for his own life, launching an all-out attack against Chen Feng and the others, wanting to buy them some time. Go play somewhere else. The realm of the immortal in his palm. Chen Feng had anticipated this move and had already condensed the realm of the immortal, striking it out. Instantly, Emperor Kang was drawn into the realm of the immortal, unable to escape temporarily. I must thank you for gathering all the royal family members. That saved us a lot of effort. Tian Xian and Xia Yijian swiftly bypassed Emperor Kang, blocking Connie. Seeing his grim expression, Xia Yijian and Tian Xian quietly closed and using their skills to trap him in this realm. 15 combined stage cultivators spread out to subdue the major factions in the imperial capital, ensuring everyone was restrained, and also to search for the lost royal descendants. To eradicate the roots, this was the principle Chen Feng instilled in them. If things were to come to an end, they would even shake the spirit beast eggs they had nurtured until they turned yellow. Xia Yijin, you despicable! Connie roared, knowing he could not escape the encirclement of the 2 great Mahayana cultivators. Without hesitation, he sent the palace flying, gathering some talents within it along with the emperor, and struck towards the outside of the imperial capital. Among them, the emperor, who had the highest cultivation aside from the ancestors, panicked at this situation, frantically urging his magical power to escape. Where can you escape to? After all, with so many people in tow, Connie's cultivation was about the same as Tian Xian's. How far could the throne royal descendants run? In less than half a minute, Tian Xian found the escaping Kang royal family outside the city. He immediately locked onto the terrified emperor with a slap. On the spot, a lethal strike. Facing someone specifically instructed by Chen Feng, even at the cost of death, Tian Xian would certainly fulfill his task. After the emperor's death, the princes and princesses began to panic, fearing they would be exterminated on the spot. Tian Xian looked at the trembling princes and princesses around him. These people had recently been the proud sons and daughters of heaven. Now they had become sheep to be slaughtered. He furrowed his brows slightly, then retaliated by slaughtering all the princes and capturing all the princesses, returning to the southern capital with them. Now the overwhelming Mahayana power that pervaded the central region finally dissipated. This also signified the end of the 2 great Mahayana cultivators of the Kang family. Connie's physical body was destroyed and his soul was captured in Xia Yijian's hands, handed over to Chen Feng. As for Nan Kang, he was somewhat better off, merely nailed tightly in Chen Feng's small black room universal storage ring. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Feng smiled as he took Connie's soul, inscribing 2 talismans to seal within Connie's soul, and casually throwing them into the 10th Ascendier storage ring. 7th grade spiritual veins. While completely controlling the imperial capital, Chen Feng began to sweep through the spoils of war. He obtained countless immortal materials, including 6 Mahayana spiritual treasures. However, there wasn't a single immortal weapon. This indicated that the Nankang imperial dynasty had never produced any immortal figures, and even if they had not succeeded in ascending to the immortal ladder, they had no legacy of scattered immortals. Aside from that, the harvest was quite abundant. Chen Feng even acquired a holy spirit stone shaped like a blooming rose. Measuring over a yard, it was a colossal object so precious that even immortals would likely hesitate to part with it. This unexpected joy surpassed the excitement of collecting immortal treasures. Moreover, a plant-based Holy Spirit stone was simply unheard of. Without properly examining or researching it, Chen Feng carefully stored it away. At this moment outside the main hall, a voice from Kafang was heard. Ancestor, we have finished counting all the captives and brought all the combined stage cultivators outside the hall. Very good. Chen Feng nodded. Bring the captured combined stage cultivators here. This was a specific instruction from Chen Feng, as combined stage cultivators were excellent candidates for believers. How could he waste them all by killing them? Kafang used the Mahayana spiritual treasure bestowed by Chen Feng, the binding immortal rope, to bind the group of Mahayana cultivators in a string. Many wore expressions of humiliation. All were individuals of status and position, yet now they were bound like swine and brought to the hall utterly disgraced. There were a total of 17 combined stage cultivators, 7 from the royal family and 10 from the other forces affiliated with the Kong family. Among the royal family, most of the combined stage cultivators intending to intervene in the battle of the Mahayana or affected lost half of their number. Now only 7 remained. These will all be sources of troops in the future. Otherwise, without these individuals, how could the current Chen family disciples' cultivation possibly defend such a vast territory? While things were all right for himself, if he were not present or once he ascended, wouldn't the Chen family become the fattest sheep in the immortal spirit continent? To prevent such an occurrence, Chen Feng decided to significantly expand the number of guards in the Jinsho Pavilion. You did very well, Chen Feng said with a smile, affirming Kafang. He took out 2 8th-grade spiritual pills from his pocket, 1 Mahayana pill, and gave them to him. Chen Feng most admired subordinates who could accomplish tasks. He had already decided to make Kafang the chief steward of the Chun family in Tiannan continent. Shortly after, another batch of first-generation descendants would be born, requiring the care of people like Kafang. Thank you for the pill, ancestor, Kafang exclaimed joyfully, taking the pill with a solemn bow. Chen Feng waved his hand, removing the binding immortal rope, and sent all 17 combined stage cultivators into the small black room for transformation. Time quietly passed. The Chen Chunan lineage had been in Tiannan Daozhou for over 4 years. With the strong support of Kafang and others, this lineage was busy every day. The number had increased from 15,000 at the beginning to 60,000 now, directly multiplying several times. The successful trial in East City allowed Chen Feng to see the feasibility of this matter. Thus, the main lineage of the Chen family initiated drastic reforms. Chen Xingxing was once again pulled up as a role model, receiving 5 princesses from the distant Tiannan Daozhou. In the 57th year of the immortal Saint calendar, February. In Yicheng, the entire eastern region is adorned with colorful lights, and Yicheng is especially decorated with bright red lanterns radiating a festive atmosphere. Today is an important day, particularly significant for the Lord of Tiannan Island. The Master of Daozhou, the first power Chen Feng of the Chen family, is marrying the leader of Xianling Mountain Mo Jins. This also signifies the end of an era of fragmentation among the major forces in Tiannan Daozhou, unified under the Chen family. Yicheng has been established as the center of Tiannan, with the spiritual veins of the former imperial capital drawn here. With a master like Chen Feng, a grand master of formations, Yicheng has been laid with countless spirit-gathering formations and various defensive arrays and killing formations. Yicheng has thus become the safest and most suitable place for cultivation in all of Tiannan, turning into a sacred land. Various small and large forces are eager to enter Yicheng. Xianling Mountain is no exception, also festooned with lights, with elders and even ancestors waiting outside the mountain gate. Finally, as the first rays of sunlight shine upon the continent, a grand wedding procession appears at the entrance of Xianling Mountain. Jince, I have come to marry you. Chen Feng's voice reverberates throughout Xianling Mountain, making countless female disciples of the sect envious. Senior Chen not only possesses immense strength, but also unparalleled looks and demeanor. There are no objections to this marriage, rather it is met with great support. As the phoenix sings in Xianling, the evening arrives. Within Yicheng, lights illuminate the night and laughter fills the air. Congratulations to the ancestor and the beautiful daughter of Xianling Mountain for forever joining together. May you ascend to the immortal path. Chen family disciples from various Daozhou regions arrive, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Feng is extremely happy listening to the congratulatory remarks from the younger generation, setting a good example for himself. In the afternoon, Chen Chu specially arrived in Tiannan, and after attending his father's wedding, he continued on his journey. The evening approaches. Chen Feng's courtyard was meticulously arranged, welcoming its new mistress. In the bridal chamber on the bed, Chen Feng gently placed Imogen's. Imogen's charming face is flushed to the point of nearly dripping with water. Her small hands have nowhere to rest, filled with extreme nervousness. In this moment, she does not resemble a sect leader, but rather an ordinary girl, curious, excited, and anxious. Chen Feng is not in a hurry. They have come this far, so a little more time is of no concern. To ease Imogen's tension, he gently embraces her. They begin to chat about various topics from across Tiannan. Gradually, as Chen Feng shares his stories, Imogen becomes enchanted, snuggling into his embrace, feeling a deep sense of happiness. Thus they talked until midnight, with Imogen no longer feeling nervous, slowly accepting her husband. Happily nestled in his arms, she feels the warmth and strength of Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng glanced at the night sky and quietly extinguished the candle. In the room, only a faint starlight and blood-red glow seep in. The atmosphere is tranquil. At this moment, Imogen's small hand trembles slightly. Chen Feng first reassures her before gently holding her close, both feeling each other's breath. Imogen closes her eyes, feeling both nervous and anticipatory. Chen Feng kisses the bridge of her delicate nose, turning to face her. At this, Imogen's closed eyes open, her hands wrapping around Chen Feng. The two face each other, gazing into one another's eyes. Facing those passionate red lips, Chen Feng leans in and kisses her. After a long while, their lips part. Chen Feng whispers into her ear, causing her face to flush slightly. That night, Jin Se and Ming harmonize their yin and yang melding. In the blink of an eye, it is the next day. The sun rises slowly, its gentle rays illuminating the earth. By noon, Chen Feng finally takes Imogen by the hand, strolling together in Yicheng. Imogen's identity has transformed, becoming Chen Feng's wife. A significant entry is inscribed in the history of the Chen family. In the 58th year of the Tianxin calendar, Tiannan Daozhou has completely stabilized with all arrangements in place. All major and minor forces have submitted, and new regulations have been issued, with the flags of the Chen family fluttering in every corner of Daozhou. Yicheng has also become the state capital, with an academy firmly established here, managing the city in partnership. Tianjin Mountain and Jinhe Valley announced their dissolution, with all members joining the academy, countless disciples and elders becoming wanderers traversing Daozhou. At the same time, fulfilling the duties of the academy members. A central academy has been established in Yicheng, with Chun Chunin serving as the grand offering, and Kufang Jinkong and Jian Yiming as the total offerings. The establishment of the academy has garnered immense gratitude from countless mortals and small to mid-sized forces, revering the Chun family as divine. The surviving major forces have also obediently accepted this reality, sending their offspring into the academy to seize opportunities. Gradually, everyone has accepted the existence of the academy. In Yicheng, at the ancestral residence, Chen Feng enters the universal storage ring. A melodious, holy sound resonates, and holy light shines upon the earth. In an instant, 17 additional combined protectors of the academy walk within Daozhou, guarding various academies. As for Emperor Kong, it took Chen Feng a full 5 days to transform him, bestowing him the name Tian. Only a few know of his existence in Yicheng. Tian Qian has been brought back by Chen Feng to Life Daozhou, where he guards Life City. He becomes a significant foundation for Life Daozhou. As for Kong Nis spirit, after being baptized by Chen Feng, it is placed at the core of the Tianlong realm. To allow the spiritual energy of the 8th grade spiritual vein to wash over it, rapidly reforming its physical body. In the end, it is guarded within the core of the Chun family, Qin County. Everything proceeds in an orderly manner. In the 60th year of the Immortal Saint calendar, time passes swiftly for cultivators. Let alone for someone like Chen Feng. For an ordinary Great Ascension cultivator, it wouldn't be surprising if a millennium passed in seclusion. In these 3 years, Chen Feng, Imogen, and Mu Lingwan have measured the expanse of Tiannan Daozhou with their steps. They also visited Life Daozhou. Within these 2 Daozhou, the academy and the guarded cities are implemented very well. In Life Daozhou, 2 wanderers were notably praised by the academy for their performance every 3 years. They were exceptionally promoted to total academy mentors, becoming role models for all wanderers. During these 3 years, unexpectedly, Imogen ultimately became pregnant. There is no other reason. Their cultivations are in harmony, and the gap is not wide. They did not deliberately guard against it. The pregnancy lasted a full 3 years, during which Mu Lingwan imparted a lot of experience to Imogen. This helped her not to panic about the life she was nurturing within, radiating maternal love. As for Mu Lingwan, she is diligently cultivating. As Chen Feng's cultivation rises, she wishes to provide a brother or sister for Chen Chuxiao and Chen Xiaochun, which seems like an unattainable goal. Having cultivated to the void return stage, there remains a slim chance. Imogen's situation has also made her urgent, practicing diligently day and night. At the same time, she has become a sister to Imogen's. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was the 61st year of the immortal sage calendar. Chen Feng brought Imogen's to the most favorable environment in Qin County. At the same time, spiritual energy was drawn from the core of the heavenly dragon realm, allowing Imogen's to better nurture the fetus. This was also the longest gestation period among Chen Feng's many wives and offspring. However, after enhancing his own cultivation, it would be even more challenging to give birth to the first generation in the future. Finally, in the middle of the 60th year, the little one who had been relying on Imogen's belly was born. Over 4 years had passed, and this time the delivery was exceptionally grand. Even Xia Jiao and Sheng Linmei, upon hearing the news, personally rushed back to the clan to guard the delivery room. At the same time, the 4 women formed a solid alliance, becoming the 4 great ladies of the clan. This also gave Chen Feng a bit of a headache. During these years, Sheng Linmei had a breakthrough in the divine transformation sacred art, progressing at an astonishing pace. She was now on the verge of achieving integration, only needing to accumulate enough to break through. Xia Jiao's cultivation had also reached the peak of returning void, and she could even use her ethereal form as an external incarnation. It was simply unprecedented. Mu Lingwan chose to absorb the rich spiritual energy summoned by Chen Feng at the peak of immortal ascension, while Imogen was giving birth, beginning her own challenge to the returning void. At midnight, suddenly, a purple lightning flashed, producing a tremendous sound. In the sky, even though it was the dead of night, one could see waves of purple mist slowly drifting in from the horizon. In the sky, the stars of the heavens twinkled brightly. In the deep sea far away, the soul of an ancient true dragon roared, while on the western divine mountain the remnants of an ancient white tiger war soul also roared. The voices of the 4 great sacred beasts resounded, manifesting over the skies of Qin County. This caused the 4 spiritual bloodlines existing above the 4 spiritual mountains in Qin County to tremble, bowing in reverence towards the 4 sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts have come to congratulate. Is my gene this extraordinary? Chen Feng felt a bit dazed, gazing deeply at the 4 sacred beasts in the sky, and the vast purple mist that floated in. What level of phenomena is this? Even achieving immortality wouldn't produce such wonders, right? It wasn't over yet with the sound of a baby's cry. A large opening suddenly appeared in the center of the purple mist above the sky, and immortal light descended from within, directly illuminating Qin County and shining into the baby. Seeing this immortal light, even Chen Feng's composure could not help but waver. However, how could he bear to covet the fortune meant for his own child? What if just a slight difference made his child innately imperfect? That would be a serious matter. At the same time, Chen Feng grew highly vigilant. With the vast purple mist, the descent of immortal light, and the congratulations of the 4 sacred beasts, it was likely that some ancient beings would be stirred. If they came with good intentions, that would be fine. But if it were for evil, the immortal light and purple mist were all treasures. Many cultivators rely on the first ray of purple mist that rises after dawn for their training. And now, not just a ray, but a vast expanse of purple mist. Even if an immortal descended, they would surely be tempted. However, whether or not they could obtain it was up to them. Anyway, Chen Feng's current abilities were insufficient. Even if an immortal acted, they might not be able to seize this heavenly fortune. But the immortal light was different. Chen Feng remained cautious to prevent any other ancient beings from sensing it and acting. After all the immortal light entered his child's body, the little baby stopped crying, using his large pure eyes to survey the people surrounding him. Suddenly, the little one stretched out his hands, calling out towards Chen Feng with baby sounds. Good boy. Chen Feng smiled, realizing that the child could recognize his father accurately right after birth, showing great potential. Chen Feng walked over, holding the baby, carefully examining this new life. Suddenly, as Chen Feng's fingers brushed against the little one, petals of lotus flowers began to bloom in the surrounding void. These were infused with endless rules, the lotus of the immortal path, extremely auspicious. Moments later, the lotus transformed into streams of vital energy, pouring into Chen Feng and Imogen, with a small portion also given to Xia Jiao and Sheng Linmei, who were nearby. Another strand flew out from the residence and merged into Immortal Ascension Peak. In just a moment, Chen Feng felt the aura of returning void emanating from the Immortal Ascension Peak. Mu Lingwan successfully broke through. After the vital energy entered her body, Chen Feng felt a resonance with the Tao. His cultivation solidified, and the vital energy washed away impurities from his limbs and bones. Even Chen Feng with his forged and refined body expelled many impurities. Innate energy. Chen Feng was astonished. This little one had bestowed a fortune upon his father and mother, as well as those related to them. Thoughtful indeed. This little one is quite perceptive. Chen Feng patted the baby's head, amazed at how much the child understood right after birth. Xia Jiao and Sheng Linmei both reaped benefits. Sheng Linmei was already close to a breakthrough, and now, with the help of the innate energy, her cultivation began to rise on its own, nearing integration. Xia Jiao only needed a bit more time to comprehend, and she would easily break through. Under the washing of the innate energy, epochs' consumed energy was fully restored. Moreover, she had even taken a step forward, reaching the late stage of integration, her thoughts now clearer. Chen Feng carefully placed the little one beside epochs. Epochs was also examining her bloodline continuation, her child born after 4 years of pregnancy. She held him in her arms, playfully teasing the little one. "Husband, what name should we give our child?" After playing with the little one, epochs looked towards Chen Feng. Her eyes were filled with softness. Chen Feng thought seriously for a moment, having several names in mind, but unable to decide. Thus he affectionately looked at epochs and said, "In the past, I always named our children. Now let you, my wife, name him this time." He decided to give the naming rights of their child to epochs. Epochs gently nodded, looking at the little one in her arms, pondering seriously. Combining this with the earlier phenomena and her child's extraordinary appearance, she continuously thought about names in her heart. Chen Feng did not disturb her, quietly playing with the little one. At the same time, he extended his divine sense to check for any dangers, and informed Chen Shuren not to let the people below panic. Now the spiritual beasts on the 4 spiritual mountains had all changed direction, silently observing the little one with respect in their eyes. A hint of conflict appeared on epochs' beautiful face. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Originally, she had already thought of a name for the child, but today's phenomena had led her to reconsider. Suddenly her inspiration sparked, and she became enlightened. "Before I was born, the long night was full. When my son was born, the sacred beasts congratulated. The purple mist came from the east, and the sacred lotus illuminated the world. Heaven did not give birth to my son for eternity. It was like a long night. My son, from now on your name will be Chui Chen Chushi, with the Tao title Long Night. Chushi, his Tao name shall be Changya." Chen Feng pondered the name, carefully finding it truly fitting. No wonder she was his wife. "Very well. So be it, as my wife has decreed. Henceforth our child shall be named Chen Chu, she with the Tao named Changya." A tender smile graced Chen Feng's face as he gently enfolded Mo Jinsai in his arms. The infant nestled in Mo Jinsai's arms seemed to comprehend Chen Feng's words, and to grasp that Chen Chu Shi was now his own name. He broke into a joyful, utterly endearing laugh. News of yet another primordial's birth swiftly spread across the entire Chen commandery. And no wonder, for the last such birth had occurred decades ago. This time the occasion was marked with unusual solemnity. Just as the celebratory banquet was about to commence, an overwhelmingly potent aura pierced into Lingwen Dao Prefecture. In an instant, it drew the attention of demon sovereign Sheng Che, and jolted Chen Feng out of his jubilant reverie. Not a dispersed immortal. Having sensed the intruder's aura, Chen Feng exhaled in quiet relief. The cultivator's immortal chi had not yet undergone transformation, still firmly anchored in the Grand Ascension realm. Thus Chen Feng judged himself more than capable of handling the threat. Within moments the cultivator, heedless of the warning arrays, descended directly above Chen commandery. A crescent moon of violet radiance rose before him, halting his advance and stirring faint surprise. It was an array, and one powerful enough to impede a cultivator of his caliber. That prompted him to shed some of his earlier arrogance. Gazing downward at Chen commandery, he declared, "This humble daoist is Tianyao Patriarch. I sensed extraordinary auspicious energy arising here, heralding the birth of a celestial prodigy. I respectfully request an audience with the local cultivators." Tianyao Patriarch happened to be traveling near Lingwen Dao Prefecture when he detected that extraordinary resonance. After divining its origin, he was deeply startled, and hastened there without delay. "Tianyao Patriarch." A cool, detached male voice sounded beside him, and Chen Feng materialized at his side. His sudden appearance elicited a subtle flicker of astonishment in the patriarch's eyes. Tianyao knew this Dao prefecture to be remote and barren, yet along his journey here, he had already encountered 2 Grand Ascension cultivators. "Indeed," he replied, suppressing his impulse to strike, and gave Chen Feng a measured nod. "Esteemed Daoist, might you enlighten me? What auspicious omen has manifested here? What peerless genius has been born?" He fixed his gaze upon Chen Feng, and subtly released a few threads of his overwhelming aura. Latest stage grand ascension. What business is it of yours? Seeing the other cultivator flaunt his power, and then cast roving intrusive glances toward Chen Commandery, Chen Feng felt a cold distaste rise within him, and his tone turned icy. Tianyao Patriarch stiffened, unprepared for such blunt defiance. After all, his cultivation base far surpassed Chen Feng's. How dared he speak thus? Throughout my long life, I have met countless cultivators, but never one so extraordinary. Naturally, I have come to take him as my disciple. Yet mindful that Chen Feng was host here, and that the mysterious prodigy had just been born within these lands, he restrained his rising ire. Chen Feng paused, then glanced at Tianyao Patriarch, whose expression wore an air of affected profundity, and his lips twitched faintly. The exit lies that way. Please depart. Had the Patriarch arrived with hostile intent, declaring outright that a genius had been born and demanding to seize him, Chen Feng would have beaten him senseless on the spot. I am a latest stage grand ascension cultivator, the venerable Patriarch of Tianyao Immortal sect. Tianyao's brows nodded slightly as he emphasized his identity. In his estimation, such a backwater region could harbor no notable sects, perhaps none that had even brushed against the immortal path. Surely this man would not obstruct such a noble opportunity, to let the child flourish in a superior realm. Who you are is none of my concern. Persist further, and I shall not hesitate to chastise you. Chen Feng was speechless. Truly anyone dared step forward now, claiming his child as a disciple, while arrogantly assuming superiority. Meanwhile, Sheng Che had silently drawn near and sent a private transmission. Shall I intervene? This disciple I will claim. What lineage could possibly exist in this Lingwen Dao prefecture? To entrust him here would only ruin his future. Tianyao Patriarch's temper flared. A prodigy whose birth stirred such cosmic resonance. He believed without hesitation that the child would ascend to immortality. If brought back as a disciple, Tianyao Immortal sect would reclaim its former glory and produce yet another immortal. An immeasurably profitable bargain. Then do not blame me. Boom. Reality twisted, stars whirled. Tianyao Patriarch's vision plunged into darkness, then snapped open high above tens of thousands of zhang in the sky. Beyond lay only boundless emptiness. The defensive array above Chen Commandery activated, not merely to shield, but to prevent devastation from a clash between supreme cultivators, sparing both the Commandery and its surrounding lands. This was its very purpose. Chen Feng wasted no words, immediately unleashing a furious assault. He summoned the Immortal Ascension Sword and struck without mercy, leaving Tianyao Patriarch dazed and reeling. That the man possessed an immortal artifact stunned him utterly. When Tianyao Patriarch deployed his own immortal weapon, it shattered under the Immortal Ascension Sword's relentless onslaught, its laws torn asunder. By the end, Tianyao Patriarch fled outright. Damn it! You should have said you belonged to an immortal sect. Bitterness churned within him. This man had been playing the fool, hiding his true strength. To find an immortal sect lineage, even in such a desolate place, was beyond imagining. Had he known, he'd have merely passed by for a cursory glance. Regret flooded him as he strained every fiber of his being to rupture the divine constraints of the palm-contained immortal realm, then fled headlong, without looking back. Even Sheng Che, concealed nearby, never got the chance to act. He stood shaken. Chen Feng had ascended to such heights that he treated a latest stage grand ascension cultivator like a stray dog. Once Sheng Che had been Chen Feng Sr. Then they became peers. Now Chen Feng had surged ahead, leaving him 2 full tiers behind. For a moment, self-doubt clouded his mind. What accounted for this disparity? Was that earlier commotion caused by your child's birth? He already knew of Mo Jinsai, and had even attended their wedding feast. A 4-year gestation was exceedingly rare, yet the magnitude of the celestial disturbance still astonished him. Indeed, his name is Chen Shu Shi, or simply Xiao Changya. A gentle smile softened Chen Feng's features as he quietly sheathed the Immortal Ascension Sword. Congratulations. Sheng Che clasped his fists in salute. Chen Feng returned the gesture, deeply respectful of this father-in-law. Sheng Che possessed extraordinary talent and the rare ability to slay foes beyond his rank. Moreover, he had forged an original cultivation path, the Black Lotus Dao, leading straight to immortality. Even Chen Feng's own Black Lotus art drew profound inspiration from Sheng Che's legacy. Father-in-law, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the early stage. You stand on the cusp of advancing to the middle stage. A nurturing environment would greatly accelerate your progress. Chen Feng spent but a few breaths communing with the power of the heavenly dragon realm, then condensed a token of authority and handed it to him. This grants access to my sovereign microcosm. within which you may cultivate. The ambient conditions there are vastly superior. A microcosm. Sheng Che's heart leapt, never imagining Chen Feng possessed such profound foundations. Yet he waved his hand lightly. No need. I am nearing breakthrough into immortality through the sacred Tao. It contains an 8th-tier spirit vein. Many thanks, dear son-in-law. Sheng Che moved with blinding speed, snatching the token from Chen Feng's palm like a gust of wind. Why didn't you mention such benefits sooner? Delight shimmered in his eyes as he secured the token. An 8th-tier spirit vein carried traces of immortal qi, offering immense benefit to high-tier cultivators. Such veins had long vanished from the continent. Except for some top-level secret realms, the Dragon Clan, and various top ancient powers, no other force possesses such a spiritual vein. Even among scattered immortals, take the Southern Ming's scattered immortal as an example. At his level, he has not even possessed an 8th-grade spiritual vein, let alone other forces. Even during the peak period of the Tiansheng sect, they did not have an 8th-grade spiritual vein. This is why Sheng Che was so decisive in putting away the token given by Chen Feng. Simply put, it is too rare and greatly beneficial to him. Seeing Sheng Che accept it, Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Now that his strength has increased, some previously inaccessible resources can gradually be shared with those around him. Sheng Che smiled and bowed, recognizing the extremely valuable gift, which is also an acknowledgement from Chen Feng. If the news of the 8th-grade spiritual vein spreads, even ancient powers would risk everything to act. It is too precious. Possessing an 8th-grade spiritual vein allows any reasonably talented cultivator to practice near the spiritual vein day after day. Not to mention attaining immortality. Breaking through to the Great Ascension is not difficult. The crisis is resolved. After chatting with Sheng Che for a while, Chen Feng returned to Qin County. He reinforced the formation again. At this moment, Mu Lingwan also ran over, her face beaming with joy, clearly having successfully broken into the return to Void Realm. In the cultivation world, she can be considered a significant power. Establishing a force that lasts for 10,000 years is simple. But what he desires is not these. She focused her gaze on the newly born Qin Chushi, the grand occasion of his birth startling her. At the same time, she confirmed that her husband's genes are exceptionally good. Among his offspring, there is not a single mediocre one. Except for some mortal descendants, a batch has been lost over the long passage of time. Those who are alive now are at least at the golden core stage. The older ones are numerous at the nascent soul and transformation stages. Even the newly born Qin Chushi can cause such a huge stir with his talent. At least it would not take long for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. The Chen clan has quite a few nascent soul cultivators under 100 years old. This is enough to astonish countless people in the outside world. This entire family, from young to old, are all elites and geniuses. Even more terrifying is that the Chen clan currently holds 2 complete Dao prefectures. In terms of resources and population, it can be said to be one of the few forces in the entire immortal spirit continent. Many great ascension forces have already noticed the Chen clan far away in the Lingwen Dao prefecture. Moreover, after Dugu Tian announced his closed-door cultivation, he handed over the authority to judge the Dugu family to the Chen clan. The Chen clan has thus become the #1 force in the Lingwen Dao prefecture. Currently, there is only one desert that does not belong to the human race's territory. Neither Chen Feng nor Sheng Che has acted against it. It seems they tacitly allow it to remain. Like a vast ranch, every year, many human cultivators venture deep into the desert to seek out powerful demon beasts and hone themselves. Both sides' strongest are quite restrained. It has always been some nascent soul cultivators, and those below the nascent soul stage have engaged in minor skirmishes. It has also become a training ground. But today, Chen Feng glanced at his little one and made a decision. A jade must be polished to become, in the depths of the desert, the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. Still in seclusion, Xiang Batian seeks to break through to great ascension to establish a balance between humans and demons in the Lingwen Dao prefecture. Today, for some reason, he has been unable to enter a state of cultivation. A sudden impulse made his eyelids twitch. This is a warning of danger. However, after a long time, he still did not wait for danger to descend. Just as he attempted again to enter a state of cultivation, above the main hall of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, the roof was suddenly blown off. Countless powerful demon beasts were startled. This is the sacred place of the desert demons, with 2 6th-grade spiritual veins nourishing countless powerful demon beings. When the demons tried to investigate, a pressure like that of a celestial being suddenly descended. From the smallest chi cultivators to the largest combined demon beasts, all were suppressed and unable to move. Even Xiang Beishan, the demon elephant, was unable to move, his eyes filled with terror. The human race's great ascension cultivator could no longer resist acting against him. The immense disparity in cultivation levels left him with no possibility of resistance. He could only desperately unleash violent power, barely lifting his head to look up, wanting to know who it was before he died. When he looked up, he saw Chen Feng, descending from midair like a true immortal. Senior Chen Feng. Xiang Batian was startled. This individual is a legend of the Lingwen Dao Prefecture. He is also hailed as the most gifted cultivator since the discovery of the Lingwen Dao Prefecture. He broke through to the Great Ascension stage over a decade ago. Unexpectedly, it was him who acted, making him feel a chill in his heart. I come to discuss a matter with you. Seeing the fear in Xiang Batian's eyes, Chen Feng understood what he was. Without further ado, he went straight to the point. You're not going to kill me. He felt the pressure weighing on him dissipate, allowing him to stand up. Why would I kill you? Chen Feng countered. In the current Lingwen Dao Prefecture, the only one who could instill a sense of crisis in various major forces and be viewed as an enemy is the desert demons. Why would Chen Feng want to eliminate him? There is motivation to progress more quickly. Not to mention the Chun clan's descendants are not out at sea, but are instead fighting with the young talents of various sea tribes. They even come to the desert to seek out demon beasts to battle, or their mounts are also preferentially captured here. Even among the spirit mountains of the clans, several demon beasts with faint white tiger bloodlines were all captured by Chen Feng from this area. If they were to be destroyed, the human race would only focus on internal strife or venture out to sea, causing the inland areas of the Dao Prefecture to become increasingly barren, all developing towards the coast. This is what Chen Feng does not wish to see. It was a misunderstanding on my part. Please do not blame me, senior. The wise know how to adapt to survive. Xiang Batian did not care about these. Seeing Chen Feng remain silent, he transformed into a human form, looking like a wild, rough man, stroking his head and asking, Senior, what matter do you wish to discuss with me? As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Xiang Batian patted his chest and said, 6 years later, I will throw my offspring into the desert for training and survival. At that time, please take care of him. It would just ensure he does not die, and the rest depends on him. Chen Feng said calmly, his gaze fixed on Xiang Batian. After this matter, I will give you an 8th grade spirit pill. Xiang Batian thought it was just a discussion and was ready to agree. He did not expect that he would also receive a reward. Such a precious reward made his breathing hasten. He wished he could push time to 6 years later. Rest assured, senior, I will definitely take good care of the young master. He spoke with utmost respect. Yet inside he was immensely excited. By merely working as a caretaker for a while, he could acquire a legendary 8th grade spirit pill, one he had never even seen before. For him, this was an incredible fortune. Even among human cultivators who might find it slightly easier to obtain spirit pills, the 8th grade spirit pill was exceedingly precious. For them, the demon beast's 8th grade pills were something they would rarely encounter in their lifetime. Or rather, even a demon king at the Great Ascension stage would struggle to obtain such spirit pills. His entire body trembled with excitement. From now on, when I come, I will notify you, Chen Feng said calmly, casting a ray of celestial light that entered Xiang Batian's body. This served as a form of restriction on him, as well as an additional layer of security. Similarly, it was a preparation made for his child Chen Chushi. Xiang Batian accepted it willingly. Time passed quietly. In the 64th year of the celestial sage calendar, Chen Feng, Mo Gents, and his numerous mothers quickly nurtured him. With excellent genes, talent, and the experience passed down from his parents and siblings, along with Chen Chushi exhibiting extraordinary talent from a young age, his intelligence was nearly monstrous, and his eloquence was comparable to that of boys over 10 years old. On the very day of his birthday, Chen Feng found him. By the water spirit lake, Chen Chushi had been influenced by Chen Ruoshi over the years, growing fond of this land. Seeing the little child diligently practicing his physique on the lawn, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, he exclaimed, Father, you've come. The child, who was in the midst of moving his body, suddenly sensed a change in the wind behind him. He quickly deduced who had arrived. Training diligently through the long night fills me with great joy, my son. However, cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest, and one should discover the things they love to do. Chen Feng affectionately crouched down, gently ruffling Chinchux's hair. I understand, father. I just want to grow up quickly, train alongside my brothers and sisters, and when my cultivation is strong enough, I can honor my father and mother. In the future, if my father dislikes someone, I will fight them. The words of the little boy made Chen Feng burst into laughter. All right, I'll wait for you to surpass me in cultivation and protect me. Chen Feng was quite fond of this little boy. His personality was similar to his own, and he was exceptionally gifted. However, the boy's extraordinary birth indicated that he would bear greater burdens in the future, necessitating early exposure to such matters. Do you still remember the story I told you about the Emperor of the Wild Heaven? Chen Feng held Chen Chushi in his arms, quietly feeling the breeze from the lake. Of course I remember. The Emperor of the Wild Heaven who ruled over the ages is my idol. Excitement flashed in the boy's eyes. The Emperor of the Wild Heaven, whose life was full of tragic and heroic tales, had clearly become a benchmark in the little boy's heart. Chen Feng smiled, but did not speak. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the ripples forming on the lake. Sierra, you must know that in this world being strong is of utmost importance. Without the tempering of blood and tears, and without the understanding between life and death, one cannot truly grow. Chen Feng picked up a small stone and tossed it into the center of the lake, covering the ripples stirred up by the gentle breeze. Immediately the lake erupted, transforming into countless moments and images, each carrying it. The little boy gradually became captivated by the stories within, focusing intently on them. Despite Chen Chushi being just a child, he possessed exceptional insights, understanding, temperament, and talent. However, his experiences were still too few. Just as Chen Chushi was drawn to the breathtaking and poignant images on the lake's surface, Chen Feng quietly left his side. After walking a few dozen steps, he encountered Imogen's worried face. Husband, must it really be this way? Sierra is only 6. Imogen's eyes were filled with reluctance and deep concern. His talent far exceeds ours. At merely 6 years old, he has already reached the peak of Qi training with a perfect mastery of martial arts at the Grandmaster level. I want him to be like a young immortal capable of suppressing his destiny. Chen Feng slightly closed his eyes, taking Imogen's hand, and left the water spirit lake. Soon night fell. The images on the lake gradually faded and dispersed. Only then did Chen Chushi come to his senses. Suddenly a sharp roar echoed in his ears, sounding like a beast. Fear flickered in his eyes as he realized that the environment around him had changed dramatically. Faintly he could hear the rustling of bushes, suggesting the presence of some wild beasts or demon beasts moving about. Chen Chushi was momentarily dazed by the sudden change, unsure of what to do, yearning to... Faintly he could hear the rustling of bushes, suggesting the presence of some wild beasts or demon beasts moving about. Chen Chushi was momentarily dazed by the sudden change, unsure of what to do, yearning to call for his father and mother. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind rushing at him from behind. Instinctively Chen Chushi rolled to the side, the wind slicing past his clothes. His clothing was torn and several bloody scratches appeared on his tender skin. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have found his heart ripped from his body. Chen Chushi felt a pang of terror. He recognized the threat and continued to evade the creature that was attacking him. It was a peak Qi training realm gray wolf, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light. As a being at the peak of Qi training and Grandmaster level, Chen Chuxi's bloodline and physique were extraordinary. To these demon beasts, he was akin to a delicacy, a tempting prize. Having just entered the desert's range, he encountered this attack. Chen Chushi felt a surge of fear as he faced the gray wolf, drooling with stinking saliva. This was his first encounter with death. However, it was merely a moment of environmental discomfort that nearly led him astray, dividing his focus. Now regaining his composure, he cast aside all other thoughts. The urgent matter was to survive the attack of the gray wolf before him, and only then could he have the time and opportunity to think about other issues. Once he grasped the key point, Chen Chushi dodged the gray wolf's second attack. With a roll, he sought advent. Demon beasts at the Qi training realm differ from cultivators. They are merely strong in body and can only use a bit of their meager magical power to assist them, failing to generate large-scale damaging attacks. The gray wolf lunged at him, and Chen Chushi quickly adjusted himself, executing a left bow step to slide, and then kicked the wolf in the abdomen with a reverse thrust of his leg. Following this, he activated a spell, causing a faint green light to burst forth, flowing like the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. The Bagua palm struck empty, the spiritual light crashing into a towering tree, causing it to topple, with a resounding crash, splintering wood flying everywhere. This was the first time Chen Chushi integrated his techniques and martial arts into actual combat rather than mere sparring. This left him feeling somewhat awkward. In terms of overall strength, Chen Chushi far surpassed that Songlong. Yet due to his lack of combat experience, he found himself at a stalemate. His expression was extremely grave as Songlong seized every opportunity to strike swiftly and accurately. In just a few moves, Chen Chushi had already sustained 2 more wounds on his body. Chen Chushi did not feel discouraged. He focused his mind and carefully observed, searching for an opportunity. With his rich theoretical knowledge of the wilderness, he was also acutely aware that he must not be delayed for too long. that Songlong, being a pack animal, posed a significant threat in the wilderness filled with dangers. Engaging with that Songlong could potentially attract other monstrous creatures, leading to trouble. Fire. Chen Chux's small body leapt to the side, activating the spell, unleashing a fireball that illuminated much of the forest. Songlong quickly dodged this attack. Fire was still a considerable threat to lower-tier beings, and the flames Chen Chuxi conjured were not ordinary fire. Songlong darted aside, adjusting its body midair to land on a branch, using its momentum to leap at Chen Chuxi. Seeing this, Chen Chuxi cautiously dodged, converting his palm into a blade infused with sharp Jin Gong energy. A hand blade struck Kanglang's body, instantly creating a deep gash that exposed bone on its back, blood flowing profusely. After drawing blood for the first time, Chen Chuxi seemed to adapt swiftly, feeling the warmth flowing from his hands. He turned, evading Kanglang's counterattack, using his small frame to crouch and deliver a sliding kick. Suddenly, a deep cut opened on Kanglang's belly, resulting in a pitiful scene. Songlong became even more frenzied, letting out a roar as its internal power erupted, recklessly attacking Chen Chuxi. Thanks to the rapid adaptation from this series of exchanges, Chen Chuxi transformed from awkwardness to a state of ease. While dodging Kanglang's attacks, he set a trap for it. Soon a howl was heard. Chen Chuxi turned, wrapping his arms around Kanglang's neck, his palm like a blade slitting its throat. After a few moments of agonized struggle, Kanglang's head was shattered and it collapsed completely. Chen Chuxi fell from Kanglang's body, gasping for breath, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to quickly restore himself. It must be said that Chen Chux's physique was remarkably strong. While others could absorb spiritual energy over a day, he could fill his internal void with just a few breaths. Next came the assimilation of his internal mana, transforming the spiritual energy from the outside world. His complexion became notably rosy as he sensed the rustling sounds around him. Without any hesitation, he activated the Jin Gong power, severing one of Kanglang's hind legs before leaping onto the highest tree in the vicinity. He darted back and forth on the tree, using his mana to seal his back wounds, and properly handling the wolf leg in his hands to prevent the smell of blood from spreading. Before long, a figure emerged from the bushes, revealing a strangely shaped beast. Chen Chuxi observed closely, noticing the beast bore a crescent-shaped marking. This beast was known as the Dark Moon Beast, a powerful presence among lower-tier magical beasts. The strongest of this species could even give birth to nascent soul-level Dark Moon beasts. This beast possessed considerable intelligence, initially ignoring the Songlong corpse lying beneath the tree. It began to search around, sniffing east and west. It was looking for any signs of danger. Soon the Dark Moon Beast arrived at the base of Chen Chux's tree. Although he had ample theoretical knowledge, he lacked practical experience. The Dark Moon Beast soon became suspicious and let out a low growl toward the tree where Chen Chuxi was hiding. Chen Chuxi frowned slightly. This was clearly a display of intimidation directed at him. Could he endure his fiery temper? Immediately, Chen Chuxi suppressed his feelings and observed carefully. The Dark Moon Beast was intelligent. If it discovered him, it would not act recklessly before confirming its own strength. This low growl was a tactic to draw Chen Chuxi out, allowing it to assess him. Chen Chuxi chose not to reveal himself, causing the Dark Moon Beast to hesitate and refrain from approaching that Songlong beneath the tree. After several unsuccessful growls, it began to retreat step by step, eventually disappearing from Chen Chux's view. Once the Dark Moon Beast's presence completely faded, Chen Chuxi let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to move, he sensed a change in the airflow around him. Startled, he quickly flipped over and jumped upward, leaving his hiding spot. Sure enough, at the moment Chen Chuxi leapt away, the Dark Moon Beast appeared from who knows where, clawing at the position he had just occupied. Had he not dodged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Chuxi was also startled, a hint of anger flashing across his youthful face. Indeed, his father was right. It was always wise to be cautious wherever one goes. Just as he was about to land, the Dark Moon Beast was already waiting below, poised to strike. With the experience from his previous battle with the Songlong, along with the knowledge stored in his mind, he immediately rolled over, grabbing a sharp branch and snapping it off. With Jin Gong energy infused under the boost of his mana, the branch transformed into a lethal weapon. Chen Chuxi descended from above, wielding the branch like a spear, thrusting fiercely at the Dark Moon Beast. Instantly, the Dark Moon Beast recoiled, but Chen Chux's spear struck forward, deeply piercing into its flesh. A painful roar erupted as the Dark Moon Beast became enraged, launching itself at Chen Chuxi with claws bared. Chen Chuxi engaged in combat using the branch as a spear. With a weapon in hand, his combat prowess surged dramatically. Gradually, he became more composed, circling around the Dark Moon Beast for a while, before finally catching it off guard. In a sudden leap, he thrust the branch piercing through the dark moon beast's neck, creating a clean passage. The branch in Chen Shux's hand snapped in two as a result. This was thanks to his mastery of the 5 elements technique, reaching the apex of its utilization with Jin Gung power. Otherwise, he would have to replace the branch after every strike. Ordinary cultivators facing a dark moon beast might even have their magical tools shattered. This victory made Chen Shuxi increasingly cautious. After carving off a piece of flesh, he quickly departed. Just as he had not gone far, he heard Chen Feng's voice. Shuxi, congratulations on taking your first step successfully. Do not blame your father. Cultivation is always a path against the heavens, growing amidst hardships. You should take your idol from your youth as a model, even surpass him. Under the big tree ahead there is a beginner's gift package prepared for you by your father. A beginner's gift package. Chen Shuxi heard his father's voice and his spirit was first jolted, revealing a look of joy. Soon after, he quickly understood why he had arrived at this place. Go on, survive in the desert. Remember, your father will be visiting other provinces, and there will be no one by your side. You can only rely on yourself. Sierra, believe in yourself, for your father believes you will not be weaker than anyone else. Chen Feng's voice gradually faded away until it disappeared. Little Chen Shuxi looked up at the moon, his heart filled with determination, incredibly stubborn. As for the so-called beginner's gift package, he scoffed at it. He was determined to survive in this jungle with his own strength and abilities without relying on his father's power. He glanced at the direction pointed out by Chen Feng, and there was not a trace of hesitation in his heart. He turned and walked in the opposite direction. Father Sierra will surely shine in my life. He resolutely entered the dense thicket, searching for water, heading upstream. He needed to find a high ground to determine his location and the general layout of this territory. As for the beginner's gift package, he did not need it. He was going to rely on his own hands to survive in the jungle. After Chen Shuxi walked far away, Chen Feng's figure appeared from behind a tall tree, watching the little boy walk further. He smiled helplessly. This kid is so stubborn. He did not expect that this stubborn boy Chen Shuxi would even refuse the basic supplies he had prepared for him, venturing out on his own. In this territory there are many formidable beasts. It seems that Chen Shuxi has a lot of hardships ahead. The fresh soil beneath the big tree was dug up by Chen Feng, revealing a seemingly precious gift box inside. Upon opening it, there was only a piece of paper inside with a large line of text written on it: rely on yourself for everything. After Chen Feng took it, he sensed the position of Xiang Batian and then left the desert. The story of a little boy adventuring alone in the desert began. In the desert, besides countless beasts, there were also ancient ruins and various explorers. There were even quite a few human tribes living within it. Year 67 of the Immortal calendar. Tianwen Province. Deep in the fire domain, a crack opened in the void. Looking through the crack, there was a paradise with rich, immortal spiritual energy. 3 figures emerged from within, 2 men and 1 woman. We finally made it out. Brother Chuho, is this the Tianwen province you mentioned? The concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world is so low it's almost about to be cut off from immortal spiritual energy. In such conditions, you and Brother Chu Fan can cultivate so quickly it's simply against the heavens. The 3 were Chen Chuho, Chen Chufan, and Xin Lu, who had just emerged from the Kunlun Small World. The Kunlun Small World was a piece of land carved out from the immortal spirit continent before the great change of heaven and earth. The immortal spiritual power within it far exceeded that of the entire immortal spirit continent. After several decades of cultivation under favorable conditions, Chen Chuho had even broken through to the combined phase. Even Chen Chufan was just 1 step away from unifying the virtual and the real, but it seems something was holding him back. According to his talent, he should have broken through long ago. For this, the high priest of the Qin clan, Qin Baidao, was also extremely puzzled. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to break through, Chen Chufan chose to leave Kunlun. He went to the immortal spirit continent to seek opportunities for a breakthrough. There was no other way among the batch of cultivators who had been trapped in Kunlun except for the 2 loose immortals who were suppressed by Qin Baidao. All the other cultivators had been used as sharpening stones by Chen Chuho and the others, and had all been slain. As a result, with nothing to do, the 2 brothers could only challenge the talents of the Qin clan. The entire Qin clan was suffering greatly, unable to compete, and they admired the 2 even more in their hearts. With no opponents left, plus Chen Chufan reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation, he could only be released. Chufan, how do you feel now that you're out? Has your bottleneck loosened? Chen Chuho asked with concern when he saw Chen Chufan closing his eyes, his aura becoming light and ethereal, as if entering the Tao. After a long time seeing Chen Chufan wake up, Chen Chuho asked with concern. No. Chen Shufan sighed, his gaze complex as he looked at the rising morning sun on the horizon. He was clear about his own issues. Having reincarnated, his innate soul was powerful and unmatched, while his virtual body could not unify with his real body and soul. His soul was too strong, making it impossible to achieve balance, resulting in repeated failures in the combined phase. However, as a former immortal emperor, how could he lack a solution? However, it was just too long. He could not afford to wait. Changes had occurred in the immortal domain, and he must see what had happened. Brother, have you thought about where to take sister-in-law? Chen Shufan's words made Qin Lu's face turn red, while Chen Shuho appeared very composed. Having long gotten used to his younger brother's teasing and matchmaking, he replied, I received news from the Heavenly King Palace that our Chun clan has occupied 2 provinces. I want to take Xiao Lu to have a look. Finally, I will take Xiao Lu to meet father and mother. Within the Kunlun realm, being able to contact the Heavenly King Palace during special times meant that they could only receive messages, not send them. The changes in the Chen clan were somewhat known to them. Brother Fan, what about you? Chen Shuho smiled as he looked at Chen Shufan. Chen Shufan did not hesitate for a moment, and smiled as he spoke, I want to go see mother first, and then ask father if he has any special insights regarding my combined phase. Chen Shufan still decided to return and inform Chen Feng about his current situation. In his heart, he considered his father's vision methods and some abilities he had never seen before to be terrifyingly extraordinary. Perhaps they would be helpful for his predicament. He had also discussed this matter with Chen Shuho, wanting to ask his... Naturally, Chen Shuho strongly agreed, believing that his father, who could do anything, might truly have a solution. Then it settled. As the 3 were about to part, Chen Shuho teased, Brother Fan, you're not a child anymore. This time back you're likely to be urged by father to get married. Take it easy. Chen Shuho chuckled, taking Qin Lu on a cloud of law gliding across the sky like the aurora. Do you know why he didn't return first? It was fortunate that he didn't take Qin Lu back. He could still run out. If he had brought her back, given his father's character, teasing him would be inevitable, and what was even more frightening was, he would first be arranged to marry and then be assigned various tasks. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to run away. It would be better to take Qin Lu to travel around the immortal spirit continent before discussing marriage. On this matter, Qin Lu completely obeyed Chen Shuho. Thus, after disappearing from Chen Shufan's sight, the 2 cuddled and began their journey to explore the world. Upon hearing Chen Shuhang's words, Chen Shufan's lips twitched slightly. After returning, he feared he would be immediately inundated with female cultivators arranging a marriage. Thinking of this, Chen Shufan fell into a daze again. However, he still had to return home. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. In Tianlan Dao Prefecture, Chen Ruoxi, guided by Hua Qingwu, finally gathered all the materials needed to restore her body. Though the materials were collected with Chen Ruoxi's current abilities, she was completely incapable of reconstructing her physical form on her own. At the very least, she would need someone capable of channeling celestial power to assist her in the repair. Master, why not let my father take action? Chen Ruoxi suggested sincerely. After all, her father's strength was adequate, and he had known about Hua Qingwu's existence for some time. Having him step in would be ideal. However, this posed a dilemma for Hua Qingwu. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather she felt shy. If it were her own disciple stepping in, that would be fine, but if it were Chen Feng, everything about her would be fully exposed. Although she greatly admired Chen Feng, it would still be embarrassing. Let's decide on this, master. Chen Ruoxi could not bear to see her master, a mere spirit, drifting before her every day. If she regained her physical form, her master could return to her peak. This isn't quite good. Hua Qingwu hesitated, even though she had gathered all the materials. It would be a lie to say she didn't want to regain her body. However, her concerns were numerous, with the biggest being that Chen Feng would be the one to assist, which was against the norms of male-female interactions. Seemingly sensing her master's reservations, Chen Ruoxi did not allow her to refuse, and directly messaged her father, informing him of her request for assistance in reconstructing her master's body. Beside the water spirit lake, Chen Feng board was fishing, sensing the gradual increase in his strength as feedback from his offspring. Suddenly he was jolted, and the fishing rod in his hand was crushed to powder. He was utterly astonished. Chen Ruoxi's master had gathered all the materials for reconstructing her body. This compelled him to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. The importance of a master could not be overstated. This made Chen Feng extremely cautious, and he immediately exchanged for a technique. The method for perfectly reconstructing the physical body directly cost him 200,000 inheritance points, making Chen Feng's heart ache. However, he was also curious about his daughter's mysterious master. He was equally cautious. After reconstructing her body, not only would his daughter gain a one in background, but his family would also benefit. That would be a celestial being far superior to a celestial corpse. Among the materials Chen Ruoshi had collected, Chen Feng also noticed one item that could be either added or omitted. Holy Spirit Stone. This item, if successfully transformed into a Holy Spirit, would be a being favored by the Tao akin to the innate demon gods of ancient times. Chen Feng made a decisive choice thinking of the large Holy Spirit Stone he had previously acquired over a yard in size. Such a rare item of such a substantial scale was simply perfect for a celestial spirit. Chen Feng had already decided to contribute it. He remained quietly in meditation waiting for Chen Ruoxi's return, while Chen Shufan had already returned to the clan, finding him at the Ascension Peak. Seeing his offspring who had been mostly out of contact for several decades, Chen Feng was overjoyed. He immediately asked the boy if he had gained any insights and progressed. After receiving a negative response, Chen Feng's expression stiffened for a moment, but then he kindly said no worries. Speak, do you prefer to find a partner of equal cultivation level, or one after the Great Ascension? As your father, I could even bring one to you, ensuring she isn't too old and has decent talent. Chen Feng had already made up his mind to search for a suitable girl from various Dao prefectures for his son. Upon hearing this, Chen Shufan's cheeks twitched slightly. Look at what he was saying. What does bring her here? Chen Shufan was somewhat confused. He had prepared himself for his father to forcefully arrange a partner for him. He never expected his father to be so audacious, even wanting to find a compatible partner for him, going so far as to become a kidnapper to bring one back. Father, wait. Let's not discuss this matter first. Chen Shufan was somewhat exasperated and repeatedly assured that he would find a daughter-in-law to satisfy his father in the future. Chen Feng relented. It seems you've encountered some issues in your cultivation. Chen Feng relaxed his mind. He had sensed something was off with Chen Shufan when he arrived. His magical power had already surpassed the returning void stage, yet he had not yet achieved integration. The strength of his divine soul was so intense that it was difficult for him to unleash his divine powers. It was extraordinarily overwhelming. If he could achieve integration, it would be a miracle. Indeed, my son has encountered some problems. He had not expected Chen Feng to quickly notice the anomaly causing his divine soul to tremble. In the depths of his being, he sensed a terrifying eye sweeping over his soul. Speak everything. Chen Feng's expression became unusually serious. Chen Shufan's issue was significant. Now there was only one solution to suppress most of his divine soul's power until he fully integrated. Then he could gradually follow his cultivation to release the might of his divine soul, achieving a balance between the virtual, the real, and the divine soul. Alternatively, he could elevate his spiritual power to a terrifying level capable of suppressing 3 divine beings. Clearly that was impossible. Even Chen Feng's current spiritual power could not completely suppress his 3 divine aspects: the virtual body, the real body, and the divine soul. However, after the Great Ascension, such issues would not be so burdensome. Listening to Chen Feng's solution, Chen Shufan felt a bit disheartened, as he had once considered this. Using this method, but his divine soul's strength, even if it wasn't fully restored, was still near celestial level. Unless someone from the celestial realm came down to help him suppress and seal it, there was no other way. Otherwise, he would have sought help from Qin Baidao long ago. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, revealing that he had a solution, a soft female voice suddenly echoed through the air. Let me give it a try. A clear and ethereal female voice echoed as a woman resembling a celestial being dressed in plain garments descended. Accompanied by a waft of floral fragrance, flower shadows danced in the air, yet their source remained unseen. Chen Feng, upon seeing this figure, first raised his brows slightly, feeling a surge of reaction within him. Before him stood an incredibly terrifying presence. It sent chills down his spine. Yet the aura was strikingly familiar. Chen Feng maintained his composure, wearing a faint smile. He recognized her. This person was the master of Chen Ruoshi. He was more than familiar with this aura, and her cultivation technique was of the same lineage as that practiced by Chen Ruoshi. It was not difficult to discern. Then I shall trouble you, my friend. Chen Feng slightly inclined his body, displaying remarkable calmness, as if he was aware of her presence. However, Chen Shufan became unsettled, his spirit reacting violently to the terror emanating from this individual. At the same time, he realized that the other party was merely a manifestation of spiritual essence. Her spirit had transformed from yang to yin, achieving a state that could confuse the real with the false and disorder yin and yang. Those who could cultivate their spirits to such a realm were all true immortal level beings. However, he soon noticed some discrepancies. The woman who looked like a heavenly fairy before him seemed to exist solely as a spiritual force lacking any primal life force. This indicated that the woman had perished completely in her previous life, and this spirit had later re-emerged from her former powerful body. However, perhaps due to her overwhelming physical strength in life, this woman could not return to her physical form. This was an exceedingly terrifying matter. After understanding the crux of the matter, Chen Chufan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Even immortal monarchs could not achieve such feats. No, not just immortal monarchs. Chen Chufan sensed that there was no true spirit seal on her, further proving that this person had undoubtedly been an even more terrifying existence in her previous life. At the very least, she was an equal-level practitioner of the immortal path. Such a terrifying presence should not exist in this world. Yet upon seeing Chen Feng's remarkably calm expression, he felt relieved. It seemed that she was a friend of his father, perhaps with an unclear relationship. Thinking of this, he felt there was nothing to fear, even casting a meaningful glance at Chen Feng. In his heart, he believed his father must have also been a mysterious figure in his past life, a transcendent existence. Perhaps this spiritual essence was his old lover. Realizing the significance of it all, he calmed himself and respectfully bowed to Hua Qingwu. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Chufan is immensely grateful. With a face full of sincerity, Chen Chufan left Hua Qingwu somewhat puzzled. She could only smile as she helped him up. Chen Feng also relaxed, his gaze focused on Hua Qingwu. He found her astonishingly beautiful. This was the first time he had encountered her after Chen Ruoxi gained her fortune, and he had not expected her to differ so much from his imagination of a benevolent old lady wielding a dragon-head cane. Before him stood an absolute top-notch fairy. It left him somewhat dazed. Then let's proceed, my friend, and help me suppress my son's spirit. Chen Feng spoke, calmly conveying his methods and detailed operations to Hua Qingwu. After receiving the information, Hua Qingwu was taken aback. Every detail was meticulously explained, with each step laid out, even proving beneficial to her. It detailed how to control the spirit, suppress it, and utilize the power of the spirit, with countless ingenious applications of spiritual energy. Moreover, there were methods for spiritual attacks, spiritual repair, and nurturing. These, of course, were part of Chen Feng's gratitude transmitted to Hua Qingwu. Since Hua Qingwu was willing to expend her spiritual power to assist him in such a significant way, how could she not express her gratitude? Furthermore, she would soon need to reconstruct her physical body, and much of this information was extremely useful to her. After all, everything was produced by the system, an absolute premium. Considering that she could acquire immortal path inheritances for several thousand points, Chen Feng had spent a total of 200,000, and that was just a simple purchase without including comprehension. This illustrates the preciousness of these spiritual techniques. Thank you, Senior. Hua Qingwu held a certain admiration for Chen Feng, and faced with his generous offering, which was immensely beneficial to her spiritual techniques, she felt she owed him a monumental debt of gratitude. No need for that. Oh, just call me Chen Feng, or Brother Chen Feng is fine. Chen Feng waved his hand, facing such a genius, he dared not be presumptuous. Hua Qingwu, upon hearing this, accepted after a moment. Feng, Brother Feng, when shall we begin? She tentatively called out, glancing cautiously at Chen Feng. Right now? Chen Feng paid no mind to her form of address. As long as she did not call him Senior, she could refer to him however she wished. Meanwhile, Chen Chufan observed everything. What had he just heard? His heart, being a reincarnated being of such high caliber, was stirred to the extreme. This terrifying presence had actually addressed his father as Senior. He took a deep breath, and upon hearing Chen Feng instruct him to close his eyes and concentrate, obediently sat down. Follow my instructions, Chen Feng said softly, placing a palm on the crown of Chen Chufan's head. The celestial transformation technique activated a divine light, flashing in his eyes as the divine eye on his forehead opened, and a beam of divine light entered Chen Chufan's body. Immediately after, a heavy talisman was stamped onto Chen Chufan's forehead. The celestial dragon realm opened, drawing in and storing an immense amount of celestial spiritual energy, cleansing Chen Chufan's limbs and bones. It forced his cultivation to loosen, suppressing the looseness, and forcibly merging the virtual and the real, with the divine being pushed to combine by the celestial spiritual energy. Such a defiant and brutal method could only be employed by Chen Feng. Moreover, it was because Chen Chufan's spirit was strong enough that he dared to do so. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded on the spot. However, the peril of this technique was exceedingly high. Even Chen Chufan, who possessed an immensely powerful spirit and terrifying physical body, displayed a pained expression. Veins bulged on his forehead. This startled Hua Qingwu. She had not expected Chen Feng to be so brutal. Yet she couldn't help but admire him, harboring no doubts. In her understanding, Chen Feng must have been fully confident to dare employ this move. Suppress his spirit using the method of spiritual sealing. Chen Feng suddenly spoke. Hua Qingwu, assisting him, felt somewhat tense, and complied with his order. Hua Qinghui's powerful spiritual force penetrated Chen Chufan's body. Without hesitation, she directly seized the hiding place of his spirit, pressing down on it to initiate a sealing process. One after another sealing runes were inscribed, and her spiritual power was rapidly consumed. Initially her sealing went smoothly, but halfway through the sealing, Chen Chufan's true spirit seal suddenly began to release energy, a reactive response to impending danger. It sought to forcibly summon the cultivation of its past life to confront the life-threatening crisis. A terrifying aura began to awaken, like a slumbering true dragon suddenly called to life. Hua Qingwu was equally astonished as she discovered Chen Chufan's true spirit imprint, a mark that could only be inscribed on the soul by a true immortal. As long as the true spirit remains unextinguished, even if you are left with just a drop of blood or a wisp of divine thought, you can reverse death and be reborn. She couldn't help but admire Chen Feng, even more wondering what kind of terrifying existence his children were reincarnated from. The figure before her was evidently a great immortal in reincarnation. This left her utterly shocked. In her era, she had barely touched the realm of true immortals, attempting to condense the true spirit imprint and break through to true immortality, only to suddenly collapse for unknown reasons, with her soul and body separating, dying unexpectedly. Similarly, upon seeing the terrifying aura beginning to awaken within Chen Chufan's soul, Chen Feng furrowed his brows. From the acquired soul information, he understood what it was: the true spirit imprint. This caused him a headache, as he currently had no means to deal with or suppress it. He could only rely on Chen Chufan himself. Fainter, Chen Feng called out, trying to reach him. The bloodline began to resonate, and Chen Chufan opened his eyes, which were filled with dazzling golden light. "Return to me," he roared like a wrathful deity. The restless true spirit imprint within him receded at that moment like a tide. This made Hua Qingwu breathe a sigh of relief as she sealed off most of Chen Chufan's soul. Immediately afterward, his cultivation began to rise steadily, and tremendous changes were occurring within his body, leading to its sublimation. This was a precursor to breaking into the combined body stage. The three spirits were becoming one. After the soul was suppressed and sealed, the balance of the three spirits was achieved. The threshold to the combined body was within reach. Seeing that there were no other abnormalities, Chen Feng sighed in relief and withdrew his consciousness from Chen Chufan's body. He saw him frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth beginning to break through, and Chen Feng also felt at ease. He turned his gaze to Hua Qingwu. "This lady." Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, as he seemed to have forgotten the name of Chen Ruox's master. Hua Qingwu also realized having never told Chen Feng her name. Just as Chen Feng was about to call her the Heavenly Maiden, she quickly spoke up. "Brother Feng, my name is Hua Qingwu. You can just call me Qingwu." She blinked, knowing that since Chen Feng wanted to address her as a peer, she had to reveal her name. Furthermore, she absolutely could not allow him to call her something like brother, which was a small thought of hers. "Qingwu." Chen Feng memorized this name. "Hand me the materials." Chen Feng extended his hand and asked her for materials. She hurriedly took out one item after another from the void, many of which Chen Feng had never seen before, existing only in theory or within the realm of immortals. After handing over the materials to Chen Feng, she somewhat shyly said, "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Feng." Chen Feng, unaware of her little thoughts, asked her a question. "Is your physical body still intact?" If her body was still there, he wouldn't need to use the sacred spirit stone, as he could return her soul to her body and perform the technique of transforming the yin back to the yang. After all, there was the precedent of the immortal corpse. Yes. Hua Qingwu hurriedly replied. If she were to remodel her body, it would require a long period of adjustment, but using her old body was different. However, for her realm, merging with her old body was an extremely difficult challenge. Originally, she had planned to remold her body and then cultivate to the heavenly immortal realm before merging with her original self. However, seeing the methods Chen Feng displayed, she thought perhaps he truly had a way to help her return to her body. "Take me there." "All right," Hua Qingwu said without hesitation, directly connecting her small world and bringing Chen Feng inside. In an instant, a vast sea of flowers appeared before them, with the spring breeze caressing their faces. It was evident that Hua Qingwu loved flowers and plants, as in the distance there was a small courtyard filled with various spiritual flowers. Chen Feng approached to take a look, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Among them there were many immortal herbs, and they were of exceptionally high quality. Such treasures were rare and hard to come by, yet here they were being cultivated as ordinary garden flowers. "If Brother Feng likes them, you can take them all." Hua Qingwu, noticing Chen Feng gazing intently at her cultivated flowers, mistakenly thought he also admired these immortal flowers. That wouldn't be appropriate. I can get more if needed. Chen Feng shook his head. He indeed liked these immortal flowers very much and couldn't bear to pluck them and keep them in the dark storage ring. It would be better to continue cultivating them here and come back to seek them when needed. After all, it's easier for a monk to run away than a temple to disappear. Hua Qingwu, unaware of Chen Feng's inner thoughts, shyly led him into the room where she stored her physical body. This was also her boudoir. Except for Chen Ruoshi, no one had ever come here, let alone a man. Following Hua Qingwu, Chen Feng traversed a large courtyard and arrived at a somewhat quiet hall rich with the aura of immortality. In the center of the hall there was a blue river surrounding it like a protective moat. Surrounding it were various immortal herbs and spiritual grasses that Chen Feng recognized, and some he did not. This left him in shock. His gaze reluctantly moved away from the various immortal herbs to the center, surrounded by the small river where a crystal coffin was placed. Inside he could vaguely see a woman dressed in a red long gown, her figure graceful, exuding a hint of immortal aura. Chen Feng knew that the aura she radiated was not illusory, but genuine. Inside lay an immortal and extraordinarily beautiful fairy. Just a glance at the face of the woman in the coffin left Chen Feng momentarily stunned. This woman seemed like a creation of heaven, perfect and flawless. Even without life, her beauty remained unaffected. The flowing red gown added a touch of enchanting allure, stunning. One could not help but be deeply captivated at first sight, as if they had ingested a deadly poison, with this person before them being the only antidote, causing him to fall into a trance in an instant. Calm. Just barely, his consciousness was nearly controlled by the enchanting power of Hua Qingwu's body. He felt no greed towards this perfect body, only appreciation. It was purely an appreciation for such beauty. In his heart, a large character for calmness resonated, carved deep within, keeping his mind clear. However, all this transpired in a fleeting moment, and Hua Qingwu did not notice Chen Feng's unusualness. If she had discovered Chen Feng's awkwardness, she might have classified him as an ordinary man. Seeing Chen Feng indifferent towards her body with only pure appreciation akin to observing a work of art, she felt relieved, and her fondness for him increased even more. Few can withstand the allure of her physical form. Even if they are not human, but rather demons or monsters, her body exerts a fatal attraction over them. Unlike her soul, her body seems to possess some kind of magical power. It appears to embody a natural principle that flows above her physical form. This left her quite puzzled. When she awakened, she was already in an immortal body, with other memories only surfacing from the moment she became conscious. She has endured countless dangers, far too many for her to count. Seeing Chen Feng's completely different reaction from other men eased her worries. Chen Feng gazed at her soul, her beauty stunning and flawless. However, it lacked the captivating allure that her physical form possessed. This made him instantly realize something was amiss. Hua Qingwu was undoubtedly more complex than she appeared. At the very least, this small world felt richer in spiritual energy than that near the spiritual veins of the Tianlong realm, teeming with continuous celestial power. How long have you fallen? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Hua Qingwu was taken aback, counting on her fingers as she calculated. It must have been around 210,000 years. Finally, she concluded that her sudden collapse happened 210,000 years ago. Can you tell me about what happened before your fall? Chen Feng decided to probe deeper, inquiring about Hua Qingwu's origins. A beauty of her caliber should have caused a tremendous stir, even in her childhood. Thus, Chen Feng quietly listened to her recount her tale. Before long, an entire 7 days had passed. Even as a great ascension cultivator, Chen Feng communicated efficiently. However, Chen Feng meticulously sought every detail Hua Qingwu recalled, which consumed such a lengthy duration. Once Hua Qingwu finished speaking, Chen Feng could essentially conclude that this matter was far from simple. Otherwise, she would be a major cause and effect emerging from the crevices of stone. It is worth noting that since she became conscious, she had already become an immortal. Yet she did not appear in the upper realm, but instead on the celestial spirit continent. Due to her beauty, her physical form attracted numerous powerful beings from the celestial spirit continent, leading to a frenzy among countless cultivators. Although her strength was formidable, she lacked the know-how to wield it, and was soon deceived by a rogue immortal. What could she do after being tricked? Naturally, it was a harmonious warning. Later, she was saved by a female immortal who taught her about the dangers of the mortal world and took her to experience the warmth and coldness of life. This also filled her with hatred towards male cultivators. Wherever she appeared, it would attract countless troubles. Ultimately, that female immortal perished, killed by several rogue immortals and various factions that sought to capture Hua Qingwu. It was that incident that led Hua Qingwu to erupt in fury. She unleashed her power, slaughtering all those involved in the siege who sought to take her back. This made her realize her uniqueness, but at that time her heart was only filled with hatred. She embarked on an endless spree of massacre across the celestial spirit continent. At that time the celestial spirit continent still had many celestial forces and even some remnants of celestial beings. However, celestial beings were sparse, then either secluding themselves in small worlds or the remnants of celestial beings struggling to survive. Those celestial beings who had heard of Hua Qingwis displayed strength, and the actions of the various factions knew they were in the wrong and did not strike. It was known that Hua Qingwu had gone too far, having wiped out more than half of the celestial forces, killing several of the remnants. She even began targeting factions that had never attacked her, launching indiscriminate assaults like a demon. Finally, celestial beings began to intervene. That battle darkened the skies and even devastated much of the continent. The ancestral dragon and the most radiant genius of the dragon clan Long Outyin joined forces. Even the heavenly holy immortal sect, the predecessor of the heavenly holy gate, and that terrifying powerhouse who became an immortal in 100 days participated. Despite the combined efforts of the celestial beings, they could not suppress Hua Qingwu, and over 10 celestial beings fell. Finally, the Wood clan, who had secluded themselves, intervened, with one of their celestial beings emerging to suppress Hua Qingwu. Ignoring the countless furious celestial beings who wished to kill Hua Qingwu immediately, they forcefully took her back to the Wood clan. This was Hua Qingwu's memory in the celestial spirit continent, leaving Chen Feng in a daze for a long time, uncovering countless hidden histories, including the Life Dao prefecture under his command, which was once the dojo of the Wood clan. After Hua Qingwu's departure, he wondered what changes transpired on the celestial spirit continent. How did the original celestial spirit continent fracture into numerous Dao prefectures? There must be countless causes and effects involved. However, Chen Feng did not intend to pursue these matters. From Hua Qingwu's description, he could essentially conclude that since she became conscious, it was most likely her second life. Thus it appeared that Hua Qingwu's origins were undoubtedly terrifying. Not to mention how she fell intending to enter the true immortal realm when her true spirit imprint shattered. Most likely the issue lay with her true spirit imprint. Or rather, she originally possessed a true spirit imprint that when she attempted to reforge it resulted in backlash and rejection from her body. This led to her fall. After all, Chen Feng had roughly inspected Hua Qingwu's physical form. It bore no scars, flawless and perfect. The fact that her soul was expelled was an utterly unfathomable issue. Not to mention the discrepancies between Hua Qingwu and her physical form. That was the kind of demonic nature. Logically, if her fallen physical form was imbued with such ample demonic essence, it would be even more so for the dominant soul. The problem was that Hua Qingwu's soul was utterly pure, devoid of any demonic essence. Thus the issue did not lie with her, but with her physical form. Or so it seemed. A terrifying conjecture emerged in Chen Feng's mind. Hua Qingwu's first life's fall might have been caused by himself. It was to rid herself of the demonic nature of her body and to cleanse her soul anew. Chen Feng looked at her physical form and for a moment found it hard to act. Forcefully merging the soul and body now might lead to counterproductive results. "Do you mind if I touch your physical body?" Chen Feng inquired, wanting to clarify one thing, whether there was a true spirit imprint on Hua Qingwu's. If so, it would indicate a conflict between her soul's true spirit imprint and the spirit imprint latent in her body, causing her soul to be expelled. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingwu was momentarily stunned. Then she suddenly looked at Chen Feng, gazing into his eyes. She saw that his gaze was clear and devoid of any malicious intent, which finally put her at ease. Seeing that the main subject had agreed, Chen Feng did not hesitate. The tranquility in his heart expanded infinitely, resisting the allure of demonic power. He even utilized the system's abilities to isolate himself from the seductive influence, ensuring he did not err and infringe upon the other's physical body. Noticing Chen Feng's cautious demeanor and that his hands did not wander, Hua Qingwu finally felt at ease. When she saw Chen Feng carefully placing his hand in her palm, a faint red glow flickered over her once dormant soul. After all her experiences had made it so that no man could approach her. Now only Chen Feng had touched her physical form. The Tao is natural. As soon as his hand made contact with Hua Qingwu's body, despite having perished for over 200,000 years, her flesh remained remarkably resilient, delicate, and boneless. What was even more terrifying was that after touching her body, the demonic allure intensified. The consumption of his inheritance points was rapid, causing Chen Feng's heart to bleed. Burning 100 points per second, who could withstand such a thing? After painstakingly accumulating 1,000,000 inheritance points, he now found himself spending them recklessly on the soul and elsewhere. Now he had barely 500,000 inheritance points left. This made him feel the taste of poverty once again. System detect the true spiritual imprint. Ding. Insufficient inheritance points to detect the true spiritual imprint of such a being. Chen Feng was stunned. He found himself lacking in inheritance points. How many thousands of inheritance points would it take to detect the other's true spiritual imprint? This was too terrifying. However, it also indirectly informed Chen Feng that there was likely a true spiritual imprint hidden within this body. And it was definitely not of the immortal level. A tremendous cause and effect had fallen upon him. This could be considered a result, and somewhat reluctantly, he placed Hua Qingwu's small hand down, returning it to its original position. "How is it, Brother Feng?" Hua Qingwu asked, unable to contain herself, when she saw Chen Feng silently closing the coffin lid. "There is an issue with your physical body. You cannot return to it for the time being. However, I can give you a suggestion. Your soul is pure and flawless, unlike your body. Perhaps this is your plan to refine your flawless soul into the supreme realm, then remove or fully control the demonic nature within your body." Chen Feng's words sparked some speculation in Hua Qingwu's heart, now confirming several things. She immediately fell silent. Now there was only the path of reconstructing the body to carry her soul. However, the celestial materials she had gathered were still somewhat lacking. "But don't worry, since you are my female master, I have long prepared a good physical body for you." "What?" Hua Qingwu was taken aback, looking at Chen Feng in disbelief. He had already started preparing to reconstruct his body. She was somewhat dazed. "Yes. The materials you have collected for refining a body to carry your soul are a bit too strained." Chen Feng nearly admitted they were insufficient. After all, he had a super sacred spirit stone on hand. Moreover, it was of the rose variety, which matched well with Hua Qingwu. This made him sigh. Perhaps everything was destined in the dark. An unseen hand was manipulating his life, tugging at his threads of fate. Otherwise, shortly after he acquired the rose sacred spirit stone, Hua Qingwu gathered the celestial materials needed for resurrection and came to him to reconstruct her body. For his own people, Chen Feng had no hesitation. With a swift motion, he took out the sacred spirit stone. Seeing the sacred spirit stone, Hua Qingwu was stunned. Her entire being, no, her very soul, was captivated, her gaze lingering on the sacred spirit stone above. Such a massive sacred spirit stone, even after mingling in the celestial realm for years, she had never seen before. Furthermore, it was of the legendary plant type, and coincidentally a flower, which made her doubt. Her gaze flicked over to Chen Feng, and in her heart, she became more certain of something. Could it be that I had some interaction with him in my previous life? Many whimsical thoughts emerged in her mind, and she even blushed slightly without realizing it. Chen Feng was too lazy to care about that, and without hesitation, he began the refining process. Utilizing the environment of Hua Qingwu's small world, he ignited the spiritual fire, starting to create the body foundation and refining the consciousness within the sacred spirit stone. Just refining the sacred spirit stone consumed over 3 months. Eventually, Chen Feng employed various formations, and above the sea of flowers, countless talismanic lights flickered. The array patterns were overwhelming. Finally, he refined the celestial materials and fused them with the sacred spirit stone to create the foundation. Just this step alone consumed 1 month of Chen Feng's time. Had it not been for his powerful mental strength bolstered by various enhancements, he would have long exhausted his mental energy. Even a loose immortal, or even an immortal, could not withstand such a frenzied consumption by Chen Feng. Looking at the weary Chen Feng fully immersed in crafting his body, Hua Qingwu's heart gradually shifted to him, occasionally offering a helping hand. Finally, by the end of the 67th year of the Celestial Saint era, the foundation was considered fully refined. Chen Feng had also disappeared for over half a year. Had it not been for Chen Roashi knowing what he was doing, it was likely that those few in the clan would begin searching for him globally again. The last step is also the most difficult step. Please, Qingwu, enter the foundation. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Hua Qingwu did not hesitate at all and directly immersed herself into the foundation. Instantly, the foundation gained spirit and gradually came to life. Chen Feng also placed a few precious pills into the foundation's mouth. The foundation rigidly swallowed them. What followed was not merely a matter of refining with spiritual fire. Sun and Moon celestial decision, creation of yin and yang. Chen Feng simultaneously activated the Sun and Moon celestial decision and the creation celestial decision. A phantom of the yin-yang fish descended upon Hua Qingwu, beginning to swim around her. The light of creation illuminated the foundation, granting it the power of creation. Hua Qingwu continuously adapted, integrating into the foundation, while operating the yin-yang, absorbing the creation to transform this foundation from death to life merging with her soul. This process was long. Along the way, Chen Feng directly seized 100 Longyu fruits, crushing them. He then activated countless creation powers, transforming them and embedding them into the foundation. The true energy of longevity was also poured in to assist Hua Qingwu in transitioning from death to life. Time was rapidly consumed, spiritual energy was swiftly depleting, and Chen Feng even connected the passage to the Tianlong realm. Mobilizing the stored celestial spiritual energy, he watered it all together. Finally, it had transitioned from death to life. The foundation gradually took shape, already 7 parts familiar with Hua Qingwu, and began cultivating its internal organs and spiritual sea. Time passed quickly, and at the turn of the new year in Chun County, Hua Qingwu's appearance had completely taken shape, her skin becoming soft and delicate, successfully reconstructing her physical body. However, this made Chen Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. There was nothing else to consider for now. Hua Qingwu was in a state of complete nudity. Chen Feng could not dress her, as it would interfere with her fusion. If the robes were to be fused as well, then it would be quite the spectacle. He had to confront the sight of Hua Qingwu completely bare in her perfect form. There was a strange disturbance in his heart that compelled him to use his inheritance points to suppress it. It was simply too alluring even without the original Buddhist demonic charm. However, the reconstructed body, every detail was identical to the original, the same as the divine soul. Even in the outside world, it would attract countless cultivators. Fortunately, Chen Feng's composure was commendable. After centering his thoughts, he gradually began to face the situation and assist. A month later, Hua Qingwu fully integrated with her body. Only then did Chen Feng take a breath of relief and quickly leave without looking back. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might make a mistake. Qingwu, recover well and adapt to I will take my leave now. Seeing Chen Feng flee, Hua Qingwu felt a twinge of disappointment and cast a resentful glance at his retreating figure. Having revealed herself, it was disheartening that he would not stay with her. She did not express any concern. Watching him leave, she couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Fortunately, shortly after Chen Feng's departure, Chen Ruoxi arrived. Seeing Hua Qingwu dressed in a flowing dark gown, sitting in a soft chair with her eyes closed in meditation, she was filled with joy and sincerely blessed her master, expressing her happiness. Her master, regaining a physical form, resolved a long-standing concern for her. Master, didn't you say that when refining the body one would be completely bare? Chen Ruoxi asked with some doubt, scrutinizing Hua Qingwu from head to toe, her curiosity evident as she examined her master. She even occasionally touched Hua Qingwu's body, and the sensation eased the tension in Chen Ruoxi. Seeing Chen Ruoxi touch upon sensitive topics, Hua Qingwu's face stiffened slightly as she forced a smile and said, "Good disciple, let's not ask questions we shouldn't, all right." It was clear that Hua Qingwu was unwilling to answer Chen Ruoxi's question. In fact, she had already decided to bury this matter deep in her memories. She would absolutely not allow a third person to know, not even her own disciple. As Chen Ruoxi's master, having had an intimate encounter with Chen Feng, was quite delicate. She secretly resented Chen Feng for leaving so quickly and sending her disciple in. If she hadn't changed quickly enough, she might have been caught off guard. Given her good disciple's personality, she would likely have to endure the incessant chatter in her ear. She stopped considering this and sent Chen Ruoxi away. She proceeded to the grand hall where her original body was stored, stepping into the azure waters. Had Chen Feng come here previously, he would have definitely observed and taken some of the river water. These were not ordinary liquid spiritual energies, they were filled with the essence of the immortal path. Even a small vial would be invaluable, a rare treasure in the celestial realm. And within this grand hall there lay an entire small river's worth of immortal liquid. Meanwhile, in the outside world in Chun County, the population of the Chun clan was experiencing a dramatic surge. The various branches of the Chun clan were expanding rapidly in Tian-Nandao Prefecture and Shengmingdao Prefecture. The population growth was unimaginably fast, yet Chun County lagged behind Tian-Nandao Prefecture. This infuriated Chen Feng. After decades without a clan meeting, it was time to convene again. Only a few representatives attended from the distant branches across various Dao prefectures. As time reached the end of the 68th year of the Immortal Saint calendar, during the transition from the old year to the new Dong, 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 8 resounding bells echoed audible throughout the Lingwen Dao Prefecture, signaling a significant event in the Qin clan. The bell tolling 9 times indicated an extraordinary event, such as the opening of the Heavenly King Hall, a change in leadership within the Qin clan, or the fall of a prince. The 8 bell tolls in the Chun clan center gathered over 2 million descendants, with the majority being only around 10,000 from the branches attended. Simultaneously in Tiannan Dao Prefecture, images woven with great magical power were projected in the skies over Yi City. This scene was also mirrored in Shengming City. It was orchestrated by two powerful Great Ascension cultivators using their vast magical energy. As Chen Feng's imposing figure appeared in the images, Chen Shuyan stood in the second position, confidently announcing today. The Chen clan assembly is convened once more simultaneously across the three Dao prefectures. Although Chen Shuren had retreated into the background as a nascent soul cultivator, no one in the Chen clan dared to underestimate him or disregard his plans. His status was equal to that of the various kings, perhaps even slightly higher. Cheers for the Chen clan. Cheers for the ancestor. The crowd erupted with thunderous applause, and even infants were brought to participate, bowing to Chen Feng, the sole ancestor under their parents' guidance. All the kings were present, even Chen Shuding, who was cultivating in seclusion at the Qilin Cliff, had been summoned back. Young Chen Shushi stood among the first-ranked disciples. His back was straight, and his demeanor bore a hint of maturity. He was also the youngest brother among the first-ranked disciples of the Chen clan. Rise. Chen Feng's voice boomed like thunder, commanding authority. The crowd stood. Chen Feng first inquired about the various kings and the leaders of the two Dao prefectures, Chen Shunan and Chen Mui. He asked if they had encountered any difficulties, established development policies, and reviewed progress. After elaborating on these matters, he moved on to the next segment. The broad strategic policies and the family's development goals. Huang Wang Sheng Wang. Chen Feng looked at Chen Shihao and the others at the front of the first-ranked disciples and summoned them to the stage. As the two ascended the stage, millions of gazes swept across them. They were momentarily stunned, looking out to see a sea of Chen clan descendants. The family had developed to such a terrifying scale. Chen Shihao felt a bit startled, yet stood upright, exuding an aura of seriousness. The might of the clan kings was breathtaking. Bow to Huang Wang Sheng Wang. Below, the crowd knelt in unison. At that moment, the weight of responsibility bore down on the two. Beneath them were their own blood relatives, their descendants and kin. Get up. They nodded, their voices resonant. After the crowd had bowed, Chen Feng continued to announce, Huang Wang and Sheng Wang shall each lead 15 branches to Tianwen Dao Prefecture and occupy the region around Nanzhao. Stand firm. Next, transform the fire domain into the foundation of my Chen clan's branch. Chen Feng made a decisive decision to go for a big move. In the Tianwen Dao state, among all the great Dao states, its power is undoubtedly among the top. Among them there are numerous great powers, and one of them is a lineage of celestial cultivation. Of course, none of this is the main point. What's important is the daughter-in-law that Qin Chuho brought back for himself, Qin Lu. And so far, besides Hua Qingwe's small world, it is the strongest small world. Kunlun realm. That is indeed a true celestial foundation. It is said that Kunlun Celestial Palace has not yet been developed, and countless immortals have fallen there. Chen Feng decided that his next target would be to control the fire domain of Tianwen Dao State. Then he would also aim to bring Kunlun under his command as his place for cultivating immortals. After all, there the laws and environment from before the immortal spirit continent's degradation are contained. Moreover, it is a true celestial dojo. Most importantly, within the Kunlun realm, one can become an immortal without the need to transcend tribulations and ascend the celestial ladder to enter the celestial domain. If that's the case, after occupying Kunlun, he could still survive. With a family-wide ascension, he could raid the celestial domain and seize a piece of territory. Otherwise, he would have to charge into the celestial domain alone, starting all over again. During these days with Hua Qingwu, Chen Feng learned a lot about the celestial domain from their conversations. The powers there are intricately intertwined. Newly ascended individuals entering the celestial gate are generally struggling. Although there are existences beneath the immortals in the celestial domain, the status of the immortals is not that great either. There are simply too many formidable beings. Above the immortals are the profound immortals. Above the profound immortals are the heavenly immortals, and only after the heavenly immortals are the true immortals. True immortals can already rule over a celestial kingdom. They are absolute giants. At the very least, profound immortals hold a relatively significant position in the celestial domain. Hong, at your command. Sheng, at your command. Both kings bowed in unison, accepting the command. This time the task is quite challenging for them. Fortunately, Chen Feng had also gathered intelligence about Tianwen Dao State. In the region of Nanzhao, the strongest are only those at the integration stage. There are no great powers guarding it, unlike the intertwined powers of the fire domain. After Kunlun emerged, it stirred quite a wave. This led to several great powers taking residence in the fire domain, searching for traces of the Kunlun realm. This directly conflicts with Chen Feng's plans. The departure date is set for March next year. Everything must be prepared. Each person will lead 15 branches. As for which branches to choose, you can select yourselves. Chen Feng delegated the authority. Due to the vastness of Tianwen Dao State, Chen Feng was determined to dispatch more branches there. Otherwise, the speed of expansion in Tianwen would be considerably slowed. And the branches are like his own descendants, along with the bloodlines of those descendants, all packed and taken away. As for how many of his first generation are still alive, there are still over 200 with more than 300 branches. Originally among the branches led, the leader's lineage was counted separately from the 15, meaning that including his own a total of 16 branches would be taken. But thinking of this made Chen Feng want to kick these two kids. Both of them are over 100 years old and still have no children. Chen Shuho is one thing, but Chen Shufan is the one who gives him the most headache. He has been a bachelor for over 100 years. If it weren't for the fact that they are under everyone's gaze, he would have already kicked them to curb their authority as clan kings and their transcendent status. He would have already kicked them out. Chen Shufan seemed to sense his father's malice. He looked up with a silly smile and quickly cupped his hands. Father, I will go down and organize the plan now. Chen Shuho also sensed something was off. After Chen Feng's orders, he hurried to leave. Wait. Chen Feng called the two kings. This made Chen Shufan's face stiffen, but under the gaze of millions he had to put on an imposing demeanor, turning around and bowing with grace befitting a king. Father, is there anything else? I will surely complete it perfectly. Chen Feng glanced at him and immediately knew the kid was thinking crookedly. Remember, before departure, go to the guard pavilion and bring back 7 guardians of the integration stage along with Tian Ni's protection. Chen Feng decided to entrust the great integration cultivator Tian Ni to Chen Shuho and Chen Shufan to ensure the safety of the future branches in Tianwen Dao State. Understood. The two accepted the order, and upon seeing Chen Feng nod, they jumped down from the platform. Then the second order was issued. Chen Xuanan Chen Muyi. You each select 10 more branches from the clan and head to your respective Dao states to develop. Chen Feng decided that since his descendants have been somewhat lax in the main clan, even unable to accelerate the expansion rate of branches, why keep so many people? He would move them all away, allowing them to properly expand and cultivate territory. At your command. Below, everyone received the order and returned to their positions. The two great Dao states of Tianan and Xingming, fully controlled by the Chun clan, only require people to be sent there. In this way, some of the first generations in the clan began to calculate. Ancestor Chen Feng is laying the groundwork for expansion. Then they must be on high alert. They decided to strictly supervise once the conference is over. Additionally, the new family planning standards of the Chen clan will be fully implemented after the new year. Chen Feng declared sternly, his voice like thunder resonating throughout the entire Chen county. Immediately after that, there were some irrelevant discussions, and Chen Feng stepped down from the platform. He entrusted the remaining matters to his eldest son, Chen Shuren. The Chen clan assembly proceeded in an orderly fashion under such circumstances, until the arrival of the second day, marking the complete end of the 67th year of the Immortal Saint era. Just before the meeting was about to disperse, Chen Feng issued the final command. He postponed the opening time of the Heavenly King Hall. Most of it was still to allow his two pre-selected ones to grow and temper a bit more. The next start time for the Heavenly King Hall is set for the 99th year of the Immortal Saint era. As Chen Feng's last words fell, Chen Shuren quickly ran over. He announced the dispersal of the meeting. Thus, the first super-large clan meeting in the Immortal Saint era came to an end. The appointed lords and various first and second generations began to get busy. Time pushed to March. This year, Chen Shushi also turned 7. Having emerged from the desert at 6 years old, he had developed remarkable fortitude and courage at such a young age. Afterwards, Chen Feng began to teach him Onianon, while also throwing him into the Chun Clan Academy for study. The boy absorbed knowledge at a remarkably fast pace. So much so that even Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. At the tender age of 7, he had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter where he was or which faction he belonged to, he was undeniably a prodigy of the highest caliber. Before the age of 10, Chen Shushi would likely break through to the golden core stage and refine the 5 elements. His cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid, to the point where Chen Feng worried about whether his foundation might be unstable. However, each inspection, including the boy's own performance, showed his cultivation to be incredibly solid. With his dual mastery of celestial and martial arts, he faced challenges from higher realms with ease, defying common sense. Nonetheless, Chen Feng assigned him a task to conquer the vast desert. This presented a monumental challenge for the young lad. At the same time, a resolute direction was established. In the blink of an eye, it was the 70th year of the celestial calendar. The Chen clan experienced a population explosion. Chen Shuhang and Chen Shufan had already established themselves in the southern Zhao without relying on the foundation that Chen Feng had provided. They turned the entire southern Zhao upside down, becoming the foremost power there and acquiring vast amounts of living space. Simultaneously, they were executing plans to invade the fire domain, capturing several cities along the border that connected southern Zhao to the fire domain. The Chen clan also swiftly rose to become a major force in the astronomical Dao province. Upon their emergence, they attracted the attention of countless factions. Chen Shufan's methods were remarkable, quickly demonstrating impressive strategies and arrangements. Surrounding and attacking, they devoured the entire southern Zhao, instilling awe across the astronomical province. Everyone became aware of the ferocious dragon crossing the river. If Ruoshi is correct, you indeed enjoy staying atop this mountain. What are you enjoying, the solitude? Or are you waiting for me? The teasing voice of Hua Qingwu echoed in that space. In these 2 years, she and Chen Feng had become close friends who shared everything. Chen Feng's insights and myriad stories deeply captivated her. At the same time, during their interactions, Hua Qingwu became bolder. The warmth of a body sitting beside her made Chen Feng's heart race even through the fabric of their clothes. He could only employ a calming technique to suppress his thoughts. What a temptress! Chen Feng clenched his teeth in secret, thinking that after Hua Qingwu fully mastered her physical form and reformed her own enchanting art, she was experimenting with it on him every day. However, on the surface, he maintained an air of nonchalance, responding to Hua Qingwu's teasing tone without backing down. I was just waiting for you, my dear. Come closer, and let's get cozy. Chen Feng turned around unceremoniously, his gaze wandering over Hua Qingwu's body with a frivolous demeanor. It's useless. Hua Qingwu appeared somewhat helpless, realizing from Chen Feng's expression that her newly crafted charm technique had no effect on him. She couldn't help but wonder if it was because Chen Feng had too many women in his harem, thus dissipating all his lustful desires. I wonder what your heart is made of. Hua Qingwu remained calm, allowing Chen Feng to leer at her like a wolf in heat. She was curious about why someone like Chen Feng, who had attracted countless outstanding women with various means, had shown no intention towards her after 2 years. This left her questioning her own charm, making her momentarily unsure if Chen Feng was a normal man after all. If it were any other male cultivator, even a celestial being, Hua Qingwu believed she could easily ensnare them. Yet Chen Feng remained completely indifferent to her attempts to allure him. This question puzzled even Chen Feng himself. Hua Qingwu was perhaps the only woman he had seen completely unclothed, yet maintained a purely platonic friendship with. Perhaps this was the best kind of relationship. Drinking, how utterly annoying. The more Hua Qingwu thought, the more agitated she became, even noticing a faint blush on her cheeks that she hadn't realized appeared. When she saw Chen Feng's meaningful gaze, she finally reacted. She jumped up from the ground, speaking bold. All right. Chen Feng smiled slightly, and the two moved to the pavilion to brew wine. Chen Ruoshi, however, was secretly observing Chen Feng and her master. For the past few days, Hua Qingwu had been constantly seeking out Chen Feng, which made her somewhat suspicious. Was her father trying to steal her master away? Just as she was about to confront them and question Chen Feng, she witnessed Hua Qingwu's series of actions. This left her wondering if her eyes were deceiving her. Her master had such a side. Seeing her master begin to charm her father astonished her immensely. The fact that her father remained unfazed only added to her confusion. When did her father become so resistant to temptation? This made her suspect that Chen Feng might have been possessed by that female celestial being. Ruoshi, don't hide. Hua Qingwu, and I have already noticed you. Chen Feng, upon perceiving Chen Ruoxi's wildly changing expression, felt a bit helpless. He decided to let her come forward on her own to spare her from imagining any terrifying scenarios. Hearing Chen Feng's call, Chen Ruoshi quickly understood. So that's how it is. Her eyes brightened, realizing it was her low cultivation that led to her being discovered by Chen Feng, which explained everything she had seen. Cursed father, you deceived me. Chen Ruoshi clenched her small fist, believing that this was all because Chen Feng had discovered her ambush. Then it was a deliberate act. To dispel her doubts, otherwise how could a woman of her master's caliber use charm techniques without any man being able to withstand it? Chen Ruoshi declared that even she couldn't resist. Father master. Chen Ruoshi stormed forward, hands on her hips, demanding, I don't care about your relationship with my master. You don't need to hide it from me anymore. Otherwise I will get angry. I won't blame you for taking my master away. Chen Ruoshi huffed angrily. This left Hua Qingwu at a loss, instantly realizing that her dear disciple had misunderstood something. Her face visibly flushed. Although she had lived for so many years, she had never engaged in any intimate acts. The first man to see her naked form was still Chen Feng. "Ruashi, what are you saying?" Hua Qing's face was so red it could almost drip water. She was still a pure maiden and worried that her dear disciple would start to imagine things, lest they think that she was going to give birth to a little junior brother or sister. "Master, you should boldly admit it. It's no problem, I understand." Shun Ruashi patted her chest, indicating her understanding and urging her not to hide it anymore. This made Chen Feng, who was nearby, unable to contain his laughter. This was the first time he had seen Hua Qinggu in such an awkward predicament. "Father, what are you laughing at? I didn't expect that you would ultimately lay hands on my master." "I knew it." Shun Ruashi originally didn't intend to bring this up, but seeing Chen Feng's joyful expression, her face darkened. Ruashi, I want it. You might have misunderstood something." Chen Feng was embarrassed and hurriedly explained. "Who let him have such a fierce daughter? What could I possibly misunderstand?" Chen Ruashi gritted her teeth. Since she could remember, her good father had targeted numerous people. From Xia Jiao, her good friend Sheng Qianqian's aunt, to the mother of the little sister she rescued. "Ruashi, it's not what you think." Hua Qing's face was flushed, and she grabbed Chen Ruashi and fled from the ascending immortal peak to explain further. This also relieved Chen Feng. Could he be blamed for all these matters she mentioned? He felt somewhat helpless, stood up, and gazed into the distance from the edge of the cliff. In the 73rd year of the Heavenly Saint's history, under Chen Feng's ceiling suppression, Chen Chux's foundation was polished to perfection with a remarkably solid foundation. It could be called a perfect foundation establishment. Later, after Chen Feng's seal was lifted, Chen Chuxi seamlessly broke through to the golden core. Moreover, upon breaking through, he gathered 7 attributes. This astonished Chen Feng immensely, as he had trained 1 attribute at a time. In contrast, Chen Chuxi started with 7. Even more, there were 2 attributes that Chen Feng had not encountered during his golden core stage: Yin and Yang. This made Chen Feng embarrassed, exclaiming, "Genius." His golden core was a perfect golden core, yet this kid Chen Chuxi was even more extraordinary than himself. Furthermore, during his years of foundation establishment, he had challenged all manner of foundation establishment monsters in the desert, even numerous early golden core beasts. He even entered the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, confronting the descendants of various beast kings, and thoroughly defeated them. Moreover, he had even fought against the son of Xiang Batian, after sealing his cultivation, convincing him to acknowledge Chen Chuxi as his elder brother. This left Chen Feng completely stunned, as his plans for desert training were ruined. In the desert, only the son of Xiang, who had broken through to the transformation god stage and had his cultivation sealed, could contend with Chen Chuxi for a few exchanges. Ultimately, he was still defeated. In the desert, there was no one who could match him. Even Xiang Batian came personally, weeping and begging Chen Feng to retract his orders, not wanting Chen Chuxi to come to the desert anymore. Now, whenever the name Chang'e is mentioned across the entire desert, countless monsters tremble in fear. It had reached the point of silencing the young demons. Chen Feng decided on the spot to send this kid to other provinces to challenge and strike at the Dao hearts of the young talents from various major forces. At the summit of the ascending immortal peak, Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the moon. Behind him, Chen Chuxi stood obediently, waiting for his father's instructions. He felt that there was no fun left in the entire desert. He wanted to go to the other 2 provinces under the Chun clan's control to exchange ideas. Chen Feng certainly didn't dare to let him go. Chen Chuxi looked expectantly, his eyes sparkling, staring at Chen Feng's back. Finally, Chen Feng spoke. "You don't need to go to the Life and Southern Dao province. What you need to do now is to challenge the top talents of all the major forces across the continent. Go and spar with the strongest existences among the same level of the major forces. The Xianling continent has countless inheritances with numerous powerful talents, comprising various major Mahayana forces, Xian Dao forces, ancient races, and so on. With your strength and talent, you can only rank." Chen Feng paused, deciding to suppress this kid a bit while giving the major forces a surprise. Barely ranking in the first tier above the first tier are the top talents. Chen Feng was drawing one grand vision after another as the light shone in Chen Chux's eyes. Excited in his heart, he never expected that there would be so many talented individuals in this world. Even among his peers, there were those stronger than him, which made him even more eager. "Father, then I will challenge all those top-tier talents and defeat them all. Will I then become a top-tier talent?" The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he had even planned it out in his heart. This reading comprehension was simply top-notch. Seeing Chen Chuxi so excited, Chen Feng felt hopeful. He knew that soon the major forces in the Xianling continent would definitely hate a person named Chen Chuxi who bore the title Chang'e. Yes. After receiving Chen Feng's affirmative response, the boy set a goal, his eyes filled with battle intent. "Let's depart now. Oh, I can hardly wait." Earlier he had run into the desert and beaten up all the notable golden core monsters, his strength having nowhere to be unleashed. Chen Feng was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. On this journey, I will only assign you one guardian to escort you safely, ensuring you are not killed by those major forces. But you must not be too high profile. After all, the guardian is only to protect you from being killed and will not help you fight unless you are in life-threatening danger. Chen Feng spoke lightly, knowing that with Chun Chux's character and intelligence, he would hardly offend anyone. However, he was still a youth, and youthful impulsiveness could lead to trouble. Got it. Chen Chuxi was already somewhat impatient, eager to set off on his journey. Chen Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, took out a storage ring he had prepared long ago, which contained plenty of cultivation resources and several spirit boats. From transformation god level to fusion level with Chun Chux's character, he understood when to be high profile and when to keep a low profile, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, eliminating threats at their root. Tianba you go. In the void, a figure clad in silver armor inscribed with the character Chun emanating a peak fusion cultivation appeared behind Chen Chuxi. See you, father, don't miss me too much. Wait for Sierra to make a name for himself on the continent. Chen Chuxi embarked on his journey, the small spirit boat disappearing on the horizon. Chen Feng smiled slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. This brat. However, Chen Chux's journey would undoubtedly not be too safe. Among them, he would have to challenge the Xian Dao forces Xian Miao, which would inevitably bring a lot of trouble. Just relying on Tian Ba would definitely not be enough to maintain order. Great Divine, go. Only step in when there are no absolute cultivators to bully the weak, and Tian Ba cannot cope. Suddenly the void rippled, exuding an ethereal aura adorned in thick armor. Like a divine general, the great divine of the Xian generals emerged from the omnipotent storage ring. This is Chen Feng's greatest trump card, a great divine with near Xian combat strength. Chen Feng's intention to enter Kunlun was driven by this reason. The environment of the Tianlong realm is certainly inferior to the complete Dao of immortality principles of Kunlun. As a result, the great divine was stuck on the verge of becoming an immortal, unable to fully saturate the energy within, thus failing to reach the combat power of a perfect immortal. However, according to Chen Feng's calculations, the great divine could at least deal with the 7 transformation loose immortals. No one understood the classification of loose immortals better than Chen Feng. This set of rules was established by the Southern Ming loose immortals. As the heir of the Southern Ming loose immortal tradition, he was quite clear about the classification of loose immortals. The 9 transformation loose immortals are comparable to the Southern Ming loose immortals and can even compete with the Xian immortals. However, in this world, 9 transformations are impossible, as those above 8 transformations can enter the immortal domain, compensating for the Dao of immortality rules. The existence of 9 transformations can only be those cultivators who were cast down from the immortal domain, whose Dao of immortality principles were destroyed and had to be reformed. Alternatively, in the immortal spirit continent, forcibly disregarding the rules to ascend from 8 transformations to 9 transformations is akin to breaking through from immortal to Xian immortal. This difficulty is virtually impossible. In the memories of the Southern Ming loose immortal, there was only himself. The path of the loose immortal had almost no future, merely a choice made by a group of helpless individuals. As Chuxi left, Mo Jins walked to Chen Feng's side, gazing in the direction. He looked seemingly aware of something. His child has gone to another Dao state for training. Yes, Lingwen Dao state holds no challenge for him anymore. He needs stronger trials. Chen Feng noticed Mo Jins's concern and gently grasped her hand, saying softly, "Don't worry, I have laid out contingencies around Chu. She, even loose immortals cannot harm him. Don't be anxious." Mo Jins's heart instantly eased. She was well aware of her husband's capabilities. Chen Feng ruffled her hair, and Mo Jins nestled her head into Chen Feng's chest, wearing a blissful expression. Suddenly, an inopportune voice rang out. Inside the ascending immortal pavilion, Hua Qingwu, smiling and holding a golden spirit fish, froze, and the fish slipped from her hand. A bit at a loss, she had considered Chen Feng her closest and sincerest friend these days. In her heart, there was even a vague sense of taboo that faintly exceeded mere friendship. Seeing Chen Feng and Mo Jins embracing, she felt a wave of bitterness surge within her. The sting in her nose was a sensation she had never experienced in this life or the last. Yet her identity and position forced her to watch helplessly as the married couple embraced. This left her feeling somewhat awkward, like an outsider. "No, you arrived just in time." Chen Feng nearly blurted out this famous line, but thankfully stopped himself. Otherwise it would have caused quite a stir. Chen Feng noticed Hua Qingwu's state and felt a tightening in his heart. Something was off with her. He was well aware of her subtle feelings over these days and years. He just didn't expose it, carefully maintaining a pure relationship. Imogen naturally knew Hua Qingwu. Though there was a hint of jealousy in her heart, this woman was too beautiful, and she feared Chen Feng might forget her after having her. However, since it was Chen Feng's decision, she chose to support him. You two carry on, I have interrupted. Hua Qingwu ignored the spirit fish that had fallen to the ground, and quickly turned to leave. Like a bullied little girl, her eyes held a myriad of complexities. Chen Feng let out a faint sigh. At this moment, Imogen gently said, Feng Lang, go ahead. I can see that Hua Qingwu has very special feelings for you, she continued. Such a beautiful and perfect woman can even stir feelings in me, go ahead. Imogen gave him a gentle push, deciding to support them, and leaped from the ascending immortal pavilion, soaring away on her flying sword. This made Chen Feng let out a slight sigh, watching Hua Qingwu leave, his heart filled with complexity. For her, how could he possibly have no feelings? Yet the other party was like a piece of art. He felt that even touching her would tarnish this masterpiece. Only Hua Qingwu inexplicably had fallen for him. What a mess of troubles. He closed his eyes for just a moment, then vanished into the void, pursuing Hua Qingwu. Finally, below a small mountain, Hua Qingwu stayed in a corner, muttering to herself, what is wrong with me? Am I really falling for him? But I must not fall for him. It's forbidden. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. This made Chen Feng, who had just arrived, see the tears in Hua Qingwu's eyes, feeling a pang in his heart. He couldn't help but want to rush over and hold her. To see the carefree Hua Qingwu, he never expected her to have such a vulnerable side. Chen Feng's arrival naturally startled her. She hadn't expected him to follow her, jumping up from the ground like a frightened rabbit. She was about to dive into her little world. Stop right there. Chen Feng stepped forward and grabbed her arm, the soft and delicate skin sending a jolt through Chen Feng's nerves. His heartbeat quickened significantly. Dark thoughts began to spiral in his mind, startling Chen Feng, who hurriedly used the tranquility technique to suppress them. I must not commit a crime, he repeatedly reminded himself in his heart. However, he couldn't withstand the sight of Hua Qingwu's pitiful appearance, which was even stronger than the allure brought by temptation, rendering Chen Feng unable to resist. Immediately, he pulled her into his arms effortlessly. This startled Chen Feng, and Hua Qingwu was frozen in shock. Had it been anyone else, her internal power would have already surged forth, turning anyone attempting to take advantage of her into dust. Yet she had no such reaction to Chen Feng. Chen Feng intended to push her away, but when he looked into Hua Qingwu's eyes, his heart softened. If he pushed her away, she would likely become even more withdrawn, perhaps unwilling to leave her little world. Thus he steeled his heart, deciding to embrace her fully. Hua Qingwu's stature was quite tall, nearly matching Chen Feng's. Her skin was as delicate as ice, and her bones as exquisite as jade, resembling a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven, her beauty flawless in every aspect. Not to mention her perfectly shaped bosom, which further convinced Chen Feng of her perfection, crafted personally by the Tao. As he embraced her, Chen Feng felt a rush of softness and a faint floral fragrance wafting through the air, making him feel as if he were floating in the clouds. Until he felt a pair of gentle hands fiercely pinch the flesh at his waist. Only then did Chen Feng react, withdrawing from that state of ecstasy. Fortunately, at the moment when Hua Qingwu fell into his embrace, she lacked the courage to meet Chen Feng's gaze, resting her head on his shoulder. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. As for why she pinched Chen Feng, it was because she sensed a warm presence fixated on her lower abdomen, causing her a bit of anxiety. Ahem. Chen Feng realized his own indiscretion and quickly stepped back. A storm of emotions surged within him. As a major success stage practitioner, he could perfectly control every part of his body. However, he never expected that in Hua Qingwu's hands, even his restrictions would be ineffective. This made him feel a bit fearful. Hua Qingwu's emotions also eased as she looked at Chen Feng with a hesitant expression. Seeing that she had something to say, Chen Feng thought to himself. Since they had already embraced, he took her hand firmly and directly entered Hua Qingwu's small world. This time, they conversed joyfully, and Hua Qingwu expressed all the feelings she had been holding inside. They talked for a long time, and after everything was said, the atmosphere was no longer as strange as if they had returned to the past. But Chen Feng knew that he only had two paths ahead. Either remain pure friends for life, or take action directly. Hua Qingwu was thinking the same, waiting for Chen Feng's decision. Her heart was filled with both anticipation and fear, and she was extremely worried. I must be crazy. Suddenly Chen Feng, without warning, slapped himself hard across the face. This startled Hua Qingwu, and she quickly tried to stop him. Seeing Chen Feng like this made her heart sink to the bottom, her mind going blank, filled with deep sorrow. She felt that no matter how Chen Feng acted, he still could not take that step to wake himself up. She smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at him. I understand now. Chen Feng, be resolute in your choice. She thought that Chen Feng still intended to remain friends and maintain their friendship. She had also decided that once Chen Feng made up his mind, she would send him out of the small world. Afterwards, she would seal the small world and never reveal herself again. There was a hint of relief in her eyes, which then transformed into unwillingness. Just when she felt disheartened, she suddenly felt a powerful force at her waist. A strong arm tightly embraced her, and she felt a wave of warm body heat. This made her heart race as if a deer was startled, her heart pounding. Suddenly her vision went dark and Chen Feng's face drew close. His lips were warm and wet, an unprecedented sensation surged within her. After a long while, Chen Feng reluctantly pulled away. Hua Qingwu nestled against his chest, her eyes filled with infatuation. I want to marry you. These simple 4 words stirred up a tremendous wave in her heart. She had heard this sentence countless times before, but when Chen Feng said it, it felt different. She sensed an unprecedented sincerity and that infuriatingly intoxicating feeling. Immortals are not mere plants, and besides, even plants have feelings. How could immortals be devoid of emotions? All right, she agreed, and Chen Feng felt his heart bloom with joy. However, I do not wish to hold the ceremony in the outside world. Let our wedding take place here. Let's vow and marry. Hua Qingwu spoke cautiously. This decision must have been thoroughly considered by her. As for the reason, Chen Feng could guess the general idea. He wanted to give Hua Qingwu a grand wedding, a spectacular affair. However, since this was Hua Qingwu's request, it was only natural to comply. All right. Chen Feng did not hesitate and readily agreed. Thank you. Hua Qingwu's voice was very soft. Chen Feng gently brushed her hair and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. He decided that after entering the immortal domain, he would become a powerful figure and later hold a proper wedding for her. He wanted the arrival of all immortals. Under Hua Qingwu's arrangement, this world began to take on a rosy hue. The small courtyard was adorned with many red flowers, and the sea of flowers in front of the courtyard was filled with bright red blossoms all over the mountains and fields. Chen Feng also utilized his magical power to gently refine some details. As for other matters, they were all handled solely by Hua Qingwu. Even their marriage had no witnesses among friends and family. Even Chen Ruoshi Hua Qingwu did not plan to invite, as if wanting to keep it a secret. They sealed the entire small world. After they worshipped the great Tao, made vows, and drank the ceremonial wine, they were considered married. As Chen Feng activated the purple star divination, he saw a red thread connecting himself to Hua Qingwu. With the great Tao as witness and their fates intertwined, they became the true lawful couple in the realm of cultivation. Just as Chen Feng stepped into Hua Qingwu's boudoir, he saw her with a serious expression, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Chen Feng smiled, embraced her gently, and laid her on the bed to share the same blanket. However, Chen Feng did not touch her. Thus they nestled together and slept for a long time. Until Chen Feng gradually woke up. Hua Qingwu, hearing the movement, also followed suit. She buried herself in Chen Feng's embrace, her eyes flashing with hesitation and shyness. Why don't you want me? Chen Feng smiled gently, embracing her tightly, and lightly brushed his lips against hers. It is not time yet. If I take you now, it will only disrupt your soul and the integrity of your physical body. In the future, merging with your true self will be difficult. You are my wife, and naturally I have to consider everything for you. If you cannot merge with your true self, it will be harmful rather than beneficial for your future path to immortality. Hua Qingwu was stunned, her heart aching. She knew that Chen Feng had guessed something. She gathered her courage and stubbornly spoke, but I want you to have me now. She had mustered all her courage to say this, still unable to look directly into Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng shook his head slightly, holding her tighter, feeling a pang of sympathy as he rubbed her head. Silly wife. You need not worry about losing yourself after merging with your true spirit and having your consciousness taken over, becoming another person. I believe that you are you. Even after your true spirit awakens, you will still be you. Chen Feng spoke earnestly while Hua Qingwu held him even tighter. Chen Feng revealed her fears. Previously, based on Chen Feng's speculations and her gradual discoveries over the years, she had almost reached a certain conclusion. She was herself, yet not herself. Or rather, she was a new soul born from that physical body, rather than the original soul of that body. She was most likely also a contingency plan set up by the true master of her body. Before meeting Chen Feng, she did not care. Even if the true spirit merged, there was nothing worth missing. But now it was different, as she discovered that she had developed feelings for Chen Feng. Naturally, in her heart, she was unwilling to merge with her old self. What if upon awakening her true spirit, she was devoured or merged? Would she still be herself? Then she made up her mind. If Chen Feng did not choose her, she would cultivate diligently and later merge with her old self, even if it meant being devoured or assimilated. However, Chen Feng chose her, and even made a grand vow with her which caused her heart to begin to reject. She even considered directly confronting Chen Feng, breaking her own body, knowing that even if her old self's true spirit awakened later, it would likely give up on forcibly merging with her. Thus she could achieve a lifelong companionship with the one she loved. Yet she also understood that doing so would mean severing her future. The strength of her old self made cultivation seem effortless. Little did she know that Chen Feng had pierced through all her little schemes. Don't be afraid. Even if something unexpected happens in the future, you still have me, Chen Feng said, with a smile, gently ruffling Hua Qinghua's hair. Bearing a system, a man with a multitude of destined children, what was there to fear? If the time for merging came and Hua Qinghua's old self's true spirit awakened, he could just eliminate that true spirit. Facing Chen Feng's affirmative response, Hua Qinghu gradually chose to compromise. She trusted him deeply. Thus the two became affectionate for a long time, with Chen Feng sharing many little stories. It wasn't until a month later that they emerged from Hua Qinghua's little world. With a heart unburdened, Chen Feng felt a sense of ease. Walking on the streets of Chen County, he felt serene. Thousands of miles away, Shanglan Dao Prefecture was one of the top 3 powerful Dao prefectures in the Xianling continent. Here sects stood tall. There were over 10 imperial dynasties alone, and countless hidden powers with myriad paths and races coexisting. It was like a smaller version of a continent where the territory of just one region exceeded 10 times that of Lingwen Dao Prefecture. This was once the most fertile area of the Xianling continent before its fragmentation. Besides Shanglan Dao Prefecture, there was also Xianling Dao Prefecture. Xianling Dao Prefecture was once the center of the Xianling continent, the largest in area, with the most forces and resources. Moreover, many scattered immortals were active within the Dao Prefectures. Chen Chushi had his eyes set on these 2 Dao Prefectures, realizing that one must take things step by step. He decided to start his challenges from the slightly weaker Shanglan Dao Prefecture. Ultimately, he would make a name for himself there before proceeding to Xianling Dao Prefecture. Few of the Chen clan had set foot in this place. In a sizable city, the Chen clan's merchant association had already established a presence. Naturally, it was Chen Wuzai who personally led the operations, with Chun Jiangjiang as the vice president, occasionally intervening in auction meetings. This brought fame to the Chen clan's merchant association, with Chun Jiangjiang's talent and beauty being top tier. Upon arrival, she was hailed as the first beauty. However, the area where Chun Jiangjiang was located was a staggering 100,000 miles away from where Chen Chushi had chosen to settle. Jiangjiang, when you go to Shanglan Academy, you must showcase the elegance of our Chen clan. Chen Wuzai said solemnly, his eyes filled with affection as he secretly slipped a space ring to Chen Jiangjiang. Don't worry, father. I, Chen Jiangjiang, have come across the ocean to make a name for myself, to establish our Chen clan's reputation in the most prosperous Dao prefectures on the continent. Chen Jiangjiang smiled lightly as she accepted her father's intentions. At that moment, 2 figures ascended from downstairs, one fat, one thin. We meet again, Lord Wuzai. The newcomers were Chen Chud and Chen Muley, who had recently plundered several powerful Dao prefectures and found it uninteresting. After hearing news of these powerful Dao prefectures, they directly followed Chen Wuzai to this unfamiliar Dao prefecture. You two need not be so formal. Uncle Fat Brother. Chen Jiangjiang smiled slightly upon seeing them having a good relationship with these two, and they had once raided a grand tomb together. Are you really planning to go to Shanglan Academy? There are those 2 pests there, and they've been eyeing you for so long. What if they employ some underhanded tactics against you? Chen Chud expressed some concern, unwilling to let someone he considered a sister venture into the perilous Shanglan Academy. Yes, Sister Jiang, our Chen clan has plenty of inherited techniques, and with Grandpa the teaching genius, going to Shanglan would be a waste of talents. Although Chen Muley understood Chen Jiangjiang's consideration, he was still extremely reluctant. After all, it was a foreign land, and if something major happened, their current guardians wouldn't be able to handle it. I've made up my mind. Gaining fame is just a bonus. I want to challenge the top talents of Shanglan. Chen Jiangjiang's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, eager to face the most advanced cultivation in several major Dao prefectures. The talents here would be stronger, and sparring with them would better enhance her skills. Since you've made up your mind, we won't try to dissuade you. Chen Chud and Chen Muley exchanged glances and sighed. They understood Chen Jiangjiang's character very well. Once she decided on something, even 1,000 dragons couldn't pull her back. Here, take this, it's for your safety. Chen Chud and Chen Muley each produced 2 8th grade talismans and a heap of miscellaneous talismans. These talismans were incredibly precious, with each of them only possessing 3. It was rare for them to offer 2, handing them to Chen Jiangjiang for her protection. This showed the deep bond among the 3. These are 8th grade talismans made by Grandpa. Chen Jiangjiang immediately recognized them, astonished at the talismans being offered to her. Others might not know, but she was aware that Chen Feng had only crafted 3 of these for each of them for protection. She never expected that they would now present 4 along with a pile of 6th and 7th grade talismans. These were the life-saving items that Chun Chud and Chun Muley had saved up, some of which were obtained from their archaeological endeavors. To her surprise, they were willing to part with more than half right at the beginning. This made her heart swell with warmth, a true reflection of familial love. Chen Wuzai watched everything unfold, recalling that Chen Feng had given him and Chun Jiangjiang each 3. He also kept 1 for himself, placing 2 in his storage ring and giving them to Chen Jiangjiang. This is how familial bonds work, and it made Chen Wuzai feel a measure of respect for these 2 juniors who loved archaeology, improving his perception of them. They were all worried that the 2 might corrupt his precious daughter. No need for that. Chen Jiangjiang was about to refuse when both of them in perfect harmony tossed the talismans and used their escape techniques to flee. Their style of action was still the same, leaving Chen Jiangjiang somewhat helpless, yet warm inside. This only strengthened her resolve to gain fame, expand the Chun clan's business, and secure her own territory. Expand the influence of the Chun clan into the Shenlan Daozhou. Securing a foothold, they would then plot to conquer the entire Daozhou. This was the plan of Chun Jiangjiang, which Chen Feng fully supported. This led to the personnel guarding the pavilion coming together to hold the fort. Once they established a presence in Shenlan Daozhou based on merit, even if Chen Wuzai's talent was lacking, he could still attain a noble rank. If Chen Jiangjiang were to successfully attain a noble title during the next opening of the Tianwang Hall, Chen Feng would personally endorse her as a king. Even if she didn't reach that step, she would still be exceptionally granted a noble title by Chen Feng. However, in Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Jiangjiang, who was already on the verge of returning to the void, possessed talent and intelligence that were undoubtedly exceptional. In fact, if she were equipped with a personal attendant or bestowed with a protagonist halo, her potential would be even greater. With her talents, she could likely match Chen Ruoshi. Go ahead. Take care. Chen Wuzai noticed Chen Jiangjiang dazed in place, chuckling softly as he waved his hand. Father, I will surely become a top-tier powerhouse, bringing glory to our ancestors. Chen Jiangjiang declared earnestly, then turned with determination and descended from the pavilion. She entered the carriage that was paused at the entrance, adorned with a banner bearing the word Shenlan. Simultaneously, numerous divine senses surged out from various corners of the pavilion, while a guard dressed in protective attire also followed the carriage. As they proceeded towards Shenlan Academy, she would have a guardian by her side. In Tianlan Daozhou, a combined cultivator held considerable status. The city where Chen Wuzai resided was called Zhu's City, governed by 3 combined forces. Since the Chun clan commerce had forcefully established itself and successfully countered the probing of the 3 major families, there were now 4 combined cultivators in the city. Within the Ziyu region, Zhu's city ranked among the top 10 cities. In the entire Shenlan Daozhou, there were a total of 11 major regions, with Ziyu ranking 8th. The central Shenlan region hosted numerous scattered immortal forces and the formidable Shenlan Academy. Now Chen Jiangjiang's journey was to the core of the Shenlan region, specifically to join Shenlan Academy. Meanwhile, Chen Chushi landed in the Divine Eye domain. This place was under the control of the Divine Eye clan, a non-human force, hence its name. Ranked 6th among the 11 domains in terms of strength, Chen Chushi headed directly towards Divine Eye City from the landing point, stirring up a storm along the way. For several months, many forces had heard of a certain reckless young man and heir from an unknown lineage who challenged various places daily. Wherever he passed, the forces in the cities would shortly thereafter declare themselves closed for business. This demonstrated the extent of his formidable presence. This matter naturally reached the ears of the Divine Eye clan. Upon hearing, they learned that this young genius, who had been continuously challenging others, had faced over 40 combined forces without a single defeat. This piqued the interest of the Divine Eye clan. Was there such a talent in Shenlan Daozhou? They observed as the young man, who called himself Changya, made his way toward Divine Eye City. The route was obvious. Many young geniuses from the Divine Eye clan were intrigued. Proclaim, gather all our young geniuses and the talented youths from Shenlan Academy back here. I want to see if this young genius named Changya truly lives up to his reputation. Time passed gradually. Before long, it was the midpoint of the 70th year of the Xianxin calendar. Chen Chushi arrived at the foot of Divine Eye City. His conspicuous arrival attracted the attention of several major regions around. As Chen Shushi approached Divine Eye City, numerous forces eager to witness the spectacle gathered towards it. On the first day of September, a letter was delivered to the Divine Eye clan, even stirring the interest of the clan leader, a major cultivator of the Great Ascension stage. Greetings to the esteemed seniors of the Divine Eye clan. I Chanya have challenged dozens of cities and 99 forces along my journey, without a single defeat. From what I've heard, your clan is renowned throughout the Divine Eye region and the entire Shenglan Daozhou. I believe there are many talented individuals among your clan's forces, and I greatly admire the prowess of the Divine Eye clan's friends wishing to experience it firsthand. On September 8th, I will arrive at the city gate challenging all those of the same tier in your clan to a duel. This declaration of war became known throughout the Divine Eye region, the surrounding domains, and even among many tutors at Shenglan Academy. Many eager onlookers had arrived early at Divine Eye City. That someone would challenge the Divine Eye clan and do so undefeated made them eager to discover the identity of this remarkable individual. Meanwhile, Shenglan Academy also took this matter seriously, dispatching 2 tutors to investigate, having heard that the young challenger was merely at the late Golden Core stage. Furthermore, he had even engaged with geniuses at the nascent soul stage without being at a disadvantage. This reflected a terrifying level of combat power and talent, naturally drawing the interest of Shenglan Academy, which prided itself on accepting talents. Time passed quietly, under the anticipation of numerous cultivators, as the first light of dawn broke. A ray of sunlight illuminated Divine Eye City, casting a golden glow on the plaque that bore the words Divine Eye. In the initial glow of dawn, a young boy carrying a Dao sword approached the city with determined steps. Finally, he halted at the city gate. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his Dao sword and planted it directly before the city gates. A loud voice emanated from his mouth. Chanya here awaits the young geniuses of the Divine Eye clan for a duel. Despite his seemingly youthful stature, an immense power erupted from him. Under the light of dawn, he shone brilliantly. At this moment, numerous cultivators appeared in the sky. Many formidable beings set up chairs awaiting this long-anticipated battle of geniuses. As you wish. Divine Eye clan Shuo Feng Yiming. At the city gate, footsteps were heard, and everyone turned to look. A young man with 4 eyes, each reflecting a different expression, stepped slowly out from behind the gate. The Divine Eye clan appeared similar to humans, except they had an extra pair of eyes. Those familiar with the Divine Eye clan knew that their eyes were not merely for perceiving the world. Rather, each eye possessed understanding of magical techniques. Chen Shushi, curious, observed the newcomer from head to toe. As their gazes met, he felt 4 distinct emotions: indifference, rage, madness, and tranquility, all mixed together. These emotions penetrated into Chen Chux's mind. It was an invisible clash. For Chen Shushi, who practiced the silent character technique, this move was utterly ineffective against him. Chen Shushi smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "I am Chen Chanya." The youth's tone was incredibly calm, failing to elicit any hints during their initial confrontation. His 4 eyes scanned back and forth between Chen Shushi and the Dao sword. After a moment, he spoke with a cold expression. "If you lose, you shall remain in my Divine Eye clan for 1,000 years, and I shall grant you your freedom after that." This rule was proposed later by the clan leader of the Divine Eye clan, and Chen Shushi had managed to fight his way through. This proved that his cultivation was nearly invincible among those of the same rank. Even if he were to lose and stay within the clan, his talents would still be among the top tier, sufficient to contribute greatly to his family. Chen Shushi held no interest in this demand as he traveled. The number of forces making demands of him was simply overwhelming. Yet none had managed to defeat him. However, the genius of the Divine Eye clan before him was provoking a sense of threat. This feeling had only occurred during his first trial, when his beloved father had tossed him into the desert. He had felt something similar when encountering the second beast. Naturally, Chen Shushi nodded casually, exerting a slight force with one hand, causing the Dao sword embedded in the ground to return to his grip. Life and death are irrelevant. This was Chen Chux's requirement. All the skills he possessed were lethal techniques. If he could not aim to kill his opponent, he might as well not engage. As you wish. In the upper left corner of Shuo Feng Yiming's eyes, a hint of mockery emerged, while the upper right corner was filled with brutality. The eyes in the lower right and lower left, however, exuded a sense of peace, giving an oddly surreal impression. Mu Daoyu, what do you think of this youth? Can he surpass Shuo Feng Yiming? At this moment, 2 peak fusion realm cultivators began discussing, the 2 preparing to spar below. Hard to say. I didn't expect the Divine Eye clan to send out Shuo Feng Yiming. This little monster is ranked 2nd in the Shuo Feng family. Even within the academy, he ranks among the top 5 on the Golden Core list, and has experience in slaying nascent souls across realms. Mu Daoren analyzed and expressed his views on these young prodigies. Especially since this was a seed-level talent many forces had come to understand. That little guy named Chang Yi is also impatient. He challenged 99 forces, killed 100 geniuses, and crippled more than 10, truly a butcher launching lethal strikes, without hesitation. Mu Daoren's friend felt a shiver. He had watched some of Chun Chux's challenges after he became famous. His impression of Chen Shushi was quite good. At the very least, he appreciated his style of action. He shattered the norm of forces hiding and concealing, going straight for lethal blows. They had to fight to the death, which was extremely thrilling for the audience. There's certainly much to see. It seems this Chang Yi is not to be underestimated. I wonder where he comes from. Isn't that obvious? To take on 99 forces and still survive after killing their celestial seedlings, he must have extraordinary qualities. As the discussions continued, the sparring commenced. Chen Shushi immediately launched lethal strikes, the speed of the Dao sword so swift that even its afterimages were indistinguishable. His entire speed was unfathomably fast, and his fighting spirit soared. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly deserving of being a prodigy. Even at the golden core stage, he can unleash destructive power that rivals many nascent soul cultivators. I wonder if you notice Chang Yi is merely in the late golden core stage, yet he is evenly matched with peak Shuafang Yiming. Many spectators gasped in surprise, exclaiming how thrilling this battle was. Likewise, Chen Shushi shared the same sentiment. His opponent was exceptionally strong. It allowed him to feel a challenge. This opponent was far stronger than anyone he had faced before. This thrilled him immensely, affirming his father's words were indeed true. These great powers, the heirs of major factions, were truly different. Exceptional talent was abundant. The clan leader of the Divine Eye clan watched from the city wall, feeling a mix of heaviness and astonishment. Chang Yi can actually match up to Yiming. This talent is nearly on par with Yuan Air. He was astounded. Currently, Chen Shushi was equivalent to challenging a small realm above. He could contend with the current seed ranked second in talent at the Golden Core, or even nascent soul stage, fighting fiercely without yielding. This piqued his curiosity. Sensing the energy of the youth's technique, he tried to discern which force it originated from. The result, of course, was not as he wished. He had never encountered the aura of Chun Chux's technique before, which raised suspicions in his heart. Have you found anything? At this moment, a ripple appeared in the void by the city's edge, and a figure suddenly appeared behind the clan leader of the Divine Eye. No. This child seems to have appeared out of nowhere. We have never had such a prodigy in our Dao province. If there would have been news circulating everywhere. Could he be from the immortal spirit Dao province? The clan leader's eyes sparkled with speculation. Why did he agree to let Chen Shushi choose the challenge location at the gate? It was because he had sensed an aura that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave while secretly approaching. He could ascertain that this individual named Chang Yi definitely had more than one peak fusion realm guardian behind him. There must be an even stronger presence lurking in the shadows. This made him suppress his little schemes, otherwise he would have begun causing trouble long ago. Moreover, if he were a prodigy born of ordinary means rising due to fortuitous encounters, he would never dare to challenge so conspicuously. He would have been killed long ago. Since there was no lead, he observed every move and action of Chen Shushi, every strike and technique. In just a moment, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The more they fought, the more alarmed Shuafang Yiming became. His energy was depleting, while Chen Shushi seemed unaffected, even growing stronger. He felt that if they continued fighting for a few days, perhaps during their exchanges this person would break through. This made him exclaim in astonishment, burdened with heavy thoughts. After being knocked back by a single sword strike, he could no longer contain himself. He noticed that the expressions of his four eyes suddenly aligned, and a flow of light shifted in them, his aura rapidly escalating. A symbol flickered with white light in the center of his brow. I admire you as a worthy opponent. I didn't expect that beyond Shengwan Academy there would be such a prodigy like you in the outside world. Originally, I thought your cultivation was lower than mine, and I wanted to give you some leeway, but you seem to be stronger than I anticipated. Don't blame me for not warning you. You are a respectable opponent, just don't die. He suddenly roared, his four eyes turning ferocious, his entire being resembling a wild beast, his aura soaring. He transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward with an intimidating presence. Fists and techniques rained down like a torrential downpour. The battle between the two escalated once more, a contest between top-tier prodigies, a feast for the spectator. He finally sensed the life-and-death crisis amidst his peers, a wave of pressure surging in his heart. He unleashed his full power, the creation immortal art being rapidly activated, transforming the essence of heaven and earth to his advantage. The sun and moon immortal art had been refined to the highest realm, its dual attributes of yin and yang ignited. In Chen Feng's eyes the shapes of the sun and moon manifested. The Tao sword hummed lightly, and he felt a thrilling tremor. His entire being's might surged to its peak, the essence of the 8 trigrams swirling behind him like a colossal grinding wheel. Before him attacks rained down like raindrops striking against the Tao sword he had lifted, creating a barrier. In mere moments the barrier's power significantly diminished. Chen Feng launched a fierce attack, raising the Tao sword, the sword sang like a startled dragon, its piercing cry resonating. A crescent moon shattered myriad laws. Then he sheathed his sword and stepped forward. 3 imprints of heaven flipped, stacking their powers. With overwhelming force they surged forward like a vast river of pressure. Shuafeng Yiming furrowed his brow, slightly rolling to evade. Upon sensing the supreme aura from this imprint, he dared not resist. The onlookers were also taken aback, seeing Shuafeng Yiming begin to dodge. Voices of discussion filled the air. If nothing unexpected occurs, the imprint cast by this long, ye should be an immortal Tao illusion art, otherwise it wouldn't exert such terrifying pressure. Someone's heart trembled, their eyes fixated on Chen Feng. Such immortal arts were not uncommon, and their speculation was not incorrect. After the stacking of the 3 imprints of heaven, its might even surpassed that of ordinary immortal arts, becoming a formidable killing move. Shuafeng Yiming narrowly evaded this imprint, but was met with another blast of purple lightning. Purple Eye Divine Thunder. Shuafeng Yiming has activated the clan's immortal art. The crowd gasped, many of whom were well informed. The divine thunder summoned by Shuafeng Yiming shot forth from his eyes, catching his opponent completely off guard. This move was exceedingly insidious. Caught unexpectedly, many who had faced the Divine Eye clan previously had suffered this fate. Clearly Chen Feng had not received any intelligence regarding this, and was taken aback. In a reflexive response he placed his sword before his chest as immense force struck him. Lightning spread, exploding. Chen Feng was hurled away, electricity coursing through him, invading his organs. If it weren't for his robust physique, which had developed a degree of invulnerability, he would have been severely injured by this single attack. With Shuafeng Yiming put on the defensive, Chen Feng no longer held back. Lightning coiled around him, an aura of extreme cold expanding in all directions. The area within a mile transformed into a silver realm of ice and snow. Chen Feng radiated a killing intent, thunder coalescing into a prison of lightning spanning dozens of feet across, with his magical power rapidly depleting. However, Chen Feng was not worried about magical power depletion, he just needed to breathe. Essentially, even if he continuously unleashed powerful moves, his magical power would suffice. This was something he didn't worry about at all. The extreme cold ice froze Shuafeng Yiming, preventing him from escaping initially. He could only watch as he was dragged into the prison of lightning, his eyes filled with shock. The surrounding environment was directly transformed, the magical power within his opponent seeming boundless. He could only brace himself and withstand it. Just when everyone thought Chen Feng's killing move was the prison of lightning, Chen Feng mobilized. Most of the energy within him was gathered in his palm. The sky darkened and a massive yin-yang handprint descended, akin to catching a turtle in a jar. The terrifying might, along with the yin-yang power that was incomprehensible at the golden core stage, was overwhelming. The leader of the Divine Eye clan's expression turned grim. Chen Feng's move was something their clan's prodigy, Shuafeng Yiming, could not withstand. Those present had a solid understanding of tactical theory, and many immediately sensed a different meaning. It seemed that this handprint was not the only killing move. The binding thunder and the pervasive extreme cold were likely all part of the hidden plan. As he struck out a palm, Chen Feng felt his body being drained. Boom! The yin-yang handprint pressed down, forcing Shuafeng Yiming to take it, heat gritting his teeth to endure while remaining wary of the prison of lightning. Suddenly, the ice layer beneath him exploded, its overwhelming power catching him off guard. As he loosened his grip, the formidable might of the handprint erupted, pressing down on him with no means of resistance. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling numbness that crumbled his last line of defense. Together the 3 forces combined, resulting in a complete explosion. The ground trembled as if shaken. Too terrifying. This long methods his magical power is like an ocean. Even some nascent soul cultivators do not possess such magical reserves. This move completely awed everyone. The leader of the Divine Eye clan's complexion darkened. If he hadn't secretly intervened at the last moment to save Shuafeng Yiming, perhaps he would have already perished. His death would be a huge blow to the Divine Eye clan's reputation. The second prodigy of the clan was killed right at their doorstep. If this were to spread, it would surely humiliate the Divine Eye clan. Fortunately, many cultivators present noticed the clues, but tacitly chose not to speak of it. This allowed the Divine Eye clan to retain some face. Of course, Chen Shushi also sensed that at the last moment a strange magical power had suddenly intruded into the fatal trap he had laid, mitigating the lethal damage. However, despite that, Shuafeng Yiming was still grievously injured. Kneeling on one knee, a stream of blood fell from his eyes. Clearly, he had used secret techniques to resist during the final explosion. Ultimately, he was powerless and could only allow his clan's ancestor to intervene. Yet he did not want to concede defeat, roaring as he prepared to use the last remnants of his strength for a final strike. He could die, but he could not lose. This was all about the Divine Eye clan's reputation. Brother Yiming is remarkably formidable. I admire you greatly. Let's consider this round a tie. You are a worthy opponent. Without a moment's thought, Chen Shushi spoke directly, exerting his magical power to force out a bit of blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. It appeared as though he had sustained hidden injuries. But how could his appearance deceive the cultivators present? Each was astute. Without needing to think, they could tell Chen Shushi was harboring ulterior motives. Shufang's clan leader also cast a glance towards Chen Shushi, secretly letting out a breath. He saved face for himself, allowing the Divine Eye clan to maintain their dignity, preventing total humiliation. At the same time, he deeply marveled at Chen Chux's talent. If he had initially challenged the top prodigy Shuafeng Yuan, most likely Shuafeng Yuan would not have been his opponent, which made him secretly relieved. The earlier killing move was something Shuafeng Yuan could not have withstood. If it had come to a tie with Shuafeng Yuan, the Divine Eye clan would still lose face. Everything is fine now, all within a controllable range. The leader of the Xinyan tribe, in order to avoid startling Chen Shushi, spoke directly. Your battle with Yiming truly stirred the hearts of those who watched. If it weren't for my Shuafeng clan having the strongest genius of your level, Shuafeng Yuan not being present in the clan, if you were to battle him, it would surely be even more thrilling. What a pity. The leader of the Shuafeng shook his head, sighing deeply. Secretly, some even spat. This clearly conveyed to Chang Yi that no one from his family would fight him, and that he should not challenge further. Everyone should know when to stop. Chen Shushi evidently understood the hidden meaning behind his words. With a smile and cupped fists, he said, fighting with daoist Yiming of the Shuafeng has greatly benefited me. I too am severely injured and cannot continue fighting. I regret not being able to witness daoist Shuafeng Yuan's prowess. How truly heart-wrenching. Chen Shushi appeared regretful. Clearly, he was providing an exit for both sides. Since that is the case, let this challenge dissolve here. The leader of the Shuafeng felt determined and was about to issue a dismissal order. Wait. Chen Shushi made a classic gesture and cheerfully asked, Senior, could you tell me where daoist Shuafeng Yuan is currently located? The leader of the Shuafeng's expression darkened. It seemed this lad intended to challenge his descendant. After a moment's thought, he decided to inform him. However, he intended to divert trouble away. This boy clearly had a disposition for causing trouble. Sending him off was not a bad idea. He is at the Shenglan Academy. There the talented are numerous. Even my Yuaner can barely achieve some renown among his peers. I believe you should go check it out there. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushi immediately perked up. This was exactly what he wanted. Shenglan Academy. He silently repeated this name, which had appeared countless times during his challenges. At the same time, he was incredibly curious about it. According to the leader of the Shuafeng, even their clan's #1 genius could only barely make a name for himself there. Thus, among the geniuses within the academy, those of the same level were likely far superior to the current Yiming, sparking his interest. Just as Chen Shushi was filled with enthusiasm, two mentors from the academy found it hard to sit still in the air. What the hell? Shuafeng Yuan has only a slight reputation, while there are countless stronger than him inside. Clearly this was inciting trouble. Watching Chang Yi, they could see he had developed a keen interest in the academy. If he were to join, it might stir up quite the chaos. This made them hesitant, unsure whether to go down and recruit him. Chang Yi's talent was too overwhelming, stirring their hearts greatly. If he entered the academy, squeezing into the top 5 of the peer rankings would be effortless. Yet given his combative nature, he likely wouldn't have a peaceful day after entering. Likely he would be fighting here and sparring there. The two were momentarily uncertain. After Chen Shushi turned to leave, one older-looking yet sprightly cultivator suddenly stirred. There's no need to think too much, you just bring him into the academy. That group of youngsters has been too complacent for too long. It's perfect to throw him in and stir the pot. Otherwise they all act so arrogantly, not even putting the heavenly king in their eyes. This is detrimental to cultivation. The two decided to invite Chen Shushi to join. Throwing him in would disturb the calm waters, which could better motivate the talents within the academy. Young friend Chang Yi, please hold on. Just as Chen Shushi was about to leave, his figure paused momentarily, then he sped up, dashing forward and growing faster. Great karma. My father once said if you ever hear someone shout this phrase, you must pretend not to hear it and leave quickly. As Chen Shushi ran, he recalled his father's warning, putting all his strength into his escape. This left the two from the academy dumbfounded, not understanding why he was running. However, since they had already called out, they had to continue. Young friend Chang, you don't run. We are not bad people. What kind of talk is that? The slightly younger mentor was scolded. Oh, what kind of talent was this? It would be strange if he didn't run after being called like that. Immediately after, the older mentor spoke. Young friend, we are mentors from Shanglan Academy. Seeing your outstanding talent, we wish to invite you to join the academy. The old man's words carried far, and upon hearing them, Chen Shushi breathed a sigh of relief. The phrase "please hold on, daoist friend" had long been understood by him, through Chen Feng's influence. The two were startled upon meeting. It was fine when they were far apart. Now up close, they discovered that Chen Chux's magical power was like an ocean, and the blood within his body. Greetings to both mentors. Chen Shushi was decisive, stopping and turning to bow, his movements fluid and graceful. This eased the frowns of the two mentors. The two were startled upon meeting. It was fine when they were far apart. Now up close, they discovered that Chen Chux's magical power was like an ocean, and the blood within his body flowed like a raging river. Such anomalies they had never seen before. They were all greatly shocked. It was terrifying. What kind of existence was this? Even if Chen Shushi were to disguise himself as a nascent soul cultivator, no one would be able to detect it. The magical power contained was too strong, and his physical body was nearing the level of transformation into a deity. What kind of force could cultivate such a level of genius? They dared to say that throughout the entire history of Tianlan Academy, there had never been a cultivator like Chen Shushi. They struck gold. The two were delighted. The higher Chen Chux's talent, the greater the rewards they would receive for bringing him back to the academy. The dean will surely be pleased. The two exchanged glances, joy evident in their eyes. However, Chen Shushi felt he might have boarded a pirate ship. Why were they always smiling? This made him suspicious of whether these two cultivators in Shanglan robes were reliable. Come with us. Young man, with your talent, you will definitely be prioritized for training. The older cultivator spoke, and Chen Shushi slightly lowered his guard. Their aura and attitude towards him held no ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. Shanglan Academy. Located at the very center of Shanglan Dao State, it is said to have been co-founded by 3 celestial beings. The academy occupies an area equivalent to half a domain, with mountains and rivers, and even several demon beasts. It has enclosed a mountain range for establishment. As he approached, Chen Shushi felt that within the academy there were countless powerful auras. Across various locations in the academy, numerous cultivators were clashing, creating a formidable presence. He quickly grew fond of the atmosphere here. Soon he was taken to meet the vice president of Shanglan Academy. There are 2 main presidents and 10 vice presidents in Shanglan Academy, all of whom are great ascension cultivators. As for the deeper foundations, Chen Shushi was not clear. All along the way, they were trying to stabilize Chen Chux's heart and prevent him from causing chaos once he entered the academy. He briefly explained the academy to him, while observing Chen Chux's expression. As a result, the other party did not even raise an eyebrow upon hearing that there were over 10 great ascension cultivators. Either he possessed extraordinary composure, or the great ascension cultivators had grown accustomed to such. This further piqued their curiosity about the lone figure who had challenged all pure geniuses in the divine eye domain. East, south, west, north, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Chen Shushi arrived above the academy and observed its layout. It was designed according to the 5 elements, with wood at the center, the area rich in spiritual energy. Chen Shushi was surrounded on all sides. Such a terrain surely had a super array that captured the essence of the 5 elements, showcasing the academy's ambition. This terrain was incredibly nourishing, allowing for much faster cultivation compared to the outside world, not to mention the enhanced comprehension of the 5-element path. More terrifyingly, Chen Shushi noticed that at the very center of the central area, there was a great mountain composed of countless materials. It was meant for refining and crafting great ascension weapons, more than sufficient. It was simply overflowing with riches. This made Chen Shushi reconsider his initial intent of merely fighting at the academy. Now he not only wanted to fight, but also to stay here to integrate into the core circle. At the very least, he aimed to investigate the academy's underlying structure. The person meeting Chen Shushi was a vice president of the academy with a very amiable appearance, resembling a prosperous old man. His name was Book Sage Chen, a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. He took an immediate liking to Chen Shushi upon their first meeting, especially after learning of Chen Chux's desire to challenge the peer geniuses within the academy. Book sage Qian became interested and stated on the spot that he would ensure Chen Chux's identity as a registered disciple. If he could secure the first place on the Golden Core ranking, he would directly accept Chen Shushi as his closed-door disciple. This decision greatly satisfied Chen Shushi, allowing him to achieve multiple goals at once. He immediately agreed. With a vice president backing him, Chen Chux's challenge letters could be easily delivered. Once he sent out his challenges, all were accepted. Moreover, he learned that the reality was not as the patriarch of the Divine Eye clan had described. Within the academy, there were rankings for every realm. The academy was indeed vast, divided into the Outer Academy, Inner Academy, and Sacred Academy. The Outer Academy primarily consisted of those below the nascent soul realm, while the basic standard for entering the Inner Academy was either to be valued by a mentor or to possess formidable strength and talent, or to reach the nascent soul stage within a limited age, making it possible to remain in the Inner Academy. The Sacred Academy, however, was reserved for personal disciples of mentors, esteemed directors, and exceptional talents. As for himself, he could only remain in the Inner Academy, with the only routes to enter the Sacred Academy being to become a closed-door disciple or to rank among the top 10 on the various lists. This would allow him to enjoy a better environment and improved benefits. Meanwhile, Shuo Fanyuan happened to be in the Sacred Academy. He ranked 6th on the Golden Core ranking, gaining considerable fame within the academy. It was evident that the patriarch of the Divine Eye clan had deceived him. Chen Shushi did not take it to heart. His first battle was against the 10th-ranked cultivator on the Golden Core ranking. Victory would lead to a smooth ascension, while defeat would entail a certain cost. In no time, the young boy stirred up quite a commotion within the Sacred Academy. In Tianwen Dao State at this time, the southern Zhao had already stabilized completely. The Chen clan moved forward, having taken control of more than half of the fire domain. However, they encountered a bottleneck near Kunlun. In the shadows, a great ascension force was still not giving up, seeking to find Kunlun realm and contesting the central jurisdiction with the Chen clan. The entire fire domain was tense, with two colossal forces clashing. One was the old power, the Tuoba clan. The other was the suddenly emerging Chen clan. The two factions fought fiercely in the fire domain, resulting in the fall of 4 great ascension cultivators. All were cultivators of the Tuoba clan, which made them unable to sit still. The clash between these two giants was rare in the history of Tianwen Dao State. Aside from the last time, when the Kunlun realm appeared in the fire domain, resulting in the fall of 5 great ascension cultivators, it had been a long time since great ascension cultivators had shown themselves. From that day on, both sides shifted from covert to overt conflict. Chen Shuho guarded the fire domain, intimidating the small fry, and the title of the Savage King was firmly established. One person fought against 4 great ascension cultivators, slaying them all without sustaining any injuries. This battle drew countless eyes to the so-called Savage King of the Great Ascension. In the center of the fire domain, the Chen clan had already enclosed the territory. At the very spot where Chen Shuho emerged from the crack in Kunlun, a great city was being established. Towering high into the clouds, a flag of the Chen clan fluttered above, declaring their sovereignty. Originally, the fire domain was a barren land, even worse than southern Zhao. It was precisely because of Kunlun that the surrounding forces took notice of this barren land. After several great ascension forces searched in vain, they chose to leave except for the Tuoba clan, who remained stubborn. Thus they clashed with the Chen clan. This is the forbidden area of the Chen clan, please do not approach. Chen Shuho, armed with a great sword, sat alone atop a massive corpse, blocking the path that the Tuoba clan aimed to take to the center of the fire domain. Savage King. This was originally the territory of my Tuoba clan, if it weren't for you taking it away. 7 figures circled in the air, followed by a dense army. Clearly, they intended to engage the Chen clan once again to reclaim the center of the fire domain. The Chen clan's direct occupation of the fire domain and their construction of a city in this barren land made the Tuoba clan sense something unusual. Perhaps the Chen clan had discovered something new, otherwise they wouldn't dare to confront such an entrenched power like the Tuoba clan. Among them, Tuoba Li, who had dealings with the Chen clan and even participated in the auction in Lingwen Dao State, was well aware. The foundation of the Chen clan was not strong. To him, the Chen clan was merely a declining immortal path force. They could only be forced to huddle in small places like Lingwen Dao State. Suddenly, the Chen clan had arrived in their Tianwen Dao State and sought to seize the territory that Kunlun had once touched. This made Tuoba Li suspicious. Did the Chen clan possess insights about Kunlun? Otherwise, why would they risk offending the Tuoba clan and act so resolutely. Clearly they must have. In his heart, he believed that the ancestor of the Chen clan Chen Feng was someone who wouldn't act without benefit. How could he possibly be so diligent? Then you can only blame yourselves for not being capable. Chen Shuhao's indifferent gaze fell upon the Tuoba clan members, his immortal sword thrust into the ground, the breeze stirring up. This made the Tuoba cultivators hesitate to take a step forward. Chen Shuhang did not want to pay him any mind, picking up the explosive energy and carving out a chasm spanning dozens of miles before him. Crossing the boundary means death. This was a warning. He sat there, eyes closed, cultivating his energy. A single man's aura intimidated the group of Tuoba family cultivators, causing them to hesitate. It was evident what kind of formidable figure Chen Shuhang was in their hearts. The faces of the Tuoba family members darkened as they turned their gazes toward Tuoba Li, hoping he would take some action. Tuoba Li did not disappoint, stepping forward. Huang Wang, offending our Tuoba family is indeed an unwise act. My Tuoba family has 2 great grandmasters, powers that the Chen clan cannot withstand. If you were to withdraw, it would be a different matter. But if you do not, when my ancestor arrives, he will surely turn you to dust. Chen Shuhang did not even lift his eyelids, speaking in a calm tone. Crossing the boundary means execution. Seeing Chen Shuhang's unyielding demeanor, everyone fell into a stalemate. To strike would likely result in being decapitated by a single sword. After all, everyone present was aware of Chen Shuhang's strength. One person had obliterated 4 combined phase cultivators, one of whom was at the pinnacle of the combined phase. With such combat prowess, who would dare to seek their own demise? Finally, after 2 more combined phase cultivators approached, Tuoba Li's expression softened somewhat. Seeing that Chen Shuhang was unwilling to back down, the 9 of them conspired to set up a grand formation, determined to engage in battle. Tianhai Flow. Finally, Tuoba Li made his move, unleashing the celestial technique Tianhai Flow. Like a vast ocean descending, he aimed to suppress Chen Shuhang, while he remained unresponsive with his eyes closed. Boom. A massive sound echoed. Barriers rose from the ground as 8 combined phase cultivators joined forces to set up a killing array. Endless killing intent surged, with deadly strikes crashing like chaotic thunder. On that day, the fire domain trembled, awakening the surrounding forces as divine senses intertwined from all directions. The 9 combined phase cultivators unleashed their power, shaking the heavens. A dark gray mist spread across the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming killing intent rampaging across the world. Not far away atop a small red earth hill, a temple resonated with the sound of a booming bell. A figure radiating holy light emerged, and the mist in the air stirred, forming swirling tornadoes as the sacred figure ascended. You need not take action. A voice reached the ears of the holy figure. Suddenly the heavens and earth trembled violently. The death knell sounded, and monstrous waves surged toward this barren land. A massive gray hand descended, wielded by a peak combined phase cultivator, his killing intent filling the air. His divine power was immense, akin to an ancient deity. The giant hand pressed down upon Chen Shuhang, who was constrained by various seals, intending to obliterate him in one strike. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the besieged master moved, retracting his celestial sword and swinging his hand, scattering radiance. In an instant, the figure soared to the heavens as the mist continuously dissipated. The earth shook violently, and the peak combined phase cultivator who had previously attacked found himself reduced to half a body, without knowing how. His soul was already shattered, leading to his demise. Just from the initial skirmish, a peak combined phase cultivator had fallen. This shocked the other 8, who felt compelled to continue their assault, determined to suppress Chen Shuhang. To avenge their fallen kin, Tuoba Hai made his move, empowered by celestial arts, unafraid of Chen Shuhang. Endless monstrous waves rushed forth, aiming to engulf everything in sight. Chen Shuhang was like a tiny ant before the vast ocean, only able to see a small black, steadily walking upon the tumultuous waves with massive binding forces beneath. Tuoba Li was alarmed. The Tianhai flow was ineffective against Chen Shuhang. Fear flickered in his eyes as he raised another colossal hand to descend. However, the good times were short-lived. A golden giant fist struck out, the celestial light flashing, and within it a shadow of a yin-yang divine circle could be faintly seen. In the next moment, only blinding light remained, followed by a roar. Tuoba Li fell. Just like that, 2 out of the 9 combined phase powerhouses had perished in an instant. Countless onlookers trembled at the might of Chen Shuhang, the Huang Wang. Tuoba Li. A furious roar echoed as a white light descended, striking him. He felt a chill throughout his body, momentarily dazed, and his soul dissipated. The remaining 6 combined phase cultivators could no longer remain composed. They began to retreat, wishing to escape the grasp of such an unreasonable terror. Lightning come. Chen Feng raised his hands, and in an instant the heavens and earth transformed, thunder roaring. Jagged lightning serpents roared, flashing dazzling electric light, striking towards the scattered cultivators. In just a moment the assistants brought by the Tuoba family were obliterated. The 6 combined phase cultivators were horrified, fleeing in all directions like stricken dogs, yet they could not escape the range of the raging thunder. A rain of holy light fell, crackling the ground. Scorching red magma erupted like threads stretching into the air as the molten lava hidden beneath the earth burst forth. The heavens and earth crumbled as if it were the end of days. Huang Wang, are you not afraid that your actions will provoke the astral Tao state, leading all forces to attack you? Someone shouted in indignation, but the only response was the ferocious thunder. Chen Feng propped himself against the heavens, lightning flashing around him, his robes crackling. He appeared like a divine demon. Be silent. He ceased channeling the lightning technique, descended from the sky, and drew his celestial sword. Like cutting through radishes, he cleaved the man who had shouted earlier into countless pieces, sending them into the magma, leaving no trace behind. Boom. A great sound echoed as brilliant lightning illuminated the fire city being constructed. That was a Grand Master, his aura heavy and immense. Looking down, one might even have the illusion that he was a towering divine mountain. Huang Wang, you have gone too far. A cold voice resonated through the heavens and earth as the thunder was suppressed. The towering figure stood firm between heaven and earth, swinging his fist toward Chen Feng, who was still slaughtering the remaining Tuoba family cultivators. The light was scorching and radiant. Simply a single punch contained supreme patterns, filling the sky with brilliance that was unparalleled. The Grand Master of the Tuoba family can no longer watch this. The Chun clan is doomed. In the shadows, the observing cultivators were left speechless, some even feeling pity for the Chen clan. However, Huang Wang had crossed the line, nearly exterminating the upper echelons of the Tuoba family. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Had Huang Wang ceased after slaying 1 or 2 earlier, perhaps the Grand Master would not have intervened. The intervention of a Grand Master signified a fight to the death. It was a declaration of war against this emerging force, igniting a great conflict. At that time, the astral Tao state would undoubtedly be shaken, drawing out even more Grand Masters. Just you wait. With a furious roar, Chen Feng struck down a Tuoba family cultivator with a punch, his celestial sword unsheathed from behind. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed, its might overwhelming, as if a divine being had descended. This will was strong enough to challenge the heavens. Boom. After a tremendous sound, a blazing sword light streaked across the horizon, radiating with electric sparks as crackling sounds echoed through the space. The crowd was terrified. The Huang Wang dared to swing his sword at an enemy countless times more powerful than himself, and this indomitable aura deeply shocked them. The sword light rapidly swelled in the air, resembling a crescent moon or a towering wall of flames. With the final roar, flames spread and thunder flashed, resounding throughout the heavens, and the earth collapsing as all phenomena vanished. He has caught this blow. It's simply unbelievable. Some were horrified in secret. The Huang Wang truly withstood a strike from a great cultivator, which was utterly terrifying. However, the ground beneath Chen Feng had already exploded. A faint trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth as he expressionlessly gazed at the great cultivator from the Tuoba family. Huang Wang, I didn't expect you to withstand my strike. You truly astonish me. I Tuoba High will send you on your way today. With such a record you may smile in the afterlife. Tuoba High felt an overwhelming darkness in his heart. Being bested by a harmonization cultivator was a disgrace. Now he thought only of swiftly eliminating this monster to prevent any unforeseen changes. Die. He charged at Chen Feng, without holding back, ready to kill him on the spot. Boom. Suddenly a flash of light appeared before his eyes. Tian Ni, clad in heavy armor, blocked him, densely packed runes erupting forth, forcing Tuoba High to retreat. Here comes the great cultivator from the Chen clan. Those observing in secret were also startled. The great cultivator from the Chen clan had finally revealed himself. You cannot stop me. With a furious roar, Tuoba High engaged in battle with Tian Ni. Just as the two great cultivators clashed, a sudden gust of wind from behind came, and a withered claw reached for Chen Feng. If hit, he would undoubtedly die. Those secretly observing were brought into the moment, their hearts racing for Chen Feng. It would be too tragic if such a level of existence were to fall here. Boom. Chen Feng, relying on his excellent reflexes, raised his sword before him, withstanding the grasp. He was forcibly sent flying several miles away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If he had been prepared, it would have been better, as this person's strength was significantly weaker than Tuobahai's. Still, he could hold him off for a moment. The spatial light exploded, and everyone gasped. Chen Shuhong had miraculously survived. Suddenly, a talisman detonated and a divine bridge was drawn forth, releasing powerful might that pierced the heavens, followed by a thunderous roar like a tsunami, as blazing flames surged forth. Let him go. A cold aura spread through the space, a tidal wave of killing intent cascading like a waterfall. A divine furnace appeared before Chen Shuhong, and shortly after Chen Shu, clad in black and filled with murderous intent, emerged. Without further ado, he launched a punch. Golden light burst forth, and boundless vitality erupted from the divine furnace, healing Chen Shuhong's injuries. Brother Chu, why are you here? Just passing by. The voice gradually faded, resonating with the earth-shattering vibrations, as endless white light blossomed between heaven and earth. Before them stood a towering phantom, its vitality like a vast ocean pressing down upon the world with explosive force, driving the ambushing great cultivator from Tuoba back several miles. You are merely at the peak of harmonization. How can you possess such immense power to rival me, Tuoba Wang? Die for me. With a furious roar, the heavens shook and the earth quaked, the ground became riddled with holes, and many spots exploded into one deep pit after another, with lava surging within. In the sky, explosions and rumblings echoed, brilliant light radiated. Countless regions were shattered, and the living beings caught in the aftermath disintegrated and vanished amidst the terrifying residual force. Countless people were horrified. It was simply unbelievable that someone at the harmonization stage could contend with a great cultivator. A dilapidated temple exploded, and a golden figure blotted out the sky with a nine-turn divine wheel rotating behind him, dispelling the mist like a celestial being. Brother Hao, let's jointly eliminate this old ghost. With a call, Chen Shuhong moved, as well haphazardly tossing a bottle of pills, and soared into the fray alongside the holy figure. Using harmonization to entrap a great cultivator. Countless observers were shocked. Had they gone mad? They did not understand the chasm between harmonization and great cultivators, akin to the divide between mortals and immortals. Even if harmonization cultivators were the strongest of mortals, could mortals dare to defy immortals? Yet what they witnessed was not the three being defeated, but these three formidable beings suppressing Tuoba Wang. The most terrifying was that being whose blood was like a vast ocean, possessing exaggerated power and divine abilities akin to a humanoid killing machine. Even a drop of his blood could become a killing formation, injuring Tuoba Wang. The heavens trembled as drops of blood fell, with some cultivators daring to risk it all to catch them. This was the blood of a great cultivator. Even a single drop was invaluable. Yet no one dared to do so, fearing they would be caught in the backlash and turned to dust. They could only let the blood of the great cultivator spill onto the shattered earth, instantly blooming with boundless vitality. In the area where the three joined forces against Tuoba Wang, a thick fog inexplicably rose, obscuring visibility. All that could be seen were four beams of light continuously colliding, the violent sounds shaking the earth. After more than half an hour, a tremendous roar sounded like the arrival of a death knell, signaling the imminent fall of someone. Boom. Tian and I was sent flying. It was evident he was no match for Tuoba Hai. Even though his entire armor was a great spiritual treasure, it could not make up for the gap. The early and mid stages of great cultivation formed a terrifying chasm among ordinary great cultivators. Suddenly, a bloodied hand reached out from the mist, grasping the divine furnace guarding the fire city and pulling it into the fog. Then torrential flames erupted from within, a scorching aura sweeping across the space. A head attempted to emerge from the mist, but was pulled back by several large hands, their howls echoing continuously. I've finally arrived. At this moment, amidst the two battlefields, a clear female voice rang out. In her hand was a purple jade bow. She bent down and drew the bowstring, transforming a golden spear into an arrow. As the arrow released, a sound of destruction echoed between heaven and earth, gradually transforming into a golden sun that vanished into the mist. A wail followed, a piercing cry of unwillingness. A half-corpse, already bald, crawled out from the mist with a golden spear still lodged in its head, a sight most tragic. Don't escape. Die for me. With a furious roar, a fist as heavy as a mountain descended, blotting out the sky, smashing him into the ground, and rendering him unable to move, yet he did not die. The vitality of great cultivators is too resilient. Their means of attack still fell short. If it weren't for Chun Ruashi arriving to intervene and stun the opponent's spirit, it would have taken at least half an hour longer. By then, Tian and I would certainly not be able to hold on, and with the dual assault from two major powers the situation would become dire. Another round of dark light fell as Chen Fan's large hand descended continuously, unleashing waves of restraints from his palm, showering countless runes that corroded Tuobo Wang's flesh. As Tuobo Wang's companion Tuoba Hai witnessed this scene, he felt his eyes redden with fury and wished to intervene. Otherwise their clan would surely lose a formidable force which would be a tremendous blow to the Tuoba family. He attempted to shake off Tian and I, but found that the opponent regardless of the cost stood firm against the terrifying killing strikes, not retreating an inch. He stubbornly held his ground, unable to advance or retreat. Left with no choice, he had to burn his life essence to maim the opponent's body, launching frenzied attacks in an attempt to eliminate him before going to rescue. It was evident that he was anxious, seeing Tuoba Hai start to fight desperately. Those who had been observing secretly had already begun to quietly retreat. As for what they intended to do, it was self-evident. With the upper echelons of the Tuoba clan having perished in large numbers, they now believed that Tuoba Wang would most likely die as well. If the main pillar of the vast Tuoba family were to fall, the adversarial forces would surely begin to stir. Chen Fan was displeased that the opponent was dying too slowly while his own guards were about to be killed. He directly activated the powerful divine skill he had created in his past life, forcibly using it to subdue Tuoba Wang. With just one strike, Tuoba Wang's body turned to ash and his spirit suffered severe damage. Using this strike took a toll on Chen Fan, as well, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and feel significantly weakened. Indeed, it was still too forced. He took a deep breath. The supreme divine skill he had created required the use of celestial power, at least during the Great Ascension stage, to wield its limitless might. The reason he dared to call it Jin Tian was that he had once genuinely suppressed the heavens. This speaks volumes about its formidable power. With this strike, Tuoba Wang's spirit was pinned down by a golden spear, unable to escape, forced to watch Chen Ruashi wave her hand. The spirit was suppressed and compressed into a small orb. The siege on the Great Ascension was successful. Chen Shu paid no mind to clearing the battlefield and stepped onto the divine platform, shaking the void as he struck at Tuoba Hai. With a burst, a fireball erupted and the sky was tinted crimson by the flames. Do you really think you can still suppress the Great Ascension? Tuoba Hai was furious. Tuoba Wang's demise was a painful blow for him and the Tuoba family. Now he regretted agreeing to Tuoba Li's request and trusting his analysis, which claimed there was surely something valuable from Kunlun here. Now the family had lost a main pillar. This was a crushing blow. Runes spread out, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The sounds of thunderous explosions echoed continuously. However, this time, unlike his previous encounter with Tuoba Wang, Chen Chu was knocked back after just a few exchanges. The Great Ascension stage was much stronger than the early stage. Fortunately, Chen Ruashi had also broken through to the late fusion stage, and together with Chen Chu and Chen Chuhai, they managed to create some room for maneuvering. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the spot, recovering from the backlash. Currently, this was the most challenging situation they had encountered since arriving at Tianwindao Prefecture. All of you must die to accompany the fallen Tuoba clan cultivators. Tuoba Hai was driven mad, recklessly unleashing attacks. Tian Ni's physical form was shattered on the spot. If it weren't for the protection of the spiritual armor, his spirit would have already been forced out of his body. Just hold on for another quarter of an hour. The Tian Kong guard stationed in Tian Nandao Prefecture have already arrived. The news of the Great Ascension battle had long been relayed through the Heavenly King Hall to Qin Shunan. As the closest stronghold to Tianwindao Prefecture, the guardian Tian Kong set out immediately. At this moment on Xianling Mountain in the main hall of the sect master. I am already aware. Rest assured, Ho. Another sound of tearing air echoed as the Xianling ancestor was also summoned to support Tianwindao Prefecture. Far away in a spiritual sea within the Xianling Dao Prefecture, a silver dragon shot out from the sea, closely followed by a massive red dragon. In the Thunder Domain, Chen Chuxiao anxiously watched the battle situation in Tianwindao Prefecture through the Heavenly King Mirror. This battle was extremely brutal. The entire Tianwindao Prefecture was stirred. If the war ended in mutual destruction, countless forces would pounce like wolves scenting blood. They aimed to devour the weakened forces from both sides' conflicts. Fenglang, aren't you going? In Chunjun, Chen Feng used powerful magic to condense a screen that displayed the current situation of the battle in the fire domain of Tianwindao Prefecture. Chen Chuhai was severely injured and Tian Ni was also battered. After recovering most of his strength, Chen Fan joined the fray, working together with Chen Ruashi and Chen Chu to resist. However, the effect was not significant. The onlookers were alarmed, fearing any unforeseen incidents. The children have grown up. Moreover, Chuling and the old dragon of the Dragon Clan have already gone along with 2 great ascension cultivators from Tian Nandao Prefecture. That should be enough. Chen Feng was naturally anxious, but he could not intervene. The children have indeed grown up, and the clan's forces are strong enough and have a broad reach. If he had to intervene, every time danger arose it would only backfire. Furthermore, there was already a way to break through in Tianwindao Prefecture. If he went, it would only lead to more slaughter. The Chen clan had expanded too quickly and was now being targeted by several forces. For days, followers of the evil lords had been secretly probing for information. This made Chen Feng feel the need to be cautious. In Tianwindao Prefecture, the situation on the battlefield was intense. Chen Chu was severely wounded, his body exploded, yet he fought back tenaciously. Chen Chuhai fared worse. He was left with only a half-destroyed head atop a divine furnace, absorbing the life essence within to sustain his existence. The indestructible material within him was boiling. This was already his second time reconstructing his body. Among the 4 siblings, only Chen Ruashi was in the best condition, continually releasing divine arrows, while her internal magical energy was nearing depletion. In contrast, Tuoba Hai's condition was also dire. He was in tatters, his body riddled with countless wounds, blood gushing forth. This battle left the entire Tianwindao Prefecture in shock, with sentiments of both admiration and fear towards the strength of the Chen clan. For cultivators of the fusion stage had surrounded and killed a Great Ascension early-stage cultivator. Now they were battling against a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator. Although they were not as strong as before, they had also suffered severe damage. Yet they had managed to severely wound the opponent. However, for a Great Ascension cultivator, being heavily injured was almost equivalent to being unharmed. It would only make them angrier. Finally, Chen Chu's body was blasted apart, and his spirit was nearly forced out of his physical form. Like a kite with a severed string, he flew backward, golden blood turning into a golden thread in the air. Forming a divine pattern killing formation, they surrounded Tuoba Hai with small killing arrays, unleashing the murderous intent from a single drop of blood. This brought him considerable trouble. At the same time, Tuoba Hai deeply remembered this formidable cultivator, whose very blood was a weapon and a killing formation. Never did he expect that a clan like the Chen clan could possess so many geniuses, as well as cultivators beyond common understanding. It was simply terrifying. He now wished to annihilate them all. However, he could not do so, nor was he able to, at least for the time being. Chen Chufan soared into the air, and with his battered body unleashed a strike that suppressed him to the ground. This left him in shock. What kind of divine ability was this? It was capable of suppressing someone like him, who was already in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. It was utterly unprecedented, which only intensified the murderous intent in his eyes. Your Chen clan's immortal path legacy is truly formidable. He praised, sending a palm strike to knock away Chen Ruashi, who attempted to sneak attack him while he was suppressed. It's all over. He roared, disregarding the suppression and directly leaping off the ground. As he approached Chen Chufan, he realized he could not kill him. He found himself bound by what appeared to be a long rope formed by countless petals, unable to move at all. Immortal treasures, yet another immortal treasure. He found it hard to imagine that all the weapons used by the Chen clan were immortal artifacts, immortal treasures. This made him feel utterly helpless. He erupted in fury, unleashing boundless killing moves. The stars and moon fell, and in the black mist countless vengeful spirits seemed to be howling shrill and piercing. Suddenly, just as the onlookers believed that the 4 from the Chen clan were doomed, and that they could seize the victory for themselves, a red stream of clouds shot in from the horizon. A hand condensed from laws struck down onto Obahai, mid-stage of the Great Ascension. The cultivators who had been lying in ambush hesitated. Another Great Ascension cultivator had arrived. This made them momentarily cautious. Those who offend the Chen clan shall die. Tian Kong cared not for much else as a cold voice echoed, followed by a punch that was unleashed. The immortal techniques of the Southern Kong Empire were invoked, imposing a mighty aura that sent the noted peak Tuoba High flying several miles. He soared into the air, pursuing him. Suppression. A pagoda flew out from Chen Chufan's body with divine flames igniting at its top, radiating dazzling light akin to an extraordinary treasure. Chen Chufan was filled with fury but had no choice but to summon the pagoda left behind by his disciple, invoking a trace of its power to suppress Tuoba High, assisting Tian Kong in subduing him. The battle reignited, and that pagoda drew the gazes of countless onlookers. This pagoda shone brighter than all the immortal treasures present, clearly not a trivial item. Countless individuals began to entertain thoughts of seizing it, and gradually more powerful figures arrived. However, none acted, observing in the shadows to assess the strengths of both sides, planning the division of spoils. After a quarter of an hour, someone finally could not hold back. If these four continued to recover, it would be difficult to seize the treasure later. A massive hand reached for Chen Shuhai, and the immortal sword beside him, aiming to seize both the person and the treasure. Suddenly, a glaring character for kill appeared before his eyes. This entire area was illuminated by the brilliance of the character for kill, the sky dimmed, irrelevant, as the aftermath of the battle between the two greatest sentient cultivators resembled two suns of varying colors. Which friend is it? I arrived first. Do you not understand the order of arrival? In the shadows, someone cursed just as they were about to succeed, but were blocked. You lurking beast, come out. After the voice of the hidden cultivator fell another strong voice echo. A cultivator carrying a gleaming long sword stood in front of Chen Shuhai, blocking someone from seizing the treasure. The elder's presence exuded power, causing the hidden cultivators to hesitate momentarily. Xia Yijian, what business do you have here? A person from the southern Dao state. A rebuke rang out from the shadows, directly targeting the long sword bearing Xia Yijian. Clearly, the hidden crowd bore resentment towards Xia Yijian, the obstructionist, blocking their path to treasure. The Chen clan is my kin. Oh, what do you mean by that? Without a second thought, Xia Yijian drew his sword, transforming it into a streak of flowing light that shot towards a hidden location. Instantly, an aura of great ascension erupted from that direction, shaking the moment. Xia Yijian's sword returned, already stained with droplets of blood. Come closer. Seeing the situation was not right, Xia Yijian realized he had not deterred them as the hidden cultivators began to surround them. In their eyes, there were 3 immortal treasures and 1 immortal artifact here. With only Xia Yijian guarding, he could not stop them all. It would be better to take the risk. 1 immortal artifact was already sufficient as the clan's divine weapon. Xia Yijian could only protect Chen Shu and others in close proximity, raising a barrier of spiritual power while scanning the surroundings with his sword. If anyone dared to make a move, he would be the first to strike. Fortunately, with Xia Yijian amidst the great ascension sword cultivator's presence, no one dared to charge forward for the time being. It seemed as though they were scheming something in the shadows. Meanwhile, Tian Kong pressed down on the injured Tuoba Hai, and with the aid of the small pagoda, it was simply a one-sided suppression, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. However, on Xia Yijian's side, it seemed the intimidation was waning. Be careful, Chen Chu warned Xia Yijian. While it is easy to dodge a direct assault, it is difficult to guard against hidden arrows. A piercing arrow shot in from behind, breaking through the barrier, and aimed straight at Xia Yijian. Xia Yijian reacted quickly upon the warning, evading the cold arrow. With a surge of spiritual power, he slashed towards the direction of the cold arrow. Friends hiding in the shadows, do not conceal yourselves any longer. So many people are attacking me, and yet you resort to sneak attacks. It is truly unworthy of being called a cultivator. Friends hiding in the shadows, do not conceal yourselves any longer. So many people are attacking me, and yet you resort to sneak attacks. It is truly unworthy of being called a cultivator. This statement provoked many hidden individuals to reveal themselves. Xia Yijian's pupils contracted in alarm, filled with vigilance, as the long sword in his hand emitted a light sound, sensing its master's grave and determined mood. What is it? Do all of you want to tread in these murky waters? I must tell you, the Chen clan is not as simple as you imagine. If you make a move against us this time, do you think you can withstand the retribution next time? Xia Yijian's heart raced, the sword energy nearly breaking through the heavens, yet outwardly, he remained calm and steady as a rock, with the hidden force of the startling phoenix quietly gathering. Anyone who dared to strike would face his sword. However, the number of opponents was indeed overwhelming. A total of 7 great ascension cultivators startled Xia Yijian. So many had secretly gathered. Most of the great ascension cultivators from the Tianwen Dao state were here. Enough of the empty talk. If the Chen clan is truly powerful, then why have only the 2 of you arrived now? Do not pretend to be strong here. Among them, a Mahayana cultivator spoke, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Clearly, Xia Yijian's words posed no trouble for him. If members of the Chen clan arrive, there will be more than just the 2 of them. However, they could also see that the Chen clan possessed numerous prodigies, and their Mahayana-level strength was not to be underestimated. This indicates that they truly have some strength. As for being held accountable, worst case, they could just snatch what they needed and flee. They could hide deep into other Dao states or the endless sea. Who could possibly find them? All of you here, are you truly determined to oppose me, to stand against the Chen clan? Xia Yijian's long sword erupted with a piercing sound, the sword intent breaking through the heavens, making him appear like an ancient sword immortal. Looking around, no one chose to move first. After all, the one who sticks out gets shot, and after Xia Yijin has been gathering power for so long, wouldn't a strike against him mean certain doom? They dared not take the gamble, nor did they wish to. After all, a wrong bet could lead to endless troubles. Finally, in the battle between Tuoba Hai and Tian Kong, Tuoba Hai's momentum dwindled, and the Mahayana cultivators present began to feel impatient. As long as Tian Kong slays Tuoba Hai, then with the powerful celestial treasures at his disposal, and Xia Yijian's long preparation, they need not worry about defeating them. Dragging it out for a few hours is not a problem. Besides, the Chen clan is no simple matter. What if they send reinforcements? With this ragtag group, formed from various factions, temporary interests, it's simply impossible for them to be opponents. At that point it would be every man for himself, and that would be disastrous. So no one is willing to test the waters. Then old Zhao will go leave the celestial sword to me. This Mahayana cultivator called Old Zhao was the one who had previously reached out and was struck by a sword. He still bore a grudge against Xia Yijian, a cruel smile on his lips, killing intent surging, as he moved his blood-red long sword to attack Xia Yijian. Seeking death. Xia Yijian was furious. The tip of his sword pointed forward, a vortex appearing, the sword intent crashing down like a mountain. In an instant the world trembled, red and white lights intertwined, and Xia Yijian gained the upper hand, sweeping Old Zhao back, with a single sword strike, stunning all around. Unfortunately, as the brilliance faded, Old Zhao suffered only a minor injury, his eyes icy cold, bearing a deep grudge against Xia Yijian, as a drop of blood fell from his chest. This completely enraged him. Being a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, it was utterly humiliating to be wounded by a single strike. Among the crowd, there was even a later-stage Mahayana cultivator watching coldly. If no cultivators from the Chen clan came to reinforce, he would undoubtedly strike, without mercy. That would be the real danger. Xia Yijian said nothing. He had already sensed more than 3 Mahayana cultivators' auras locking onto him. The moment he made any unusual movement, he would be met with a storm of attacks. Let's go. Without a second thought, he slashed out with his sword, sweeping up 4 people as they sped towards the Tian Nandao state. In a flash, they covered 1,000 miles, their speed reaching its peak. Having distanced themselves from the center of the fire domain, seeing Xia Yijian leave with a few others, how could the waiting Mahayana cultivators let this opportunity slip? 7 Mahayana cultivators quickly pursued. By the time they reached a mountain ridge, Xia Yijian slowed down. Behind him, the 7 Mahayana cultivators followed leisurely, wearing mocking smiles, confident in their might. The fact that the 7 of them could join forces to come meant that escape was impossible. They would simply become targets in the sky. At that point, danger loomed. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences, especially with 4 severely injured members of the Chen clan by his side. This made him feel overwhelmed. Take care of yourselves. I will fight to the last. You all escape as far as you can. At last, Xia Yijian made up his mind. Since he had decided to ally with the Chen clan, he would burn out his last brilliance. He recognized Chen Feng's character, let alone the supreme talent of their Xianling mountain that appeared once in tens of thousands of years, who had married Chen Feng as his Dao partner. He had no more worries. After his death, Xianling Mountain would only be cared for better. Kill. With a roar, Xia Yijian unleashed his might, the mountains cracking apart, runes illuminating, raising a tremendous residual force, forming a 7-pointed star sword array that trapped the 7 Mahayana cultivators. Chen Shihao and the others said nothing more, their hearts sinking as they turned to flee. They knew that feigning concern would only become a hindrance to Xia Yijian, slowing him down. It was better to run first. Perhaps Xia Yijian would still have a chance to escape. Of course, that chance was almost negligible. The 4 of them felt a heavy weight in their hearts as they fled in different directions. As the 4 departed, Xia Yijian exploded the sword array, a terrifying residual force shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless mountains were shattered, turning into desolation. Countless beings affected by the aftermath wailed. Xia Yijian risked his life to intercept the 7 Mahayana cultivators, unleashing boundless divine light. Xia Yijian, if you retreat now, you can still live. Otherwise, do you think you can stop us? Xia Yijian said nothing, a hint of relief in his eyes as his long sword hummed softly. In the twilight glow, he moved his hands, the sword light blossoming like blooming lotus flowers, wildly dancing in the air, landing upon the 7 cultivators. Boundless sword energy surged forth, the mountain crumbling, the overwhelming momentum causing the earth to tremble. At that moment, the 7 Mahayana cultivators unleashed their true fire, a raging inferno enveloping the area. Unparalleled, the powerful momentum melted everything, incinerating the world. Under the siege of the 7, Xia Yijian transcended thinking that even if he died, He would take 2 cultivators with him at least to recoup some losses. As Chen Shihao was fleeing, he looked back. Despite the vast distance, the red clouds rising in the sky and the terrifying fluctuations in momentum appeared exceedingly frightening. One could imagine what Xia Yijian was experiencing. He felt a pang of sorrow, wanting to return to the battle and lend him aid. However, given his current state, joining would be tantamount to seeking death. As for the distant void, it began to twist. The scope of the Mahayana battle was exceedingly vast. Before long, the territory where they clashed would turn into a desolate wasteland. Roar! In the distance, a dragon's roar pulled Chen Shihao back from his thoughts. He saw a familiar figure, and confirming it, shouted urgently, "Shuling, hurry, and save Senior Xia Yijian." What lies ahead? Chen Shihao, anxious, flew up and positioned himself before the 2 giant dragons. On the silver dragon's head, Chen Shuling's expression was grave as he gazed at the waves ahead. Exactly. Senior Xia Yijian stayed behind to hold off the 7 Mahayana cultivators to save us, and he is now on the brink of death. Feeling the diminishing power emanating from Xia Yijian, Chen Shihao couldn't help but feel urgency. Elder Qi Long, I entrust this to you. Ling, I am eternally grateful. Chen Shuling, upon seeing this, wasted no time and quickly turned to bow to the giant dragon head behind her, which was as massive as a small mountain. I understand. The Qi Long soared into the sky like a flash of red lightning, vanishing at the horizon in an instant. Moments later, a terrifying aura erupted from the mountains where Xia Yijian was besieged. Qi Long made its move, shattering the entire mountain range. In just a moment, several auras of Great Ascension cultivators vanished. Isn't Elder Qi Long a Great Ascension cultivator? Chen Shuhai was alarmed, feeling an aura far surpassing that of a Great Ascension, accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon. He was somewhat astonished. The strength of Qi Long was astonishingly formidable. Elder Qi Long is a scattered immortal. At this moment, the silver dragon supporting Chen Shuling spoke in a crisp female voice, slightly proud. Chen Shuhai felt somewhat awkward, but his heart settled down. With a scattered immortal making a move, their side could afford to be patient. He immediately gathered Chen Shu and the others to head to Qi Long's location with Chen Shuling. Upon arriving at the scene, they saw a chaotic scene. The mountain range was shattered, and several skeletal remains infused with spirit energy lay in a deep pit. Counting carefully, there were a total of 6. Xia Yijian was battered, propping himself up with his sword to heal his injuries. One got away. Qi Long's gaze fell upon the little dragon princess, speaking lightly. In just a moment, 6 Great Ascension cultivators were killed. The scattered immortal cultivator was indeed terrifying. This time it was likely that the major forces in Tianwen Daozhou would have to take a long breather. The fall of 6 Great Ascension cultivators was no trivial matter. Return to Huqing. Seeing Xia Yijian still alive, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Ruashi took out 2 soul recovery pills, handing them to Xia Yijian to heal his soul injuries. In Huqing, the residual waves of the battle in the sky had not yet diminished, and Tuoba Hai was already at his last gasp. The somewhat healed Tian Ni together with Tian Kong joined in the siege. Suppress. With just a claw, Qi Long pressed down with a burst of spiritual light, pinning Tuoba Hai in place, rendering him immobile. Scattered immortal. Tuoba Hai was horrified, a sense of impending doom filling his eyes. He had lost, and the Tuoba family had also lost. With the 2 pillars of Great Ascension cultivators fallen, the Tuoba family would likely soon vanish from Tianwen Daozhou. His heart sank. From the moment Qi Long arrived, he knew the outcome was sealed. Scattered immortals were simply beyond the reach of Great Ascension. He could only become fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He had never expected that the Dragon Clan would assist the Qin clan. Qi Long's appearance frightened the powerful figures lurking in the shadows, causing them to flee the fire domain for fear of being caught in the crossfire. In just one day, 8 Great Ascension cultivators fell. It was truly unprecedented. Even the scattered immortals in Tianwen Daozhou dared not move, choosing to keep their distance and avoiding conflict with Qi Long. Now my Qin clan declares a full takeover of the fire domain. Does anyone have any objections if they wish to claim a share? Chen Shuhai stepped forward, raising his celestial sword, his voice resounding like a great bell throughout the entire fire domain. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators did not move, daring not to oppose. Several major Great Ascension forces that had retreated to the outskirts of the fire domain also fled in disgrace. They no longer wanted their strongholds in the city. From today onwards, the fire domain is the private territory of my Qin clan. Anyone who dares to intrude will surely be annihilated, severing their inheritance. Chen Shuhai made this declaration, and countless celestial craftsmen were dispatched from Nanzhou to repair the central Huqing. Additionally, members of the Chun clan and disciples of the Chun Academy were sent to various cities in the fire domain to take over. The reckoning began with the 7 major Great Ascension forces that had made their last stand being placed on the Chun clan's list for reckoning. At Chen Shuling's request, Qilong did not leave, but instead found a magma pool around Huoqing to guard the area. This deterred the entire Tianwen dojo, ensuring that the Chun clan's reckoning plan would proceed without worry. Qilong was quite fond of this son-in-law from the Dragon clan, and was willing to grant this favor. "You brat, once this matter passes you should come to propose marriage." Qilong faced Ao Xiaoxiao, glancing at Chen Shuling, who was holding hands with her, raising his eyelids slightly. Chen Shuling did not remain silent as she straightened up slightly and smiled. "Rest assured, Elder Qilong. I will not let Xiaoxiao down, who I have set my heart on this son-in-law." Chen Shuling patted her chest in assurance. The Elder Qilong before her was one of the strongest in the Dragon clan, and had raised Ao Xiaoxiao since she was small. With the cultivation of a 6th transformation scattered immortal, he could communicate with the Dragon clan of the upper realm, directly bringing them into the celestial domain. Yet he chose to stay and raise Ao Xiaoxiao. It could be said that he was Ao Xiaoxiao's closest kin and also her master. 3 days passed, and Tianwen Daozhou appeared calm on the surface. However, the major forces were all aware that this was the calm before the storm. The Chun clan's temperament meant they would definitely seek to settle accounts with those who had intervened in this battle. Many former Great Ascension forces were filled with unease if their ancestors had been killed. With the Chun clan potentially arriving to settle scores at any moment, many disciples chose to abandon their sect. The Great Ascension latest cultivator, having narrowly escaped from Qilong's grasp, fled overseas with his force the same day. Having offended a scattered immortal, they could no longer survive in Tianwen Daozhou. Rather than waiting to be reckoned with, it was better to abandon their centuries-old foundation and flee, leaving themselves a way out. If anyone was feeling the most anxious, it was the Tuoba family. They could neither escape nor stay and had to announce a family closure. They sealed off the Tuoba domain, activating the clan's great formation with the intention of blocking. However, to the discerning eye, this was nothing but a futile effort. The strength of the Chen clan was far too overwhelming. Above the Tuoba domain, a bell was tolled. Several towering figures shrouded the Tuoba domain, which no longer had any Great Ascension guardians. The Tuoba domain was sealed by great magical power, appearing to be shrouded in layer upon layer of mist. The reckoning of the Chun clan had begun. In just half a day, when the mist dissipated, the ancestral land of the Tuoba clan had become an empty city with only remnants of ruins left, not even a living creature in sight. This caused the forces that had previously offended the Chen clan in Tianwen Daozhou to panic. The annihilation of a clan and severing of their legacy was clearly not just a threat. Soon after, old Zhao's Tianqing sect also met with disaster. On the 5th day after the battle in the fire domain, much like the Tuoba domain, a layer of mist enveloped the entire Tianqing sect. Cultivators who had sensed the disturbance and come to investigate saw about a dozen figures appear above the Tianqing sect, suppressing the heavens and earth. Half a day later, the Tianqing sect was reduced to ruins, and even the Tianqing city beneath their feet had become dilapidated. The spring breeze brings forth life again, and one must eradicate the roots. Chen Shuho communicated with Chun Mu Yi and summoned Tian Qian, who was far away in the life Dao state. To ensure absolute certainty, 4 great Mayana cultivators along with Chun Chuho, 5 individuals, and 1 dragon conducted a ruthless purge against all forces on the liquidation list. One force after another was annihilated and the sect's treasury was looted. The overall strength of Tianwen Dao state rapidly diminished, leaving the populace in a state of panic. 3 months after the battle in the fire domain, a bloody storm swept through Tianwen Dao state. Several celestial forces in the Dao state announced their retreat, choosing not to involve themselves in this matter to avoid bringing calamity upon themselves. As one of the top 5 regions of the entire continent, Tianwen Dao state was thus terrified under the might of the Chen clan. Finally, 3 months later, the Red Dragon stationed in Fire City departed. The purges also ceased. The strength of Tianwen Dao state declined while the Chun clan thrived. The materials used to forge Fire City were all precious refining materials, resulting in a grand and majestic structure. It became a substantial city. Over 26th-grade spiritual veins were also drawn in and buried beneath Fire City, with numerous restrictions established. The magma beneath the fire domain was well controlled, and even in the heart of Fire City, an alchemy pavilion utilizing the warmth of the earth fire was established. Fire City quickly transformed into a sacred ground for cultivation aside from the core of several celestial forces. This was achieved through rapid development, wealth accumulation, and the fruits of plunder. In Tianwen Dao state, the territory of the Chen clan was thoroughly established, becoming a stronghold. They began to branch out, spreading Chen clan descendants throughout the entire Fire Domain and the land of Nanjiao. After the battle in Fire City and establishing connections with various major forces, the Chen clan became highly sought after. The males of the Chen clan became the preferred partners for many female cultivators. In the 71st year of the heavenly sacred calendar, Chen Chuling returned to the clan. Father, I have successfully merged my being. Chen Chuling's intention for returning was clear. Her cultivation breakthrough allowed her to marry the Dragon Clan's princess. I will personally accompany you to the Dragon Clan. After years of explosive growth in the Chen clan's population, it had already approached 7 million. Among them, the vast majority were cultivators, which also stimulated Chen Feng's cultivation. With the increase in the number of cultivators, even while lying down, his cultivation advanced rapidly. Now he had even broken into the late Mahayana stage. Send a message to the Dragon Clan. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, you will go to propose. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng set the wedding date for the two. The dragon lifting its head symbolizes a beautiful meaning, perfectly aligning with the union with the Dragon Clan. There could not be a better date. During these days, Chen Chuling stayed in the clan to cultivate, spending every day next to Sheng Che, sitting atop an 8th grade spiritual vein to practice, making rapid progress. However, the method of cultivation this boy practiced was quite unique, causing disturbances with every advancement. During this time, Sheng Che frequently complained to Chen Feng about Chen Chuling. He disrupts my enlightenment of the celestial path. Every time I enter a meditative state, this kid turns into a dragon-human hybrid and howls, interrupting me. This led to Sheng Che being filled with resentment. He should have already broken through to the mid-Mahayana stage. This amused Chen Feng, who then built several cultivation chambers atop the spiritual vein to resolve the issue. With plenty of time remaining before the 2nd day of the 2nd month, Chen Feng began preparing the bridal gifts. The first gift was undoubtedly the 99 meticulously prepared dragon travel fruits, along with dozens of elixirs refined from the dragon travel fruits. For the Dragon Clan, this is an utterly irresistible attraction. The dragon travel fruit holds immense allure for the Dragon Clan, and for many human cultivators as well. It is almost equivalent to the effect of the transformation elixir, and it can also improve one's aptitude. Consuming more can even grant one the divine abilities of the Dragon Clan. For Dragon Clan cultivators, it can be used to purify bloodlines, turning mixed blood into pure blood and pure blood into royal blood. Even cultivators at the merger stage find themselves tempted. However, this item has been losing value in Chen Feng's hands. Although the dragon travel fruit tree doubles its yield with each batch, the quantity of fruit also doubles. Now, each of the 10 dragon travel fruit trees can produce around 1,000 fruits per batch, with a normal growth cycle of 150,000 years. This is quite abstract. Even beneath an 8th grade spiritual vein, the growth cycle is around 80 to 90,000 years. For a typical Mahayana cultivator, they might only wait for a single batch in their lifetime. However, with the catalysis of the eternal vitality, the growth cycle has been significantly shortened, and the eternal vitality becomes even more terrifying as Chen Feng's strength increases. After refining the dragon travel elixirs meticulously arranged for visits, he also added 10 8th grade spiritual veins as embellishments. As for the Mahayana elixir, Chen Feng deemed it impossible. The materials were far too scarce, and he had only just managed to gather a single set. Furthermore, his alchemy skill only produced 8 pills per furnace, which were exceedingly precious. If used as a betrothal gift, it was likely that Ao Xiaoxiao would come to demand Chen Chuling. However, Chen Feng secretly set aside 1 pill, planning to have Chen Chuling give it to Ao Xiaoxiao as a gift from an elder. This way it would not fall into the Dragon Clan's treasury. Chen Feng was quite generous towards his own people. At the same time, after Chen Chushi became the deputy director of Shanglan Academy, Chen Feng recalled the Great Bright Divine. For a top-tier force like the Dragon Clan, how could he not showcase his own strength? Moreover, the Dragon Clan is divided into 3 major factions. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, his current position is likely only that of a relatively strong Mahayana force. If a scene were to unfold where the small Chen clan sought to marry the princess of the Dragon Clan, it would be disastrous. Given his character, he would undoubtedly resort to violence. It would be better to directly silence all the dragons and demonstrate his prowess. In this way, forming a friendly relationship with the Dragon Clan is what the Chen clan currently wishes to achieve. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Moreover, the Dragon Clan holds considerable power in the celestial domain, which could help avoid numerous troubles. At the same time, Chen Feng transferred Tian Qian to Chen Chux's side to prevent him from being harmed. A Mahayana cultivator can withstand quite a bit of time, as should danger arise it would be enough to invoke the ancient powers of Shanglan Academy. Once all plans were laid out, time quietly passed by. At this moment within the Dragon Clan's Sea domain, the news of the Chun clan's proposal had already spread throughout the entire Sea region. Even nearby Dao states and some forces received the news. A Mahayana force suspected to be a celestial inheritance from a remote area proposed to the top force of the spirit continent, the Dragon Clan. This matter was absolutely shocking no matter where it was discussed. Countless people were stunned by the news, and major forces flocked to the Dragon Clan's Sea domain, eager to see what kind of force the Chun clan truly was, whether they are worthy or not. Within the Dragon Clan, two major branches expressed dissatisfaction with this matter. It was one thing for the little princess of the Red Dragon lineage to fall for a human cultivator, but to make such a large commotion over the marriage was excessive. This matter, if it spreads, would certainly tarnish the dignity of the Dragon Clan. A great power is set to marry the little princess of the Dragon Clan. No matter how one looks at it, it seems as though the Dragon Clan has been taken advantage of. However, the elder of the Red Dragon, relying solely on his own strength, suppressed this matter and orchestrated the Chun clan's arrival to propose. The other two major branches merely watched coldly, even contemplating some small tricks to embarrass the Red Dragon. Due to this matter, other major forces entering the Dragon Clan's territory received no attention, as if tacitly approved. On the second day of the second month at dawn, from the south came the sound of drums and gongs, with a great sun pressing down on the heavens and the earth held in the hands of a magnificent being. It served as a lantern illuminating the path of the proposal procession. Another towering figure appeared with the Inyang Bagua spinning behind him, bringing along an endless stream of bridal gifts as he approached the core of the Dragon Clan's sea territory. They're here. But is this really the Chen clan? Could it be that someone is here to snatch the bride? Above the sea, a group of familiar great cultivators were exchanging whispers in the shadows. Observing the grand and awe-inspiring proposal procession, they felt some confusion. They could sense that the towering figure at the forefront holding the great sun was on the verge of breaking through the realms of the celestial path. Clearly this was an existence that had traveled far within the realm of the celestial path. At the center of the procession was Chen Feng, walking with an ethereal presence, overlooking the world, protecting the entire procession as they moved forward. In the other hand of the figure holding the great sun, there was a divine flagpole with a large banner bearing the character for Chun. At this moment, countless cultivators and beings made way. The entourage of the Chun clan, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, majestically entered the sea, heading towards the underwater dragon palace. The Chun clan is not simple. There are celestial beings among them, and one feels an infinite approach to celestial existence from them. Do not provoke them. This warning came from an elder of a celestial power in the core of the continent, a figure of 3 turns and 3 celestial beings who solemnly advised the younger generation. This Chen clan from a remote territory usually kept a low profile, but today it greatly satisfied the eyes of many cultivators. The underwater dragon palace. Within the blessed ground of the yellow dragon lineage, a middle-aged figure dressed in an imperial robe sat quietly, eyes closed in meditation. At this moment, a hurried figure entered the blessed ground, stepping forward and slightly bowing to the meditating figure. Father, the people of the Chun clan have arrived. But they are not as we expected. There are 2 celestial beings among their clan. These 2 were the king and prince of the yellow dragon lineage. Hearing his son's words, the yellow dragon was somewhat surprised. Come with me quickly. In his impression and investigations, the Chun clan indeed had no celestial beings in residence. Why then had 2 powerful beings come to propose? This left him somewhat bewildered. He mused inwardly, wondering if he had overlooked something. On the other side, the green dragon lineage felt similarly. They initially did not plan to participate in this event, opting to watch coldly. Now, with the arrival of 2 celestial beings from the Chen clan, they had no choice but to take it seriously and hurried to the Red Dragon Palace. In the celestial spirit continent, strength represented everything. Moreover, they were also considered familial relations. For powers of equal standing, it was essential to maintain a good impression for future dealings. The strength displayed by the Chen clan compelled the 2 proud branches of the Dragon clan, initially unwilling to participate, to join in. Today was the day for the proposal, and within the Red Dragon Palace, Ao Xiao Xiao was exceedingly excited. Though it was not the final wedding, today was still a very significant day, and she transformed into her human form, preparing in grand attire. Suddenly, a small white dragon swam over and whispered in her ear. Instantly, her spirits soared, feeling enveloped in sweetness. Within the Red Dragon Palace, the 3 great elders of the Dragon clan gathered, awaiting the arrival of the Chen clan. The Chen family Chen Chuling and the Red Dragon Palace Princess Ao Xiaoxiao are deeply in love. Today Chen Chuling's father Chen Feng has come to discuss marriage matters with the Dragon Clan, bringing my son to propose. Outside the door Chen Feng's voice echoed and followed by him, and Chen Chuling entering the Red Dragon Palace one after the other. Greetings to all fellow daoists. Chen Feng said with a smile, cupping his hands to the three dragons. Behind him the great divine was like a guardian dragging a string of bridal gifts into the hall. As soon as they entered, the divine senses of the three great elders of the Dragon Clan swept over the newcomers. Especially when they looked at the great divine, their faces clearly showed signs of fear. As for Chen Feng, their hearts raced. Seeing his calm smile, they sensed a slight feeling of danger. What was even more terrifying was that they could clearly perceive that Chen Feng had reached the late stage of the Great Ascension, which posed a threat even to the three great elders of the Dragon Clan. They tacitly accepted Chen Feng's title, with the Red Dragon personally stepping down to welcome him, seating him beside them, and engaging in casual conversation. How does your Chen clan? The Yellow Dragon, somewhat apprehensive, swept his gaze over the great divine and was about to inquire about the family background of Chen Feng. But then Chen Feng clapped his hands. Bring it forth. Just as the three great dragons had not yet reacted, Chen Xingxing, helplessly acting as the chief steward, declared loudly, the Chen clan comes bearing bridal gifts totaling 999 boxes of various treasures, including 99 dragon yonder fruits and 9 bottles of dragon yonder pills. This symbolizes that our Chen clan and the Dragon Clan will forge a lasting bond, and that Chen Chuling and Princess Ao Xiaoxiao will be eternally united. Chen Xingxing's voice echoed within the Red Dragon Palace. The elites of the Dragon Clan, the officials, the elders, and the three great elders were all stunned. The Yellow Dragon's voice trembled slightly. So many dragon yonder fruits. Below, many elite dragons displayed fervor, their eyes blazing as they gazed at the several boxes of bridal gifts. Are you all satisfied with this bridal gift? Chen Feng asked with a smile, his tone gentle, his gaze sweeping over the three dragons and the many dragons in the palace, noticing several with their mouths agape, eyes filled with fervor. Chen Feng knew he had achieved his goal. Satisfied? How could we not be? Good son-in-law. The Red Dragon immediately leaped up from his seat, shaking Chen Feng's hand with great excitement. The Yellow Dragon and Green Dragon could hardly remain seated, their hearts racing. The dragon yonder fruits were exceedingly rare within their Dragon Clan, with Long Outyin having left only one dragon yonder fruit tree, which bore fruit once every several thousand years. Moreover, the quantity was limited and many outstanding talents, including their offspring, could not enjoy them. Now Chen Feng had brought so many along with dragon yonder pills they had never even heard of. Clearly, even the 9 bottles of dragon yonder pills were in their hearts far more precious and important than the dragon yonder fruits. Xiao Xiao truly found a worthy husband. Indeed, I, Yellow Dragon uncle, am envious beyond measure. Huang Long lowered his status even further, grasping Chen Chuling's hand, his smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. His gaze sparkled as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Chen Chuling felt a chill run down his spine. He was quite familiar with the ancestor Huang Long, who had previously shown him indifference. Now, with his father presenting the Longyu fruit as a betrothal gift, he suddenly became exceedingly warm. The enthusiasm made him doubt whether the person before him was still Huang Long. This stark contrast left him speechless. Step aside, don't scare off the esteemed son-in-law. Qing Long immediately pushed Chen Chuling aside, showering him with concern. Chen Chuling was somewhat at a loss, but fortunately help arrived shortly after. Ao Xiaoxiao leaped into Chen Chuling's arms, her eyes filled with happiness. Seeing both main characters of this union gathered, Qi Long promptly ordered, Ao Kai, hurry, bring out the dishes. Also invite all the forces that came to my Dragon Clan Sea area, let them feast. Let the esteemed Qi Long enjoy himself, and may they share in the fortune. Cunning Qi Long immediately thought of the many forces lurking in the outer sea. He planned to promote the Chen clan, allowing them to enter the sites of the major powers in the Xianling Dao state. He was well aware of the Chen clan situation. He was particularly clear about the events that had occurred in the Tianwen Dao state. If the Chen clan could use this banquet to enhance their reputation, then they would have the backing to undertake significant undertakings in the future. This was beneficial for both sides, and would earn the Chen clan's goodwill. In his memory, Ao Xiaoxiao had previously brought many Longyu fruits which now seemed to have been gifted by the Chen clan. This indicated that the Chen clan must have a considerable stock remaining. As long as the relationship between the two families was well established, they might even acquire more Longyu fruits in the future. Huang Long and Qing Long also realized this, strongly supporting Qi Long's actions. In no time, all the visiting forces came to the banquet. An unprecedented banquet celebrating the union between the dragon clan and the human clan unfolded, witnessed by over 10 powers from the Xianling Dao state, solidifying the alliance. At the same time, it allowed the various Dao powers in the Xianling Dao state to become acquainted with the Chun clan from the distant Dao state. With the backing of the dragon clan, the terrifying strength of the great divine, and Chen Feng's combat prowess, the Xianling Dao powers regarded the Chun clan as an equal. Many forces went to toast Chen Feng, creating a lively atmosphere. Thus, the Chun clan's reputation surged to the top tier of the Xianling continent. They became the only top-tier family not located in the Xianling Dao state. This news spread across various regions of the continent from the Dragon Clan and the banquet. The Xianling Dao state represented the strongest cultivation sanctum of the Xianling continent. The powers within were significantly more formidable than those outside. Suddenly, the Chun clan's fame spread far and wide. This left Chen Chushi, who was still cultivating at the Shanglan Academy, somewhat dazed. Overnight, his family became a top-tier power in the continent. No one could have imagined that becoming a top-tier family was simply a matter of attending a banquet and participating in a few sparring sessions. Chen Chuxi's remarkable talent caught the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. Upon learning that Chen Changya also bore the Chun surname, and combining it with his mysterious background and powerful guardian, he was summoned by the vice principal for questioning. It turned out to be quite a significant affair. Chen Chuxi's name quickly spread among the higher-ups of Shanglan Academy, as he was the direct heir of the Chen clan and the youngest son of the clan leader Chen Feng. This news also reached Chen Jiangjiang, who had previously crossed paths with him at the academy and helped him resolve several troubles. Now the troubles lurking in the shadows suddenly vanished. The Chun clan's mercantile association in Zhu City was also being pursued by various forces. In no time, their revenue skyrocketed. Clearly, this was the powerful endorsement brought by fame and behind the scenes influence. This change made the major forces in Tianwan Dao state uneasy. They feared that the Chun clan, which occupied the fire domain, would expand again. In their eyes, the Chun clan was a family inclined towards reckless expansion and had a penchant for procreation. However, after waiting for half a year, the Chun clan in Tianwan Dao state had shown no reaction. The entire fire domain was shrouded in a layer of prohibitions enveloped in mist. Outsiders could not probe into what was happening inside. Even the major Dao forces in Tianwan Dao state saw the changes in the fire domain and shrouded the entire area, turning it into a forbidden zone. They had some speculation believing that the Chun clan must have discovered something significant, possibly related to the lost Kunlun. However, with such strong backing, no force dared to provoke the Chun clan. Thus time passed rapidly, and the renowned Chun clan entered a period of superspeed development. Their strength surged at an astonishing rate. Finally, at the end of the 98th year of the Xianshang calendar, the Chun clan's population exceeded 10 million and continued to grow rapidly. Congratulations to the host. The population of Descendants has surpassed 10 million, becoming a grand clan, with 8974562 possessing spiritual roots. Rewards include pure cultivation of 5,000 years, 1 unit of Xian Dao intent, and 100 years of Xian Dao cultivation. Chen Feng stood atop the peak of the ascending immortals, wanting to break through, but hesitating. The time to meet with Qin Shuho and the others for the Kunlun opening had not yet arrived, and he was currently positioned in the outer realm. Breaking through now would likely attract a thunder tribulation, opening a pathway to the immortal domain. With his strength, Chen Feng was confident that even if an immortal blocked his way, he could ascend the immortal ladder and enter the immortal domain. However, Chen Feng did not intend to do so. As the stabilizing anchor of his family, he could not leave too early. He could only maintain his cultivation at the peak of the great ascension, frantically compressing and honing his physique, root, bones, and method. At the same time, Chen Feng ordered preparations for the population explosion of the Chun clan, releasing the second generation of names. Following the Chang generation, the phrases were added: reincarnation is eternal, the flame of life shall continue, humanity conquers heaven. He added 14 generations. Thereafter, Chen Feng decided not to establish more names. These 14 words were both his hope for future descendants and a reflection of his own aspirations. Mo Jinshi has now reached the great ascension threshold, and Chen Feng was surprised to find that she and Hua Qingwu had become close friends who shared everything. Even Hua Qingwu, who had always been reluctant to disclose their marriage, was known to Mo Jinshi. Their relationship was so close that now, as Mo Jinshi broke through the great ascension barrier, she did not call upon Chen Feng for protection, but instead wanted Hua Qingwu to stay by her side. This displeased Chen Feng, who decided that once she broke through to the great ascension, he would keep her from wandering for 4 to 5 years, and during the next 10 years he would arrange for her to have a noisy little brat. This was Chen Feng's plan for revenge against her, simply outrageous. As the night broke, a sound of a sword's chant echoed, transforming the colors of the heavens and earth as a silvery light burst forth, illuminating the entire Lingwen Dao state. The might of the great ascension spread forth like the waves of the ocean, radiating in all directions. Epochs successfully broke through to the great ascension, adding another powerful cultivator to the Chen clan. This stimulated all the cultivators of the Chen clan, especially Xia Jiao and the other women. At this moment, Xia Jiao, Mu Lingwan, and Sheng Linmei waited quietly at the foot of the mountain, their eyes turbulent, lost in their thoughts. But it must be related to Epochs's breakthrough. Congratulations! A glimmer of joy flashed in Epochs's eyes as she sensed the changes in her cultivation and strength. Suddenly a warm sensation brushed past her ear and her body became uncontrollably out of control. She was pulled into someone's embrace, the warmth of the chest, making her instantly realize who it was. On the side, the protector Hua Qingwu wore a face full of resentment as she watched Chen Feng lift Epochs up by the waist, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. The little boat of friendship can capsize at any moment. Are we going together? Chen Feng had a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at Hua Qingwu. Learning some experience from the side, Chen Feng's intentions became increasingly obvious, his smile making Hua Qingwu uneasy, yet she felt an intense desire. Seeing her gently shake her head, with a flushed face, Chen Feng's meaning was clear to her. The two of them had almost crossed that line on a certain day. In the end, it was Chen Feng who took the initiative to give up, saying he would wait until she broke through to the true immortal realm. This only deepened her resentment. I won't pay attention to you anymore, you all can play. Hua Qingwu felt stirred again, seeing Epochs looking at her with a meaningful smile. Unable to hold back any longer, she ran outside the immortal ascension peak. Who are you waiting for? Suddenly, a warm male voice sounded in the ears of the three women, whispering together in a small pavilion at the foot of the immortal ascension peak. A gust of hurricanes swept by, blowing the three of them away together. Let's go, my three ladies. Chen Feng's mischievous laughter echoed in their ears, and the next moment they appeared in Chen Feng's courtyard. Seeing Epochs lying on the bed, they instantly understood what had happened. Without needing Chen Feng to remind them, the three exchanged glances and decided to team up with Epochs to teach Chen Feng a good lesson. A sleepless night. In the 99th year of the Immortal Saint calendar, this year marked a significant day for the Chen clan. The Heavenly King's Hall was reopened. Young masters of the Chen clan endowed with talent and strong character came from all over the world. Many descendants from various major branches also arrived at the ancestral land to participate in the trials of the Heavenly King's Hall. Millions of Chen clan disciples made Chen County lively. All the great lords returned, stationed in the Heavenly King's Hall, waiting for the birth of a new king and new lords. Chen Jiangjiang, Chen Chud, Chen Chushi, and others renowned talents of the Chen clan all returned to the clan. The day the Heavenly King's Hall opened was the 6th of June. As of now, it was only mid-May, and nearly all the disciples wishing to participate had already arrived. Fortunately, Chen County had been expanding over the years. Even the Immortal Ascension Peak had been expanded fivefold, and the vast square at the foot of the mountain was larger than that of a medium-sized city, enough to accommodate millions. In the square, Chen Feng and Hua Qingwu set up two major formations, creating countless intricate illusions to broadly filter out those with qualified character and strength. Only those capable could challenge the hall. This time the challenges were exceptionally difficult. Without exceptional talent, character, and strength of the same tier, one could not pass. This round could eliminate the vast majority of Chen clan disciples. According to Chen Feng's predictions, the number of Chen clan disciples participating in the hall challenge would definitely not exceed 10,000. Most of them were still from the first 4 generations. As one went further down, the talents gradually diminished. This was also a problem that troubled Chen Feng. He could only keep expanding the base of future generations, selecting 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or even 1 amidst millions. He did not believe there wasn't a descendant with qualified talent and character after the 4th generation. Moreover, Chen Feng also discovered that after his bloodline transformation into pure innate blood, the rest of the descendants inherited incompletely. Only a few could inherit fully, but they were limited to the 1st and 2nd generations. As one went further down, it became increasingly sparse, and by the 10th generation, nothing remained. The bloodline would only become more diluted as it went down, and compared to the 1st generation, it became fainter. Now the main elites of the clan were all descendants within the 5th generation. Time flew by quickly. Ao Xiaoxiao and Chen Chuling also rushed from the distant Xianling Dao state to participate in this grand event. At the same time, they brought good news to Chen Feng. Pregnant. When Chen Shuling and Ao Xiaoxiao came to greet Chen Feng, he immediately noticed something unusual about Ao Xiaoxiao. Daughter-in-law, how long has it been? Chen Feng's eyes were filled with affection as he thought of his future grandson, who would be born from the union with the dragon clan's royal blood, making him extremely happy. Chen Feng was naturally referring to her slightly bulging belly. To answer, father, it's been over 3 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up with joy. Good. Then after pondering for a moment, he took out a pair of semi-immortal treasure demon-subduing rings and handed them to Ao Xiaoxiao. Daughter-in-law, this is a gift for your little grandson from me. If she had been pregnant for 3 years, it indicated that this little grandson would undoubtedly possess exceptional talent. He would probably become a shining star in the Chen clan in the future. Thank you, father. Ao Xiaoxiao slightly bowed, her eyes filled with joy as she caressed her belly. My dear, you must be good and filial to your grandfather in the future, don't be naughty. Ao Xiaoxiao's tone was gentle as she softly caressed her belly. Chen Shuling carefully supported her eyes, filled with love. Alright, take good care of yourself, Xiaoxiao. Considering the situation, Xiaoxiao is about to give birth. Don't let her run around anymore. If anything happens to my grandson, I won't hesitate to make your backside sore, and you can forget about carrying the Chen surname. For his son, Chen Feng changed his tone. He reprimanded Chen Shuling to take Ao Xiaoxiao away for care, treating them differently. Alright, I'll go to mother first. Chen Shuling nodded, already accustomed to his father's preferential treatment, and took Ao Xiaoxiao to Pei Yinyan's courtyard. As the two left, Chen Feng sat in the grand hall feeling bored. Suddenly inspired, he decided to take a walk in the backyard. This day was the night of June 5th. He walked deep into the backyard to accompany his longtime wives. The first stop was to visit Lu Binger. It had been over 500 years since he married her, even though her talent was indeed lacking. However, with Chen Feng relying on countless resources to accumulate her cultivation, she was just about to break through to the early stage of nascent soul, with little hope for further advancement. This left Chen Feng quite troubled. He had always treated his early companions, his wives and concubines, with special care. However, as his cultivation improved, the time he spent with them dwindled. Moreover, he could only accompany them. Chen Feng was afraid that if he were to lose control of his strength even slightly, they would not be able to withstand it, making him a sinner. After spending half an hour with Lu Binger recounting what he had been doing these days, Chen Feng bid her farewell, promising to visit more often in the future. Now he no longer needed to cultivate, he only needed to polish his skills occasionally. Thus, for at least the next 10 years, he would stay in the harem and among his clan. Afterward, he visited the summer residence of the two sisters from the Xia family. The sisters had impressive talents and were now nearing the edge of returning to the void. He engaged in deep conversation with them before going to accompany another. It was deep into the night. Just as Chen Feng was in Yin Xinger's residence, he heard a commotion not far away from Pei Yinin's residence. Chen Feng rushed over, but was stopped at the door by Chen Shuling. Rebellious son, what happened? Facing Chen Shuling's obstruction, Chen Feng frowned slightly, about to push her aside. Chen Shuling hurriedly said, Father, it's not that I'm stopping you, but my wife is about to give birth, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to enter. Ah, I see. Chen Feng felt a bit awkward, but upon hearing that his little grandson was about to be born, he was still somewhat excited. Coincidentally, today was the 6th day of June, the day the Heavenly King's palace opened. Little grandson certainly knows how to pick a time to be born, Chen Feng chuckled happily. Time passed little by little, until the darkest moment before dawn, a clear and crisp cry of a newborn was heard, slightly resembling a dragon's roar. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Chen Shuling and Ao Xiaoxiao welcomed their child. Chen Feng also hurriedly went over, watching Chen Shuling cradling Ao Xiaoxiao, teasing his little grandson. Without a word, Chen Feng went over and embraced the little one. As soon as he held him, he felt something was slight. His own genes were quite powerful. The little one had no horns on his forehead, but his pair of eyes, golden and heavy-lidded, were extraordinarily mystical. Moreover, there was a red diamond-shaped mark on his forehead containing countless runes. The bloodline within resonated with his own. Yeah. The little one made a sound, his chubby little hand grabbing at Chen Feng, babbling away. Chen Feng allowed the little one to grasp at him. However, he faintly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, the little one shot forth a small flame from his fingertips, red in color, burning against Chen Feng's skin, causing a sharp sting. Primordial spirit fire. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised observing the flames in the little one's hand, noticing that he was unbothered playing with the little flame. Chen Feng frowned slightly, feeling that his own karma was being burnt away. Karmic fire. He was astonished that his little grandson's accompanying spirit fire was so powerful. In the future, when he fully grew up, the power of the karmic fire would only become more terrifying. Grandson, do you have any other abilities? Let Grandpa see. Chen Feng smiled, gently placing the little one's hand gently in his palm. The little one seemed to understand Chen Feng's words, and two more flames danced on his fingertips, causing Chen Feng's brow to twitch. One flame carried boundless vitality while the other possessed endless destructive power. Against the heavens. After a long moment, Chen Feng finally uttered these two words. Have you thought of a name for my little grandson? Chen Feng initially wanted to name the little one himself, but now his parents might have better ideas. Ao Xiao Xiao and Chen Chuling were also amazed by the little one's power and the flames accompanying him. This brought them joy, their eyes filled with affection. What parent wouldn't want their child to be excellent? Ao Xiao Xiao looked at the new life birth from her union, with Chen Chuling feeling an overwhelming affection. Grandpa, let's name him Mu Yan. Having three flames accompany his birth indicates that this child has an affinity with fire. Chen Chuling nodded slightly upon hearing this. He also found the name quite pleasant to the ear. Since it was proposed by his wife, he expressed his full approval of her suggestion. Chen Feng, who had been dignified yet had a warm smile, suddenly stiffened, taking a deep breath and continuously thinking, Karma, it's truly a great karma. However, at that moment this name was indeed the most suitable and fitting. Chen Feng agreed to it, placing Chen Mu Yan beside Chen Chuling and his wife. My good grandson Xiao Yan must listen to your parents. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, deciding to gift this child something. Originally, he wanted his grandson to become the little Neza of the Chen clan. However, he discovered that his little grandson didn't seem particularly suited for that path. After much contemplation, he decided to pass on the great treasure he received from Chen Ruoxi. This is a celestial treasure obtained by Ruoxi during her trials outside. From now on it will be entrusted to Xiao Yan. Chen Feng tossed down a massive bladeless heavy sword, and left Chen Chuling's side using the secrets of void stepping, leaving the space for this happy family of three. He was gradually evolving into the kind of grandfather who bestows treasures. At this moment dawn arrived, and the first rays of sunlight shone upon the earth. The bell of Chenzhong rang 9 times, declaring the official opening of the Heavenly King's palace, allowing the descendants of the Chen clan to venture into the palace. The Immortal Ascension Square was crowded with people, and countless descendants of the Chen clan fell into illusions, collapsing in large numbers. Many others, after waking from their stupor, walked towards the Heavenly King's palace halfway up the mountain. However, this was only a small number. Chen Chuxi arrived late, striding confidently into the square. He paused for just a moment, but was hardly affected, strolling leisurely past one after another of the clan members lying unconscious on the ground heading up the mountain. This made Chen Feng, who was paying attention to the assessment of the Heavenly King's palace, doubt whether his formation had malfunctioned. However, this was a setup he had arranged together with Hua Qingwu. Hua Qingwu's current strength had already reached the immortal path, nearing the level of a profound immortal. This made Chen Feng sigh in admiration at the immense talent and capability of Chen Chuxi. Currently, he was recognized as the best among the spirit transformation practitioners in the entire Shenglan Dao province. At just over 30, he had successfully transformed since birth. The 9 trials of the Heavenly King Hall: refining the heart, refining the mind, refining the body, refining the soul, refining willpower, refining courage, refining good and evil, refining the self, refining the Tao. Only those who can pass all 9 trials are truly top tier in talent and comprehension. Moreover, those who can break through the 9 gates are generally favored by destiny. Their fortune is not to be underestimated. Take Qin Shu, for example. Although he practices martial arts, his luck is still extraordinary. Even in the nascent soul stage, he was appreciated by ancient powers who bestowed opportunities and secret techniques upon him, along with an entire protective race. Chen Ruoxi, Chen Chufan, and Chen Chihao are all impressive, as are many members of the Chen clan who are undoubtedly outstanding in the public eye. It can be said that the entire family is deeply blessed. After entering the Heavenly King Hall, Chen Chuxi broke through 7 gates in an instant. What extraordinary talent and character! Having broken through 7 gates, he was briefly held back by the self-reflection gate, where his aura surged, and he suddenly gained enlightenment. He directly stepped into the next gate. As a result, just as he entered the next gate, the 9 trials had already concluded. Long before, he had already found his own Tao and comprehended it. Thus, this final gate was nothing but a formality. Likewise, he also broke the record for the fastest breakthrough since the establishment of the Heavenly King Hall. The time taken was merely 7 breaths. Among them, 4 breaths were wasted observing the environment of the Heavenly King Hall and walking. This left Chen Feng a bit dazed, astonished by his child's innate talent. Logically, such a level of genius would have some pride. However, Chen Chuxi is an exception, being genuinely humble, though any apparent pride is merely a facade. Even the spirit of the heavenly king hall felt some helplessness. Chen Feng only felt a pang of toothache. The heavenly king hall was now granting Chen Chushi a title. A disciple of the Chen clan, Chen Chushi, has successfully broken through the 9 gates of the heavenly king hall. A new king is born. Crown title Dao. Dao? Might be a bit exaggerated. Seeing the word Dao merge into the heavenly king hall, a new throne was born. Outside the heavenly king hall, countless people were in shock. The first king has been born, and it has only been half a quarter of an hour since the opening of the heavenly king hall. This terrified them. The Dao King is truly formidable. Congratulations to the Dao King. Congratulations to the Chen clan. Once the name of the Dao King spread, the entire Chen county erupted in celebration, with the Chen Academy, the children of the Chen clan, and the citizens all sincerely congratulating. Voices echoed across the sky celebrating the birth of the new king. Emojins, with Chen Feng's permission, also participated in this selection of the king. Since entering the Chen clan, she had been inexplicably focused on Xia Jiao. Before she joined the Chen clan, Xia Jiao and Sheng Linmei held absolute power. Because of their formidable strength. Father, how is it? Aren't I impressive, breaking the record for crowning a king? In the heavenly king hall, Chen Chushi found Chen Feng, who was watching the entire assessment process through the heavenly king mirror. Excellent. Your talent is truly astonishing to your father. As for his own child, Chen Feng was certainly generous with praise. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Oh, Chen Chux's performance was simply outstanding. Heaven's gift of a good child. How is your sword training going? Chen Feng asked as Chen Chushi had chosen to practice the sword from the start, demonstrating exceptional talent. Unmatched among peers. Chen Chushi smiled confidently, straightening his back. Strike me with your sword. Chen Feng felt a desire to test him. At the same time, he could point out the boy's shortcomings. Hearing this, Chen Chushi did not hesitate. If his strike could kill his own father, he wouldn't believe it himself. With a swift motion, he slashed with his sword. The sword intent was ethereal, the sword light like a shadow, as if he had struck from the void, his movements fluid and graceful. Chen Feng nodded slightly yet. Chen Chux's sword was that of a genius, lacking a touch of simplicity and the essence of the Tao. Chen Feng nodded slightly yet. Chen Chux's sword was that of a genius, lacking a touch of simplicity and the essence. Chen Chushi answered calmly. This had always been his answer, and he continued to pursue this goal. Have you achieved it? When will you be able to? Chen Feng thought about how to guide him. His sword lacked worldly. Sometimes being too perfect is in fact the most imperfect. This. Chen Chushi was stumped by the question. He wanted to answer Chen Feng, but was unsure when he could reach that realm. Caught in a dilemma. From the very beginning, your path of cultivation has been smooth sailing, lacking the tempering and the most fundamental pure understanding of the sword. Moreover, your sword lacks the intertwining of life and death, the mundane and the divine. Chen Feng said lightly, mixing in a hint of demonic intent. Chen Chushi indeed fell into the trap, and quickly asked, Father, what should I do? What should you do? Chen Feng smiled like an old fox about to succeed. Chen Chushi keenly sensed this. He kept silent. He knew his father wanted to challenge him. Everything had been too smooth for him, which was not what he desired. Chen Chushi decided to go along with Chen Feng's intentions to fill in the gaps he had. Chushi, close your... Chen Feng's voice began to drift, and Chen Chushi obediently closed his eyes, even sealing his divine sense. The next moment he felt the world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange world. Here the ground was covered in yellow sand. More terrifyingly, his cultivation had become an illusion. As if he were an unarmed mortal. He felt a bit dazed, unsure whether this was reality or an illusion. His instinctual desire for survival and exploration drove him to move forward. He needed to escape this deadly place. In this world, he felt no trace of spiritual power. Unable to use extraordinary means, his body quickly faltered under the scorching sun, growing increasingly fatigued. In the desert under the blazing sun, after walking for half a day, he finally succumbed to severe dehydration and collapsed in the sand. Just before closing his eyes, he vaguely saw a strange face. And there were references to Han people, Liao people. Ding, the successful exchange of the chain of real illusions has occurred, deducting heritage points 100. The deduction of 100 heritage points made Chen Feng feel a bit of pain. For someone like him, who had no income, it was akin to crazily draining his last remaining resources. With the population rewards temporarily unavailable, he now had only 200 heritage points, which could be described as utterly destitute. Chushi, I hope you can gain some insight. Indeed, Chen Feng sent Chen Chushi into the world of martial arts, following that there would be realms of immortals and sword paths waiting for him. Time passed quietly. More than 2 hours had gone by. Chen Shud, Chen Muli, Chen Jiangjiang, and Chen Muya had all stepped into the Hall of Kings. Chen Shud and Chen Muli were stuck at the evil and good checkpoint for a whole half hour. Chen Muya was trapped at the self-checkpoint, while Chen Jiangjiang reached the final step. Each of them achieved their own successes. Based on Chen Jiangjiang's contributions, even if she did not pass the final trial of alchemy, she could still be crowned based on her merits. As for Chen Muya, Chen Feng felt a bit worried. This lad had good talent and abilities, but he had yet to truly comprehend his own path. It was estimated that he could only unlock the title of Sea King through merit. As for the two troublemakers, Chen Feng hoped they would not be titled thief in the future, which would already be quite good. Finally, the two of them passed the evil and good checkpoint and continued downward. Eventually, Chen Jiangjiang was the first to break through and successfully comprehend the Tao. Chen Clan Chen Jiangjiang has successfully passed the 9 trials. A new king is born. Title Linglong. The birth of the Linglong king caused Chen County to erupt in excitement again. The birth of another king was a momentous event for the Chen clan. The kings of the Chen clan represented the strongest talents of the clan and were its leading figures providing protection. By noon, around 100 people had gathered in the Hall of Kings. Among them were more than 20 Chen clan members who had not passed the first 7 trials and were regretfully sent out. Meanwhile, epochs had reached the final trial. The air was filled with sword intent. Had it not been for the suppression of the Hall of Kings, the Chen clan members attempting the trials would have been affected. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword echoed as epochs successfully became a king. The title was Sword. Following that, Chen Muya broke through the alchemy trial, and his entire demeanor transformed as he easily broke through 2 small realms, reaching the late stage of returning to void. He retained the title he had waited for 100 years, Sea King. Chen Muya sat steadily on the throne belonging to the Sea King. Soon Chen Shud and Chen Muli surprised Chen Feng by easily breaking through the alchemy trial after being stuck at the self-checkpoint for 3 hours. Chen Shud was titled King of Endless Tribulations. Chen Muli was titled King of Reincarnation. This title was something Chen Feng had not anticipated. The Hall of Kings held a high regard for Chen Muli. Upon their appearance, they brought forth 6 crowned kings, shaking the entire Chen county. Later on, the number of cultivators able to enter the Hall of Kings decreased. This left Chen Feng slightly disappointed. Only 3 individuals were able to reach the 7th trial, the trial of refining evil and good. One was a minor descendant of Chen Shuyuan from the Immortal generation. Her name was Chen Xianying. The other 2 were from the Star generation, Chen Xingxuan and Chen Xingmiao. However, these 2 youngsters from the Star generation failed the evil and good trial and were successfully eliminated, which disappointed Chen Feng. Nevertheless, Chen Xianying, the little one who needed to call him ancestor, successfully broke through the evil and good trial and even grasped herself. However, she was ultimately stopped at the alchemy trial. She was titled Yaoguang Marquis. After her, no one else could break through the evil and good trial and successfully become a marquis. This time, although many were crowned kings, compared to the first time, the number of kings and marquis was greatly reduced, while the population continued to increase infinitely. At dusk, Chen Feng announced that the Hall of Kings was about to close and simultaneously began to confer merit titles. Chen Shuren, diligent and earnest, has assisted the clan in handling various affairs since its establishment, making decisions about the clan's development, ensuring fairness and justice, and has made an indelible contribution to building a better home. Special merit title King of Benevolence. This was Chen Feng making an exception to confer kingship. The originally defined merit limit was the marquis rank. But for his beloved son, who had labored tirelessly for hundreds of years, even after retiring to the second line, to let him enjoy his old age, he still could not let go of clan affairs, and after only a few months of rest, he returned to assist and handle matters. It could be said that every plan of the Chen clan, the establishment of each city, the implementation of plans and inspections, were all personally managed by him. Due to years of hard work for clan affairs, he had become excessively worn out and consumed too much. Even if Chen Feng provided countless Tianqing fruits, and even Yulong fruits for his recovery, as well as many immortal materials, he was still only at the peak of the nascent soul. With so many resources and the accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he should have long since broken through to the God transformation stage, and his lifespan should also be close to 10,000 years. However, Chen Shuren still looked like an old man, and was becoming increasingly haggard, especially after the rapid increase in the Chen clan's population and significant decisions from the other 2 major states. This had him shuttling back and forth between the 3 regions, and with the intertwining of his mental and physical strain, no amount of lifespan would be enough to sustain him. He had already aged significantly. If he told others that Chen Feng was his father, no one would believe it. The difference was simply too great. This contribution was beyond measure. No one dared to oppose Chen Shuren's crowning, and everyone was sincerely convinced. Congratulations, King of Benevolence. Cheers for the King of Benevolence. May his lifespan be as long as the heavens. Countless members of the Chen clan bowed, and even the various kings and marquises slightly bowed to express their respect for Chen Shuren. Aside from Chen Feng, the only one with a higher generation was Chen Shuren. Thank you, everyone. Please rise. Chen Shuren felt overwhelmed with emotions, his eyes slightly red. This was the acknowledgement of his contributions by the clan members. His life's wish was to see the Chen clan become better and stronger. Chen Shuren stepped back behind Chen Feng, who sighed softly upon seeing his condition. With his current abilities, if Chen Shuren could not break through to the god transformation stage, even if he became an immortal, he would barely be able to extend Chen Shuren's life by 1,000 years. He was not only physically exhausted, but also suffered from a severely weakened soul. If he could properly recuperate and strive to break through to the god transformation stage, allowing his soul to be reborn, then he could continue to extend his life. Moreover, Chen Feng had given him the undying technique and the eternal life technique entirely. However, the results only slightly improved his condition. For a long time, Chen Shuren had been a source of concern for him. Father, here is the list. Chen Shuren, unable to sit idle, took out the merit list from his bosom and handed it to Chen Feng. This was a list he had spent a year compiling and perfecting. Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless as he took the list from his hands. What came into view were the three characters, Chen Wuzai. Chen Wuzai was also a tough character. In terms of effort and toil, he was almost on par with Chen Shuren. The only difference was that he only managed the merchant association, which consumed much less mental energy. However, the contributions he made were also quite terrifying. It could be said that now more than half of the Chen clan was supported by Chen Wuzai. Chen Feng pondered for a long time. He wanted to make an exception for Chen Wuzai and grant him the title of king. In terms of both sentiment and reason, there was no issue in doing so. At this moment, Chen Shuren seemed to have noticed Chen Feng's worries. He approached and whispered, "Father, you are everything to our Chen clan. The rules are negotiable." Clearly, Chen Shuren also supported Chen Feng's idea. Having thought this through, he no longer hesitated about the rules he had set. Having made an exception for Chen Shuren, once what harm would it do to make another exception for his old friend? Chen Wuzai is a senior figure of our Chen clan, having dedicated his life to the clan, expanding the Chen Merchants Association throughout the continent. His contributions are innumerable. Therefore, I declare him king. Title: Merchant. We bow before the Merchant King. The audience below bowed in unison. Chen Wuzai was momentarily stunned, then became overwhelmed with excitement, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. He had not expected that Chen Feng still remembered him and had made an exception to grant him kingship. This moved him greatly, his heart swelling with emotion. In his view, his contributions were not even a third of what Chen Shuren had done. This deeply touched him. Chen Zhangjiang felt the same way. Among the ranks of nobles, she silently thought, "Thank you, Grandpa." Soon after, the next noble began to receive titles. Chen Shunan was promoted to king for his contributions, titled the King of Determination. Following that, several other first-generation nobles were honored. Thus concluded the noble titles. The Temple of the King is now closed. The conferral of titles has ended. Chen Feng's resonant voice echoed across the entire Qin County as countless people bowed, exclaiming, "For the ancestors' glory! For the Chen clan's glory! For all the nobles' glory!" As the doors of the Temple of the King closed, Chen Feng also left the scene, while Chen Shuren presided over the proceedings with the new kings starting their speeches. The selection of nobles came to an end. In the 99th year of the Heavenly Saint era, the grandest event of the Chen clan concluded. The 100th year of the Heavenly Saint era. The sword weapons trembled lightly throughout Qin County, and even the entire Lingwen Dao prefecture. The sentient sword weapons emitted a faint ringing, as if resonating with something. Mo Jinshi also noticed this change. Her long sword showed no signs of alteration, but her expression grew serious, as she sensed an unparalleled pressure of swordsmanship calling out to her. It was as if the Emperor of Swordsmanship had descended, causing countless spiritual swords to resonate. Who has taken that step in the realm of swordsmanship? Mo Jinshi's expression darkened as curiosity filled her heart. In her deductions, she believed that after fully comprehending the sword intent, there was still a supreme realm, one that could slash through immortals with a sword in dire circumstances. This brought her to the domain of divine swordsmanship. Her gaze flickered towards the Temple of the King, a hint of hesitation crossing her mind, even a touch of excitement. She understood that Chen Feng had sealed himself and his child Chen Chushi within the Temple of the King. Chen Feng's reasoning was to refine Chushi, allowing him to comprehend the way of the sword. Initially, she found it hard to believe, but now as she reflected, she felt a semblance of clarity. Perhaps it was just as her husband had said. If this divine sword intent were to manifest, it was most likely her child. Chushi. Her expression froze as she saw Chen Chushi soaring straight into the sky from the Temple of the King. In an instant, countless sword-like spiritual artifacts seemed to be summoned, gathering around Chen Chushi. The entire Lingwen Dao prefecture trembled in response. Millions of spiritual swords resembling a realm of swords bowed at a 35-degree angle towards Chen Chushi in an incredibly bizarre manner. They bowed as if to the god of swordsmanship, the king of swordsmanship. The piercing sound of swords echoed throughout the skies above Lingwen Dao prefecture, startling countless cultivators as they rushed towards Chen County. Many sword cultivators ran, while cursing, chasing after the direction where their swords had vanished. This was a large-scale case of disappearing sword blades. Clang! A piercing sound of sword ringing erupted, a flash of sword light illuminating a sword cleaved through the heavens, even seemingly cutting the moonlight in half. I am the sword god. In the realm of the sword there is no Chen Chushi, it is an eternal night. A voice incredibly arrogant in the ears of all sword cultivators echoed. Countless sword cultivators responded. Are you polite? Boom. With a loud bang, Chen Chushi began to break through. A towering shadow of the void returned, illuminating the space between heaven and earth, akin to a divine presence. As the shadow of the void bore a long sword resembling a divine being, suddenly a sound like an explosion resonated. The illusion shattered. The divine shadow also exploded. Chushi. Jinshi was alarmed, frantically trying to rush into the sky to stop Chen Chushi. In her view, Chen Chushi had gone astray. He was about to self-detonate, his void return and divine presence, ensuring he would never achieve unity. Stuck for life in the void return realm. The son, regarded as the pride of the entire family, caused Jinshi to panic. She immediately wanted to rush up and reconstruct the shattered void return and divine presence, embedding it within her son. Just quietly watch him. This is his path. As parents, we must not interfere. Chen Feng gently held Jinshi, speaking softly. At the same time, a hint of confusion crossed his eyes. What is this kid doing? Chen Feng felt somewhat puzzled. What new method of breaking through the void was this? However, to his astonishment, Chen Chushi had only been confined for a little over half a year, and had already reached the peak of the divine transformation stage, ready to break through the void. This made him feel immensely fearful. To break through using such an aggressive method, it was akin to the time he discussed the Tao with Chu Tianan. That guy was also ruthless, directly detonating his own soul, breaking and then reconstructing. With these precedents, Chen Feng felt little concern. Chen Chux's talent and abilities were remarkable. How he broke through did not surprise him. Even if he had to slice off pieces of his flesh to follow the path of the soldier's dissolution, he would support him. Chen Chux's breakthrough continued as Chen Feng eliminated a wave of cultivators attempting to play tricks, watching quietly as Chen Chushi performed. He saw Chushi reconstructing his original self, his illusory self, and his divine self, likening himself to a sword, forging the three aspects into sword handle, sword body, and sword blade. Then he fused them together, taking a wildly adventurous path. Yet it was also terrifically fearsome. The three became one, and he had not yet reached the unity realm, but was already doing it. The monstrous level of Chen Chushi refreshed Chen Feng's perspective once more. Clang! I am but a single sword. The sound of a soft murmur followed by a piercing sword ring. The realm of swords dissipated, and Chen Chux's sword also vanished without a trace. This plunged the scene into an eerie atmosphere. Where's my sword? Where's my sword? My sword! The scene was filled with sword cultivators who had come to search for their swords, stunned and jumping in rage. Sierra gathered all the swords, merging them with his sword kingdom. As the ones with the highest cultivation in Chun County, Jins observed Chen Chux's actions with clarity. Sister Jin's, your son is truly terrifying. His means are beyond even my knowledge. Hua Qingwu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she squeezed between Chen Feng and Jins, praising Chen Chushi. Chen Feng was also astonished by his good son's display. He pondered in his heart. Chen Chushi walked a unique path of the sword, a path of unparalleled supremacy. Will this kid even end up fighting his own father in the future? Chen Feng joked, noting that Chen Chux's chosen path was akin to confronting all sword cultivators in the world. If that's the case, wouldn't Sierra even fight his own mother? Jins shot Chen Feng a glare and began chattering with Hua Qingwu about Chen Chux's swordsmanship. Chen Feng felt a bit helpless, feeling a surge of anger at the sight of the two shoulder to shoulder. Hua Qingwu. Don't be so carefree, you are a fairy and should behave like one. I do as I please. Smack. A crisp sound rang out, abruptly silencing Hua Qingwu and causing her charming face to flush red. It really is quite elastic, even more so than Jin's. Chen Feng indulged in the sensation that lingered on his palm, lost in ecstasy, even offering a commentary. Chen Feng, you've bullied Sister Qingwu again. And you dare say my backside isn't bouncy enough. Jin was furious, turning to grab Chen Feng's mischievous hand. Her eyes were filled with fury. At this moment, Chen Feng had successfully diverted the attention of both women onto himself. Seeing Jin draw her sword to strike, Hua Qingwu stepped in front of Chen Feng. The friendship between the two sisters was on the verge of capsizing, about to sink into the ocean called Chen Feng. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. After the bond between Chen Feng and Jin rapidly deepened, Chen Feng gradually discovered that beneath Jin's innocent and pure exterior lay a fiery heart. This made the renowned commentator Chen Feng remark that she truly deserved to be called a sword immortal. Even an immortal would be struck down by her sword. Hua Qingwu also gradually uncovered Jin's hidden personality through their interactions. Over the long days of playful bickering among the three, Hua Qingwu began to adapt. There was even one time when she almost witnessed the origins of humanity. This allowed her heart and character to gradually open up, becoming able to engage in playful antics, adding a touch of fun to the tedious cultivation and the long years. However, there were times when Jin's push too far would really strike, despite normally being as gentle as a soft kitten. As they playfully tussled, Hua Qingwu sensed something was off. The two had embraced once more. After spending so many days together, she couldn't help but know what they were up to. Feeling her cheeks flush, she turned to flee. Don't go. Chen Feng caught her and pulled her into his embrace. Come on, I'll take you to have some fun. Hua Qingwu felt a bit shy. She was well aware of what kind of fun Chen Feng had in mind. Yet she couldn't bring herself to do it, which troubled her greatly. This time she did not continue to refuse. She thought to herself that she must learn well, it would be useful in the future. Gradually, Hua Qingwu began to sense something was amiss. Chen Feng didn't lead them into a room. Instead, he took them toward the vast grasslands where fields of flowers bloomed. Over there was even a small mortal town. I will let you experience mortal life. To transform the divine, one must first understand the mundane to feel the bitterness, happiness, anger, and sorrow of mortals, which is very helpful for cultivation. This small mortal town, named Taohua Town, welcomed three outsiders. The three disguised themselves, especially Hua Qingwu, whom Chen Feng had gone to great lengths to conceal her beauty. Thus the three settled into the mortal town. Father, I have broken through to the void return stage. In the Chen clan, Chen Chushi eagerly sought out Chen Feng to showcase his achievements. However, he discovered that after running all over the Chen clan, he couldn't find Chen Feng. He couldn't even find his mother. This left him feeling extremely frustrated. Xia Jianyang, have you seen where mother and father went? Eventually, Chen Chushi found Xia Jia by the lake having tea and pastries with a few sisters. Upon hearing Chen Chux's words, Xia Jia didn't think too much and replied, your father and mother should be in some secret place. It's normal for you not to find them. They'll be out in a while. Alright then. Chen Chushi could only return, waiting for another 6 months, yet he still hadn't seen his. Meanwhile, a mentor from the Sacred Mist Academy came to Ling Wendazu to find him, informing him that the Centennial Genius Tournament co-host, with Xianling Daozhou and Wang Wei Daozhou, was about to begin. As the foremost person under 100 years old, Chen Chushi was naturally the mainstay and ace of the Sacred Mist Academy. They searched the world for him and finally found him in Chen County. Faced with this grand tournament, he had no choice but to attend, for it was he who proposed its establishment. He aimed to challenge the top geniuses of every dojo, and the tournament would conveniently gather the scattered geniuses. This way many matters would be simplified. After leaving a letter, Chen Chushi departed. In the year 103 of the heavenly saint calendar, it had been over 2.5 years since Chen Feng disappeared. Having not found her father, she didn't even locate Hua Qingwu. Thus she concluded that her father had abducted her master. This news spread among the noble lords. None felt anything but panic and worry at Chen Feng's sudden departure. In their hearts they believed that there were very few places in this continent where her father with his strength could encounter danger. Meanwhile, Chen Chuho and Chen Chufan were guarding in Huoqing. Who would have thought that within 50 years all the places that needed conquering would nearly be completed? Chen Chuxiao also broke through to the combined body stage. Who would have thought that within 50 years all the places that needed conquering would nearly be completed? Chen Chuxiao also broke through to the combined body stage in the Thunder Domain, rapidly approaching the Great City realm. Who would have thought that within 50 years all the places that needed conquering would nearly be completed? Qin Shuxiao also broke through to the combined body stage in the Thunder Domain, rapidly approaching the great city realm to search for the traces left by the once flourishing Wood clan. At this time in the Evil Lord Palace, Lord True Master, we only need 50 more years, and we will completely break the restrictions. By then you can lead us, your followers, to unify the Xianling. We will turn all humans into blood food, creating a realm of ultimate bliss. The members of the heavenly demons spoke fervently, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glow. The sealing array of Xieju Palace had been worn away almost to its core, to the point that the Chengtir Tianma followers could venture beyond it. This filled the evil lord with feverish excitement. How goes the investigation into the Qin clan? The evil lord remained fixated on the Qin clan, which had repeatedly spoiled his schemes. He longed to rend them limb from limb, but had no opportunity. Speak without reserve. Seeing the Tianma contingent hesitate, the evil lord waved them off, assuring them there was nothing to fear. Just speak plainly. The man at their head fell silent for a moment and produced a map of the great powers across the Xianling continent. The Qin clan was marked as one of the premier forces possessing the combat strength of scattered immortals. They had even intermarried with the Long clan, making them an unquestionably top-tier power across the continent. The revelation left the evil lord both silent and bewildered. He suspected he had been deceived. When he first learned of the Qin clan centuries ago, he had been but a Fengsa-level force. How had they suddenly become one of the continent's apex powers? He frowned, his eyes reddening as he looked to the Tianma. My lord, there is no mistake. Lao Ba and I went to investigate Xianling Daozhou, and the information we obtained is beyond doubt. Seeing his capable subordinate so certain, the evil lord fell silent. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. Is Nanli dead? His hatred for that old enemy who had united the scattered immortals to seal Xieju Palace ran deep. Dead. Nanming, the scattered immortal, is dead as well. The Tianma recounted one by one all the intelligence they had gleaned on their expedition. The deaths of two top scattered immortals made the evil lord let out a relieved breath. Now, with his own strength, once the seal was broken, he would be able to dominate the entire continent. Damn you, Leiyu. If not for you, would I have been trapped in this lower realm for so long? A memory rose in his mind of a true immortal who had opposed him tens of thousands of years ago, wounding his immortal body and allowing the natives of the Xianling continent to suppress him. To him, it was an unparalleled humiliation. My lord, once the seal is lifted, we will journey to the depths of the Wujin Sea and bring you Leiyu's corpse. The Tianmo's intent was sincere. They sought to retrieve their master's old foe's corpse to ease his hatred. Unexpectedly, the evil lord waved his hand and sent the speaker flying. I, the evil lord, have not sunk to such a state. Once I fold the Xianling continent into my blood kingdom, I will strike into the Xian realm and destroy his Lei Ling Xian kingdom. The evil lord snorted coldly. The murderous intent coiled within him could scarcely be restrained. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, at last he saw a chance to break free. Beneath his throne lay heaps of unnumbered corpses. Every day his followers swept across the continent to seize blood sustenance and restore his strength. Especially after the day, Chung devotees of the Tianma were able to go forth, his power recovered with accelerating speed. Across the Xianling continent, there were numerous massacres in which entire cities were drenched in blood. Countless cultivators were roused to investigate, but they found nothing. Some of the factions that took part were themselves blood-washed overnight, leaving not a single corpse to be found. The terror spread. Yet the Xianling continent was vast, and the Daozhou the evil lord's faction chose to prey upon were exceedingly remote. News failed to reach the more prominent Daozhou to alert the great powers. This allowed the evil lord's followers to act with ever greater impunity. They even annihilated a Decheng power, slaughtering half a day's populace and siphoning boundless life breath. Their deeds were monstrous and outrageous. The sudden disappearance of a Decheng power aroused the suspicion of its allied forces, who went to investigate and found nothing. The entire Daozhou was ravaged, nearly half the populace was slaughtered. Fury erupted across many powers, and Xianling Daozhou dispatched 2 scattered immortals. Finally, after verifying the motives and methods behind the atrocities, these long-lived scattered immortals began to recall a long-buried matter. Over 100,000 years ago, a terrifying demon lord had appeared on the Xianling continent. Called the Evil Lord, he had come from the Xian realm and carried out widespread slaughter. This provoked upper realm immortals to descend at enormous cost. That war clouded sky and earth and exhausted the remaining immortals of the Xianling continent. Even the immortals who had come down from above were annihilated in that battle, and the Evil Lord himself was nearly slain. In the end, the continent's leading scattered immortals, seeing they could not destroy him. Under the guidance of the true spirit of a fallen upper realm immortal, they sealed him, awaiting the rise of future champions on the continent to finish him. The scattered immortals who had survived those ages recalled the matter in horror. However, at the moment of the sealing, the evil lord had fought desperately and vanished without trace. They had no lead, no place from which to begin a pursuit. Time reached Xianxing year 110. The Tianma had grown, and by plundering countless lives to augment their strength, the strongest among them had already attained scattered immortal power. Of the Xianling continents, 150 Daozhou, 10 Daozhou had vanished. Panic ensued. Xianling Daozhou took the lead, and united with Shanglan Daozhou and Yuan Daozhou, the three Daozhou formed a coalition. They established the Xianling Immortal Assembly and invited the great and minor powers of the three Daozhou, the Long clan, the Qilin lineage, and the Longgui lineage. These ancient powers all joined. Even the Chen clan was on the invitation list, becoming one of the members. Cultivators from the various powers of the three Daozhou mobilized to garrison and investigate. At last, in Xianling year 113, Xinghua Daozhou was struck. 7 great Daicheng powers were exterminated, and the deputy headmaster of Shanglan Academy, who guarded Xinghua Daozhou, fell in battle. The Tianma, along with the cultivators of the evil lord's faction, slaughtered the Daoist top forces to extinction. The Xianling assembly flew into rage and scoured the land for the evil lord's followers. Outside Xinghua Daozhou on a sea isle, they encountered a long-laid Tianma ambush, meant to slaughter members of the Xianling assembly. Unexpectedly, among the investigators were 5 scattered immortals. A clash of scattered immortals broke out among the Tianma, for had already become scattered immortals. Yet in strength and foundation, they still fell short of those who had achieved scattered immortal status by normally breaking through and accomplishing tribulation transcendence. The dean of Shanglan Academy struck with overwhelming force and slew a Tianma scattered immortal, avenging the deputy headmaster's fall. In that battle, more than 7 Daicheng cultivators were killed. The Tianma were forced into hiding. Nevertheless, the power the Tianma displayed had already greatly shaken the entire Xianling continent. At the outset of their rise, there had been but 1 scattered immortal. After plundering 10 Daozhou, they had somehow produced 4 scattered immortal cultivators. This caused many elder scattered immortals to grow fearful, recalling the terror of being dominated by the evil lord's line over 100,000 years ago. Simultaneously, the Immortal Spirit Assembly summoned the powerful figures from various factions to discuss the arrangements concerning the evil lord's lineage. In the 115th year of the Immortal Sage, within Qin County, unlike the various factions across the land that were in a state of panic due to the disturbances caused by the evil lord's lineage, the Chen clan enjoyed a peaceful atmosphere. There were no practitioners from the evil lord's lineage causing chaos in Lingwen Daozhou. Where is father? He hasn't returned yet. Chen Xuanan, back from Tianan Daozhou, appeared somewhat anxious. It was evident that he had likely encountered some trouble. With the resurgence of the evil lord's lineage, Chen Xuan had returned to the forefront to manage the various matters of the Chen clan. He was even tasked with arranging the defensive fortifications in Lingwen Daozhou, Shengming Daozhou, and Tianan Daozhou. Xuanan, what happened in Tianan Daozhou? Chen Xuan received Chen Xuanan, a high-ranking official, and noticed his worried expression, causing his own heart to tighten. After all, the disturbances caused by the evil lord's lineage had been too alarming lately. Among the entire Chen clan, only the crucial Lingwen Daozhou had the foundation to hold its ground. Chen Xuanan took a breath and pulled out a chair to sit down. A month ago, my son discovered traces of the evil lord's lineage in the sea region. Please elaborate. Chen Xuan's expression stiffened. It was a red-robed bishop close to the Great Ascension level, successfully killed under the search of the 2 guardians Tiankong and Tianyi. However, since that day, we have continuously discovered traces of the evil lord's lineage and found several array eyes, but they were all dealt with by the formation masters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. I fear that the evil lord's lineage is so active near Tian and Daozhou they intend to take action against it. Chen Xuanan shared his concerns. Since the establishment of their clan, they had numerous encounters and even clashes with the evil lord's lineage. Shengming Daozhou was originally the backyard of the evil lord's lineage, but was seized by their clan. During that time, they had killed countless practitioners from the evil lord's lineage, fostering deep enmity. Moreover, the evil lord's lineage cultivated by plundering the cultivation bloodline's vitality and souls of other practitioners. Many descendants of the Chen clan had bloodlines that were quite different from ordinary mortals. Their bloodline power was particularly strong, making them the prime targets for the evil lord's lineage. Listening to Chen Shunan's deductions and looking at the terrain map of Tian and Daozhou, he noted the positions marked in red circles where traces of the evil lord's lineage were found. There were over 50 such locations densely packed. Have you reported this to the Immortal Spirit Assembly? Chen Shuren's voice was grave, yet indeed seemed very dangerous. I have reported it. The Assembly said that the Dragon Clan and the Holy Mist Academy will send loose immortals to investigate. However, I still feel uneasy. 2 years ago, the evil lord's lineage had already unleashed 4 loose immortal-level warriors. In the past 2 years, there have been continuous instances of cities being slaughtered. It seems the evil lord's lineage has added more powerful members. Chen Shunan was worried not because he doubted the 2 loose immortals coming to aid. It was simply too few. If the evil lord's lineage were to unleash 4 loose immortal-level warriors to besiege Tian and Daozhou again, it would be perilous. But this could not be blamed on the Immortal Spirit Assembly. They had also discovered the arrangements of the evil lord's lineage in other regions, which were quite similar. Moreover, there were specific arrangements aimed at Yuan Daozhou, compelling them to concentrate their practitioners to the ability to send aid in the form of 2 loose immortal practitioners to the relatively less important Tian and Daozhou was due to the good relations between the Chen clan and the dragon ancestors. The ancestor of the Chen clan was a close disciple of a vice president of the Holy Mist Daozhou. It was because of these connections that the 2 loose immortals were dispatched for investigation. Great Divine! Chen Shuren called out to the void after pondering for a moment. In the next instant, the Great Divine, clad in golden armor and with only a pair of dark eyes visible, was summoned by Chen Shuren. This was the authority bestowed upon him by Chen Feng, allowing him to mobilize the entire resources of the Chen clan for a specific task when necessary. Bring the Great Divine back to Tian and Daozhou to guard it. This was Chen Shuren's carefully considered decision, as the situation in Tian and Daozhou was somewhat dire. This time they had to mobilize their clan's foundation. Within Tian and Daozhou, there were over 1 million Chen clan members. If they were slaughtered by the evil lord's lineage, Chen Shuren would never forgive himself. What about Chen County? Chen Shunan shook his head. The Great Divine was the clan's foundational strength, and as a noble, he was acutely aware of this matter. If the main lineage faced any mishap, then the entire Chen clan would be doomed. Don't worry. Chen Shuren gently shook his head. Currently, Chen County is as secure as a fortress. Layers upon layers of formations are in place. Even if loose immortals came, it would take them at least 1 or 2 months to breach Chen County. Not to mention the tree on the Immortal Ascension Peak, which Chen Shuren had witnessed. His father had tested the power of the Demon Thunder Tree, asking the Great Divine to withstand it. The terrifying might of the thunder could repel even the Great Divine. Ordinary Great Ascension practitioners could only submit to fate under such thunder strikes. He was well aware that his father had once said that even general Great Ascension practitioners could not withstand several strikes of lightning. Of course, this referred to the early and mid-stages of Great Ascension. That alone was sufficiently formidable. After hearing this, Chen Shunan nodded heavily, feeling some of his worries dissipate. He was well aware of his brother Chen Shuren's abilities. Seeing him so assured, he also felt relieved. Hurry back to Tianan. Chen Shuren waved his hand. He still had many matters to arrange. Chen Shunan left with the Great Divine, heading towards Tian and Daozhou. I hope everything goes smoothly. Chen Shuren sighed softly as he watched Chen Shunan walk away. The audacity of the evil lord's lineage to strike against his family was unexpected. Chen Shuren had anticipated that the evil lord's lineage would remain hidden for a while longer, increasing their strength before making a move against factions with loose immortals. However, he did not expect them to attempt to attack his family so soon. This implied that the evil lord's lineage was already quite confident in their own strength. Recently, the evil lord's lineage had been expanding wildly, causing him considerable concern. His worry was not for Tian and Daozhou, but rather for the evil lord's lineage's boldness in making such obvious arrangements. Even after being discovered, they were unperturbed by the practitioners of the Immortal Spirit Assembly and continued to lay out plans in Tian and Daozhou. This made him suspect that the true intention of the evil lord's lineage was not Tian and Daozhou, but because crises were emerging there. The main lineage of the Chen clan had mobilized their foundation from the ancestral land, causing Lingwen Daozhou to become vulnerable. However, if the Chen clan did not send their foundation there, they might indeed face an attack on Tian and Daozhou. Among the 3 territories of the Chen clan, only the seemingly most dangerous Tiannan Daozhou is guarded by scattered immortals. The life Daozhou, being remote and shielded by the chaotic sea, shows no signs of the evil lord's lineage. Now Chen Shuren can only hope that his father is currently within the confines of the Lingwen Daozhou. In the 116th year of the Immortal Holy Calendar in Tian, Nandao Zhou, two scattered Immortal-level practitioners from the Evil Lord's lineage appeared plundering the border cities. After being repelled by the great divine spirit, two scattered Immortals fled, while three major sect leaders were suppressed. This news reached Chen Feng, intensifying his anxiety. It is well known that most of the red-cloaked leaders are integrated cultivators, yet three major sect leaders have now appeared. Furthermore, two descendants of the Chen clan, 10 generations removed, have been captured, likely facing dire consequences. This filled Chen Feng with immense fury. While escorting the three red-cloaked leaders back to Chen County, the Great Divine Spirit was also ambushed by three scattered Immortals. However, according to the messages from the Great Divine Spirit, these three scattered Immortals were merely first to second transmutation, posing no significant threat to him. Yet all three were unfamiliar faces, and this discovery alerted the Immortal Spirit Assembly, heightening their urgency to locate the Evil Lord's palace and eradicate its stronghold. Led by the descendants of the Nanli, scattered immortal methods passed down from ancestors are being employed to search throughout the continent. Tian Nan Daozhou, Sanxian Island. This is the essential route into Tian Nan Daozhou, where the Great Divine Spirit also returns. As they approached the nearby island, suddenly the sky darkened with countless restrictions and formations covering everything, intertwining in the air. The forces of the celestial demon emerged, surrounding the Great Divine Spirit with 5 scattered immortal practitioners. At the same time, in Tian Nan Daozhou City, Jia, a layer of blood mist enveloped the sky, blocking out the sun. Amidst the blood mist, a massive eye emerged, opening to gaze down upon Yi City. Simultaneously, a continuous eerie laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Dong! 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 The sound of bells rang out, a warning of an enemy attack. The Chen clan has killed several of my sect's leaders and protectors. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Today, in the name of my lord, I come to offer you all as a sacrifice to my true lord. From within the blood mist, a hoarse voice echoed as the massive eye turned crimson, with a drop of dark red blood falling from its corner. The terrifying power shocked the entire world. A single drop of blood fell upon a high mountain, instantly corroding it away. Immediately after, buildings, land, and even spiritual energy began to be polluted, melting into puddles of blood. The blood merged like a raging torrent, eroding all living things and structures in its path, leaving nothing but desolation. It surged toward the inner city, growing larger and larger like a rolling snowball. Countless citizens and cultivators cried out in agony, dissolved into blood. The Evil Lord's lineage should not exist in this world. Roar! A golden Dao book ascended, its Dao rhythm circulated, dispelling the surrounding blood mist and restraining the raging river of blood. A massive golden dragon roared, unleashing a breath of dragon fire toward the blood-colored eye in the sky, obliterating it. Instantly, all beings in Tian Nan Daozhou felt as if the clouds had parted. In midair, 3 practitioners clad in dark red robes met the gaze of the golden dragon. I didn't expect you to still be here. The 3 felt some trepidation. Before the golden dragon could respond, a roar erupted from the inner city. The headmaster of the Holy Lawn Academy, wielding a long sword in one hand and a Dao book in the other, charged at one of the practitioners. Filthy beast died. Originally seen as amiable by countless academy disciples, the headmaster transformed into a furious beast, single-handedly facing 2 opponents, viciously attacking one of the practitioners from the Evil Lord's lineage. Seeing this, the golden dragon also charged into the air, its claws akin to the sharpest weapons, moving faster than lightning, fiercely attacking a scattered immortal from the Evil Lord's lineage. As the 3 scattered immortals engaged in battle, the aura of the Great Divine Spirit also transmitted from the overseas realm. In the air, around 10 priests in unified attire gathered the blood while capturing cultivators. Follow me to kill. As the nominal ruler of the Dao, Zhou Chunxuanan, seeing the Great Divine Spirit trapped, led the charge. Charging towards the priests, Tian Ni and Tian Kong acted successively, with a terrifying silver sword light, slashing down, instantly killing a slightly weaker priest. There is no logic to this. After catching his breath, Chen Feng suddenly realized something. The arrangement of the Evil Lord's lineage was too strange. The number of practitioners was precisely enough to match them. They had managed to stalemate the situation, which was definitely not in their favor. He abruptly gazed toward the Lingwen Daozhou direction, his expression changing drastically. The Great Divine Spirit was initially intercepted, likely a ploy by the Evil Lord's lineage to test his strength, leading to their relative arrangements. Now, with the most powerful Great Divine Spirit restrained, it meant no support could be sent from all directions. Lingwen, His roar echoed, relaying the message through the immortal spirit assembly. Simultaneously, the Heavenly King Palace also received the news. Tian Nan Daozhou is under attack. The dual kings of Tian Wen Daozhou mobilized to provide aid to Tian Nan Daozhou. However, midway they received messages from Qin Shunan. Return to the ancestral land quickly. Upon receiving this message, Qin Shuhai and Chen Shufan's expressions changed, hastily shifting direction. Chu Xiao, you need not come along. Go support Tian Nan Daozhou. At the same time, Qin Shuhai made arrangements for Qin Shuxiao to continue aiding Tian Nan. He and Qin Shufan would return to the clan. Master, I entrust this to you. Within the thunder pool, Qin Shuxiao, who had just completed the construction of the passage, took a deep breath and bowed to his two masters. If I do not return, please avenge me, master. Qin Shuxiao turned elegantly, entering the thunder pool passage, heading toward Tian Nan Daozhou. Can you bear to let your disciple go alone? What if he gets killed? Wouldn't that leave me without a successor? Zi Xiao cast a glance at Lei Xiao. The two had already transformed into their true forms, the former radiating with heroism, the latter exhibiting elegance, both exuding an undeniable dominance. How could that be? I've long regarded the evil lord with disdain. This time, I'll vent my frustrations on his subordinates. Lei Xiao did not evade this time, his gaze deep as he looked through the thunder pool passage toward Tian Nan Daozhou. However, let Chu Xiao temper himself a bit. If this brat doesn't even know how to call for help, when he can't win, then we've taught him in vain. Lei Xiao and Zi Xiao exchanged glances, departing from the Thunder Realm, arriving above Tian Nan Daozhou in advance, watching the battlefield. Lingwen Daozhou was on the verge of a storm. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dull and dark, with dark clouds obscuring the sun. It has finally arrived. On the attic, Qin Shuren wore a grave expression and sighed deeply. Through the Heavenly King Hall, he had already learned of the dire situation unfolding across the Tianan Dao Prefecture. After Qin Shunan delivered the intelligence, he activated all ancestral formations of the Qin clan. Every inch of the Lingwen Dao Prefecture now lay under vigilant surveillance. Above, the abyssal sea darkness surged like a tide surging toward the Lingwen Dao Prefecture. Black mist spread inexorably, blotting out the sun itself. Where shadow fell, no trace of life remained. Tianqing Island, the vanguard of the entire Lingwen Dao Prefecture, sounded the alarm the moment anomalies were detected. Darkness advanced relentlessly, swallowing Tianqing Island inch by inch, until only a faint amber radiance remained, holding back the encroaching void. Anzhou, the stronghold of the Tianan Immortal Alliance, activated its formation constructed with support from the Chun clan, sealing off the darkness beyond its boundaries. Yet after consuming those territories, the entities concealed within the black mist did not strike. Instead, they converged en masse upon Qin Commandery, the most formidable domain in the Lingwen Dao Prefecture. Dong! 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 8 chimes rang out, urgent and solemn, while pale yellow Daoscript talismans shimmered inverted in midair. They warded off the surrounding darkness, carving out a solitary bastion of light. The Chun clan shall perish. A sigh echoed from within the black mist. Clearly an entity within had struck the final warning bell. The black mist could not breach Qin Commandery. Boom! Rumble upon rumble. From all 4 cardinal directions, shadowy assaults hammered the formation, each impact detonating with thunderous force, shaking heaven and earth. This onslaught endured for nearly half an hour, then ceased abruptly. For the formation of Chun Commandery remained unshaken, its power undiminished, while the talismanic runes above blazed with prismatic light, repelling the black mist hundreds of li outward. Silence fell among the entities within the black mist. Just as all stood ready for the next assault, the mist withdrew, without warning, without sound. Qin Shuren could not fathom the intent behind that retreat, yet he remained hypervigilant, eyes fixed upon the receding tide of darkness. The black mist had withdrawn, but hours later the luminous barrier over Chun Commandery still burned fiercely, signaling that the crisis was far from over. Boom! A deafening explosion tore the sky. Then a violet lightning bolt erupted from Dengxian Peak, cleaving southeastward with devastating force. Its essence screamed annihilation, its nature pure yang thunder, unfathomably potent. Under the cataclysmic strike of the demon thunder tree, a torrent of crimson light erupted in the southeast, revealing one of the supreme commanders of the heaven demon host, a rogue cultivator of immense stature. His presence shook the heavens themselves. He withstood the thunder unflinchingly, yet weariness flickered in his gaze. The Chun clan shall perish. The Chun clan shall perish. 4 such cries resounded, each from a different cardinal direction. In the northeast, northwest, and west, terrifying auras bloomed. 4 rogue immortals now encircled Chen Commandery. Crimson light blazed skyward. Behind each of the 4 apocalyptic manifestations unfolded boundless blood oceans, waves of gore crashing into the heavens. Each bore the guilt of slaughtering over 100 million lives, cultivators and mortals alike. Though their cultivation had reached the rogue immortal realm, their foundational depth remained incomplete. Yet even so they stood leagues above great ascension cultivators. Even the weakest immortal remains an immortal. How then could mortals dare defy them? This was the evil sovereign's design to draw away other powerful immortals, leaving all major sects unable to reinforce the Chen clan. Thus the Chen clan would be eradicated, its entire lineage devoured, flesh and spirit alike. Your blood pleases the true sovereign. Surrender now. The rogue immortal advancing from the east appeared utterly deranged, his aura reeking of decay and corruption. Clearly this was the aftermath of forcibly ascending beyond one's natural limits. Yet what mattered was power, absolute, overwhelming power. What were minor side effects compared to such might? All 4 rogue immortals struck the barrier of Chen Commandery at once, crimson light eclipsing sun and sky. Within the clan, cultivators trembled. Gazing upon those 4 colossal figures blotting out the heavens, they felt as insignificant as ants crushed beneath an immortal's heel. The Chen clan bows to no one, not even immortals. We shall fight, even against gods. Such cries rose from countless quarters. Cultivators capable of flight surged upward, defying gravity and dread alike. Beneath crushing pressure, they formed disciplined ranks in the air. Over 50,000 cultivators, all golden core or higher, standing resolute, faces set in unwavering determination. Should the barrier fall, they would become the final wall, flesh and bone shielding their kin until their last breath. Ha 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 ha, how laughable. Can mortals truly defy immortals? How utterly foolish. Mocking laughter poured in from beyond the formation. The 4 rogue immortals found the Chen clan's defiance astonishing, yet ultimately contemptible. How could such a meager host presume to stand before immortals? Ascend the dragon. A voice roared from the earth, soaring upward, carrying the blazing might of ancient bloodline and titanic physique, like a star igniting in the firmament. Halfway to the heavens, his martial energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal dragon that roared outward, striking beyond the boundary. Once activated, the Chen clan's formation permitted unrestricted outward strikes from within, granting those inside full offensive liberty unimpeded by their own defenses. No need for defense, only relentless offense. The dragon of majestic martial energy howled skyward, slamming headlong into the rogue immortal stationed atop the barrier. Immortal challenging an immortal. This drew the rogue immortal's immediate attention to Chen Xingxing. Such extraordinary vitality. One man alone rivals an entire city. A rare delicacy. Eyes gleaming, the rogue immortal locked onto Chen Xingxing. Within him pulsed a resonance he craved with primal hunger. That potent vitality could accelerate his own ascension, fueling his climb toward greater realms. All Chen clan cultivators, heed my command. Chen Xingxing turned, majestic, commanding, his gaze sweeping over every member of his clan. By the decree of Star King, voices rose in unison. Thousands of Chen cultivators answered, stern-faced and solemn. Full assault, annihilate the enemy. By your order. Over 50,000 golden core-level cultivators unleashed their might simultaneously, their arcane energies interweaving like a celestial net, blazing with unified fury toward the same target, the very figure Chen Xingxing had struck. The combined might of 50,000 cultivators shook the heavens, a force impossible to ignore. The heaven demon host's rogue immortal paled, erecting a blood-hued defensive barrier just in time as star-like bursts of light slammed against it. Explosions reverberated ceaselessly, draining his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Even for a rogue immortal, such a synchronized strike from 50,000 cultivators demanded utmost respect. Ha ha! Brother Sixth, are you even capable? Don't let a pack of mortals slay you. A mocking voice came from the south, watching the 6th demon of the heaven demon host forced to raise his barrier against cultivators he deemed mere insects. The speaker couldn't suppress his laughter. Mind your own business. My lord's scheme is so vast, if we fail to seize the Chen clan and carry off the clan's pure bloodline, none of us will walk away unscathed. The 6th demon snorted, and with a flick of his hand sent every attack flying aside. Even the cultivation stolen through siphoning chi blood or spirit remained nothing more than scattered immortals. They were not beings a mortal could rival or unsettle. He boiled with rage. To be struck back by such ants was an insult. How dare you? He roared. He had not expected these mortals to offer resistance. Were it not for the formation that barred their way, their advance would not have been halted. He longed to flay them alive and sate his fury. A blinding radiance struck the barrier as 4 scattered immortals joined forces and assailed it with all their strength. The formation whirred with fierce speed, drawing upon the buried spiritual vein energy beneath Chen Jun. It resisted tenaciously. After most of the day, they still could not advance a single step into Chen Jun. Their anger swelled. A failure would bring them ruin. Old 9 and Old 11 have arrived. With their aid, this damned formation will be broken swiftly. The 5th demon snorted. Today they were being bled by this formation. None of them had expected Chen Jun to possess a formation capable of thwarting the combined might of 4 scattered immortals. Within a quarter of an hour, 2 more demons had arrived, likewise of scattered immortal cultivation, though their auras were slightly weaker than the others. Old 9, Old 11. This formation is strange. Unite your force and shatter that damned array. Old 5 barked the order. The 2 newcomers bristled, but had no choice but to comply. With 6 scattered immortals attacking simultaneously, the pressure surged. The runes above the sky shone and trembled violently. From beneath the earth, a gray-white light rose to relieve the runes of some of the strain. On Dangxian Peak, the demon thunder tree continued its thunderous assault, relentlessly easing the burden on the formation. This only deepened the 6 demons' fury. A murderous intent coiled about them. If they could breach the formation, they would first torture the members of the Chen clan to vent their wrath. To ease their rage. What shall we do? Big brother, can you contact father? Chen Shuyan climbed the pavilion and felt the all-consuming aura of destruction and the 6 sky-spanning silhouettes looming over every direction of Chen Jun, her heart heavy with worry. Father set protective seals here. He must have sensed this by now. We only need to hold on a little longer. Chen Shuyan's gaze flickered as he stared at the 6 towering figures blotting out the heavens and earth. The pressure on his chest was immense. It awakened in him an aching hunger for strength. To watch the clan invaded and to be powerless, his weakness stung. He could not stand before his kin and shelter them from the storm. If only he possessed the might of a scattered immortal, he would have burst through the barrier to slaughter the disciples of the evil lord. Blood-red hands smacked again and again upon the faint barrier, as if the next blow would shatter it. The 6 took turns assailing it. After half a day, they still could not budge it. Anxiety gripped them. Such commotion in Lingguan Daozhou would surely attract the attention of great powers. If they could not take it, all they could do was withdraw in ignominious retreat. For them, nothing would be a greater. Press the assault for 2 more hours. If we fail, we turn to Hongtu Daozhou. No, it should now be called Shengming Daozhou. Go seize that branch of the Chen clan there, abduct them, and we can at least report some success. The 5th demon proposed this last resort. If they truly could not break the formation, this would suffice. Anyone want a hand? Blood-red light blotted out heaven and earth, dragging the world into an oppressive, gruesome dread. The 6 scattered immortals rained blows upon the barrier without pause. At that moment, Old 11 heard a voice whisper in his ear, and without thinking replied, "All right." No sooner had the word left his lips than he sensed something wrong. A hand, he thought. His comrades were still battering the barrier. Who had time to come to his side? Tianhuan. A soft cry. One by one, vivid petals fell before his eyes. His body faltered, and a titanic force smashed into him. Something seemed thrust into the crown of his head. His consciousness plunged into chaos. Even his spiritual sense could not stir. Seize. In an instant, Old 11 was taken away. Where is 11? A puzzled voice called from the 5 remaining scattered immortals. Since the anomaly, a companion was missing. He's here, join us. A cold snort echoed in the 5th demon's ear. He stiffened, then exploded in rage, his blood-hued palm slamming wildly. Be silent. A chill female voice intoned. Drifting petals veiled his sight, and a black needle pierced his crown. His spirit body and magical power were sealed, as if locked away. Who are you? The 4 scattered immortals recoiled in terror, as if they had seen a specter. They converged at the spot where the 5th demon had vanished, and saw a young man in a black robe trimmed with gold, radiating formidable authority, and staring at them. In his hand, he held the 5th demon like a dead dog. They were mortified. Chen Feng. All 4 had seen Chen Feng's portrait and recognized him at once. Chen Feng sneered. Say hello to your grandfather for me. Convey my regards to that beast of the evil lord. He drew the immortal ascension sword and 3 half-step celestial instruments. Together, they formed a supreme sword array that enclosed the 4. Tianhuan. A woman in snow-white robes appeared with a light cry. Her raven hair billowed, a pink peach blossom mark graced her brow, and her rose-tinted eyes shone with natural coquettishness, yet unassailable nobility. She stood in the void, peerless in grace. Scarlet petals danced with the rising gale and sank into the sword array. An immortal. You are an immortal. A true immortal has descended to the mortal realm. Inform my lord at once. Old Six cried, terror in his eyes. The aura radiating from this incomparable celestial beauty differed utterly from that of the scattered immortals. It was pure orthodox, immortal power. In the Xianling continent, it was impossible for mere sorcery to elevate one fully to immortality, body and soul alike. What stood before them was of another order. She was a genuine immortal beyond anything a scattered immortal could match. Panic seized them. They feared another immortal had descended to suppress the evil lord, as had happened 10,000 years before. Soon, however, doubt crept in. This immortal did not appear as awe-inspiring as the one of those ancients. However, their consciousness had already begun to sink as Hua Qing's illusion reached its pinnacle. The four scattered immortals fell into oblivion, and four black long needles pierced into their crowns in the same manner, completely suppressing them before tossing them into the storage ring. It was worth the half-day's arrangement plus 2 unexpected delights. Chen Feng's calm voice echoed in the air, waving his hand to disperse the blood mist and restoring light to the world. Li. From afar, a small sun rushed towards them, and a sound of phoenix cries resonated throughout the entire Lingguan prefecture. A golden-red phoenix circled above Chenjun. Father. A voice filled with surprise came from the back of the phoenix, as Chen Shuhai jumped down. Also accompanying him was Chen Shufan, who observed the lingering powerful aura around them, and the severely damaged land riddled with scars from the aftershocks. He knew they had come at the right time, but they were late. His father had finally returned, clearing away all threat. Is this the silly little bird? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He recognized the phoenix that was still in its growth phase. Years ago he had speculated about it, and now it seemed to be confirmed. This was one of the 3 great divine beasts, and it was a phoenix from a lineage that had gone extinct in the Xianling continent. The one before him was likely the last of its kind. That's right, I named him De Huang. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Chen Shuhai said with a smile, quite pleased with his name. You named him De Huang. Chen Feng fell silent, looking at the silly little bird, which wore an unwilling expression. However, bound to Chen Shuhai as a protective spirit beast, it could only comply reluctantly. Chen Shufan also felt a bit helpless and forced a smile, saying, I once suggested to brother how that since this is the last of the Phoenix lineage, he should continue the name of the Phoenix tribe. With the Lei surname, he was unwilling, claiming it sounded awkward. Then I suggested the Feng surname, but he still insisted on his own principles. This left Chen Shuhai a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head, showing no semblance of the King of Ruins in front of Chen Feng, looking just like a lad. I wasn't that young back then. Suddenly a glint of light flashed in Chen Shuhai's eyes, and with a grin, he said to Chen Feng, Father, how about this? You could rename De Huang. No, the silly little bird. Can you bestow a name upon him? It must be said that Chen Shuhai's mind was quite quick. After years of rest and cultivation, the silly little bird had become exceptionally majestic. It was indeed a bit beneath its dignity to bear this name. She looked at Chen Feng with a pleading gaze, nearly kneeling before him. Chen Feng smiled and said, of course you can. He carefully scrutinized the magnificent phoenix, which he had not seen in many years. She had already broken through to the void return realm, her lineage powerful beyond compare, truly deserving of the title of the King of Flying Spirits. However, being at the void return realm allowed her to unleash a speed comparable to that of a mid to latest stage integration realm cultivator. After pondering for a moment, he said, let's call her Feng Xian. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes sparkled as she bowed to Chen Feng. Clearly she was extremely satisfied with this name. It was certainly far better than De Huang. Chen Shuhai nodded upon hearing this, agreeing that the name was indeed quite good. Subsequently, he began to call her Feng Xian repeatedly. By the way, Father, why do I sense the aura of the ghost Shadow Island here? Chen Shuhai felt the residual aura, among which there was one that he found exceedingly familiar. He had been trapped on Ghost Shadow Island for 4 years. If it weren't for his eloquence using reason and emotion to bewilder the master of the island, he could have been trapped there forever, possibly even having his physical body usurped. Ghost Shadow Island. Is it the strange little island you mentioned before? Chen Feng initially thought that the black mist that had spread was the work of the evil lord's faction. Now, hearing Chen Shuhai's words, he felt that the matter was not that simple. Not only was it the evil lord's faction, but this so-called Ghost Shadow Island also seemed to have intentions toward Chenjun. The overwhelming black mist would have swallowed Chenjun had it not been for the formation acting as a barrier. That's right, I am very familiar with this kind of aura. Chen Shuhai frowned, and Feng Xian beside him showed the same expression, her eyes reflecting deep apprehension. If it weren't for his cleverness at the time, coupled with the fact that Ghost Shadow Island was in the process of revival, he and Feng Xian would not have escaped together. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even Feng Xian was filled with immense fear. Seeing their expressions, Chen Feng vaguely felt that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Could it be that Ghost Shadow Island and the Evil Lord's faction have joined forces? How much do you know about Ghost Shadow Island? To dare lay hands on my Chen clan, it must pay the price. Chen Feng recalled the feelings the black mist had given him. It was filled with endless death energy and a sense of decay. This was different from the methods of the Evil Lord's faction. Chen Shuhai recalled carefully, mumbling, "I don't know much. When I accidentally entered Ghost Shadow Island, it had just begun to revive, and everywhere was filled with the aura of the dead. Moreover, it seems the Island Master is a powerful being from ancient times who fell, but revived only a few hundred years ago. By the way, I remember there was a giant divine throne in the Ghost Shadow Palace inscribed with the words, 'Praise the true King of Annihilation.'" True King of Annihilation. After hearing this, Chen Shufan slightly frowned, as if he was very familiar with this name. Seeing this, Chen Feng looked at Chen Shufan, thinking that perhaps his good son knew the origins of this so-called true king. "Brother Fan, do you know?" Chen Shuhai also knew of Chen Shufan's extraordinary abilities. Even the ancestors of the Kunlun realm, a true immortal level being, had to treat him with utmost respect. Chen Shufan was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I'm not sure if it is him. 5 million years ago in the Shengshu Xinyu, there was a figure known as the Mingtsong True Immortal who bears a striking resemblance to Brother Hao's description. However, if it is indeed him, why would he fall to walk the path of the undead?" Chen Shufan was somewhat uncertain, sharing the information he knew. "But I can say for certain that if it is him, he would absolutely never cooperate with something as filthy as the Evil Lord's faction. Even if he fell, his inherent pride would remain unchanged." Chen Shufan spoke slowly. Chen Shuhai pondered, feeling that perhaps this person was indeed the Mingtsong True Immortal that Chen Shufan spoke of. After all, he had spent 4 years there and had many interactions with him, even though the other party always intended to usurp his body. Yet in other respects there truly was nothing to criticize, even treating him very well, imparting wisdom that was not lacking. "I believe that this time he came to Qinjun not for revenge, but to abduct Brother Hao." Chen Shufan voiced his speculation. Chen Shuhai's extraordinary physique was regarded as the body of the immortal Tao in his era. It just had not fully awakened yet, but he could still make judgments through very subtle details. "Since that's the case, we should go take a look." Chen Feng decided that whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to bring it out for a walk. "Why guess? Just charge in." "Since that's the case, we should go take a look." Chen Feng decided that whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to bring it out for a walk. Chen Shuho jumped onto Feng Xian's back, and Chen Feng, along with Chen Shufan and Hua Qingwu, steadily landed on the only phoenix in the immortal spirit continent. The phoenix spread its wings and soared high, flying towards the depths of the East Sea. Chen Xingxing saw his father return and then leave again, feeling a bit bewildered. However, one thing was certain: the crisis had been averted. This relieved him, and his desire for further progress in cultivation and martial arts grew stronger. After the appearance of the loose immortal enemies, he realized that his combined cultivation level was completely insufficient. Even with all his efforts, he couldn't inflict a scratch on them. On the path of martial arts, the closer you get, the nearer you are. He was resolute as he walked along the path. He had comprehended, returning to the secret chamber to meditate. "Tian Nan Daozhou. Here I come, Chen Chuxiao. Don't be afraid, King, you watch me. Thunder God assist me." Chen Chuxiao made a grand entrance, engaging with the Huanglong and the Dean of Shenglan Academy, battling the 3 loose immortals while also getting interested. With the peak power of his combined cultivation nowhere to release, he held his hands to the sky and shouted. In an instant, thunder roared, and the purple cloud mirror and Thunder God hammer ascended, swirling with chaotic thunder. Endless pure thunder struck the 3 loose immortals who were under siege. One of them was momentarily stunned, and the Dean of Shenglan Academy erupted, utilizing the full power of his innate holy book to suppress the attack, striking fiercely with the immortal sword towards the loose immortal he had pinned down. "Old bastard! Big brother, avenge me!" A voice of curse echoed as another loose immortal from the evil master lineage was slain. The Dean of Shenglan Academy endured the ferocious attack from another loose immortal, his body severely battered. Yet his smile remained filled with joy of retribution, even as his own body was shattered. "This feels exhilarating, truly exhilarating. I can't wait to slaughter every beast from the evil master lineage. Third brother, I have finally avenged you." This was because the loose immortal he desperately wanted to kill was one of those who had participated in the assassination of the Vice Dean of the Academy. Moreover, the fallen Vice Dean was a blood relative of the Dean of Shanglan Academy. Additionally, during the earlier activities of the evil master lineage, his own kin had also perished at their hands. How could he not hate? How could he not go mad? Huanglong sighed inwardly, though their dragon clan was known for their immense pride. Yet he still held a degree of respect for Shanglan Academy. He's a real man, he thought as his massive dragon body coiled around, protecting him at the center, absorbing a strike to prevent his injuries from worsening. If you don't retreat, the reinforcements from my dragon clan will arrive shortly, and you can expect this Tiannan Daozhou to become your grave, you bunch of trash. Huanglong said coldly. Compared to the Dean of Shanglan Academy, his current state was still quite stable, not heavily injured, and with the inherent strength of the dragon clan, protecting the Dean was not a problem. Seeing that they could do nothing against Huanglong, one of the loose immortals from the evil master lineage said coldly, "Once my master escapes, I will definitely target your dragon clan first. Retreat." He gathered the remains of his fallen companions, taking them back for potential use, and quickly disappeared from the native land of Tiannan Daozhou. Huanglong let out a sigh of relief as they departed. All his previous threats were merely to intimidate them. The dragon clan was currently unable to escape, as the red dragon was stationed at the dragon palace and the green dragon was patrolling the immortal spirit continent. The red dragon could not move. If he did, the dragon palace would surely face a bloodbath. The green dragon, being weaker if he came to provide assistance, could easily be intercepted on the way, leading to a dead end. After all, as the top bloodline of the immortal spirit continent, with the most prestigious inheritance, the dragon clan was undoubtedly the primary target of the evil master lineage. The bloodline power of the dragon clan was far superior to the beings they slaughtered, not to mention that their bodies were treasures suitable for refining tools, alchemy, and array formations. Dragon blood was an excellent material. He came out to help the Chun clan defend, already taking on immense risks. If it weren't for the fact that the Chun clan had provided so much to their dragon clan, he wouldn't have come. Listening to the harsh words left by the loose immortals of the evil master lineage as they departed, Huanglong's dragon eyes slightly lowered. If not for the need to protect the Dean of Shanglan Academy from further harm. Otherwise, his cultivation would surely drop a level. If it weren't for this, the immortal would have already caught up and at least beaten him half to death. In the sea, the 5 loose immortals attacking the great divine were left in disarray. Only after the loose immortals who had fled from Tiannan Daozhou joined forces could they successfully shake him off to escape. The cultivation of the great divine became increasingly terrifying, able to hold his own against 5 opponents and suppress them. This battle also established the reputation of the great divine. It also made the entire immortal spirit continent feel the terror of the evil master lineage. This time, the evil master lineage must have deployed a significant portion of their resources. Surrounding Tiannan Daozhou were 8 loose immortals, one of whom was killed, leaving 7. It was said that they were also simultaneously attacking Lingwen Daozhou, intending to wipe out the Chen clan, with 6 loose immortals and demonic minions dispatched. However, it was unclear why those 6 loose immortals vanished. This led to various speculations among the forces at the Immortal Spirit Conference. Chen Shunan represented the Chen clan and attended this conference along with Huanglong. On the vast and endless sea, Chen Shuho and Feng Xian had been searching for 3 days without any results. They searched for half a day at the original location of Ghost Shadow Island, but saw nothing. They also followed the trace of the darkness, but found nothing. It seemed to have vanished from the continent or hidden deep within the sea. After searching for another 7 days, Chen Feng and the others could only return disheartened. The outside world had undergone a tremendous change by now. Chen Shunan brought the news of the annihilation of 6 loose immortals from the evil master lineage in Xinjun. In Tiannan Daozhou, another had been slain by the Dean of Shanglan Academy, causing the evil master lineage to lose 7 loose immortals. This uplifted all the major forces. The suppressed emotions within their hearts were also released. Meanwhile, due to the evil master lineage's rampant actions, many hidden old monsters emerged from seclusion to join the Immortal Spirit Conference. With the addition of these hidden loose immortal cultivators, the pursuit and suppression of the evil master lineage became even more frequent and fierce. Even a powerful old monster who had reached the 7th transformation in the loose immortal path was invited out. On the spot within a certain dojo, he killed 2 loose immortals from the evil master lineage. This also caused the evil master lineage to retreat into hiding, not daring to show their faces again. Having suffered heavy losses, they could only temporarily avoid the spotlight. The various forces of the Immortal Spirit Conference and the loose immortals did not give up on searching for the location of the evil master palace. They almost turned the entire immortal spirit continent upside down. All the major powers of the Xianling continent, even some ancient beings, gathered together due to the resurgence of the evil lord's lineage, forming an unprecedented strength. There are 32 registered loose immortals. However, among them, only one legendary figure of the 7th transformation has emerged. As for the 8th transformation and the legendary 9th transformation, there has been no news at all. This is already sufficiently powerful. 30 years into the Xianxin calendar, after more than a decade of suppression, the evil lord's lineage vanished completely. Until this year, traces of the evil lord's disciples were once again discovered. This time the target was the Dao state that ranks 7th among the various great powers. The Pejun Dao state. The major factions of Pejun Dao state had not reported any news for over half a year, and no cultivators had emerged from there. This alerted the Xianling Immortal Association, prompting them to send 3 loose immortals to investigate. The result was surprising. They found what they hadn't expected. Pejun Dao state had become a deserted city with not a single living soul visible in its once bustling streets. The only remnants of life were hidden deep within the mountains and secret places of the major ranges. Aside from that, there were no other living creatures. Even 2 factions with loose immortals stationed and an ancient daoist force had been silently eradicated. The entire Dao state had fallen with not a single living being remaining. This sent chills down the spines of those in the Xianling Immortal Association. It was a provocation from the evil lord's lineage, flexing their power to announce their return. The 7th transformation loose immortal within the Xianling Immortal Association, Jin Daoren, even employed great magical powers to deduce the process by which Pejun Dao state had turned into a dead land with the help of several loose immortals. At least a dozen loose immortals were involved, with 2 of them being above the 5th transformation. This news left the various factions within the Xianling Immortal Association in a state of anxiety. 5th transformation loose immortals are only found in the top 5 Dao states. However, the loose immortals from Tianwen Dao state had disappeared when the Kunlun realm opened, losing 2 of their kind. Now they had even lost the protection of the 5th transformation loose immortals. This caused countless factions to panic, hastily migrating their forces to the top 3 Dao states. The leader of the Xianling Immortal Association, the strongest faction in Xianling Dao state, the Ziguang Mansion, strongly opposed this. If these factions withdrew the Dao state without strong forces to defend, it would be like a lamb awaiting slaughter. They would become fodder for the evil lord's lineage. Of course, even with opposition, it couldn't alter the decisions of these faction leaders. To control a Dao state and the majority of its resources was a significant benefit for every major faction. However, migration was unavoidable. The terror created by the evil lord's lineage was too great. Even a powerful state like Pejun Dao state had been destroyed, let alone some Dao states that had only 1 or even no loose immortal to protect them. They had no choice but to move towards the top 3 Dao states, causing a sudden surge in their strength. Most of the top forces on the Xianling continent gathered together. Many Dao states were abandoned, and the beings above were discarded. This action sparked widespread outrage. Many factions that learned of this news began to follow the major powers and started to migrate. They abandoned those forces that lacked migration capital, as well as some mortals. As for these small factions and mortals, the top forces in the Xianling Immortal Association expressed helplessness. They could only leave their fates to chance. After all, there are countless Dao states in the Xianling continent. Only by uniting the top forces of the Xianling Immortal Association could they migrate the mortals and small cultivators from one Dao state to another. However, this would lead to losses and could result in overcrowding in the top Dao states, creating a shortage of resources to distribute. Countless Dao states were abandoned, and all the capable forces fled, while those who couldn't escape could only watch helplessly and wait for death. Watching those major factions leave, they didn't forget to drain the local spiritual veins and take all the resources. The Chen clan witnessed all this, and Chen Feng felt a sense of silence. Father, should we take action to accept all the abandoned Dao states? Chen Chuyuan rarely saw. On the peak of the immortal ascension, the wind today was a bit desolate, rustling the fallen leaves. Chen Feng stood at the summit, gazing into the distance, blending with the surrounding environment. Chen Chuyuan arrived, looking at Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng remained silent, constantly reminding himself that he was not a savior. The massacre of Pejun Dao state by the evil lord's lineage was merely a catalyst to gather the major factions and abandon some minor Dao states. Those who needed to flee would eventually do so. This move by the evil lord's lineage was an open ploy. The major factions understood this, but had to reluctantly accept it. Everyone feared that the next victim could be their own sect, and they dared not gamble, having seen too many precedents. Having endured for several decades was already their limit of patience. However, if they waited another 30 years, or even 20, Chen Feng would have the ability to take over. To receive the vast population, even to rule over those abandoned Dao states. After driving away these threatening factions, the evil lord's lineage could indiscriminately harvest in some Dao states. Chen Feng did not believe that so many people in the Xianling Immortal Association who had lived for tens of thousands of years wouldn't see through this. However, they tacitly allowed it, as without finding the lair of the evil lord's lineage, no matter how they defended it would be passive. Father, Chen Chuyuan called again. To save others, one must first save oneself. Chen Feng remained silent, and sighed lightly, indicating his rejection. The combat strength of the Chen clan could not be drawn out. Sending his forces to rescue so many people was simply a delusion. 20 years. Chen Feng spoke softly, his gaze piercing through the illusions, looking towards Tianwan Dao state. Chen Chuyuan sighed, turned, and left, his figure appearing somewhat desolate in the autumn wind. Great divine being, please go to the Xianling Immortal Association for me. Tell them that those abandoned are also part of the human race, and can be brought to Tianwan Dao state and Tianan Dao state to be guarded by my Chen clan. In the end, Chen Feng still issued the order to do something within his ability. Having more people would be beneficial and harmless to him. As Chen Chuyuan approached the Mo tree, he suddenly froze, chuckling in disbelief. The Xianling Immortal Association and Ziguang Mansion received the great divine being and understood the message brought by Chen Feng. As the foremost power in Xianling, they agreed to Chen Feng's request. They dispatched numerous cultivators using great ships and magical techniques, even bringing out special small worlds to gather people. This matter significantly changed Chen Feng's view of Ziguang Mansion. Not all were selfish and abandoned others. After learning of this, the various factions in Tianwan Dao state silently consolidated their power, relinquishing excess territory to Qinchuehao. The major powers of the Xianling continent looked on with cold indifference at the Chen clan's foolish actions. In their eyes, they were merely discarded pieces with poor talent, bloodline, and qualifications. As long as their Dao lineage could endure, they could thrive again. They retained a small portion of their elite. The Chen clan, again the Chen clan. Within the evil master palace, as the restrictions became lighter, it was now possible for loose immortals to come and go. Even the evil master's power was no longer suppressed, recovering wildly. Upon learning that the Chen clan was starting to widely accept other Dao states and the abandoned beings, the evil master felt quite displeased. Shouldn't these mortals and minor cultivators be regarded as nothing more than useless burdens in the eyes of the entire Xianling Immortal Assembly? They are tasteless to consume and a pity to discard. As various forces began to gather and abandon these weak Dao states, it played right into the evil master's hands. What he desired was for these major powers to give up some Dao states, concentrating their forces and cultivators in one place. Firstly, he was about to break free, and the beings from these abandoned Dao states would provide him with a feast to restore much of his strength. Secondly, once these forces were gathered together after the evil master broke free, he would not need to search the world for them to settle accounts. They had self-destructed their defenses, leaving only 5 Dao states to guard. He only needed to go to these 5 places and gradually consume them. If the front lines were drawn too wide, it would not be favorable for the evil master. My lord, I am willing to lead the Tianma crowd to Lingwen Dao state and eliminate this damn Chen clan. The first demon bowed down. Who hated the Chen clan the most? Of course it was the Tianma sect. After the 6 loose immortals of the Tianma crowd went to Lingwen Dao state, they lost contact. Most likely the situation was dire. As a major force under the evil master, they had suffered heavy losses and their status had become somewhat unstable. No need. Their actions suit my intentions perfectly. The evil master vetoed. The Chen clan's actions are exactly what I want. Gathering these weak sacrifices will only drag them down. I believe that most of the so-called members of the Xianling Immortal Assembly are just watching coldly. The Chen clan's actions are tantamount to seeking their own destruction. Wait until they fill their several Dao states before harvesting them. The Chen clan's actions were insignificant to the evil master. In fact, they were more beneficial than harmful. His strategy of driving all major forces and top cultivators together was quite similar. However, the Chen clan gathered those sacrifices together. He did not mind having a buffet after breaking free. How is the arrangement for the Yuan Dao state coming along? We are trying to force them into 2 Dao states. We are currently setting up, just give us 5 more years. The first demon bowed. Go ahead. The evil master waved his hand indifferently. The Tianma crowd received their orders and left the evil king palace, heading towards the Yuan Dao state. The evil master was about to orchestrate a grand scheme. He intended to sound the alarm for all forces on the Xianling continent, gathering them together to seek warmth in numbers. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The number of descendants with spiritual roots in the clan has surpassed 100. Achievement unlocked. Million immortal descendants reward. Yin Yang Sacred Decision. 1. A bloodline phenomenon. Sun and moon coexist. Battle power. Increase of 50%. 1. Pure cultivation. 5,000. Immortal path cultivation. 500. 1 million. Chen Feng felt a bit melancholic recalling the most difficult days. In less than a millennium, the number of his descendants with spiritual roots had already surpassed 1 million. System open. Personal panel. Name Chen Feng. Realm peak of great ascension. Cultivation techniques. 3,000 women's command. Sky ascension. 3 cuts. 9 heaven sacred fist. 7-star sword art. 7 killing sword technique. All spirits longevity technique. 10,000 cold knowledge of talismans. Dao heartseed demon. Void secret art. 5 elements decision. Pure yang immortal art. Heavenly reversal. 3 seals. Xian Kuan transformation palm. Sun and moon immortal decision. Yin Yang sacred decision. Flying dragon in the sky. Chamber techniques. Pill and artifact compendium. Palmsized immortal domain. Great might heavenly dragon. Purple star astrology. Formation mastery. 9th level formation master. Alchemy mastery. 9th level alchemist. Refining mastery. 9th level refiner. Talismaker mastery. 9th rank talismaker. Lifespan 280500. Heritage value 310000. Family members 1519000 with descendants possessing spiritual roots 10001. Main quest ascend. Family reputation 94500. Famous in one state can exchange for 9200 heritage points. Achievements ambitious, a great power ancestor of the misfortunes. Convert heritage points. After many years, the accumulated reputation finally proved useful. With 9200 heritage points credited, the previously not wealthy Chen Feng suddenly found himself rich. As for the cultivation aspect, Chen Feng felt a bit melancholic. He should have broken through long ago. However, due to deliberate suppression and transforming from immortality to mortality, he had converted all excess cultivation and energy to enhance his physique. Now Chen Feng could be said to have embarked on a different path with his spiritual power unfulfilled while his physical body had already become immortal. Even if his spiritual power had not broken through or transformed, all his reserves already exceeded the standards of 3rd and 4th rank loose immortals. His combat power had barely reached the near immortal level. After 5 transformations, loose immortals are equivalent to immortals in the immortal domain, with the physical body and spiritual power having transformed into immortality. After 6 transformations, the quality of spiritual power undergoes a change, and 9th rank loose immortals can rival ordinary Shin immortals. Just this point made Chen Feng admire the Nanming loose immortal. After the transformation of spiritual power, the lifespan of these loose immortals is also infinitely extended. Currently, the oldest loose immortal on the Xianling continent has lived for over 300 years. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a fossil. It's time to convert new believers. Feeling the powerful energy coursing through him, Chen Feng turned his gaze to the Tianlong realm. Qingwu, lend me a hand. In the small world of Hua, Qingwu Chen Feng entered beside the graceful figure who was tending to flowers. How can I help you? Hua Qingwu paused her movements and turned to look at Chen Feng. Follow me. Chen Feng took her hand, opening the passage to the Tianlong realm and entering it. In a volcano, the figures of the two emerged from the void. What came into view were the scattered loose immortals of the evil master lineage piled together and sealed by various methods. You want to kill them? Hua Qingwu glanced disdainfully at the 6 loose immortals of the evil master lineage piled together. No. If things go out of control, just help me suppress them. Watch me operate. Chen Feng smiled silently. He had once planted a demonic seed in front of Chen Ruoshi. Hua Qingwu should have sensed it too. This time was different. The demonic seed had become even more terrifying after its upgrade. Watch me enlighten them. Enlighten. In the gaze of Hua Qingwu, filled with confusion, Chen Feng began his operation. He first dragged over the 6th demon, the one with the strongest cultivation, and removed the black needle that suppressed his soul. As the other party was about to regain consciousness, Chen Feng made his move. Holy light surged forth, forming a halo that enveloped him. Immediately, strands of golden light formed countless intricate Sanskrit characters, all of which entered the opponent's mind. Before the 6th demon could resist, he was assaulted by the sudden influx of information, his soul being cleansed. Even his consciousness began to blur. His awareness was being altered and subdued as seeds were planted deep within his soul. The seeds took root and sprouted, cleansing the soul. Watching Chen Feng's actions as well as the power within that holy light made her feel a chill. It was subtly influencing her. Hua Qingwu was astonished as she was in her celestial form, and Chen Feng's secret method was not directed at her. Just a small portion of his power made her subconsciously feel a sense of reverence. What kind of enlightenment is this? It is clearly brainwashing. Hua Qingwu marveled at Chen Feng's methods. If successful, this loose immortal would surely become Chen Feng's devoted and fervent follower. Completely obedient. This reminded her of the great divine, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Salutations to the master and to the mistress." After more than an hour, the sixth demon was subdued. But in order to enlighten him, it was necessary to erase the memories within him. As Chen Feng executed his techniques, he also gleaned snippets of information. He had long been aware of the resurrection of the evil lord. However, in his memories, the evil lord had already restored his celestial combat power over a decade ago. Now, after devouring so many living beings, his strength must have increased significantly. This made Chen Feng anxious. He needed 20 years just to enter Kunlun and break through to immortality. If the evil lord were to emerge early, he would have no choice but to take the path of a loose immortal. He was confident that in an instant he could elevate his strength to the 9th transformation. However, that would be tantamount to self-sabotage, making it too late to return to the orthodox path of immortality. Continue. The 6th demon had reached the 3rd transformation realm of a loose immortal, and after being cleansed, he lost 1 transformation of cultivation. Yet his strength became more solidified, purging the blood qi and the negative effects brought by killing. Feng Lang, if your methods were known to the evil lord, he would surely go mad wanting to learn your method of enlightenment. Hua Qingwu noticed the state of the 6th demon and couldn't help but praise. There are actually such methods in this world that can purge the negative effects of others and restore their foundations. This is terrifying. Do you want to learn? Chen Feng smiled slightly, one hand gripping the head of a loose immortal as he looked at Hua Qingwu with a gentle smile. I do. Without another word, Chen Feng withdrew the black needle and handed her the holy decision of creation and the Tao Heart Seed Demon. If you can merge creation and the Seed Demon, then you will be able to cultivate it. It's not that Chen Feng is unwilling to share what he has fully comprehended, or rather this cannot be taught. Everyone's understanding of creation is different, and merging 2 different celestial techniques is practically unheard of. However, this piqued Hua Qingwu's interest. This technique would be beneficial to her without harm. Moreover, in her deductions, if successful, her and Chen Feng's good fortune could come sooner. She thought that through this method of enlightenment, she could transform her old self, washing away the demonic nature and possibly existing true spirit. Then she would truly be herself, and not a potential her. Thinking of this, Hua Qingwu gazed at Chen Feng with affection, imagining a day when she could resolve her hidden dangers. Then she would give birth to an offspring and raise it together. Chen Feng was oblivious to Hua Qingwu's thoughts, fully focused on the process of enlightenment. Follower 1. Follower 1. After a day of hard work, they finally utilized the waste to its fullest. All 6 loose immortals had been successfully enlightened. Among them, all 6 were exceptions, having their realms washed away. Their magical powers were also transformed to the pure yang immortal decision provided by Chen Feng. Chen Feng decided to form a pure yang immortal legion. For such forceful and rapid improvement, through plunder and devouring loose immortals were the best choice. Chen Feng set his sights on the lineage of the evil lord, the evil that the entire immortal spirit continent feared to speak of. In Chen Feng's eyes, they were akin to an ATM, the best production force for guardians. The evil lord's lineage spent 30 years to create dozens of loose immortals. This made Chen Feng fixate on them. They would eventually be killed anyway. Why not utilize the waste? After tasting sweetness, Chen Feng shifted his focus to the evil lord's lineage, keeping a close watch on their movements. From now on, you are all members of my Chun clan's guardian pavilion. Evil cannot suppress the righteous. Chen Feng quickly thought of names, focusing on the 6 loose immortals, and spoke in a deep voice. You from now on shall be called Zheng Er, you shall be called Zheng San, and you shall be called Zheng Qi. He aptly named the 6 individuals. This made Hua Qingwu regard Chen Feng with a side glance. No, I won't let him name the children in the future. Hua Qingwu thought to herself, watching Chen Feng laugh heartily. The more she looked, the more unreliable he seemed. If they were to have children in the future and he named them like this, she would absolutely not give him the naming rights. Thinking of this, she even began to ponder what her offspring would be called in the future. Hua Qingwu was secretly calculating in her heart. Chen Feng, however, patted each of the loose immortals from Zheng to Zheng Qi on the shoulder. At the same time, he assigned their destinations. They were grouped in threes, going to the Tao of life and the Tao of southern heaven. As for the Tao of celestial phenomena, there was no need for them to guard it for the time being. There, the Immortal Spirit-Immortal Association had made arrangements. Sending people there would be redundant. A large-scale migration across the Immortal Spirit continent began, with countless people and beings being concentrated. The populations of the southern heaven and celestial phenomena Tao regions gradually increased. This made the already limited land become increasingly strained. Chen Feng ordered the great divine to go and forcibly link one piece of abandoned land after another with great magical power. The areas of the two Tao regions also gradually expanded. The Immortal Spirit-Immortal Association tacitly approved of this, continuously sending people from various places. This made the Chun clan's disciples in the two Tao regions busy as the population grew, forcing the clan's disciples to maintain order and build new cities. Soon a situation arose where one person managed tens of thousands, which forced Chen Chunin and Chen Shuhai to summon reinforcements from the life and ancestral lands. This provided many Chen clan disciples with a testing ground to showcase their abilities. The Xieju lineage also displayed remarkable discretion, secretly deploying its forces without direct interference. Year 135 of the Immortal Sage Era. Over 5 years, with the joint support of major sects and clans, two colossal landmasses were successfully joined, forming the largest Dao prefecture on the Xianling continent. Surpassing even the Xianling Dao prefecture in territorial expanse, this newly unified domain, under the leadership and formal petition of the Qin clan, was renamed the Nanming Dao prefecture. The success of the Donghua Dao prefecture kindled hope among ancestral elders of various powers. Perhaps the Xianling continent could once again be whole. Thus, Elder Lianqi, the celestial wanderer, proposed a vision. He advocated merging the Xianling Yuan and Shanglan Dao prefectures into a single landmass, followed by the gradual reintegration of other fragmented prefectures. The aim was to restore the ancient central prefecture in its entirety, and partially revive the eastern prefecture. Yet this proposal was swiftly rejected by all major powers. Even at the time of the Xianling continent's shattering, formidable cultivators had risen to propose reunification, seeking to reassemble the scattered Dao prefectures into their primordial configuration. Then as now, countless voices voiced both fervent support and staunch opposition. The stakes were immense. Some sea-seated prefectures inherited only barren resource zones, too weak to merit attention from central authorities. They preferred sovereignty on distant shores of the endless sea rather than subordination to the heartland. The strong grew stronger, the weak ever weaker. Moreover, reunification would strip regional warlords, long unchallenged masters of their own prefectures, of autonomy, forcing them beneath the oppressive shadow of central hegemony. Such a prospect was unacceptable, and so they parted ways. The grand reunification plan sank into obscurity, until now resurrected under the looming threat of the Xieju lineage. Senior Lianqi, it is not reluctance that holds us back, but how shall territories and resources be apportioned after reunification? And what use are those wastelands? A cold, skeptical gaze met his words. Among the dissenters were several powers who had abandoned their ancestral lands entirely, bringing every ounce of wealth, every vein of spiritual energy to concentrate within the Xianling Dao prefecture. Their conditions flourished, cultivation thrived, environments improved. To merge with desolate prefectures would only dilute their advantages, an unprofitable bargain. Even the tripartite fusion of Xianling Yuan and Shanglan was deemed virtually impossible. Neither Yuan nor Shanglan would consent, and even the Ziguang mansion, the foremost power of Xianling, remained deeply reluctant. They guarded their exalted status jealously. More factions meant dwindling resources and escalating strife. Alas, Elder Lianqi sighed, a being who had lived over 300,000 years. He remembered the Xianling continent before its final fragmentation. Even in ruin, it had dwarfed today's fractured realm in vitality and might. The continent's decline deepens precisely because its fragments refuse unification, preventing the convergence of earth vein qi and spiritual resources. Too scattered, too diffuse. Its last vestiges of primordial strength will surely dissipate. Elder Lianqi departed. He had emerged only because the Xieju lineage had resurfaced. Should this crisis conclude, he might vanish forever, never to walk the mortal world again. The Qin clan. As he traversed the endless sea, uncertainty clouded his thoughts, until memory stirred. One force on the Xianling continent acted with singular enigmatic purpose. It was among the few powers that truly valued the lives of mortals and low-rank cultivators, and the very same force that had reignited his dream of continental reunification. He resolved to visit the Chen clan, to meet its sovereign. Since the founding of the Xianling Immortal Assembly, he had never laid eyes upon this elusive leader. All decisions of the Chen clan were conveyed through Daming Shun, dispatched personally by the sovereign. Their strength, influence, and conduct earned his profound respect. On a serene sun-dappled day, Chen Feng fished, as usual, idle and untroubled. Bite! A spirit fish struck the hook. He jerked the rod skyward. Damn! Airstrike! Chen Feng winced, watching helplessly as the bait vanished, amused yet exasperated. Years of angling had taught him a bitter truth: fish released unharmed learned quickly. They devoured bait but evaded hooks, mastering an art of evasion. Enough, he murmured, reeling in the line and lifting his gaze toward the distant void. He sensed it, a presence rivaling Daming Shun's in strength, yet bearing no malice. His vigilance softened just slightly. Wanderer Liangqi humbly requests an audience with Lord Chen. If convenient, I beg your indulgence. Elder Liangqi's demeanor was impeccable, reverent, composed, and wise. Upon hearing the request, Chen Feng readily assented. Before Liangqi the barrier array parted, a narrow aperture opening in deference. Elder Liangqi honors me too greatly. Pray enter. Guided by Chen Feng, Liangqi arrived at a pavilion suspended above the heart of the spirit water lake, and there beheld its master. I have long heard of Lord Chen's extraordinary bearing, yet reality surpasses legend. Liangqi silently marveled at the pavilion's refined artistry, and when his eyes met, Chen Feng's reverence bloomed unbidden. For Chen Feng's flesh had already attained the sanctity of immortality, radiating an unmistakable aura of celestial qi. No need for titles like Lord Chen. Dao friend suffices. Chen Feng smiled, studying the living relic before him with genuine curiosity. Suddenly Liangqi's gaze sharpened, fixed upon the spirit water tree at the lake's center. Dao friend, do you bear connection to Senior Nanming? His question pierced silence like a bell. Chen Feng paused, then sensing no ill intent replied openly, what do you know? Senior Nanming is my master. Liangqi's astonishment softened into warmth, his eyes crinkled with newfound kindness. Senior Nanming has taken a disciple, truly beyond belief. Senior Nanming guided my cultivation path. He imparted the way of the celestial wanderer. Yet fate denied us formal discipleship. A sigh escaped him, wistful, tinged with quiet reverence for the name Nanming. That spirit water tree in the lake. I sourced it for him over 10,000 years ago. Understanding dawned upon Chen Feng. A hidden bond existed between them, making Liangqi in essence half a kinsman. I see. Then I must address you as senior brother. Chen Feng laughed, unreserved, unburdened by formality. No, I beg you, let us remain Dao friends. Senior Nanming never accepted me as disciple. Proof enough our destinies lacked that thread. Besides, my talent is modest, I cannot ascend to immortality, and dare not presume to claim his grace as my own. Liangqi spoke with quiet clarity, declining Chen Feng's offer. To him, claiming kinship with a legend like Senior Nanming would be less honor and more profanity. Where is Senior Nanming now? Liangqi asked cautiously, his concern palpable, having lost contact with the nascent immortal Nanming for tens of thousands of years. He ascended. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment, choosing not to reveal the truth to Liangqi. Hearing that Nanming had ascended stirred Liangqi more deeply than his own ascension ever had. I knew it. The senior elder was destined to ascend once more. He sighed in awe, his eyes brimming with reverence, and with profound, trembling excitement. This also implied that the path of the immortal hermit was not a dead end, but one with a viable future. Seeing Liangqi's elation, Chen Feng had nearly added, just before ascending, he also underwent feathered transcendence. Yet glancing at him again, he hesitated, unable to bear dashing such radiant hope. To nurture aspiration was always wiser than sealing fate with finality from the outset. Surely, fellow daoist, your visit was not solely about this matter. Chen Feng sought to shift the subject. Words, after all, were treacherous when spoken carelessly. Yes, indeed. Liangqi chuckled momentarily, forgetting his true purpose in the euphoria of Nanming's ascension. Fellow Daoist Chen Feng, let me show you something. Liangqi was forthright, perhaps even guileless, or perhaps he simply regarded Chen Feng as one of his own. Without hesitation, he unfurled a colossal scroll. Upon it was painted a vast primordial continent, its famed mountains and great lakes meticulously charted. What is this? Chen Feng studied it closely, sensing an uncanny familiarity in its fragmented land masses. At the far eastern edge of the continent lay a small island, its contours strikingly reminiscent of Daozhou, the very land beneath his feet, Lingwen Daozhou. Moreover, faint lines of spiritual energy traced across the map, dividing the continent into countless smaller domains. Is this the Xianling continent? From the pre-sundering era, Chen Feng now understood. The depicted fragments mirrored precisely the scattered Daozhou realms of the present age. Puzzled, he wondered what Liang Qi intended by revealing the continent's former unified grandeur. Fellow Daoist, what is your purpose in showing me this? Chen Feng smiled, faintly gazing at him in quiet inquiry. Do you feel nothing? Liang Qi did not answer. Instead he countered. Feel, eh? Could it be? You wish to reunite all these Daozhou realms once more? Truly worthy of being Nanming's senior elder's chosen heir. You grasped my intent from mere hints alone. Liang Qi exhaled in quiet admiration, profoundly relieved he had come to the right person. At least Chen Feng already held the concept within his heart. With the Chun clan's growing influence, Chen Feng's profound cultivation base, and extraordinary talent, and above all Nanming's legacy, Liang Qi felt certain in time the restoration of the Xianling continent would become possible. He was planting a seed. Chen Feng was startled. This venerable elder dared voice so audacious a vision. Well-versed in Xianling's obscure histories and legendary tales, Chen Feng recalled that soon after the continent fractured, similar proposals had surfaced, only to be swiftly quashed by all major sects and powers. Many dismissed the idea outright, as little more than whimsical fantasy. And yet here it stood before him again, a notion deemed absurd by every soul across the continent. Such a thing seems impossible. Chen Feng met Liang Qi's gaze calmly, his expression untroubled. Liang Qi suspended the ancient Xianling map in midair using divine energy to overlay the current Daozhou realms, excluding Shengming Daozhou. Then he pointed toward the regions symbolizing Tiannan and Tianwen Daozhou, whose combined topography bore a striking resemblance to today's fused Tiannan-Tianwen realm and its surrounding minor domains. Are you not already doing it? As an envoy of the Xianling Immortal Assembly, Liang Qi himself had discreetly aided the fusion of Tiannan and Tianwen. Merging several continents, Chen Feng fell silent. His seemingly incidental act had unwittingly ignited the long-dormant dream of continental reunification. What do I gain from this? Once the Xianling continent reunites, its dispersed earth veins and resources will converge anew. Perhaps in time our land shall reclaim the splendor of its ancient glory. Liang Qi's face glowed with fervent anticipation as he painted a luminous vision of the restored continent. Easier said than done. You must have broached this proposal before, with the Xianling Immortal Assembly. What was their response? Chen Feng's features remained utterly placid as he lifted his teacup and sipped the fragrant brew. Liang Qi paused, then spoke the unvarnished truth. As expected, no one had agreed. Had consensus been possible, the continent would never have fractured in the first place. Then why seek me out? Can my Chen clan compel the Xianling Immortal Assembly to yield? Fellow Daoist, you flatter me far beyond my station. Chen Feng calmly sipped his tea. His refusal was not born of indifference. Should the Xianling continent reunify, he truly could transform it into his own sovereign domain. Nor would he need to scatter his descendants across distant Daozhou realms separated by endless oceans. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Liang Qi, waiting, watching, curious as to what came next. Chen Feng's reply had fallen precisely within Liang Qi's expectations. Unlike the outright rejections from the Immortal Assembly's powers, Liang Qi sensed possibility in Chen Feng's measured silence. I know accomplishing this now is beyond reach. But what of the future? With your unparalleled talent, and the backing of the Dragon Clan, the Divine Turtle Clan, and the Shenglan Academy, you may yet restore the Xianling continent in days to come. Indeed, during his earlier proposal to the Xianling Immortal Assembly, the Shenglan Academy had been among the few who voiced tacit support. Now he enumerated Chen Feng's formidable network and accumulated strength. What benefit accrues to me? Why did the Xianling continent fracture? And why has it remained sundered for so long? Do you not already know the answer? Chen Feng offered no reply, only posed the question again. Liang Qi did not answer directly. Instead, he began to speak, his voice low and reverent. In antiquity, the Xianling continent was whole. Its earth veins converged, its immortal qi abundant. True immortals ruled its realms. Attaining immortality was far less arduous than today, and the celestial realm itself imposed numerous restrictions. Liang Qi sighed, sharing a long-hidden secret passed down through generations. Before I walked the immortal hermit path, I journeyed to a sacred hidden land, the realm of the Flora spirits. There I was honored as guest to the heir of Qingling, celestial immortal. From her, I learned truths long veiled from mortal ears. Liang Qi spoke slowly, revealing all he had been entrusted with. Qingling's celestial immortal. Chen Feng had heard that name before from Hua Qingwu's lips. He also knew Shengming Daozhou held profound significance in antiquity. In those days the Flora clan still thrived upon the world. They revealed to me the reason our Xianling continent was shattered. A supreme being of the celestial realm issued the decree. As for the reason, the disciple of the Qingling celestial did not tell me. They only mentioned the need to reunite the immortal spirit continent. Moreover, it seems that the immortal ladder of our immortal spirit continent is meant to filter something. In any case, we scattered immortals cannot ascend, but if the immortal spirit continent is reunited and the world undergoes great changes, we may still have the chance to become true immortals. In this regard, Liang Qi conveyed everything he knew mingled with some of his own wishes. I understand now. Chen Feng nodded slowly, not refusing. It seems that a major force from the immortal domain is on guard against something. They are wary of the immortal spirit continent. At the same time, they are using means to restrict the immortal spirit continent. Thus, the shattering of the immortal spirit continent is greatly related to them. This matter can only be pursued gradually. Chen Feng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. In any case, this matter does not conflict with his own development. If the continent reunites, it may actually benefit his own growth. How much do you know about the Grass and Wood clan? Do you understand that the Grass and Wood clan has completely disappeared? Chen Feng asked, curiosity unavoidable in his heart. The information that Hua Qingwu had was too limited. It seems that Liang Qi, who has been in the immortal spirit continent, might know more. Has the Life clan disappeared? Liang Qi fell silent, his memories pulled back to a time long ago. Taking a deep breath, he slowly said, 140 years ago the evil lord rampaged in the immortal spirit continent and had once visited the location of the Grass and Wood clan. After that, when the true immortals from the immortal domain descended, they never saw or heard any news about the Grass and Wood clan. According to Liang Qi's speculation, the Grass and Wood clan had most likely been exterminated. At that time, the only place in the immortal spirit continent where the Grass and Wood spirits resided was a hidden paradise. It was also the only place on the continent that openly had immortals. Is it related to the evil lord? Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in Chen Feng's mind. If so, it might truly be the handiwork of the evil lord. At that time, only a true immortal could have destroyed the Grass and Wood clan, which was protected by celestial beings. So why did the evil lord come to the impoverished immortal spirit continent, even if it was slightly better than it is now 100,000 years ago? But the immortal spirit continent had no remarkable places. Was it really just because the immortal spirit continent lacked powerful cultivators to guard it? Was the evil lord's lineage merely there to devour and farm blood food? He felt that the matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There were deep waters involved. All of this needed to wait until he completely suppressed the evil lord's lineage before he could understand. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a crystalline rib from his pocket. Liang Qi, my friend, do you recognize this item? Chen Feng waved the immortal bone in front of Liang Qi. He saw Liang Qi's gaze shift from confusion to astonishment. What is this? The aura of true immortal Lei Yue. Is this her bone? Liang Qi had seen the true immortal who came down from the immortal domain for assistance, and naturally remembered her aura. Feeling the faint aura on this bone, he was stunned. How did she fall? Do you know where she fell? Chen Feng placed the immortal bone before him, his gaze fixed on Liang Qi's face, inquiring. Liang Qi participated in the battle to suppress the evil lord over 100,000 years ago. He must know something about these secrets. She fell at the hands of the evil lord. At that time, the evil lord devoured countless beings, and his strength surpassed all. True immortal Lei, you could not defeat the evil lord in battle, and could only risk her life to destroy its physical body. After her fall, her corpse vanished without a trace. Only her remaining soul guided us on what to do. I am unclear about the location of true immortal Lei Yu's fall. Liang Qi shook his head. Oh, after all, she was a true immortal. If he knew where she fell, he would have investigated it. Chen Feng felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. He only knew that Lei Yu had fallen in the abyss of the heavenly sea, but did not know where her corpse was buried. In fact, a long time ago he had gone to the abyss of the heavenly sea to search, but still found nothing. This indicated that she had not buried herself there. After all, she was a true immortal possessing the mark of true spirit. At that time, the evil lord certainly had no chance to extinguish all of her true spirit marks. This suggests that Lei Yu is very likely also in the process of revival. He put the immortal bone away. After reaching the peak of his cultivation, he had not gone to search for it. This time he would retrieve her remains and search again. Perhaps he could obtain some information. I trouble my friend Liang Qi to go to the South Mingdao Prefecture. Chen Feng did not dwell on these matters and faced Liang Qi. Since he wished to reunite the immortal spirit continent, he must pay some price. Liang Qi understood Chen Feng's intention and after bidding farewell headed towards the South Mingdao prefecture. However, Feiner, do not let Liang Qi approach the fire domain. Chuanon, a scattered immortal, will come to find you soon. What you are doing. Chen Feng set up arrangements, quietly gazing towards the horizon. Liang Qi's plan was to use the South Mingdao prefecture as a trial point, at least piecing together a piece of continent. Meanwhile, Great Ming Shun was also dispatched by Chen Feng to assist with the Dao Prefecture's fusion project. Originally, a Dao Prefecture required several great cultivators along with scattered immortals to barely move it. Now, with Liang Qi's involvement, he alone could completely move a Dao Prefecture in half a month, fusing it with the South Mingdao Prefecture. The power of scattered immortals is terrifying. At the same time, the three newly joined scattered immortals were also working together to move the Dao Prefecture. In just half a year, they fused 8 Dao Prefectures together. The South Mingdao Prefecture also began to take on the shape of a colossal continent. The starting point of the Earth Vein is in the immortal spirit Dao Prefecture, where the dragon head is located. During these 6 months, Chen Feng has been deducing the Ziwei Doshu. He completely replicated the continent's topographic map that Liang Qi showed him. He again marked it on top and calculated the complete trajectory of the Earth Vein. The starting point of the Earth Vein, that is the dragon head, is in the very center of the immortal spirit Dao Prefecture within the range of the Purple Light Mansion. The end of the Earth Vein is in the corner of the continent, the Life Dao Prefecture. No wonder during the era without immortals the Life Dao Prefecture still had celestial beings in position. The last thread of fortune from the Earth Vein fell on the dragon tail. The stars of the universe were scattered everywhere. Chen Feng looked at the topographic map of the ancient immortal spirit continent, his heart filled with new deductions and transformations. What if the head and tail were exchanged? Chen Feng closed his eyes. Countless pieces of information formations and numerous ethereal Dao prefectures were disrupted and reorganized in his mind. The positions of the stars were continuously adjusted. Feasible. With the aid of the Ziwei Doshu, Chen Feng spent half a month deducing the restructured topography of the continent. The tails and heads alternate. Since the last trace of fortune on the immortal spirit ancient continent ends with the dragon's tail, it can also begin from the dragon's tail. Chen Feng prepared to merge the Life Dao Province, the Lingwen Dao Province, and the Astral Dao Province, which held the Kunlun realm, to create the center of a new continent. The Island of Life. Chen Feng pinpointed the location of the dragon's tail, where the spiritual energy was gradually depleting. Without hesitation, he cast the Chun ancestor token into the sky. A golden talisman with the character Chun blossomed in the sky above the Lingwen Dao Province. Boom, boom, boom. The great bell tolled 9 times, causing countless members of the Chun clan to cease their activities. The Tianwang Hall trembled, sending messages far and wide. Has something happened at the ancestral land? Chen Shu, far away in the South Mingdao Province, was taken aback as he gazed towards the Lingwen Dao Province. The 9 tolls of the Chen bell were a matter of great significance for the entire clan. All clan members who received the news had to react at the fastest speed, responding to the call of the ancestral land. In the South Mingdao Province, countless lights appeared rushing towards the Lingwen Dao Province. Chen Shu also hurriedly flew towards the Lingwen Dao Province, wielding a heavy sword. The unusual behavior of the Chen clan naturally startled the various loose immortals stationed in the South Mingdao Province. They immediately sought someone to inquire whether something had happened to the Chen clan. Liang Qi was equally shocked, his pupils contracting. Could it be that the evil lord's lineage intends to destroy the Chen clan? He arrived at this terrifying conclusion and immediately soared into the air, ready to rush to their aid. Calm down. The Chen clan is not in great danger. A fellow Daoist need not panic. Liang Qi, I entrust you with guarding the South Mingdao Province. Soon I will lead the entire Chen clan to the South Mingdao Province. In the sky above, a silver arrow shot forth, exploding in the air. It revealed a dense script that allowed all the cultivators above the Dao Province to see it clearly. Upon hearing this, Liang Qi was initially puzzled, then suddenly enlightened, and began to feel excited. Could it be that Chen Feng has made a decision? All the members of the Chen clan, including those from the guarding pavilion, were summoned back. A royal council was convened on the spot. In an instant, all members of the Chen clan mobilized, heading towards the vast, endless sea, towards the chaotic sea region. With the strength of the entire clan, they aimed to extract the Life Dao Province from the chaotic sea region. August. Life Dao Province. Rumbling. A tremendous roar erupted, shaking the entire Dao Province. The 8 immortals made their move led by Hua Qingwu to shift the life Dao province outward. At this moment the sun and moon lost their light, and the stars hung in the sky, with the Z-Wei stars shining the brightest, radiating light comparable to that of the sun. The earth veins trembled and were moved, changing their position. Chen Feng exerted great magical power with all the cultivators of the Chen clan joining forces. The life Dao province and the tail of the earth vein were moved closer to the Lingwen Dao province. The original island of life had now become a barren wasteland. In the center of the sea, a massive black hole continuously devoured the seawater. The sea was immeasurable, the water boundless, yet the black hole could endlessly consume, swallowing all surrounding waters. Chen Feng appeared above the black hole, gazing into its abyss-like depths, as if it would swallow him whole at any moment. This was the mark left by the relocation of the tail of the earth vein. Calm down. Chen Feng spoke without hesitation, directly unleashing his magical power, casting a myriad of formations to seal the black hole. Flags come. Chen Feng roared, his magical power erupted, and the weakened version of the Zhou Tian star formation began to operate, sealing the entire black hole. Chen Feng roared, his magical power erupted, and the weakened version of the Zhou Tian star formation began to operate, sealing the entire black hole. The sea also returned to tranquility. At this moment he could not afford to be careless. Chen Feng let out a low growl, his bloodline power boiling, and a golden spear was released. It flew into the black hole, piercing its center. Offer. 6 more celestial artifacts forged in imitation of the god-slaying spear were summoned and inserted at various points around the black hole, sealing the tail of the earth vein and suppressing the tail gas. He also summoned a great mountain to fill the black hole, anchoring it in this boundless sea, rendering the tail as if it were not a tail. Next he needed to ensure that the head was not a head. Chen Feng's gaze extended to the distant horizon where the direction of the immortal spirit Dao province lay. The tail and head were disregarded, both were to be eradicated as the tail was the head, and also a new beginning. However, by doing this, as long as the true tail had not fallen, the immortal spirit Dao province would not be significantly affected. At most its spiritual energy would gradually decline. But now Chen Feng had pinned down the last trace left by the tail, creating the illusion that the tail still existed. Thus now he only needed to seal the head of the immortal spirit Dao province, and then release this black hole, and the only head would be the life Dao province. If this were to happen, the immortal spirit Dao province would rapidly decline, while the life Dao province would leap to become the favored existence of the earth veins. On the other hand, the immortal spirit Dao province would suddenly deteriorate due to the changes in the tail and head plummeting drastically. After handling the black hole, Chen Feng left this place. Only the boundless desolate sea remained. Even if an immortal came searching, it would be difficult to find the true location of this tail. Lingwen Dao province. The immortal spirit Dao province collided with the Lingwen Dao province, merging into a new continent. Shun County transformed from a coastal city into an inland area, becoming the center of both provinces. Next, as everyone was still adjusting to the changes, the 8 immortals took action, dragging the entire piece of land toward the South Ming Dao province. The commotion caused by the Chen clan made it hard for the forces from various places to remain oblivious. I never expected the Chen clan to be so foolish, someone in the Immortal Spirit Conference sneered. Regarding the Chen clan's actions, they believed it to be self-destructive. The spiritual energy in Shun County was rich, and the cultivation environment could rival that of the core area of the Holy Lan Dao province. However, now that it was merging with other Dao provinces, no matter how strong Chen Feng's power or how high his means, he could not stop the spiritual energy of Shun County from flowing to other Dao provinces. At present, most of the spiritual veins in these abandoned Dao provinces had been extracted, leaving only a few minor veins. The Chen clan's actions were tantamount to becoming the blood supply station for the entire South Ming Dao province. Using the spiritual energy of one clan's land to nourish the entire South Ming Dao province. They viewed this as a highly irrational decision. I have advised Chen Feng, but he did not heed my words and rejected my suggestion. What a pity. If the future Chen clan does not abandon the South Ming Dao province, it will completely fall into decline. I wonder what use there is for so much territory. The Lord of the Purple Light Mansion shook his head and sighed. In his view, a Dao province stripped of most of its foundation combined into a continent was an extremely unsuitable place for cultivation, akin to a wasteland. The Chen clan's actions merely sought to dominate vast lands and a large population. But now what was most lacking were lands and useless mortals and minor cultivators.